I awoke in a world teetering on the precipice of oblivion. An ancient evil, a forgotten god, stirred in its slumber, its malevolent influence seeping into reality like a creeping gray fog. Nightmares whispered in the darkness, spilling into the waking world, unleashing hordes of grotesque monsters and whispering evils upon the land. Hope seemed a distant memory. But I, Crown, would not succumb to despair. I had a secret weapon, a gift from beyond, the Mad Liver Golden Light spell, a skill so potent, so absurd, it defied all logic. Coupled with other extraordinary abilities, I began my ascent, a lone beacon in the encroaching darkness. Step by step, I clawed my way through the ranks, my power growing with each vanquished monster, each cleansed corruption. The whispers of madness tried to ensnare me, the grotesque horrors sought to break me, but I persevered. I fought not for glory, not for recognition, but for survival, for the faint glimmer of hope in a world consumed by shadows. My strength, my resilience, my victories, they were all my own, hard-earned through blood, sweat, and the sheer, unadulterated stubbornness of my will. This world, tainted by the whispers of a forgotten god, would know my name. It would know the name of Crown, the one who stood defiant against the tide of darkness. Year 163 of the new calendar, the month of frost. Kingdom of Farouk, Province of Noah, Rhine City, Zack Town. The patrol team's temporary holding cell was small and cramped. The walls were covered in green and black mildew, while a thick layer of dust coated the floor. The door was a rusty black iron fence held together by a chain. Crown crouched in a corner of the room, lost in thought over a philosophical question that had puzzled humanity for centuries. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? The distant sound of a steam engine roared, and the smell of mildew and urine filled his nose. Everything around him reminded him that he was in an unfamiliar world. He wasn't from this world, or at least, not just yesterday. In his previous life, he was a typical, unremarkable programmer. After long hours of work, he would relax at home by playing games, reading novels, and watching short films. Who would have imagined that, while working late to revise Part A's requirements, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and lost consciousness? When he woke up this morning, he had traveled here, through the reincarnation of a dead body, and taken the place of a young man named Crown. It's time to eat. A plump patrolman with a beard and chubby face set a wooden tray at the door and shook the chain forcefully. The loud noise of metal clanging brought Crown back to reality, and his hunger surged. He stood up, holding the wall for support, and staggered toward the door. The tray was covered in black spots, and its original texture was barely recognizable. On it, there was a piece of black bread and a glass of water. The pottery cup had cracks around its rim. Crown pulled the bread and water through the gap in the fence. He took a sip of water first, then grabbed the black bread with both hands and shoved it into his mouth. The bread was rough and mixed with sawdust, making him grimace as he quickly swallowed it down with another sip of water. A case of evil spirit possession occurred in a nearby village. A widow's body was possessed, and when she woke up, she was a completely different person. She couldn't speak, and her neighbors didn't recognize her. The villagers suspected something was wrong, and the captain and priest have already handled it. Evil spirit? What is he talking about? Crown paused mid-bite and looked up, only to find the patrolman staring at him with an intense gaze that seemed to pierce through him. Suddenly, memories began to flood his mind, and he felt as if he were quickly experiencing someone else's life. Crown, wait, I just arrived here, and I'm already being dragged into something strange? Damn! This world was much like Victorian-era Europe, where steam engines were commonly used, and everything seemed prosperous. But after a strange celestial event, when a red moon hung in the sky and competed with the sun many years ago, the world had changed. Night had become a paradise for monsters. Visible and invisible evil spirits emerged from the darkest corners, and monsters that hid in plain sight revealed themselves to hunt. After every night, strange deaths occurred, some with no visible wounds, others with their heads and organs missing in strange places. There were also disappearances or drastic personality changes, with neighbors no longer recognizing their loved ones. These were all classified as supernatural events. Such occurrences were becoming more frequent in the kingdom, so much so that the government had created an agency to deal with them. The neighborhood where the previous owner of this body had lived, Skunk Street, had experienced an evil spirit incident last night. He had been the only surviving member of his family and neighbors. When he was found, he was still confused, having just crossed over into this body. Unable to explain anything when questioned, this was why he ended up in the patrol team's holding cell. Zack Town was just a small town with no agency to handle supernatural events, so only the priest from the church was in charge. Otherwise, he would have been judged guilty by now. No matter how powerful the evil spirit is, it's easy to deal with in the first few days. A little fire should do the trick, said the fat patrolman, stroking his chin. Another memory flashed through Crown's mind. Dealing with evil spirit possession was quite the hot topic, and he had watched a few such events before. He couldn't let anyone know he wasn't the original person in this body. Or else he might end up on the wrong side of the situation. A stiff smile appeared on Crown's face. My head is spinning. Somehow, I can't remember anything from last night. Having just merged with strange memories, he could speak a few words in the local language. The patrolman raised an eyebrow and smiled knowingly. You can't remember what happened last night? What's my name? Trying to recall the memories he had inherited, Crown felt the patrolman's name was on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't speak it out loud. It seems there are no true survivors from this evil spirit incident. Enjoy your last meal, the patrolman said with a regretful shake of his head, turning to leave. Give me some time to think. Crown suddenly stood up, gripping the fence for support, but the patrolman's name was becoming harder and harder to recall. It seemed like they were acquaintances, based on the tone the patrolman had used. I have to say something. Then, an image flashed in Crown's mind. He had once handed several pink test tubes to this patrolman. The previous owner's father had been a herbalist who made medicine. One time, he had asked Crown to deliver goods to the patrol. The last delivery, was it effective? Crown shouted. The patrolman turned his head, and Crown took a deep breath before continuing. I must have been really shaken, but I'm doing much better now. My memory is coming back slowly. There was no other choice but to stall for a while. He couldn't let the patrolman suspect anything had changed. You'd better get your memory back soon. Tomorrow, when the priest returns from handling the possession, he'll screen you, the patrolman warned before walking away. What now? I don't want to be burned alive. Crown slumped to the floor, feeling drained, his mind unfocused. Suddenly, a translucent golden wall appeared in front of his eyes, with small gray characters written on it in familiar simplified Chinese. Farouk, 376/1000, Level 1, you don't remember much of this language, but can speak a few basic words. Herbology, 392/1000, Level 1, you can recognize common herbs and create weak potions when you encounter the right ingredients. Shooting, 106/1000, Level 1, you can pull the trigger skillfully, but hitting the target is not guaranteed. What the heck? Crown instinctively reached out his hand, and his palm passed straight through the golden wall. It wasn't solid, it was just a visual overlay on his retina. Had the time-traveled golden finger arrived? This was great. Crown accepted the golden wall with a grin. As a certain immortal, having such a feature was normal, right? He didn't care if there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes or if he was just a pawn. He'd deal with that later, when the time was right. What mattered now was surviving and not getting burned alive like someone possessed by an evil spirit. The golden wall was easy to understand. It was like the skill progression system in an old online game. By concentrating on it, the golden wall would appear in front of him. He whispered his name to himself, Crown Moya. The numbers on the wall stayed the same. He thought for a moment, trying to recall another word. As he remembered its pronunciation and writing, he spoke it softly. A miracle happened. He could feel how to pronounce the word, its meanings, and how it had been used in different situations. He summoned the golden wall again, and this time, the numbers had changed. Farouk language, 377/1000, Level 1, serious practice can improve proficiency and even help recover lost memories. Crown smiled broadly. With this golden finger, he wasn't scared anymore. Don't know the language? Don't know anyone here? No problem. Isn't it all about leveling up? As a veteran who had played countless games and used all sorts of skills, Crown was confident he'd level up in no time. Crown swallowed the brown bread that was hard to swallow just a moment ago, and drank the water in the earthenware cup in one gulp. Then he rubbed his hands a few times, gathered up the dust on the ground, sat cross-legged on the ground, used his fingers to write the words in his memory on the ground, and at the same time read them out softly. Bits of realization emerged in his mind, and the hazy memories began to become clear. He kept writing and speaking softly, immersed in his own world without feeling tired at all. Every bit of effort has positive feedback, and this feeling is addictive. If he had this set of golden fingers in his previous life, how could he be just a scumbag? He must be a king among kings, a tyrant among tyrants, someone else's child who was famous throughout the country. Gradually, he lost awareness of the outside world and focused on recalling and then writing out those unfamiliar words. The patrol police occasionally came to patrol without noticing. Memory is like a sponge soaked in water. If you squeeze it, something will come out. However, no matter how much water there is, after being squeezed countless times, the water contained in the sponge is almost exhausted. When Crown couldn't recall the words that could improve his proficiency for a long time, he woke up from his selfless state. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he saw that the room was completely dark, and the dim light from the room outside came through, allowing him to barely see the writing on the ground. He silently summoned, and the golden wall appeared in front of his eyes. Farouk Language, 986/1000, Level 1, you have escaped the ranks of language novices, but you are still far away from being proficient in conversation. There's still a little bit left, we have to find a new way to improve. Crown touched his chin and looked sideways at the light, thoughtfully. After constant practice, he has come to understand that every point of proficiency means that he has mastered a word and its related phrases. In other words, he now only masters less than 1,000 words. This amount is far from enough for a 20-year-old native, not to mention that he still needs to deal with the priest's cross-examination tomorrow. Crown stood up, walked to the door, and shouted twice, "Officer Yalu, Officer Yalu." During the process of practice, his memory was constantly awakened, and he had clearly and completely sorted out his predecessor's daily life. People who have been in contact with them in recent years, as long as they have had conversations with them, can recall their names and some snippets of interactions. The potion he sent to Yarrow last time was a good thing that had been improved by his original father and could restore men's strength and prevent them from sagging after a night of fighting. What do you call it? I stayed up most of the night. Yalu came to the iron fence with sleepy eyes and a resentful look on his face. It was the fat patrolman who brought the black bread. He had just fallen asleep when he was woken up and was very angry. Although he said it calmly during the day, people possessed by evil spirits are just a matter of anger. But at night, I still felt uneasy. Occasionally he came here twice, but he found that the other party was just writing and mumbling on the dust. Yalu felt much more relaxed and then reluctantly fell asleep. Say, what's the matter? With a smile on his face, Crown said, "Officer Yalu, can you give me my herbal medicine book?" When he was sent to the patrol team in the morning, he was still carrying a revolver and a herbal book. These things, along with a few coins in his pocket, were all taken away by the patrol police. Are you still in the mood to read? The patrolman looked at him suspiciously, and subconsciously reached for the pistol on his waist. Crown understood what he meant. After encountering an evil spirit incident, his whole family died, and he was still in the mood to read. There was something wrong. He forced out a heavy expression and said, "I can't sleep. As you know, our family relies on our father to support us. Now he is gone, but those who are still alive need to support themselves." Although Yalu's hand was still on the pistol, his expression softened a lot. Seeing this, Crown hurriedly added, "From now on, the police officer will get a 10% discount on medicines from me. 30% off. Deal. However, only 3 of them each month are available at 30% off, and the others are only available at 10% off. 3 sticks is 3 sticks." Yalu lowered his guard and showed a lewd smile on his face. 3 sticks were enough for him to use for a month. "Wait, I'll get it for you." "Thank you." Yalu quickly brought over a thick book and thoughtfully gave him a kerosene lantern. Sure enough, how could anyone be willing to provide enthusiastic help if there is no benefit? After thanking him, Crown couldn't wait to start reading the book. The book is very old, and it is densely marked with the meanings of some words and the medicinal properties of mutated herbs. It can be seen that the original person has read this book very hard. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Crown felt that he had never worked so hard in his entire life. Seeing the continuous improvement of his proficiency, he felt a sense of infinite satisfaction in his heart. The next day, noon. A flash of gold flashed in Crown's eyes. Farouk Language, 1688/5000, Level 3, you have mastered this language proficiently. Herbology, 119/2000, Level 2, you can recognize most common herbs and are familiar with their properties, which greatly improves the success rate of making potions. The second level Herbalism has white writing, while the third level Farouk has green writing. In just one day, he had already mastered the vocabulary of CET4 in his previous life. At this time, the patrol team reception room. Hull's face was livid, and he went out to assist the priest in handling the case of evil spirits. A more serious evil case actually occurred in the town. More than 10 people died in Skunk Street in one night. The nature is so bad that my captain will probably have a very hard time unless the evil spirit responsible for the crime can be caught. However, the evil spirit that could cause such a result would be so terrifying that even if he had 100 courages, he would not dare to catch it. Father Nick was sitting upright in black clothes, with a golden nameplate hanging on his chest, with burning flames engraved on it, and a hammer in the flames, which was the holy symbol of Hephaestus, the Lord of Flames. The kingdom of Farouk is located in the north of the continent, and its winters are extremely cold. The Lord of Fire is the dominant belief here, and people are grateful for the warmth that this god brings with his fire in the cold. Nick's expression was solemn. He had already examined the deceased victim. He found that there were traces of a soul condensation on the dead, which meant that their souls had been extracted. The soul is real, somewhere in the head of a creature, ethereal. But through an evil means, the soul can be solidified and become a real object. The evil spirit can actually use soul condensation. For him, things are a bit tricky. "Father, what should we do now?" Paul asked pleadingly. For this kind of supernatural case, we can only rely on the priest of the Lord of Fire. Nick came back to his senses. "Take Crown to the church, where I will perform an exorcism ceremony. If he is really possessed by an evil spirit, we can destroy it directly. If he is not possessed, we can also clean him, clear him of suspicion." The underground chamber of the church was brightly lit. Crown looked around carefully. The white candles formed a large circle and burned quietly. The melted wax oil flowed down the candlestick and slowly solidified. In each of the four corners of the room stood two sturdy patrolmen. The ground in the center is sprinkled with silver powder and drawn into an eight-pointed star shape. On the outside of the eight-pointed star, two concentric circles were drawn, marking words in strange shapes that he did not recognize. Nick was wearing a pure white robe with the church's holy emblem embroidered on the chest. He stood within the candle circle, holding a thick Bible in his hand. The book had a metal cover, shining with brilliant gold, and was also engraved with the holy emblem of the God of Fire. Looking at the people walking in, the priest nodded slightly and said, "Claudine, stand in the middle of the ceremony." In Crown's impression, priests would only wear this outfit on God's birthday every year. It's a blessing, not a curse, but it's a curse that cannot be avoided. The current formation is definitely not just as simple as asking questions. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart, walked into the candle circle with a calm expression, and stood in the middle of the eight-pointed star. When walking on the ceremonial pattern, his right foot paused for a very short time and then crushed it hard. When he stood still and saw that the pattern on the ground had not been deformed in any way due to his movements, he felt a little disappointed. Nick spoke in a deep voice with a solemn voice, "Crown Morty, as a people of God, you will receive the holy baptism today." Crown frowned slightly and corrected, "My pleasure, Father. However, you are mistaken. My name is Crown Moya." The priest's solemn expression relaxed slightly and he spoke again, "Names are just symbols. Our Lord will remember the soul breath of every lamb who has prayed to him. My child, although you have lost all your blood relatives in this world, you will always be bathed in the attention of the gods." Crown coughed twice and said a little embarrassedly, "Father, I have to interrupt, I also have a sister who got married and moved to the Rhine city. Now, he has fully accepted the memory of the original owner, and he even knows clearly when he had his first primitive impulse. Many things that the original owner had forgotten were also clearly recalled. He is now more real than the original owner." Nick's expression finally calmed down, because he often bought some herbs for incense from old Moya, and he was familiar with the Crown family. People possessed by evil spirits have very messy memories and their speech is garbled. Crown's thinking was clear, and there was a high probability that the other party was unlikely to be possessed by an evil spirit. As for why he survived the massacre of evil spirits, it can only be attributed to the benevolent care of the Lord of Fire. Despite this, exorcism rituals still need to be performed for the most accurate verification. "My child, please close your eyes and silently recite the scriptures of our Lord." After the priest finished speaking, his voice suddenly became louder, "In the name of the Lord of Fire, we expel every filthy soul." Following the priest's tone, the flame of the candle shot upwards. Nick's voice became distant and distant, echoing in the room, as if coming from above the clouds. The silver powder on the ground turned into a fiery red, turning the place beneath Crown's feet into a fiery red lava land. The patrol officers in the four corners opened their eyes wide, looking at this magical scene, and their faith in the God of Fire immediately became much more pious. Crown didn't notice this at all. He had his eyes closed at this time, and he only felt that he was wandering in a warm place. "All evil forces, evil spirits, and monsters, stay away from the Lamb who believes in our Lord and stop infringing on them." Nick held up the holy emblem on his chest and placed it on Crown's forehead. "Evil spirit, show yourself." The holy symbol bloomed with light, as bright as the fiery red sun, and disappeared in a flash. Nick was shocked when he saw wisps of black mist rising from the person under the holy symbol. Is this a sign that someone is really possessed by an evil spirit? During the exorcism ritual, evil creatures are greatly weakened and they are ignited by the holy light, thus revealing themselves. Only evil creatures burn black gas in rituals. The black energy on Crown's body gradually disappeared, but nothing unusual was revealed, and there was even a look of intoxicating enjoyment on his face. The priest firmly grasped the holy emblem and shouted, "Evil spirit, show yourself." The holy emblem bloomed again, and black mist steamed out from Crown's body, but it was much lighter than before. Crown felt two blazing warm currents flowing through his body one after another, and his body suddenly felt relaxed. For a long time, he heard no other sound, then he opened his eyes and met the priest's doubtful gaze. Could it be that he just had some evil spirits left in his body? Nick asked in confusion, "What do you feel now? Do you feel any discomfort?" "I feel full of power." Crown clenched his fists hard and said, "It feels very comfortable." "Father, can you please do it a few more times?" "Ha, if you do it 2 more times, you might want to bankrupt me." The ceremony was originally called Holy Baptism. Believers bathed in the ocean of divine power, thereby purifying the inner impurities, strengthening their bodies, and improving their life source. In the past, ordinary nobles could not enjoy this treatment. Exorcism is just a side function of it. The candles used in the ceremony and the powders sprinkled on the ground require a large amount of money to be exchanged from the church, otherwise the quota given by the church will not be enough. Nick suddenly smiled, "Of course. It costs 50 gold shields to hold a sacred ceremony. You have just been baptized twice, a total of 100 gold shields. Do you want 2 more? Although I was also blessed by the ceremony, you must pay for the materials in full." After hearing the priest's words, Crown's smile froze on his face. 100 gold shields, you might as well grab it. Do you provide this kind of service without my consent? The smile on Nick's face became more kind, and he spoke gently, "If you don't need to hold the holy baptism ceremony again for the time being, then settle the account. Should you pay it in cash or monthly? If you pay monthly, my interest is very low, and the daily interest is 10,000. 5 out of 5. Father, why is it so expensive to hold a ceremony?" Crown laughed along with him, feeling that he had been cheated. He was itching with hatred in his heart, but he still looked pleasant on the outside. In Farouk Kingdom, not many people dare to fall out with people from the Flame Lord Church. Nick pretended to be profound and said, "It's not expensive, but the price of these things is beyond the reach of ordinary people." He silently added in his heart, "I just sold one thing twice, which should be used to compensate for the consumption of the power of faith accumulated in the sanctuary." 163 years ago, a red moon appeared in the sky, and the sun could not block its brilliance. Since then, legendary evil creatures have begun to become active in the world, including werewolves, vampires, deerhead spirits, evil spirits, etc., but various extraordinary rituals buried in the old papers of the church have also been revealed. Every church has a sanctuary secret room underground. Complex magic circles are carved on the walls of the sanctuary and the floor of the church hall. The magic circle can collect the light of faith emitted by believers' devout prayers, purify it into liquid, and store it in the sanctuary. This kind of light cannot be seen by ordinary people. Only those who become extraordinary mystics can get a glimpse of it. The holy water sold in churches that can cure all diseases is just the product of this sacred liquid diluted with water. Zacktown is not big, and the power of faith collected can only hold 1 or 2 sacred baptism ceremonies every year. How could Nick not feel distressed? A large amount of black mist was purified from your body during the baptism, which is the soul toxin left by evil spirits on your body. Without the purification of these 2 sacred baptisms, these things have been accumulated in your body for a long time, and you are destined to become a crazy villain. The priest looked like you had earned it. 100 gold shields are not expensive at all in exchange for a new life. You still have a long way to go in life. After hearing this, Crown was completely sure that he had passed the test, and his anxious heart was finally relieved. As for the so-called debt, he automatically ignored it. The worst he could do was become an old man. He had obeyed the law in his previous life for fear of owing others. It would be nice to try other life experiences in this life, he thought. As dusk fell, 3 fires were lit in the square in front of the church, and the priest held cremations for the believers who had died in the evil incident. 18 members of 3 families were killed in the incident. Familiar neighbors and friends came to see him off. A dark crowd crowded the place, and everyone placed candles on the stone surface of the square. It is believed that candlelight can illuminate the soul's path to heaven as it travels to the gods. Crown stood beside a fire, looking sad. He has completely accepted the memory of the original owner, and his true feelings are completely revealed at this time. With blazing fire reflected in his eyes, he crossed his hands on his chest and prayed silently in his heart, "May the flames purify our sins and wash our souls, and may there be no sorrow in heaven." From time to time, familiar friends would come over and give him a hug or pat him on the shoulder, and Crown would smile gratefully. The flames gradually extinguished, and the night wind chilled his forehead. Crown put his family's ashes in black clay pots and prepared to bury the ashes in a wild cemetery during the budding month of next year and plant a Tasmania pine tree. In the teachings of the Lord of Fire, people come to the world, go through various sufferings to pay for their sins, and are purified in the flames after death, and then cast on the land to nourish growing plants, which can in turn serve as burning fire to illuminate in the human world. The world goes through cycles. The nuns also buried the ashes of 2 other families who had no other relatives. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the candlelight in the square gradually extinguished. Nick came over at this time. The house corroded by evil spirits must be purified before it can be inhabited again. Tonight, you can stay in the church gatekeeper's cabin. I will purify the house tomorrow. Crown bowed his head and saluted. Thank you, Father. Are there any charges? The priest was amused. No need this time. It is my duty to let the place where believers live be bathed in the glory of our Lord. Since you owe me a lot of money, this time it's free. Nick was silent for a few seconds and then comforted him. The dead have passed away, but the living still need to be strong. May the light of the Lord of Fire shine on you and me. May the light of the Lord shine upon you and me. The gatekeeper is an old man with a wrinkled face and gray hair. He used to be a lonely old man. After the church was built 3 years ago, the priest took pity on him and gave him this job. Although the salary is pitiful, the church provides 3 meals a day, and the food is pretty good. The priest should have told him that when Crown came here. The old man kindly pointed to the small door in the room and said gently, "You sleep in there tonight, the bed is a bit narrow." He sighed again. It's a pity that old Moya is still in his prime. Crown choked up and lowered his head slightly. "Thank you." He stopped talking, walked into the back room, and closed the door gently. It was very small inside, with only room for a narrow bed, a chair, and a mirror about a foot wide with a wooden base standing on the wall. There were 2 cracks on the mirror. Crown placed the pottery pot under the bed, thinking that he would go to the patrol station to pick up his belongings tomorrow. As soon as he was next to the bed, he fell asleep soon. I don't know how long it took, but the moonlight filtered through the small window of the room and secretly shone on the face of the sleeping man. Crown suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He got out of bed with bare feet, came to the mirror, and looked at the person in the mirror with his head sideways. The pupils of the person in the mirror changed from dark brown to yellowish brown, and then gradually elongated and flattened into strange vertical pupils. Several thick fleshy whiskers sprouted from his face, he grinned, and 2 long fangs sprouted from the upper and lower parts of his mouth. All of this was only shown in the mirror, and there was nothing strange about Crown outside. Bursts of black smoke came out of the man's ears in the mirror, and an octopus monster with tentacles and sharp teeth was fully revealed. The monster's tentacles grabbed the edge of the mirror and jumped out of it. Waves of water ripples appeared in the mirror. Crown's eyes immediately closed, his body floated in the air, and he floated back to the bed. The monster's body slowly became transparent and flew upwards out of the house, without the roof causing any hindrance to it. Hanging under the eaves of the gatekeeper's hut is a simple copper bell the size of a kettle. The bell's body is covered with complicated flame cloud patterns. The copper bell made a crisp sound, but then stopped suddenly. The old man, wrapped in a fur coat and sitting on a chair to watch the night, woke up from his sleep. He heard a ringing that went straight to his heart. He raised his ears and listened carefully, but he only heard the faint sound of wind outside. The old man shook his head, wrapped his coat tighter, lowered his head and fell asleep. In the early morning, Crown made a fist with one hand, beat his lower back, and walked out of the house with a sad look on his face. "I just took a nap. Why do my limbs feel weak?" He felt like walking on cotton. "What's wrong with you? You look so bad." Nick walked towards him with a puzzled look on his face. Feeling like his body was being hollowed out, Crown smiled bitterly. "I don't know why. When I woke up, I just felt very weak and powerless." It seemed that the evil spirit was more evil than expected, and the divine baptism did not completely eliminate its influence. Nick squinted in thought. Crown hit his lower back again, glanced up inadvertently, and suddenly froze. "The church is not short of money, right?" He pointed to the copper bell under the eaves and asked his doubts. "Father, why does this exquisite copper bell have no bell tongue?" The priest glanced in the direction of Crown's finger and explained, "This is a scaring bell made by the church. It does not require a bell tongue. As long as evil spirits or monsters appear nearby, the scaring bell will ring. The old guard standing at the door felt a thump in his heart. He was awakened last night, as if he heard the ringing of a bell, but when he listened carefully later, he heard no movement. Nick continued, "The sound of the alarm bell is very clear and can be transmitted far away. Even if a person is sleeping soundly, he can be awakened. If an evil creature appears, residents in the church and nearby neighborhoods can hear it. I must have heard it wrong last night. If it was really a ringtone, the priest must have heard it." The old man felt relieved when he heard this. "Let's go. After breakfast, I'll go to your house to hold a purification ceremony." In the patrol team, Crown checked his belongings. An old book on herbalism, no problem. A bunch of keys, no problem. A revolver, loaded with 6 rounds, but empty of bullets. Crown grinned. The front of the gun was always fully loaded. "Officer, I remember handing over a few coins when I came here." "You must have remembered it wrong," the tall and thin patrolman said calmly. "If you have nothing else to do, you can leave." Shaking his head, Crown quickly left the patrol team. The priest had already arrived at his home. Following the route in his memory, Crown jogged to the house on Skunk Street. He took out the key, opened the door, and said, "Father, please come in quickly." He opened the door and entered the room, suddenly feeling an indescribable cold atmosphere inside. Nick opened the flame Bible and began to recite the scriptures of the gods: "Where believers live, evil is far away, and filth is purified in the fire of our Lord." Finally, he raised the holy emblem on his chest, and the circular nameplate glowed and became extremely hot, with light and heat radiating around. Following the priest's movements, Crown felt the cold breath gradually dissipate. He felt hot in his heart as he looked at the holy emblem that had returned to its original appearance. People living in modern society are greatly shocked when they see real supernatural scenes. The priest went into other rooms and repeated his actions. After a while, all the rooms were cleaned and the two started chatting. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. "Open the door quickly," an anxious voice came. "Who is this?" "Anxious to reincarnate." Crown opened the door in confusion. A fat, dark-faced patrolman stood at the door. The other party looked inside and said as if seeing a savior, "Father, Captain Hull invites you to go to Tavern Street." He walked quickly to Nick and whispered something. I saw the priest's expression change instantly and his eyes narrowed. "I'm leaving. Remember to collect the debt." "I'll collect it in 2 days." Nick said a word and left in a hurry, with the black-faced patrol officer following closely behind him. "I owe you a debt. Forced buying and selling is so natural." Crown curled his lips and began to clean up the house. "These greedy hyenas, filthy maggots." Crown cursed and dropped a moldy bag of oats to the ground. He cleaned the house and found that it had been turned upside down and all the valuable items were missing. Even the 2 chairs made of red beech wood were missing. Evil spirits are not interested in these things. Needless to say, he must have been taken away by those patrolmen. He walked to the small courtyard behind the room, squatted down, looked at the floor of the stove that was still full of firewood ashes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Praise the Lord of Fire, the coffin Dad saved is still there. I dug and dug under the small stove. Crown picked up the small medicine shovel at hand, shoveled away the firewood ash, and dug down more than 10 centimeters until he found a black pottery urn. The earthenware urn is the size of a casserole and wrapped in thick layers of linen. Use a shovel to cut the ceiling line, point the mouth downward, and pour out a small pile of golden coins with the king's profile portrait printed on them. My predecessor's father was the only herbalist in the town, and this was all their family's savings. Charming little cuties. Crown was full of affection for the bearded man printed on the coin. He counted 36 golden shields in total. Does this auspicious number want me to run away with a bucket to escape debt? Grinning silently, he pulled out 12 coins, put the remaining coins back into the pottery urn, sealed it, and buried it again. Crown returned to the house and sat down, thinking about the way forward. In my previous life, I was mediocre, living frugally and saving money, thinking about marrying a wife when I was older. Without having children, the two of them lived together and support each other throughout their lives in quarrels. Coming to a strange and magical world, and possessing a proficient golden finger, he no longer wants to live an ordinary life. He wants to go on adventures, travel to the ends of the world, and experience different scenery in this world. Okay, just do it. Wait until you have enough strength and set off. He will repay the priest's money, provided that he can obtain the method of that mysterious power from the other party. Otherwise, just put it off. As for compound interest, that's not a problem. Running with a bucket can solve most problems, including debt. What are the abilities of evil spirits? The herbs and food in the house were all moldy and rotten, as if they had been in a humid environment for several months. Crown couldn't figure it out. He pinched his nose, threw the spoiled things into the garbage pool at the street corner, and returned to the house. How proficiency skills come from and how to possess new skills are what he is eager to experiment with. The skills of his predecessor had already appeared in the Golden Wall, and he was wondering if he could use the experience of his previous life to transform into a few new skills. As a qualified keyboard warrior, he has extensive knowledge and knows a little bit about everything. First, he performed a set of 5 lightning whips to warm up. Then he seriously practiced the first 8 of the 24 basic Tai Chi movements. He can only do so much. An hour passed, and Crone, who was sweating all over, put his feet together and pressed down with his hands. After finishing the work, the Golden Wall emerged. Practice in vain. No new skills appear. Is it because I haven't started yet or is it for other reasons? Crown thought thoughtfully, ready to try a few other skills. He found a kitchen knife, imagined that there was a wooden pile in front of him, and started chopping it seriously. During the chopping process, I also carefully considered the issue of exerting force. I chop, chop, chop. Half an hour passed, still in vain. Crown found paper and pen and wrote a piece of code. He was much more serious about work than in his previous life, but he didn't succeed. I have heard that at one time, the Buddha was in the solitary garden of Savatthi state, together with a group of 1,250 great bhikkhus. Staring dejectedly at the Golden Wall, the man who could only recite the first-grade Diamond Sutra smiled bitterly. Maybe Buddha never came to this world either. Now, there was only one resort he had yet to try. In my previous life, I worked overtime until late at night and rode a small yellow car back to my rental house. After that, I had nightmares for a long time and prayed to God and Buddha to no avail. Finally I got the answer in a small Taoist temple. The old Taoist priest with crane hair and boyish face said that he encountered something unclean and taught him the golden light mantra and contemplation method. He had no hope of getting these. This spell is also available online, so of course he has tried it. The old Taoist said that the function of chanting mantras is only to restrain the miscellaneous thoughts, so that the mental power can be truly concentrated. Contemplation is the core. It depends on whether he has the understanding to understand the divine intention. A dead horse is a living horse doctor. After practicing for half a month, it really worked and he no longer had nightmares. Crown sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands formed with golden light seals. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. When his thoughts calmed down, he began to think about a silver-white full moon hanging not far away in front of him, illuminating his whole body. For newcomers, reading can determine the life or death of a book. Please continue to read, invest, monthly votes, recommendation votes, thank you. Crone visualized the silver full moon shining silently all over his body, and then thought about this full moon entering the brain through the Tianmu point between the eyebrows, then through the Naimun straight line to the Tanzhong, and then moved to the left chest and entered the heart. Taoists believe that the moon is yin, the yin essence is in yang, and yin moves first, the sun is yang, and yang moves follow. The brain is the divine organ and is yin, the heart is the divine organ and is yang. The yin and yang ride on each other one after another to mobilize the divine machine and integrate into one body. At this time, he looked inside at the heart in his left chest and imagined that the heart was emitting golden light from small to large, just like a rising sun, with thousands of golden lights shining all over the chest and internal organs. After visualizing like this for 2 or 3 minutes, he slowly moved the red sun to the Tanzhong point, paused for a moment, and stopped in the Dantian, which descended from the middle to 1 3 inches behind the navel. Then he imagined that thousands of rays of golden light continued to expand, and the golden light filled his whole body and spread out in a spherical shape through the pores of his body. He was very skillful in doing it because of his previous life experience. And focused like never before. This is related to his final dignity. If it cannot be turned into a skill, it may mean that half of his previous life was wasted. In this way, Crown meditated on it over and over again. He didn't know how long it took, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable thought welling up in his heart. He continued the cycle and called out the Golden Wall. Suddenly, his breathing quickened. A line of green words appeared on the wall. Golden light spell, 3/10,000, level 0, you will become clear-headed and bright-eyed, your 5 internal organs will be cool, your 6 internal organs will be harmonious, you will have sufficient strength, and you will sleep better. Note, you will get hungry easily during practice, it's not in vain, it's a green skill, and it has special effects at level 0. Gulyolu. There was a growl in my stomach. It's past noon, let's go get some food. Crown stood up and walked out happily. Just get started, just liver. Tavern Street, Mill. 5 pounds of white flour, 10 pounds of white rice, 2 cloth bags for free, Chenghui 8 silver coins. The miller put the bag on the counter and smiled kindly. This was big business. Crown, who was still excited just now, felt a bucket of ice water pouring down on him, and his happiness suddenly disappeared. Is white rice and noodles so expensive? He hasn't bought vegetables or meat yet. The monetary system of the Farouk kingdom is very simple and straightforward, with the highest unit being the gold shield. 1 gold shield was equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was equal to 100 copper dollars. If you let go of eating, I don't know if you can eat these things for a few days. Practicing the golden light spell consumes a lot of calories. If you want to improve in shooting and herbal medicine, you need a lot of practice, which is also a huge expense. As for the debt owed to the priest, it was too much to ignore, and it would not be repaid in a short time anyway. Crown took out a gold shield from the lining of his clothes and placed it on the counter. Carrying the grain bag, Crown continued to walk forward, turned a corner, and came to a door on another street. There is a butcher table at the door of this shop, with several slices of pork hanging on it. Boss, here are 10 pounds of pork belly, sliced into half-finger-thick slices. Okay, Chenghui 26 silver coins. Crown tilted his head, pointed to a shop opposite, and said, "What happened there? Why is there a patrol seal?" The boss who was cutting the meat paused inside. Cow didn't open the door for business this morning, and no one answered the door no matter how hard he knocked. The neighbor called the police. When a family of 7 was carried out by the patrol, I saw white spots appeared on the corpses. Everyone said they were caused by evil spirits. This place is getting more and more dangerous. There was an incident of evil spirits harming people in Skunk Street a few days ago. No one survived. Are there any more victims of evil spirits? Is this world so dangerous? Crown couldn't help but be a little stunned. Since my predecessor can remember, there have been only about 10 evil spirit incidents in total, which is less than 1 incident a year on average. It had only been a few days since this time travel, and 2 supernatural events had occurred in the small town of Zak. He frowned and recalled, feeling shocked. There have been more evil spirit incidents in the past 3 years than in the previous 10 years or so. He had a terrible guess that the world was becoming increasingly unsafe. Gone. Crown glanced at the golden wall and cursed. For a whole morning, he worked hard and tinkered with all kinds of things, but he only had the skill to form the golden light spell. Unexpectedly, I just cooked white rice and made a pot of dried vegetables, slivers and meat at noon, and I developed a new skill. Cooking, 16/1000, level 1, obviously, you have the ability to cook raw rice into cooked rice. Could it be that he was born in a big foodie empire in his previous life, so his cooking skills naturally improved after traveling through time? After thinking about it, it's really possible. We eat rice dumplings on the Lantern Festival, pancakes on the 23rd of the first lunar month, Qingtuan dumplings on the Qingming Festival, rice dumplings on the Dragon Boat Festival, and mooncakes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Spring Festival is a nationwide mobilization, and leaders at all levels inspect the work of eating. In my previous life, it seemed that all lunar festivals were related to food. Perhaps the memory of hunger is too deep, and eating well is engraved in the memory of Chinese people. He took a hard bite of the sliver meat and muttered, "It's okay. If you are a good chef, you can at least eat with ease." After a full meal, Crown went out and went straight to the patrol team. On the way, he also bought a box of cigars. While eating, he had already made short-term plans. Among the existing skills, he practiced the golden light spell in the morning, went to the patrol team to practice shooting in the afternoon, and in the evening, he studied herbal medicine and started refining potions. Shooting is his only means of attack at present. The golden light spell seems to be a very potential auxiliary means, and herbalism is the skill of eating. As for language and cooking skills, just let it happen. In the patrol team, Yalu sat upright, his eyebrows full of solemnity. Last night, another evil spirit incident occurred. The deceased's injuries were identical to those of the Skunk Street victim. The evil spirit that committed the crime wants to stay here and not leave, right? Hello, Officer Yalu. The sudden sound startled the fat patrolman. There was a bit of anger on the patrolman's face. When he saw the person coming, he felt a little uncomfortable. "Crown, if you don't go to the mountains to collect medicine, what are you doing here? Is this kid asking for property?" No one can take away the meat I eat." Crown handed over a cigar in a familiar manner and said with a smile, "Officer, I have something to ask you for a small favor." The fat patrolman took the cigar naturally, but his expression became reserved without any violation. What's the matter? Let's talk about it first. I want to buy some bullets and rent our shooting training range. There are rules in the team, so it's very difficult to handle this. Yalu took the cigarette and smoked it on the table. Crown held a silver coin in his palm, placed it on the table and pushed it over. He took out the matches and smiled and lit the patrolman's cigarette. Yalu wiped his hand on the table, put a cigar in his mouth and leaned over it, took a heavy puff, and his fat face disappeared in the smoke. Who told us to be so familiar with each other? I will take you there. Don't be so polite in the future. Boom! After a gunshot, Crown slowly lowered the revolver. He rubbed his sore arms and sat on the chair next to him to rest. The golden wall appears in front of you. Shooting, 786/1000, Level 1, short-range fixed target is no longer a problem for you. Without real hard practice, it is impossible to improve your proficiency. The golden wall does not give people any thought of trying to catch a fish. In one afternoon, Crown shot through 200 rounds of ammunition conscientiously. 10-meter target practice is relatively easy, as there is no need to calculate ballistics. All you need to know is the basic 3 points in one line. That is, the eyes, front sight, and bullseye are in a straight line. Crown originally thought that shooting with a pistol would be easier, but unexpectedly it was much more difficult than he imagined. Because all the recoil of the pistol is borne by the two arms, unlike a rifle, a large part of the recoil is absorbed by the body. I can't practice anymore. If I practice again, I won't be able to lift my arms tomorrow. Crown gritted his teeth, packed up his revolver, and walked out of the patrol team's underground training ground. It was getting late, and he still needed to buy some herbs from other herb collectors and start making potions. Concerning herbalism, at present he is merely a theoretician. Are you planning to go back? At the entrance of the training ground, Yalu greeted him affectionately. Looking at the enthusiasm, people who didn't know it would have thought that the two of them had some kind of super friendship relationship. Crown smiled politely. Today's training is over. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Okay, I'll wait for you tomorrow. Yalu smiled and nodded. The other party bought a lot of bullets in the afternoon, and he earned a few more silver coins. Seeing the opponents back walking away, Yalu's expression turned sarcastic. He shook his head disdainfully and said, "If you want to learn shooting well, it takes more than just a lot of practice. This kid is very bad. We have already searched his house. There is still money left to waste. However, what does this have to do with him? He hopes that the other party will come every day." Crown didn't know what the patrolman was thinking. Even if he knew, he would just smile indifferently. The joy of having sex is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the eastern edge of Zack Town, there is a simple wooden house with a fence around the house and a vegetable patch. At this moment, old Hans was sitting at the door of his house, smoking a homemade cigarette with a sad face. He is a herb collector and makes a living by collecting herbs from the nearby mountains. In the past, the medicine he picked would always be sold to the only herbalist in the town. Now the herbalist's family has been killed by evil spirits and has returned to the embrace of the Lord of Fire, and his herbal medicines have no market. Although the herbalist still has a son alive, he has seen that child before and he was still very tender. Does the other party know how to use herbs to make potions? Hang! The other party is now able to recognize all the herbs produced in the mountains. But what should I do with the herbs collected now? Waiting for a month for the merchants who occasionally pass by? Many herbs need to be handled properly within a short period of time after being picked, otherwise they will lose their medicinal properties. Herbal medicines that often need to be treated in this way are expensive. Old Hans, I'm here to buy herbs. The gentle voice interrupted the old man's thoughts. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the visitor. Isn't this the herbalist's son, Crown? You? Purchasing herbs? Why, you don't do medicine collecting business now? Of course. What's the price? Same as usual. Just like my father. That's fair. Come in and take a seat first. Crown smiled and shook his head. No, I have to rush to the next house, just take it out. 4 oil lamps were lit around the square experimental table in the room. A special herbal juice was added to the oil lamp. The light was not dim, but white and bright. On the table, the alcohol lamp was turned on at full power, heating the asbestos net, and sitting on it was a large crucible. It was a stew of gorse, bloodgrass, and dog bones, with a turbid green liquid boiling inside. Crown pressed one hand on the edge of the grinding bowl and ground the dried goat beans gently and soothingly with the other. When he felt that there was no longer any astringency in the large particles, he stopped what he was doing. Sprinkle the goat bean powder into it, then pick up a glass rod and stir quickly until the mixed liquid turns dark red. When the liquid inside became viscous, he removed the alcohol lamp and began to stir slowly. When his hands felt that the liquid inside was no longer so steamy, he stopped stirring and allowed it to cool down naturally. Crown rubbed his slightly swollen head and sat on a chair to rest. He closed his eyes and kept replaying the various steps of refining the potion in his mind. He has failed for half the night, and he doesn't know if he can succeed this time. But he was not anxious at all. As long as he worked hard to refine it, his proficiency in herbal medicine continued to increase. Success is only a matter of time for him. After a while, his swollen head relaxed, and his originally tense nerves relaxed. He stood up and came to the table, raising the cauldron to his eyes. Inside was a black, sticky ointment. He put the cauldron to his nose and sniffed lightly. A faint fragrance hits your nostrils. Yes, that's what it tastes like. There was no reason, he knew it was successful this time and he could sleep peacefully. Crown smiled softly, finally having a way to support his craft. He skillfully put the ointment into the clay pot, carefully scraped off every trace of the ointment on the dog bone, and then wrapped it with a layer of oilcloth to seal it. This was an ointment that promoted blood circulation, removed blood stasis, and strengthened bones. He was going to use it to recover from the damage to his arm caused during shooting practice. He gave the ointment a new name, Tiger Bone Ointment. When the morning sun had just risen, Crown had already washed and had a meal. Then he sat cross-legged in the room and began to meditate on the golden light spell. Now, every practice brings him 3 or 4 points of proficiency. During the morning, 2 more meals need to be replenished. In the afternoon, he clocked in at the patrol team on time for about 3 to 4 hours of shooting training. In the evening, he would visit the homes of herb collectors in the town to see what herbs he could buy. After returning home, Crown will apply tiger bone paste on his arms and legs, eat a big meal, and then make potions. For days, one after another. On the 5th day, Crown practiced the golden light spell for half a morning, then stopped and prepared to go out. There's nothing he can do, he's finished his food. The golden wall slowly appeared in sight, and Crown had a smile and satisfaction on his face. Farouk language, 1756/5000, level 3, you have mastered this language proficiently. Herbology, 896/2000, level 2, you are familiar with the medicinal properties of a large number of herbs, and the success rate of refining potions is greatly increased. Shooting, December 5000, level 3, you can always hit fixed targets at medium and short distances, and you also have a high hit rate against moving targets. Golden light spell, 1054/10000, level 0, you are getting more and more energetic. You can shorten your sleep time and work up your energy. Cooking, 712/1000, level 1, in addition to being able to cook raw rice into cooked rice, you gradually learn to discover the deliciousness of the ingredients themselves. In just a few days, he had broken away from the ranks of rookies and had some ability to protect himself. It was difficult to improve his proficiency by shooting at fixed targets. He needed to go to the vast wilderness to shoot live animals. It just so happened that he also needed to sell the potions and plasters he had refined during this period to the main customers of the Crown family. Some medicines require receptor experiments before he can determine the dilution ratio of the medicine. Sometimes medicine works too well, which is not a good thing. Crown took out a shabby wooden box the size of a computer mainframe and laid a layer of soft cloth inside. Then put the finished medicines that have been refined in the past few days into it at intervals, with some rags in the middle. These glass test tubes are very delicate, and if they are not properly protected, they may end up being a piece of cake. After preparing these, he shouldered the box, picked up the revolver and the backpack containing 200 rounds of ammunition, and strode out the door. Just as the door was locked, a voice came from behind. Where are you going? The voice is not loud, but full of majesty. Crown escaped, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Father, why are you here? Come inside quickly. As he was just thinking about something, he didn't notice the creditor coming to his door, but he was well aware of the other party's intention. He reopened the door and invited the priest into the room to speak. I heard you're doing well these days. Nick's voice was low, and there was no hint of emotion or anger. Of course, Crown could hear the implication. You are living well, why don't you pay off your debts quickly? He responded in a gentle tone, without any embarrassment at having found his little tale. To be honest, I owe a lot to the priest. Don't worry if you have too many debts, and don't itch if you have too many lice. The priest snorted coldly. Can I think that you are blatantly refusing to repay the debt? No one in the kingdom dares to owe the church money for the materials for sacred baptism. It's not that I won't pay it back, it's that I want to pay it back but can't. Crown spread his hands and forced a wry smile. In the past few days, I have been practicing making potions day and night. He patted the box. These are the results. I was just about to go out to Ronnie's breeding farm to sell this batch of potions. Only when the level of potions continues to improve, will I be able to make a steady stream of money and return it to the priest? I heard that someone went to the police patrol every afternoon to shooting 200 to 300 rounds of ammunition at a time. I don't feel safe. I also need to go to the mountains often to collect herbs. Without excellent shooting skills, not to mention those weird monsters, even ordinary beasts can't deal with them. Crown answered fluently, and he had already planned for these responses. He said as he unbuttoned his shirt. He reached out and fumbled through the lining of his clothes a few times, then placed all the gold shields that he had not spent yet on the table. No one was at home a few days ago. It must have been robbed. I can only take out so much. Nick reached out and grabbed the coin, bumping it twice in his hand. It's only 8 gold shields, but you owe the church 100 gold shields. I owe it to the church. I owe it to you, the priest, right? Crown curled his lips and changed the subject. Have you caught the evil spirits who committed crimes these days? The priest calmly put the golden shield into his pocket, locking the target position. You just don't know the enemy's shadow yet. Crown was silent for a few seconds and then spoke. Father, in the face of such an enemy, do we ordinary people have any way to deal with it? You can pray to the Lord of Fire. Nick's words brought a bit of discomfort. Crown was stunned when he heard this. Does the priest have any way to deal with evil spirits? Of course, I am an exorcist priest. Nowadays, every church is equipped with an exorcist priest. Dealing with evil spirits is easy, but first we need to find those maggots hiding in the gutters, but I am not good at tracking them. Exorcist priest. Crown was a little excited when he heard a new word. Father, do you think it's possible for me to become an exorcist priest? Exorcist priests select young people with devout beliefs, and then undergo at least more than 10 years of rigorous training before they can be qualified. You are too old, and some of the training is no longer possible. Crown didn't give up and asked, could it be that the ordinary people of the Lord of Fire can only close their eyes and wait for death when faced with evil, besides praying for ethereal miracles? His mood was faintly excited. Nick squinted and looked at him slightly differently. When faced with evil creatures, most ordinary people only know how to passively pray and wait for salvation, and have simply lost the courage to resist. The young man in front of me has experienced a mysterious incident, and still has the determination to fight, which is commendable. Nick was born into a family of ordinary believers. After hard training, he became a glorious exorcist priest, but was assigned to this remote small-town church. Why, isn't it because there is no power behind him? Each exorcism priest will be equipped with 2 crusaders to assist the priest in killing evil creatures and protecting the parish, but he did not. The bishop assigned by the church administrator euphemistically said, even if evil appears in the backcountry, it is still a weak scum. The exorcist priest alone is enough to solve the problem. If there are no accidents, he will most likely be stationed in this town for a long time. If the church does not assign him a crusader soldier, why not try to train one himself? Nick's mind was racing, and his fingers were tapping the table rhythmically. Seeing the priest lost in thought, Crown held his breath and sat upright. The priest's next answer was related to his ability to contact a higher level of power, and his heart beat faster involuntarily. After a long time, Nick spoke slowly and in a low voice. The church trains ordinary people to become warriors who guard the Lamb of the Flame Lord. I have also mastered this method. Without hesitation, Klein said something sonorously and forcefully. Father, I am willing to be a sharp sword in the hands of the Lord. Ha, Nick looked at him thoughtfully. It's not impossible. If you are willing to become a guardian of the church and pay for the training yourself, and there are evil creatures that harm the parishioners and you can accept my recruitment unconditionally, I am willing to be your guide. Crown understood and brought his own dry food to become the priest's thug. If there was danger, he would go first, and the priest would take the advantage. He asked in embarrassment, pure selfless dedication? If the priest wouldn't relent, he agreed. As long as he can come into contact with higher levels of power and can practice to get started, his goal will be achieved. As for constraints, there are always ways to remove hidden dangers. Nick thought the other party cared about money. Evil creatures also have many precious materials, which are expensive. As long as you work hard, you will get 20% of the gains. Are you willing? He is not a stingy person who wants the horse to run fast but does not let the horse eat grass. If he has a capable helper, he will be much more relaxed. According to his work experience in Zacktown in the past few years, the world's spirituality is becoming more and more active, and there must be more and more evil creatures. He had long thought about cultivating a group of crusaders, but the church always rejected his request because of insufficient funds. Most of the people in the town who can afford the training have moved to Rhine City, leaving him alone now. I am willing to be the sword that protects the church. Before Crown finished speaking, he was interrupted by Nick. First of all, you need to prove that you can afford the cost of training. The church will not help you with this money. I'll give you 2 months, no, give you 3 months' time. If you can pay back the money for the materials for the holy baptism, I am willing to guide you to become a glorious crusader warrior. Nick stood up and patted his pockets. Those gold shields are regarded as interest. 3 months, 100 gold shields. Young man, the world with mysterious power has opened the door to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to grasp it. The priest had been gone for a long time, and Crown was still sitting in his chair. The rising and falling of his chest showed that he was not in a calm mood. 108 gold shields in exchange for a vague promise. He knew he shouldn't place his hopes on other people's character, but he wanted to take a gamble. Make money, stud. If he wins, he steps into the world of the mystic. If he loses, his shooting skills are not perfect. If he wants to come back for revenge, he will always find an opportunity. Perhaps it was the golden wall that gave him the confidence. Unknowingly, the cowardice in Crown's character in his previous life gradually disappeared, replaced by resolute courage. On the east side of town, steam engines roared noisily in the quarry. A kind of basalt is produced here. The townspeople mine the raw stone and polish it to make exquisite floors or carve various utensils. Quarrying is considered the pillar industry of Zack Town, supporting more than half of the town's population. Crown rode a rented mule past the bustle of the quarry and continued eastward. On the road, we encountered steam locomotives pulling goods from time to time. Climb over the hills and come to a gentle slope. Here, there are 2 livestock farms and a slaughterhouse. About a quarter of the Rhine City's pork, beef and mutton supply comes from here. Crown's real big customers are concentrated on this slope. As a herbalist, he mainly serves animals. In a sense, Crown is more like a veterinarian. For example, the pink potion that old Moya supplied to Yalu and others was a diluted product of the potion used by stallions, breeding pigs, etc. He needed to recalculate the dosage suitable for humans. Based on his past memories, his current level of herbal medicine is no less than that of his father, and his ability in refining potions is even far greater than that of his father. Another effect brought by proficiency is that after succeeding once, his lowest level next time can reach the highest level last time. Humans are emotional animals, and their state will always have ups and downs, but his state will remain at that high point. It's equivalent to his state being at its previous peak, which is very scary. Crown arrived at the gate of a livestock farm, got off the mule, tied it to a nearby stake, and then began to call the owner of the livestock farm. Mr. Ronnie, this is Crown, please open the door. The iron gate covered with thorns was quickly opened, and a tall, sturdy middle-aged man with a red beard and a square face came out. The man opened his arms and hugged Crown, saying, "I deeply condolences for what happened to your family." After hugging him hard for a few times, the man put his hands on the other person's shoulders and looked at his face carefully. "It seems that you are very strong and have overcome the sadness. The dead return to the embrace of the Lord of Fire, while the living must face the world. My choice is to face it with a smile." "Very good. Your father and I first interacted more than 20 years ago, when you were not born yet. If you need help, come to your Uncle Ronnie." Crown smiled shyly. "Thank you. I discovered that I have a great talent for making potions. I wonder if my uncle's livestock farm can let me continue to supply them?" Ronnie's expression was awkward for a moment. He didn't answer directly and pulled the other person into the house in the livestock farm. "You sit here for a while. Karlovan needs me, and I have to go take a look." Crown had been here many times with his father, and he knew that Karlovan, a brown stallion with a golden mane, was the most expensive property at Ronnie's ranch. "This is a fine stallion of mixed Morgan blood. It is said that all the viscounts of Rhine City used Karlovan to breed their family's mares." Ronnie's words of evasion were expected by Crown. His predecessor was dull by nature and did not show any extraordinary talent in herbal medicine. The profession of herbalist is similar to that of traditional Chinese medicine in previous lives. The older you get, the more valuable you become. It is impossible to get Ronnie's attention based on his previous performance. Now, when Crown offered to continue supplying medicines to the livestock farm, of course Ronnie had to avoid it. Crown immediately stood up and took Ronnie's arm. The middle-aged man's expression instantly became cold. He didn't seem to see the cold eyes of the other party. While putting his wooden box on the table, he said, "Uncle, you might as well take a look at my potion before discussing cooperation. If it doesn't work, I will never bother you and leave immediately." His words had reached this point, Ronnie did not leave, but the distrust in his eyes was still strong. The man still did not believe that a 20-year-old young man could achieve his father's attainments in herbal medicine. If it weren't for the fact that he had a good relationship with the other party's father, he might have already kicked him out. There are 3 types of medicines brought by Crown. The first is to treat dysentery, the second is to treat flatulence, and the third is a medicine to increase the stallion's interest. They are all common medicines in livestock farms. In a sense, they are fast-selling medicines. These medicines can also be used on humans after being diluted, but the dosage is very particular. Opening the wooden box, Crown took out one of the 3 potions and handed it to Ronnie. The man took the potion, shook it a few times, and looked at it carefully. "Huh," he said in surprise. "Judging from the color, these potions are not inferior to the other party's father's, or even better." Ronnie half squinted. "Did you really make it? It couldn't have been left behind after your father made it, right? If I didn't create it, how many times can I hide it?" The man nodded and agreed with this statement. "I want to try the medicine. If it can achieve the effect of your father, I agree to continue to cooperate. The price will be the same as before. Old Moya is the only herbalist in the town. If he cannot buy it from Little Crown, he will have to buy it from the merchants or the pharmacist in Rhine City, which will increase the cost a lot." "Sure." Ronnie felt the other party's confidence and nodded. "There is no problem with the medicine. I will purchase medicine from you for a long time." Together, the 2 of them went to find out how effective the drug was in animal experiments. An hour and a half later, Ronnie looked at Karlovin, who had been struggling on the mare for nearly an hour, and then at the collie, who was no longer bloated, and the collie, whose stool was obviously not so loose, and couldn't help but nod. He generously received a batch of medicines from Crown and placed in order. The 2 said goodbye happily, and Crown mounted his mule and headed to the next livestock farm. Using the same method, he obtained the qualification to supply medicine from Mr. Lockent without any surprise. Crown said goodbye to Lockent. "I will come here once a week from now on. If there is an emergency, sir, you can send someone to the town to find me." Lockent patted his back, nodded and said, "I understand. Seeing you like this, old Moya must be very happy to have a successor." "Sir, I found that there are a few less turkeys in the chicken farm." A fat woman ran out of the livestock farm in a panic, shouting from a distance, "Damn chicken thief, don't let me catch you." Lockent cursed and turned around. "Sorry, I need to deal with the chicken farm first. Goodbye, sir." Crown got on his horse and left. Crown continued deeper along the hillside, preparing to practice shooting and dig up some herbs. As his herbalism abilities improved, he naturally came to know that some herbs that had mutated and were considered unfit for medicine actually had unusual value. There were overgrown weeds ahead, and the mules could no longer move forward. He tied his mount to a white birch tree as thick as a bowl, threw the empty medicine box nearby, and wandered around by himself with his bag on his back. Cuckoo, a big gray turtle dove sang a happy song and flew over the branches. Crown turned his head and drew his gun, all in one movement. Boom! When he turned around and saw Ikaruga, the arm holding the gun was already straightened. "Don't open your mouth, it would be wrong to open your mouth. Are you dead if you scream for joy?" Crown happily put the turtle dove into the bag he had prepared and continued walking forward. He used the wooden stick in his hand to open up the grass, and a black sage appeared inside. There is no black sage originally. It is said that it is a variant that only appeared after the change in heaven and earth. The deep black is so rich, and there is a faint halo flowing on it. Some say it is a deadly poison contaminated by the breath of evil spirits. Taking out the medicine shovel, Crown carefully dug out all the herbs and put them solemnly into a small wooden box. Among the new knowledge brought to him by his increased proficiency in herbal medicine, black sage is more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary ones. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is poison in a sense. With black sage, he was able to create a stronger poultice for bruises. Although it is on the outskirts of the mountain range, Crown has gained a lot. His backpack containing herbs was soon half full of gorse, buckgrass, and groundroot, and he also hunted 2 pheasants and a hare. The sun is setting in the west, with a red halo surrounding it. Based on experience, Crown judged that it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He began to realize that in this day and age, camping in the wild in the middle of the night is very dangerous. Wandering evil spirits or monsters will happily accept these delicious meals. Back near the mount's position, the mule had eaten all the young grass around the birch trees. Crown put down the bag of prey and herbs, found some larger rocks, and prepared to practice shooting. He didn't find much game, and shot only a few shots. Raising his hand to throw the stone away, he held the gun with one hand and quickly took aim. Bang, bang, he fired twice before hitting the target. After thinking for a moment, Crown continued shooting. Threads of realization filled his mind. When all the bullets he brought in his backpack were used up, the chance of hitting the fast-flying stone with his first shot had risen to about 80%. A golden wall appears in front of you. Shooting, 1026/5000, level 3, you can always hit fixed targets at medium and short distances, and you also have a high hit rate against moving targets. At the current rate of progress, his shooting skills will be promoted in 4 or 5 days. Crown nodded with satisfaction and took out 6 bullets from the pouch on his belt. This is specially sewn on the predecessor to keep bullets in your revolver at all times. After quickly loading, Crown picked up the items, mounted the mule, and started to return. When he turned a corner and walked out of the forest to the northeast corner of Mr. Locken's livestock farm, he involuntarily stopped. This corner is covered with a thick net and is where the owner raises chickens. There are also several ferocious lion-head geese and several goats in the chicken farm. Crown opened his eyes wide and looked at what was happening inside. A black goat with long hair stood upright on its hind limbs and bent its forelimbs like a kangaroo, walking towards a small wooden house with an open door. Behind the goat, 3 chickens lined up and followed lazily. The animals entered the house, and Crown pulled the mule back into the forest, then tied the mount to a tree. He walked to a secluded spot and observed the hut. It didn't take long, about 10 minutes. The goat came out of the hut and got down on all fours. Its mouth is chewing, and the chicken's claws are still exposed. Temptation, chicken eating. This goat has become a sperm. Crown came to the conclusion that he no longer looked over there and retreated to his mount. The sun began to set, and Crown got back on his mount, walked out of the forest, and flew towards the town. When passing by the chicken farm, he glanced at the goat eating chicken and found that the black goat had a handful of grass in its mouth and tilted its head to look at him. The goat's rectangular pupils revealed a human light. Suppressing the faint feeling of hairiness in his heart, Crown drove his mule past as if nothing had happened. At noon on the second day, church. Crown informed the priest about the strange phenomena he saw at the Lock Kent livestock farm. Nick half squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. It must be possessed by evil spirits. What kind of existence are evil spirits? Can they still possess animals? You can understand that this is a kind of spiritual creature of evil spirits. Ordinary people cannot see the form without special means. Only by becoming a mystic can you observe it with your own eyes. Some evil spirits feed on human emotions. Some evil spirits feed on the abundant energy and blood of animals, and the evil spirits that possess animals belong to the latter category. The priest stood up and said, "I'm going to change my clothes. Are you interested in seeing how to eliminate evil spirits?" Of course. Crown didn't get what he wanted. He felt that after he revealed that he wanted to be trained in the church, the priest was much kinder to him and even invited him to observe. Nick quickly changed his clothes, which shocked Crown. He was wearing a silver half-armor, holding an iron buckler in his left hand that could cover most of his body, and holding a flail in his right hand. Looking at the spiked iron ball the size of a casserole, the corners of Crown's eyes twitched. The priest is thin, but the weapons in his hands are very heavy. Crown once thought about being a deadbeat and not paying back his debts, but fortunately there was no conflict. Do we need to notify the patrol team? No, these people are of no use against evil spirits. The two took out 2 strong horses from the church stables and galloped towards the eastern suburbs of the town. In Lockent's livestock farm, Lockent looked very surprised when he saw Nick and 2 people visiting him in military uniforms. He glanced at Crown suspiciously and said in confusion, "Father, what happened? Come on." The priest turned to give instructions, and then said to Lockent, "Take us to the chicken farm." Crown smiled at his big customer. "Sir, I discovered the identity of the chicken thief in your chicken farm yesterday." Lockent was even more confused. When a chicken thief was discovered, shouldn't he be told about the victim directly? Why was the church priest first notified? That chicken thief is the black goat in the chicken farm. Black goat? Lockent exclaimed. A few people talked and soon came to the corner of the livestock farm. Nick stopped not far from the chicken farm and said, "Bring out the black goat." No one made a move. The priest took a glance and snorted coldly, "I'm just worried that the fight will damage your things. If you don't feel bad, it's okay for me to go in." Crown asked softly, "Father, is there any danger?" No, the evil spirit has not realized that it was exposed. Otherwise, it would have escaped. At this time, the obese maid in the chicken farm saw a group of people approaching, including her boss, and hurriedly came out of the chicken farm. "Mr. Lockent, father." Lockent nodded. "Vasha, go and get the black goat out." The maid didn't know why, but she did as she was told. "There are 3 goats in the chicken farm. One is black and the other is brown. There is no way they can be confused." The black goat was brought out with grass still eating in its mouth. The priest stared at the goats with interest for a while and then ordered, "You guys, stay back as far as possible." Several people followed the good example and left one after another. After a few people walked away, Nick took a few steps forward and ran towards the black goat. At the same time, the flail in his hand lit up with red light. After the flail was fired, the scene of explosive fluids that Crown imagined did not appear. I saw a stream of black energy gushing out from the 7 orifices of the black goat. It stood upright and swelled. Its limbs became extremely thick, the hooves of its lower body were extremely huge, the hooves of its upper body became like human hands, and its nails turned into sharp claws. The goat's face hasn't changed much, except that the black hair on it has faded a lot, and its eyes have turned blood red. The horns on its head became thicker and more curved, with thick black smoke lingering on them. After the transformation, the left hand of the goat-head monster grabbed the spiked metal ball on the flail, and there was a joking expression on its face. The goat-head monster suddenly swung its arm, and the priest was thrown into the air. It swung the flail, and the priest was hit hard on the ground. Nick didn't look embarrassed when he landed. He stood firmly on the ground. Crown was relieved. The goat-head monster was moving very fast, and he was very worried that the priest would die before he could escape quickly. If that were the case, everyone here would be buried with him. When Nick landed, he stepped back, dragging the goat-head monster in his direction. He raised his buckler and slapped it on the monster's face. Most creatures have fragile noses, and the goat-head is no exception. Crowan saw that its black nose had collapsed and turned blood red. The goat-head loosened its grip on the flail and took a few steps back in pain. Instead of taking the opportunity to attack again, Nick took a few steps back. He muttered a few words quickly, raised his left hand, and the buckler burned with red flames. The goat-head monster roared angrily, and trampled the ground with its right leg, causing a circle of dust to rise immediately from the ground. At this time, pale and bluish fireworks also lit up on its hooves. As the fireworks rose, a layer of white frost formed on the ground with it as the center of the circle. The tips of the sheep-head monster's hair were also covered with a layer of snow white. After the dust cleared, Crown's sharp eyes discovered that there was an obvious depression on the ground. Woo! A low roar came from its mouth, and Crown found that its teeth had turned into the jagged shape of a carnivore. Drawing his pistol, Crown prepared to help the priest. Nick laughed wildly, picked up the flail and rushed forward. Not to be outdone, the monster stamped its hooves again and pounced forward with its sharp claws. One person and one monster struggled together at such a fast speed that Crown could only see 2 after images. His wish to help was in vain. The 2 warring parties were moving too fast, and his eyes seemed unable to keep up with their movements. There were some depressions of different depths appearing on the ground, and Crown's heart was filled with excitement as he looked at them. The mysterious man was able to unleash such destructive power, which further strengthened his idea of collecting money to become a crusader warrior. No, he wants to make more money. Becoming a crusader is just the beginning. The priest once said that daily training costs a lot of money. After about 5 minutes, the 2 seemed to have a winner. I saw the sheep-head monster rolling and flying far away, and then got up in a panic. Nick stood where the battle group was just now, just panting slightly. Crown seized the opportunity and quickly fired the bullet of justice, directly at the goat-head monster. Bang bang. He emptied the magazine, and the 6 bullets were arranged in a standard cross shape and embedded in the monster's chest. Crown's eyes contracted violently. At a distance of more than 30 meters, pistol bullets were unable to penetrate the enemy's muscle skin. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and understood in his heart how big the gap between himself and extraordinary creatures was. Although he only caused superficial wounds to the monster, he hurt the monster. The goat-head monster looked towards him and roared twice fiercely. Nick adjusted his breathing and strode towards the monster. The sheep-head monster roared fiercely and kept retreating. Suddenly, it turned around and ran away so fast that it left only a black afterimage. It flew to the fence, jumped high, and easily crossed the fence several meters high. Nick did not pursue him. He swung the handle of the flail. The iron ball above seemed to be heated through and turned into a fireball. He suddenly threw the flail out with force, and with a flash of red light, he hit the goat-head monster in the air in the blink of an eye. The monster fell heavily outside the wall, and the iron ball on the flail completely submerged into its back. Lock Kent ran to Nick excitedly. "Praise the Lord of Fire, if it hadn't been for your arrival, Father, we would have died in the mouth of this monster." Nick put his hand on his chest and responded calmly, "Praise the Lord of Fire. It is the Lord who gave me the courage and strength to defeat evil. Sir, you can make more contributions to the church." Crown was walking towards the side, and when he heard the priest's words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Dedication means donating money. What the priest said was so direct and natural. "Yes, I will make an offering to the church this Sunday, and I am willing to make an offering to the church on the first Sunday of every month." Crown first thought that the owner of the livestock farm was wealthy, but then he thought about it and felt relieved. In this era when evil is roaming the earth, if you have a good relationship with a priest who can kill monsters, your life and property will be greatly protected. In doing so, you are obviously sacrificing a small amount of money to protect a large amount of money. Crown figured out why he started his business later than Ronnie, but is richer than Ronnie. This is the pattern. No wonder Lock Kent can become bigger and stronger. After solving the monster, Nick and the two did not stay here long. They asked for a piece of black cloth to wrap up the goat-head monster outside, and then said goodbye to Lock Kent. Before leaving, Lock Kent pulled Crown aside and quietly stuffed him with a small bag. After weighing the bag and hearing the sound of wealth coming from inside, Crown nodded and smiled with satisfaction, once again sighing at the other party's overall situation. Crown struggled to throw the monster on the back of his horse, and after Lock Kent's repeated efforts, he waved goodbye to him. When the two reached the quarry, the priest who was walking in front stopped the horse. "What's going on?" Crown hurried a few steps forward, and when the strong horses in front of him came together, he also tightened the reins of the horses. Nick turned his head and stretched out his palm. "Take it out." What to take? He was a little confused. "Don't pretend to be confused. I saw that Lock Kent gave you a purse. You just provided information and did nothing. It was all up to me to kill the evil spirits. Don't you feel hot holding all this money? You can leave it to me. 20%. Father, you are not authentic." Crown didn't want to give it, and his voice became louder. "Lock Kent will definitely give the church a much larger donation than this. I deserve it all. If you don't give it to me, you'll have to take it yourself." Curling his lips, Crown could only honestly throw the money bag to Nick. The priest gently tossed the money bag a few times with his hands, opened the bag, and counted, 50 silver coins, you get 10. After speaking, Nick put some silver coins back, threw the bag back, and pointed at the back of his horse. "This distribution is a matter of principle. This mutated monster is also worth a lot of money, and I will give it to you equally. 20%, just laugh." After hearing this, the resentment on Crown's face disappeared a lot. He was just thinking about how to get along well with a stingy superior. The two got back on the road, galloped wildly, and soon returned to the church. After handing back the horses, Crown was about to leave when he was stopped by the priest. "You handle the trophies and I'll teach you." "Okay, the priest thinks I can definitely become a crusader, right?" Crown's face was filled with light. "That's not true, it's just that I don't want to do it. If you don't have enough financial support, I advise you not to try to become my lord's warrior easily. Once you start, you can't look back. Without adequate nutritional supplements and medication, you may fall first. Abyss. Making money is a small problem." Crown was not worried. Problems that money could solve were not problems. Now, his proficiency in herbal medicine skills has steadily improved, and the yield rate of potion production has reached an astonishing 80%. With sufficient raw materials, he is a humanoid medicine refining machine. He planned to wait until the merchants who often traveled to the town arrived again to discuss cooperation. If cooperation cannot be reached, he will leave for Rhine City. Subconsciously, he just wanted to stay in Zack Town and wait until his proficiency was no longer enough to go out and see the outside world. Crown carried the goat-head monster on his back and followed the priest to the basement. He recognized this as the route by which he had come in for what was called divine baptism. On the wall above the rotating stone steps, there is a burning torch every not far away. Their shadows squirmed on the wall. Nick did not push the door of the room where the ceremony was held, but went to the next room. He lit the oil lamp in the room, pointed to a large iron table in the middle, and said to the people behind him, "Put the monster on it." The flame of the oil lamp was bright and milky white. The priest lit a few more oil lamps, and the room was instantly as bright as day. Crown placed the goat-head monster on the table as gently as possible, and then quickly looked around. "This place looks like a large warehouse, with shelves lined up next to the wall, but only a small half of the space is filled with various bottles and cans. There were small white labels attached to the bottles and cans. Just as he was about to move over to take a closer look, the priest had already brought a large wooden box and placed it on the table. Anatomy tools. Crown opened the toolbox, and there was a cold light inside. A wide variety of knives, hammers, tweezers, saws, chisels, scissors, pliers, etc. are all available. For those who didn't know better, I thought it was a dual-purpose toolbox for carpentry and dissection. The muscles of the monster's body are very tough, and small-caliber firearm bullets cannot penetrate them at all. But in front of tools made of Valyrian steel, they are just tougher cowhide. Picking up a palm-length scalpel, Crown was slightly surprised. The impact of bullets cannot penetrate the muscles. What can this silver-colored and beautiful knife do? As if he understood the young man's disbelief, Nick spoke again, "Try it with a knife." Crane grasped the knife in his hand like a pen and pressed hard on the belly of the goat-head monster. After a slight dull feeling, the knife head was completely submerged. The monster possessed by this kind of evil spirit is not worth much. Only its heart, teeth, and skin are valuable. You try to take these things off. 2 hours later, Crown returned to his residence from the church. In the words of the priest, the workload was not heavy, but he was very tired. Despite the sharpness of the tool, his arm ached unbearably. Back home, Crown began practicing the golden light spell. Bullets were unable to cause fatal injuries to monsters, which greatly dampened his enthusiasm for shooting. He planned to only practice shooting when he went to the livestock farm to trade in the future, and he would also spend his afternoon practicing the golden light spell. When he came back yesterday, he had refilled the rice jar and marinated the meat, preparing to make air-dried bacon. What I have to do now is to meditate on the golden light mantra continuously during the day and work hard on liver herbal medicine at night. In the middle of the night, Crown lay down to sleep contentedly. After a night of practice, herbal medicine will soon be improved to the 3rd level. When he fell asleep, his body floated silently, as if being lifted by something. After a while, his body fell back onto the bed. The next day, early morning, Crown held onto the wall, breathing heavily. Golden walls appeared before his eyes. He glanced at the golden light spell. Golden light spell, 2607/10,000, level 0, you are getting more and more energetic, you can shorten your sleep time, and work up your energy, has a problem. He said to himself. You were fine before going to bed last night, but why do you feel like your body has been hollowed out when you wake up? Is it because of too much practice? In the past, he only practiced the golden light spell for one morning, but yesterday's practice lasted about 2 hours longer than the previous few days. Crown couldn't figure out the specific reason, so he decided to practice the golden light spell during the day today to see if this situation would happen again tomorrow. Eat and practice the golden light spell. Keep eating, keep practicing. Throughout the day, Crown worked hard on his liver proficiency. With continuous practice, he felt that the feeling of weakness gradually diminished and finally disappeared. It's not a problem with the golden light spell, something must have happened last night. Crown ate his white rice and came to his own conclusion. After dinner, he washed up and started studying liver pharmacy. In the crucible on the experimental bench, Euplurum root, Guaji, Puraria lobata, Scutellaria bicalensis, and white peony root were boiled. This is a formula to treat fever, and it turns out to be a traditional Chinese medicine formula from a previous life. This was beyond his expectation, and the power of the proficiency wall was beyond his imagination. Perhaps, this cheat connects the underlying databases of the two worlds. Regardless, this is great news for Crown. He took out the grinding bowl, threw the 2 cicadas into it, grinded them skillfully with a little force, and finally poured the powder into the crucible. Picking up the glass rod, he stirred slowly and evenly, taking out the glass rod to look at it from time to time. When he pulled out the glass rod again and saw that the liquid on it had a stringy feel, he quickly put out the alcohol lamp with the cap. Along with his movements, a feeling of joy emerged from his heart. He thought slightly, and the golden wall appeared in front of him. Herbology, 6 out of 5,000, level 3, you have begun to study magic potions, and the refining efficiency of ordinary potions is 100%. As herbalism advances, some knowledge appears in my mind, as if it was already there. Black sage, one of the ingredients in blood boiling potion, has the effect of stimulating blood circulation. Blue tulip petals, one of the ingredients in blood boiling potions, have the effect of raising blood temperature. The blood boiling potion is definitely not for ordinary people to use. Crown grinned. If he finds a good channel, the speed at which he makes money will increase to another level. In the evening of the next day, after finishing the golden light curse, he had a quick dinner, walked out, and headed straight to the church with a small backpack on his back. Of course he didn't go to church to pray, he just wanted to discuss a business deal with the priest. When Crown saw Nick, he only saw the priest's brows furrowed and his lips tightened. "Praise the Lord of Fire," he said respectfully, and then asked, "Are the servants of the gods also troubled?" "Praise the Lord of Flames," the priest stood up and responded solemnly. "The reason why I am troubled is that the Lamb of my Lord has been harmed again, and I cannot catch the evil thing in the shadow." "Why is the little Zacktown becoming more and more uneasy?" Crown murmured in his heart and asked, "What happened again?" "The Smith family, the blacksmiths in the town, and his next-door neighbors left us." The tragic situation of the deceased was exactly the same as the previous evil ghost incidents. "The devil is still wandering in the town, hiding in dirty and dark corners, waiting for opportunities to spread death." Nick's voice was filled with anger and annoyance. The evil spirit's ability is getting stronger step by step, but he can't stop this bad situation because he can't find where the murderer is hiding. He is not afraid of confrontation, and his ability to exorcise demons has been strengthened in the past few days. But if the evil spirit plays hide and seek with him, he will be blinded. The church must send an exorcist priest who is good at tracking to be stationed in Zacktown. Even if it doesn't work, someone should be sent to help him deal with the dirty evil spirit. "Am I a bad guy?" Crown was mired in self-doubt. It had been less than 10 days since he had traveled to this world. Counting the time when he killed his predecessor, for supernatural and evil events had already happened around him. "What brings you here?" The priest's words brought him back from his thoughts, and Crown quickly revealed his purpose. "I have now developed some potions that can be used by people. I hope the priest can help spread the word. Medicine in this world is not very developed, because the holy water sold in various churches can really cure diseases. In most cases, the effect is pretty good. The only drawback is that the holy water is a bit expensive. This has created a situation where most people who are not well off will continue to carry it when they are sick, and will not go to the church to donate money to obtain holy water until they can no longer carry it. There are no doctors in this world who can truly treat illnesses and save lives. The glory of the gods has obscured this profession." Crown's idea was to fill that void. "Ha," Nick sneered, "isn't your potion for animals? Besides, why should I help you? If I help you, won't the church's income be reduced?" He didn't refute, he just nodded. After the priest finished speaking, he spoke in a deep voice, "Father, let's speak openly. Holy water is expensive, and the quantity sold every month is very limited, right? But the potion is different, and the price is much cheaper. Ordinary people have headaches, fever, and diarrhea. Besides, how could it be? Let the priest work in vain. 10% of the sales will go to the priest. What do you think?" Nick leaned back in his chair, squinting and thinking for a while. 10% is too little, I want 20%. Also, how can you prove that you really gave me 20% of the sales? 2 makes 2%, and Crown itself has reserved room for the other party to make a counteroffer. "Deal," he replied cheerfully, approached the priest and said, "I am not going to sell this potion myself. I can leave the potion in the church and the church will sell it." "No," Nick interrupted, "the church cannot participate directly. I have a younger brother Nelia at home. I sent him to help deal with this matter. You make the potion at home and he handles the sales. This is no problem, but he is only responsible for sales in the Zacktown area." Nick stared at Crown for a while and said, "You are very confident and very ambitious. I am a man who aspires to be a sharp sword in the hands of the church. If I can't earn enough money quickly, will the priest still be willing to teach me? Then you have to hurry up." 10 days have passed. After finalizing the details with the priest, Crown returned home happily. The priest's hometown is the city of Seine, and it will take quite a while for his brother to arrive. In the next few days, Crown spent the day doing the golden light spell and the night studying herbal medicine. Apart from eating, sleeping and purchasing herbs, he used all his time. 5 days passed. In the morning, Crown stared at himself in the mirror with a pale face, sunken eyes, and pursed lips. After becoming more and more proficient in the golden light spell, he became quite energetic. How could such a morbid phenomenon occur? Something unknown must have happened at night. "Can I ask a priest for help?" Crown shook his head. After all, he was a person who had traveled through time. Strictly speaking, he was also an evil spirit from another world, occupying the body of a person in this world. The golden wall appeared in front of him, and Crown stared at the line of the golden light spell. Golden light spell, 4638/10,000, level 0, you are energetic and only need 4 hours of sleep a day to ensure full day vitality. He let out a long breath. After advancing to the 3rd level, the refining of ordinary potions can no longer promote the growth of proficiency. The blood-boiling potion he mastered also lacks certain materials. He just hoards ordinary potions and ointments these days. He decided to reduce the time for making herbal medicines to 2 hours a day, and spend the rest of the time focusing on the golden light spell. Since the golden light spell can alleviate this weird situation, let's advance it to the first level. As a zero-level skill that turns green into a golden wall, he was full of expectations. With his current efficiency and full energy, he estimated that he would be able to advance in 10 days. 8 days later, night. Crown sat cross-legged in the room, concentrating on the visualization of the golden light spell. 4 days ago, he once again woke up in the morning feeling extremely weak. That day his face was blue and his whole body was shaking. He simply stopped refining herbal medicine and devoted all his time to practicing the golden light spell. Every time that kind of weakness attacks, his body needs to practice the golden light spell for a longer period of time to recover. Crown was afraid that if he came 2 more times, the others would simply disappear. He visualized his heart emitting golden light from small to large, like a rising sun emitting thousands of golden rays all over the chest and internal organs. Then he slowly moved the red sun to the Tanjung point, paused for a while, and then visualized the red sun entering the Dantian. Finally, he imagined that thousands of rays of golden light were constantly expanding. The golden light filled his whole body and spread out in a spherical shape through the pores of his body. After a round of visualization, a mysterious feeling flooded into his heart. In his mind, there were 2 more ways to make Taoist talismans and 2 kinds of handprints. Pure Heart Talisman, clear your body and surrender your inner demons. Usage, draw the talisman, light it, dissolve it in water and take it. Golden Light Talisman, the divine light blooms to expel external evils. Usage, draw the talisman and stick it on the chest and back or on the utensils, it can disturb external evils. In the Great Sun Seal, the thumbs of both hands face each other and the other fingers are interlocked. In the Moonlight Seal, the thumb and index finger intersect, and the other fingers open naturally. The introduction of the 2 Taoist symbols is very simple, and there are pictures to introduce the materials and drawing methods. Crown didn't pay too much attention to the production of Taoist symbols. He urgently called out the golden wall. Golden light flashed, and the writing on the line of the golden light curse turned blue. Golden light spell, 1/50,000, level 1, quietly calm the mind and sweep away evil spirits. At the U hour, worship the bright moon and bathe in the moonlight, make moonlight seals with your hands, and imagine the bright moon shining silently to wash your soul. At the Ma hour, face the rising sun, form the great sun seal under the sun, and visualize the great sun let the light shine to melt your body. Note, at the beginning of the practice, you can only withstand the moonlight and sun essence for 2 hours at this stage, so don't seek death. Calm down the mind and drive away evil spirits. The first level golden light spell is paired with Sun Jing Yu Hua, good. Crown was overjoyed, and the gloom in his heart these past few days was gone. He felt that the unexpected physical condition he had experienced during this period was the sequelae of evil spirits' intrusion. The priest released 2 so-called holy baptisms in the church but failed to eradicate the hidden danger, which was one of the reasons why he refused to ask the priest for help. If you can't get anything done with the money, you would be a fool if you ask for help again. It was night, and Crown had a sweet sleep. In the early morning, before dawn, Crown got up early. He washed up hastily and boiled more than 10 eggs quickly. After boiling, he put the eggs into a brown paper bag, took the gun, put the kettle and paper bag into his backpack, and headed straight to the east of the town. He wanted to stand on the hill and welcome the first ray of light from the morning sun. Before going to bed last night, he carefully pondered the practice of the golden light spell. According to the introduction on the Golden Wall, he understood that he would need to conduct a short period of separate visualization at Mao Shi and Yu Shi in the future. At the Mao hour, visualize your heart and whole body shining brightly under the rising sun, holding the seal of the great sun with your hands. At the Yu hour, just visualize the bright moon shining silently all over your body. Now he can only use the sun and moon to refine himself, and is completely unable to use the essence of heaven and earth. Because you are still very fragile, you must not meditate under the light of the sun and moon at other times. After walking for nearly an hour, Crown finally arrived at his expected destination. The sun has not risen yet, but you can already see the clouds on the horizon like golden cotton wool. He kicked away the stones, sticks, and other debris under his feet, and then sat on the ground. Facing the rising sun, he formed golden light seals on his hands and began to visualize. More than 10 minutes later, when he once again visualized a red sun radiating golden light from his dantian, the morning sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on him. Crown suddenly felt a different kind of warmth filling his whole body, and a crystal-clear crystal ball suddenly appeared in his consciousness. The crystal ball floated quietly, not affecting his thoughts at all. From this perspective, Crown saw an shaped dividing line in the crystal ball, and a touch of gold seemed to appear at the left bottom of the ball. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a sudden change occurred. A frightening and crazy howl sounded from his mind, and the sound also contained an inexplicable sense of decay. Crown was immediately kicked out of his contemplation state. He felt like someone was banging a gong near his head, and his whole head was buzzing. He opened his eyes wide and saw cyan veins exposed on his arms. The blood vessels are twisted and twisted like a centipede. There were bulges under his skin, like a swarm of rats writhing under the sheets. The capillaries burst, and his skin was like a sea of blood blooming. At the same time, black spots appeared where the blood flower burst, and there was a burning pain. What Crown couldn't see was that this condition appeared on his entire face and entire body. There is something inside you. A chill poured from his head to the soles of his feet. He clenched his fists hard and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. In the past 10 minutes or so, this abnormality gradually disappeared, but the black spots still remained. Raising his hands, Crown looked at these black spots and felt old. It's similar to looking at old people who are about to reach the end of their lives, and the sense of decay comes over them. After breathing for a while, Crown slowly stood up. He had an intuition that the evil spirit that had been killing people crazily in the town during this period was now residing in his body. He didn't understand why he had this judgment, but he felt certain. After reaching this conclusion, Crown's limbs trembled slightly. It's not impossible, at least the golden light spell can restrain it. Thinking of this, Crown let out a sigh of relief. He opened his backpack and took out a paper bag and water bottle. First he drank a sip of water, and then started to peel the eggs and eat them. After eating all the eggs, drinking half a bottle of water and resting for a while, Crown felt that his physical strength had recovered a little. He picked up his backpack and rushed to the town. It was already daybreak, and pedestrians began to appear on the road. No matter how anxious we were, we couldn't stay here to meditate. Not to mention that it wasn't quiet enough here at the beginning. If the same situation happened again and someone caught me, I might be regarded as possessed by an evil spirit. His current state is definitely possessed. When Crown hurried back to town, he thought that there was not much food stored at home, so he decided to go shopping first. In the next few days, I could no longer go out, and the inexplicable black spots on my body always gave people an ominous feeling. It's okay if you bump into other people, but if you bump into the priest, things will go terribly wrong. He pulled his sleeves down, covering as much of his arms as possible, and walked straight to the mill. After buying rice and noodles, he went to the butcher on Squirrel Street. Looking at the locked door, Crown had no choice but to buy eggs from his neighbor first, 20 pounds of eggs. The voice was hoarse, like a knife scratching on a metal plate full of burrs, which startled him. Okay. The egg seller didn't care at all how uncomfortable the customer's voice was, and replied enthusiastically, eggs cost 2 silver coins and 50 copper dollars per pound, a total of 50 silver coins. Crown cleared his throat, took out a gold shield from the lining and handed it over. He lowered his voice and said, "Why didn't the guy selling meat next door open the door today?" "You don't know yet?" The vendor took the gold shield, scratched the top of his head, which was severely hairless, and said with some fear, "The evil spirits have been causing trouble for 4 or 5 days. Of the 8 people, not one of them is alive." Crown narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Do you still remember the specific day?" The vendor was a little confused that the customer with the unpleasant voice asked such detailed questions, but considering that he was a big customer, he tried to think back. "Well, it should be the 24th, yes, that's right, the 25th is Sunday. It was not open for business, so I reported it to the patrol in the afternoon." 24th? "That's right, I had a physical condition that morning." Crown believed his judgment more and more. The evil spirits killing people in the town were also residents of this body. "Sir, here's your change, and your eggs." Crown grinned, but did not correct the ambiguity in the vendor's words. He took the coins and eggs, picked up the grain again, and left quickly. Back home, Crown washed the rice, put it in the pot, and quickly lit a fire to cook. After lighting the fire, he cut all the remaining air-dried bacon at home into large square cubes, preparing to stew them all today. When the rice is cooked, he stews the meat and adds long beans, radish leaves, and other dried vegetables. In no time, the delicious food is ready. He ate a bowl of rice with the stewed meat. When he felt 80% full, he put down the bowl and spoon and began to meditate on the golden light mantra. Crown sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands formed golden light seals, and he quickly entered a state of visualization. When the visualization entered the final stage, he visualized the golden light from his dantian radiating loudly all over his body, and that crazy and frightened voice came as promised. The change in the body occurred again, and Crown was keenly aware that the change in the body this time was slightly milder than the first time. After more than 10 minutes, he returned to normal. Touching the beads of sweat behind him, Crown took off his shirt, revealing his weak chest. He came to the backyard, filled another bowl of rice, pulled out a large plate of stew, and ate it with big mouthfuls. The body's mutation lasted only a short time, but Crown consumed a lot of energy and physical strength. After finishing the rice, he licked the plate clean. After washing his face, Crown sat cross-legged on the floor again and said softly through gritted teeth, "Evil spirit, I'm going to kill you." He formed golden light seals on his hands and started a new round of visualization. In this way, when the sun sets and the moon rises, Crown has performed 21 visualizations of the golden light spell, and has also finished the large pot of rice and stew he made in the morning. After a short break, Crown made another pot of rice and scrambled half a pot of eggs. Unitary hour refers to approximately 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Since there is no timekeeping tool at home, Crown can only judge based on experience that he can only visualize the silent moon about 5 times. To be on the safe side, he decided to perform only 3 visualizations in the moonlight. He walked into the bedroom and opened the thick curtains, letting the moonlight fill the room. Crown sat down cross-legged, made moonlight seals with his hands, placed them on his knees, and closed his eyes. Visualize a silver full moon rising in front of his eyes, illuminating his whole body for a moment, and the silver moon falling into his eyebrows. Just after completing this step, a cold feeling suddenly arose in his mind. Before Crown could sigh that the moonlight's effect of cleansing his soul was so immediate, the cold feeling exploded and quickly spread throughout his body. He felt as if something was squeezed into his body, and then his consciousness was wrapped in a thin film. His body stood up uncontrollably, and in panic, this body stood in front of the full-length mirror. The moonlight was bright, and Crown saw his eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and a group of black fleshy whiskers shot out from his face. The man in the mirror had a strange smile, revealing his perfect white teeth. Then he saw his right hand slowly raised, his index and middle fingers bent, slowly approaching his face. Crown suddenly realized that the monster controlling his body wanted him to dig out his eyes with his own hands. In shock, his mental strength became unprecedentedly concentrated. The membrane covering his consciousness seemed to be torn open, and Crown felt that he had gained some control over his body. Specifically, he took over some control of the left side of his body. He suddenly grabbed his right hand that was almost touching his eyes with his left hand, pushed it out as hard as he could, and leaned his head back as much as possible. A strange scene appeared in the room. The man stood in front of the mirror, trying to reach forward to grab his face with his right hand, and pushed hard with his left hand. It's a battle of wills, where the winner takes all and the loser gets to play. Crown didn't know how he held on. When the cockcrow came from the distance, the feeling that his body was being controlled by a foreign object disappeared like a tide. His body fell limply to the ground, convulsing all over, and his mouth was open wide, breathing hard for air. Before, he had never felt that being able to breathe freely was also a kind of happiness. He was very tired physically and mentally as well. Crown forced himself to stay awake. When the cramping pain subsided a lot, he struggled to get up. He fetched a basin of water and poured himself a bath. While fetching water, Crown saw his reflection in the water. His face was black and blue, with many round black spots the size of small coins. The cold shower was very refreshing, and he calmed down his mind. After eating a lot of cold rice and scrambled eggs, he began to meditate on the golden light mantra. Monsters could appear at night, and if it happened again tonight, he didn't think he would be able to hold on. Therefore, you must make full use of it during the day and meditate on the golden light spell for as long as possible to weaken and kill the enemy. Only in this way can there be hope of living. If the monster cannot be weakened enough during the day, he may never see the sun again tomorrow. Regaining his energy, Crown began to visualize the golden light spell. After the cycle ended, the frightening howl of decay appeared in his mind again, and the pain in his body was still there. Not sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that the pain lasted less this time than yesterday. When his body gradually returned to normal, a fierce look flashed across his face and he continued to meditate. By noon, he had clearly felt that the wailing in his head after the visualization cycle had weakened a lot, and the pain in his body had also eased a lot. Crown stretched out his hands and was pleasantly surprised to find that the black patches on the skin of his arms had faded a lot. Kali let out a long breath and ran to cook in a happy mood. The consumption of the golden light spell and the physical pain also consumed his physical strength and energy very quickly. All the food prepared last night had gone into his belly. After relaxing for a while and having a delicious meal, Kron had no intention of resting for a few minutes and continued to meditate on the golden light spell. The bright moon appears in front of you, and then you put it between your eyebrows, follow the planned passage to the Tanjong point, move to the left to the heart, visualize the heart like a red sun blooming with golden light shining through the internal organs, and finally the red sun moves to the Dantian. Here light shines all over the body and radiates outside the body. This set of concepts has slowly become Kron's instinct, and he has mastered it as naturally as breathing. 2 hours later, most of the black patches on his body had faded. 2 hours later, when the sun set, all the black patches disappeared, and his skin completely returned to its normal state, with a faint jade-like luster. At this time, Kron completed a visualization, and bursts of black smoke came out of his body, and a faint stench filled the room. The whisper of the evil spirit that had become very weak suddenly became louder and then quickly became weaker. Kron felt like there was an extra scene in his mind. A monster that looked like an octopus rolled crazily in a golden flame. The monster's head and tentacles were covered with eyes, and black smoke burned out of its body. The smoke swirled around the monster, getting lighter and lighter. As it burned, the size of the monster became smaller and smaller. It did not last long, and finally turned into an hourglass filled with golden sand. The hourglass started to rotate, as if it had crossed a space to another scene, and came to a huge crystal ball, slowly rotating around it. Kron's consciousness also stayed here. He felt that he had become an invisible and qualityless object, and only his consciousness resided here. He looked carefully and found that the big crystal ball was the crystal ball that appeared after he meditated under the rising sun. At this moment, on the left side of the crystal ball, the faint golden layer disappeared. Where is this and how do I get out? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Kron felt as if his consciousness fell from the sky and quickly returned to his body. The disgusting stench filled his nostrils and he almost vomited on the spot. Standing up hastily, he quickly opened the window and walked quickly to the door. Passing by the full-length mirror at the door, he suddenly froze. The man in the mirror has fair skin and a rosy glow on his face. The sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes are shining with hope, and even the aquiline nose looks a bit cute. So handsome. Being strong or not is only temporary, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. Kron narcissistically touched his hair twice and walked out of the room. The golden light spell actually has the additional effect of beautifying. Thumbs up for this skill. In a happy mood, Kron moved to another room. He wanted to do another visualization to make sure that all the hidden dangers of evil spirits had been eliminated. After contemplating the familiar road, he just felt comfortable all over. Except for the feeling of hunger, there was no sign of the evil spirits in his body. He laughed softly a few times, and his slightly tense spirit completely relaxed. He happily heated up the rice and ate 4 large bowls. After feasting, Kron sat down on a chair to rest and think about things. He is thinking about buying an alarm clock or a pocket watch for timekeeping. It is difficult to judge the time now, which makes it difficult for him to meditate on the Mao hour and the Yu hour. I have already figured out how to make the pure heart talisman and the golden light talisman. The golden substance obtained in the crystal ball after visualizing under the rising sun is one of the raw materials for drawing golden light symbols, and it is called sunflame liquid. One of the raw materials of the Qingxin talisman is called moon dew, which is said to be obtained during visualization during the Yu period. He didn't know the practicality of the 2 Taoist charms, but he was very much looking forward to the power that would emerge after the golden light spell was advanced. Kron expressed in his mind that he wanted to come to the position of the crystal ball, and his consciousness suddenly arrived there. The function of the crystal ball is already clear. It is a container for storing solar fluid in moon dew. But the role of the hourglass transformed by evil spirits needs to be tested slowly. This is an hourglass with a brass base. The crystal clear crystal contains a shallow layer of golden sand. The fine sand did not fall, but stayed on top of the hourglass. It was also constantly autobiographical, and Kron saw 2 silver stars engraved on the base of the hourglass. Every second, the stars would twinkle at the same time. He touched the hourglass with his mind, trying to see if he could turn it upside down. Unexpectedly, the hourglass seemed to be cast in the void, and he could not shake its state at all. What was a bit novel was that when he touched the hourglass, he felt like it was caressing his own skin. The feeling was wonderful. Kron felt like he had a black line on his head. He touched it and felt it. How could you have such an improper idea? Despite this shameful thought, he couldn't help but stroking the hourglass over and over again. After the star on the brass base shone again, it did not lose its light, but stayed on. A feeling of bliss arose in Crown's consciousness, and he understood the two functions of the hourglass. The first, timing, now he could feel the passage of time with an accuracy of a quarter of an hour. The second is to pause time. He can consume the sand of time, which is the kind of fine sand in an hourglass, and temporarily stagnate the time around the body. More specific abilities require him to conduct more precise tests. Crown's consciousness returned to his body, and he eagerly wanted to experiment with these two mysterious abilities. "It's 5:15, naturally," he told the current time. Since there was no timer, there was no way to verify it, but he looked at the sky outside and felt that there was generally no problem. Then, he took out a silver coin and gently threw it in the air. When the silver coins began to fall, he turned his mind and used the power of the hourglass. The silver coins seemed to have lost their weight and really stood still in the air. He maintained this ability, and after about 3 or 4 seconds, the silver coin returned to its original quality and began to fall again. Stretching out his hand to catch the falling silver coin, Crown's consciousness returned to the unknown space. He saw that all the golden sand in the hourglass had been consumed. What a magical ability! From now on, I will call you the Hourglass of Time. After Crown's consciousness exited the mysterious space and used the ability of the time hourglass, he already understood some of the characteristics of this item. The timing function is a passive ability that always exists. As the hourglass's ability increases, it can also determine the passage of time more accurately. The ability to stop time is compared to silver bars, and it can only be released by consuming the sands of time. There are two ways to obtain the sand of time. One is the natural accumulation over time, and the other is transformation. Absorbing the spirituality of living things can transform the sands of time. In Crown's understanding, it is a collection of biological essences and spirits. Without this spirituality, animals will become walking corpses, and plants will wither and die. Another kind of transformation is to absorb the pain, fear, despair and other negative emotions of living creatures. The best target for this transformation is primates, especially humans, because they have feelings and can produce strong negative emotions. Mood. The ability of the time hourglass is essentially the ability of evil spirits. If he wants to actively increase the sands of time, he doesn't know what side effects it will have. He is not ready to actively obtain the sands of time for the time being. He will decide whether to take the initiative after he has a general understanding of the mysterious world. Obtain. The ability to stop time has not been fully tested. For example, what is the specific coverage area of the ability? If a bullet is shot, will it cost the same to stop it and to stop the falling silver coin? These need to be verified slowly. At this time, the physical risks have been solved, and Crown is no longer so eager to conduct tests in this area. He planned to shift his focus to herbalism and the production of two kinds of Taoist talismans. Herbalism is a craft for making money, and only if you can make money can you accept the teachings of the priest and become a crusader warrior. With the advancement of the golden light spell, he now has some methods to fight against evil spirits, but his physical fitness has not improved much, except that his recovery ability has become stronger. He also needs a way to deal with monsters. Werewolves and vampires are not just legends, they are also real. It is said that the larger the city, the more numerous these two evil creatures are. When he killed the goat-head monster that day, Nick showed off his might and completely overturned his impression of the priest. He was able to carry a heavy shield and flail and maintain a vigorous fighting state for a long time, which made him completely believe that the priest had a way for people to fight against evil. After thinking about this, Crane decided to resume his previous routine. During the day, he still visualized the golden light spell. When buying herbs, he paid attention to the materials for making Taoist charms. He also practiced shooting while trading with the livestock farm. At night, he focused on improving his proficiency in herbal medicine. The production of ordinary potions already provides very little proficiency, but since he has not yet entered the circle of extraordinary beings, he now has no channels to obtain raw materials for blood-boiling potions or sales channels, and can only rely on making these ordinary potions to make money. In the next few days, he plans to increase the production of ordinary potions. In a few days, the frost moon will enter, and the kingdom of Farouk will also enter a long and cold winter. He needs to stock up on enough goods before the merchants arrive. In the first week of every month, merchants pass through Zack Town. They will stay here for 2 to 3 days, buying and selling. Pink medicine is used to promote excitement, Buplurum medicine is used to treat colds and reduce fever, Bruise ointment is used to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. These 3 medicines have a wide range of applications and are in high demand. He plans to sell these 2 medicines to merchants. The frost moon has arrived, the sky is not completely dark yet, and the wind outside the window has already brought a biting chill. Crown made moonlight seals on his hands, bathed in the bright halo, and meditated. In his consciousness space, the silver liquid on the right side of the crystal ball accumulated at an imperceptible speed, shining brightly together with the golden liquid on the left side. When his spiritual sense came to him that it was 6:15, he slowly stopped the exercise. Exhaling, he picked up the wooden box he had prepared, stuffed the pistol into the inner pocket of his old coat, and rushed to the Goat Inn on Tavern Street. At noon today, he went out to buy grain and meat and learned that merchants had arrived in Zack Town. In the medicine box are several samples of medicines, as well as a black-tailed grass. He was going to ask the descendants if they knew the herbs used by the mystics. If they knew them, it meant they had access to people with extraordinary abilities, and he might be able to obtain a supply of materials for making blood-boiling potions. In a short time, he arrived at the door of the Goat Hotel. The hotel is bustling with people at night, and quarry workers who have worked hard all day always like to come here for a drink. Pulling open the goatskin curtain hanging at the door, a warm and lively atmosphere rushes into your face. Abel, 2 more glasses of dark beer. The food is being served, why is it so slow? Jason, are all your chefs slacking off? Crown smelled the aroma, and felt a little hungry unconsciously. He imagined that the energy consumed by the golden light spell was much more than at the 0 level. Have a big meal here after you finish your business and see how the chef's skills here compare to mine. He swallowed as he thought and walked straight to the counter. Old Jason, where are those merchants? Old Jason was in his 40s, with a strong build but not obesity, and a slight bald head. His predecessor had come here many times to deliver goods, and they looked very familiar. A Giselle caravan? Without looking back, old Jason pointed to the small door at the back of the house and said, they took over the entire backyard. Okay, I'll go talk to them about business and prepare 2 roasted lamb legs for me. I'll eat them after we finish talking. After saying that, Crown stepped inside. Hey! Old Jason stopped him, turned to his face and said in a low voice, can you still supply the pink potion? Of course, my level of potion is much better than that of my father. I can supply it even if you eat it, so you can fill it up. Crown patted his chest, I'll send you some tomorrow, prepare the money. Your uncle, get out of here. Jason touched his smooth scalp with some embarrassment and spat. You kid, you are so willing. When your father was alive, he would only buy a roast leg of lamb during the Chinese New Year to make you tired. Yalu, ask the chef to roast 2 more legs of lamb and add more chilies, he shouted to the busy waiter. Crown walked through the crowded aisle toward the back door. When his hand was about to touch the doorknob, an arm stretched out in front of him. Friend, I want to discuss a business deal with you. The person sitting at the table next to him stood up and said gently. This man had long white hair tied back casually, his face was weathered, and his face was full of perseverance. His tawny eyes are very bright, and a hideous scar extends from his forehead to under his left eye. All this shows that this person has a thrilling past. My name is Gerald, Gerald the White Wolf. My name is Gerald, Gerald the White Wolf. The stranger said his name, smiled and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. A boy of about 11 or 12 years old sitting opposite him quickly changed seats and sat inside. Gerald was wearing a worn leather jacket, the stitching on the pockets untied and hanging a little. There are also straps around his neck and shoulders, and there is a gray round metal plate with a silver chain on his chest, with a ferocious wolf head carved on it. He carried 2 weapons on his back, and Crown guessed they were one-handed swords. The child was also dressed similarly, but he was only carrying a weapon, which was a bit weird. It would be interesting to discuss business with me. Although Crown didn't sense any malice from the other party, he still couldn't help but put his hand into the pocket of his coat. Touching the warm gun body, he felt much more at ease. He sat down generously, put the medicine box on his lap, and said firmly, you are a foreigner, you don't even know what I do. Let's talk about what business we can discuss. If you can't explain why, I'll just pat my butt and leave. Gerald did not answer him directly. Instead, he shouted at the counter, Boss, give my friend a glass of good rye beer. We can chat while drinking, the man smiled. Although his hair is as white as snow, he should be only 30 years old. The tavern waiter Abel moved very quickly. He had already come to the table with a ceramic cup. Gentlemen, the best rye beer in our store is 20 copper dollars a cup. Gerald reached into his arms, took out a small bag, took out 21 copper coins and handed it out. The extra ones are your tips. Abel's eyes lit up, he put down the pottery cup and took the copper coin with both hands. Mr. Merciful, may the Lord of Flame illuminate your way forward. The world is getting darker, and the Lord of Fire may not have time to give us light. The child muttered very quietly, but in the noisy room, Crown heard it clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Unbeliever? Or are they followers of other gods? In this world where gods demonstrate their power, unbelievers are synonymous with pagans. Crown himself is a false believer. He does not believe that gods have time to answer human prayers, but he still prays by the way when he goes to church. Thinking of this, he lost his patience. No matter which kind of these two people they were, he didn't want to continue dealing with them. Pagans are suppressed by the churches of all gods. Followers of other gods may not have any unique customs. If they say the wrong thing, two people may fight. The white-haired man in front of him was strong and powerful. Coupled with the scars on his face, he looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Seemingly not noticing the impatience on his face, Gerald pushed the ceramic cup filled with good dark beer in front of him. I don't mean any harm, I just want to make friends. Do you think I believe it? Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Crown said nothing, staring at the white-haired man with burning eyes. Ah, don't look at me like that. Gerald smiled half-heartedly. I have a very sensitive sense of smell. I smell the herb in the box you were carrying, and I just need it. Herbal medicine? There is only one herbal medicine in my medicine box. You can smell it even though it is separated by 2 layers of wooden boxes. It belongs to the year of the dog. A trace of surprise flashed in Crown's eyes. Black sage, I just need to add some. I bought it in bulk for 50 silver coins each. Hearing what the other party said, he sat up straight and said tentatively, I won't sell it, but you can exchange it for blue tulip petals. Blood boiling potion? Blue tulips are more expensive than sage, but this magical plant is of no use to me. I don't have any reserves. A smile appeared on Crown's face. The other party was a mysterious person. It was a real deal. How could ordinary people know about a medicine like blood-boiling medicine? He pointed to the door behind the man and asked, I don't have much inventory on hand. I haven't gone out to collect medicine in the past few days. Have you asked the merchants here? The prices for the Jisai products were too high. They treated me like a pig and slaughtered me. We couldn't reach an agreement. Good news, I met 2 groups of people from the mysterious world. Crown took a sip of the dark beer, considered it for a few seconds and said, I have a business to discuss with the Giselles, and we will be able to negotiate it soon. In any case, I will leave 2 black sage plants for you. Can you guys wait for me for a while? He was also concerned about the sales of ordinary potions. Those things were very practical and no discerning businessman would miss them. The Jisai people are a wandering people, and their knowledge is as much as the places they have been. Crown believes that the potion can be sold at a good price. No problem, we will stay in this pub. There are no charming girls here. I will drink until the pub closes before going to bed. Gerald raised his glass and smiled like a man. Nodding slightly, Crown responded with a smile, I just ordered 2 more roasted lamb legs to share with my new friends later. He slung the strap of the medicine box over his shoulders and walked toward the back door. The small wooden door stained with black oil stains opened and closed, and Gerald's bright eyes dimmed. Alan, do you resent me for causing you to be expelled from Kaer Morhen with me? We have no supplements now. As for the potion channel, your green grass trial cannot be delayed any longer, but so far I have not found an alchemist to make the potion for you. Teacher, how can I resent you? Without you, my family would have been killed by the claws of monsters when I was 5 years old. The boy stopped eating and said with a solemn expression, no matter what you become, no matter what, in my heart he is the hero who is upright and fearless, keeps his promise, and takes it as his duty to eradicate monsters. The white-haired man showed a happy smile in his eyes, but his heart felt even more bitter. He sighed leisurely, his thoughts wandering back to the night when the change occurred. Teacher, the boy's call brought the man back to his consciousness. Teacher, why did you stop that elder brother from proposing a deal just now? For you now, Black Sage can no longer meet your needs, and I haven't conducted a green grass trial, so I don't need Black Sage. Gerald closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. After a while, he opened his eyes. I felt a very comfortable feeling in him. How should I say it? Sunshine. He had a feeling of standing in the sun in winter. The light was warm but not strong. Everything was very nice. I didn't feel anything, Alan muttered and continued to eat. Potato stewed with mutton, pepper and thyme, the taste made the boy who had been sleeping in the open for many days cry with greed. Crown opened the door and walked in. There was a light on here and the light was better. He saw several mules and horses in the yard eating feed quietly in the stables. The carriages were in a circle and covered with some rags. A tall man walked towards him. He was wrapped in a shabby coat, a black felt hat and a thick beard. "What are you doing?" asked the big-mouthed, round-faced man. "We have taken over the backyard." "Do business, buy something, sell something. Why don't you come during the day?" "Why are you running around in the cold at night?" the man muttered, pointing to the room with the light on. "Our people are all there, go alone, and don't get close to our carriage. If we see your hands and feet are not clean, huh?" Not paying attention to the strong man's tone, Crown walked to the room casually. It was very lively inside, with words he didn't understand and bursts of laughter coming from the place. He opened the curtain and walked straight into the house. The sound in the room suddenly became quieter, and the eyes of 20 or 30 people in the room turned towards him. He was slightly uncomfortable being stared at by such a person, but Crown quickly calmed down. "I want to discuss a big deal with you, and buy a pocket watch by the way." "How big is a big business?" An old Josai man spoke. His hair was gray, and his face was etched with years of wind and frost. Ahem, the little girl held in the man's hand coughed heavily several times and buried her head listlessly in the man's arms. The man's Farouk language was mixed with a thick and weird accent, but Crown, who has a third-level language ability, could understand it completely. "I am a herbalist and I have made some very practical potions." "Wait a minute, what do you mean? Herbalist?" The man interrupted him and spoke a few words in an unfamiliar language to the people around him, causing everyone in the room to burst into laughter. After a while, the old man stopped smiling and said in broken Farouk, "Young man, you are doing herbal medicine business with the Jisai people. Don't you know that we are also experts in herbal medicine? You'd better say what you want. Buy a pocket watch of any price." "Experts? Why can't I tell that you are experts? If your herbal medicine is really good, you can't cure a little girl's cough? I see her face is pale, she must also have a fever." The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him again. Handsome and handsome, with a touch of confidence on his face, his slightly aquiline nose destroyed the very harmonious beauty. "What, you can cure it? Could it be that the holy water from the church was taken out and pretended to be a medicine made by you?" Crown put down his medicine box, took out a buplurum medicine, and handed it to the old man. "Try this. It will take a day or two to get rid of the cough, but it can reduce the fever once. You can drink this medicine 3 times, shake before drinking and serve with hot water." The old man took the potion doubtfully, opened the stopper, smelled it, poured some more on his finger, and licked it. The bitterness of the potion made the old man frown slightly. He tasted it carefully and picked up the bowl on the table in front of him. He poured some hot water and poured 1/3 of the potion into it. After a while, the old man tested the water temperature and gave the medicine to the little girl in his arms. 5 minutes later, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on the little girl's forehead. After another 5 minutes, the little girl was sweating profusely, and her hair was wet with sweat. 5 minutes later, the little girl lay quietly in the old man's arms, snoring softly, breathing evenly, and her occasional coughing was much quieter. Seeing this change, the people in the room started talking a lot, and looked at Crown with a hint of respect in their eyes. The old man handed the child in his arms to a young woman beside him and stood up. He walked over and opened his arms to hug the young man. He enthusiastically brought him a chair. "My name is Lemansky, as the old saying goes, child of the wind. At what price are you going to sell this potion, and do you have any other potions?" "Claudine Moya, I have also prepared another potion and ointment. This pink one is used to enhance the excitement and prolong a man's hardness in fighting time. This ointment is used to treat bruises. The medicine that was used to treat fever and cough just now is called buplurum medicine. It costs 5 silver coins a tube. This pink medicine costs 20 silver coins a tube. The ointment costs 8 silver coins a jar." Crown took out all the samples he had prepared and handed them to Lemansky. The old man took the pink potion and pushed the ointment back. "We also make ointments for fall injuries. I need to verify the effect of this potion." "Of course. I'll leave 2 here for free and take 1 at a time. I'll come back tomorrow. After you test the effect, we can discuss the details of the deal." Crown is very confident in his medicine, and experiments on stallions have proven that this stuff works great. The old man nodded. "Okay, how much do you have in stock of these 2 potions?" 500 buplurum elixirs and 80 pink elixirs. "Can you take them? If the effect is good enough and the price is reasonable, it won't be a problem at all." After finalizing the details of the deal to be discussed tomorrow, Crown expressed his needs. "I will buy another pocket watch, just an ordinary one, and then I will buy some black sage and blue tulip petals." "What do you want with black sage and blue tulips? You don't seem to be a super being." The old man looked suspicious. "Do you know about the blood boiling potion?" You can actually make potions? Lemansky exclaimed, herbal medicine is easy to learn but hard to master. Beginners need a lot of practical experience to become a competent herbalist. If a herbalist wants to grow to the level of being able to make magic potions, he must accumulate not only experience, but also good enough talent. In some fields, if you don't have enough talent, you won't be able to reach a truly advanced level no matter how hard you work. I feel like my abilities have arrived and I want to experiment. Crown shrugged, completely unaware of how much his words shocked the old man. Hey, Lemansky said with a deep smile, do you have any misunderstandings? The old man felt a little disgusted when he thought that he had been a herbalist all his life and had yet to reach the point of touching magic potions. Illusion? What's the difference between saying this and saying, are you sick? My abilities are real and my cheats never lie. Otherwise, how could the formula for the blood-boiling potion come out on its own? You are nakedly jealous. Crown curled his lips and said, is that possible? I want 100 grams of blue tulip petals and 3 black sage plants. Yes, our caravan's trade routes are in small places, but we Jedi people still have strong men from the mysterious world. Lemansky said angrily, petals cost 50 silver coins per gram, and black sage costs 2 gold coins per plant. Crown stared into the old man's eyes and said in a low voice, before I came here, a friend said that you use people as pigs to slaughter. The price of the Giselles is too high, they are using me like a pig to slaughter. Geralt's words are still in his ears. Crown's eyes were still fixed on Lemansky. Is this the price for sincere business? The old man said without blushing or heartbeat, at what price do you want to buy it? Black sage costs 50 silver coins per plant, and blue tulip petals cost 15 silver coins per gram. With a weird hum, Lemansky said with a smile, you and Geralt have discussed this, right? The only person who came to the caravan recently to buy extraordinary materials was a man named Geralt. He had white hair and an obvious scar on his face. He was very impressed. However, magic potions are more valuable when refined into extraordinary potions. The Jedi settlement has its own alchemist. He sells the raw materials for the potion price based on the alchemy yield rate of 20%, which is indeed a little more expensive. If you really want it, black sage costs 50 silver coins per gold shield and 35 silver coins per gram for petals. Crown has not been in contact with the circle of mysterious people, so he doesn't know what the price the old man gave is, but he can make some insinuations. If I sell the blood-boiling potion, at what price will you buy it? The old man said coldly, a 5 gold shield, a child, and an old man, you can take whatever you have. He quickly calculated the price in his mind, and frowned. According to your price, the material cost of a blood-boiling potion is at least 2 gold shields, and the purchase price is only 5 gold shields. In other words, I need to have a success rate of more than 40%. It can guarantee that you won't lose money. I don't believe that herbalists can have such a high success rate in making magic potions. Now, Crown's 100% success rate in making ordinary potions is completely exceptional, because he is a loser. He knew that when his father was alive, the success rate of potion manufacturing was only 50% at best, which was the result of more than 10 years of continuous accumulation of experience. Even with this success rate, old Moya was very proud, saying that he was the most talented among herbalists. Based on this probability, other herbalists can produce extraordinary potions at a rate of 50%, but the profit from making potions is only 10%. Herbalist is a hugely profitable profession. How can you deserve this profit rate? Why don't we take a longer-term view? If you have a stable sales channel and I can supply a stable supply, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? The potion I showed is far from the limit of my ability. The reason why I didn't take out the blood-boiling potion trade was just because I didn't have the materials on hand. Facing the doubtful and scrutinizing eyes projected from the opposite side, Crane remained calm and composed. Give me a moment, these are the facts. You earn hard-earned money from buying and selling in business. If you make an investment, the return may be 1,000 times greater. For a genius herbalist, you only need to invest dozens of gold shields to gain his friendship and gain a stable life, supply channels. Inexplicably, Crown felt that the Golden Wall should have awakened a skill called bluffing or deception. Lemansky looked at the young man opposite who exuded confidence. His right thumb kept rubbing his index finger. This was a little habit of his, and he did it whenever he needed to make a major decision. Although the amount of dozens of gold shields was not small, he could fully afford it. What he couldn't bear was that he was deceived into taking away a batch of materials at a low price. That is a complete insult to his intelligence. The old man gritted his teeth. Black sage costs 50 silver coins per plant, and blue tulip petals cost 15 silver coins per gram. I will give you 10 portions. If you can deliver me a blood-boiling potion within 2 days, we will supply the goods at this price, and we will complete the transaction when you come to trade tomorrow. If you can't get the blood-boiling potion, hey, you will be blacklisted by our Jasai caravan. Pa, Crown snapped his fingers, wise choice, you will be glad for today's decision. Now, can you get me a pocket watch? The most common one is fine, I just use it to keep time. The old man shouted in the Jisei language, and a young man picked up an oil lamp and stood up and walked out. After a while, the young man came in with an antique box and handed it to Lemansky. The old man took the box and took out a pocket watch with a brass cover, saying, 1 gold shield, cheap, easy to use, and decent. Crown took the pocket watch and played with it. There was a clover pattern on the cover and a thin silver chain. No counteroffer, the old man suddenly said. With a chuckle, he took out his golden shield and said, happy cooperation, see you tomorrow. When Crown walked out of the backyard, he saw Gerald sitting quietly with melancholy eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It is incompatible with this noisy environment. The child was playing with a dagger. His movements were graceful and swift, dazzling everyone watching. Old Jason, is the roast leg of lamb ready? Serve it when it's ready, Crown shouted. Okay soon, just wait. Is the business settled? Gerald asked after coming back to his senses. We've reached an agreement. I think the old man Lemansky is quite easy to talk to. He promised to sell me 10 black sage plants for 50 silver coins each. Brother, how did you do it? Alan looked surprised. In his impression, the old man Jisai was particularly unkind. Most of the materials they sold were priced at a reduced price. Not only did they sell things that were expensive, but they didn't even offer counteroffers. Crown said jokingly, maybe I am particularly approachable. He paused and asked, can you please tell me what you are buying sage for? If it is making a potion, I might be able to help. The boy's eyes turned to the white-haired man. Gerald sat up straight and said solemnly, I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is Gerald Kent. This is my student Alan Bolvar. We are witchers. When I passed through the town, I learned that there was an evil spirit roaming here. I talked to the priest of the church and the patrol captain. If I could catch the evil spirit, they were willing to offer a reward, and we would stay here for a while. The purchase of black sage is related to our unique fighting style. We make it into sword oil specifically for demon hunters. Alan was a little uneasy. He was a little worried that this kind brother was unwilling to make friends with them. In this case, he won't be able to eat the roast leg of lamb. In the circle of mystics, the reputation of witchers is not good, because the original witchers were fighting machines created by warlocks to fight against the increasingly rampant monsters. After rigorous training, the warlocks inject children with drugs that can cause mutations. Only those who endure the intense pain of mutation and survive without going crazy can become real demon hunters. Due to the extreme pain they experienced, most of the demon hunters initially created by the warlocks were indifferent, cruel, and murderous. Some even became completely lost in the endless killing and became executioners who slaughtered human beings. Although the training methods of demon hunters have been improved day by day, and their shortcomings such as emotional indifference and tendency to go crazy have been greatly improved, people's inherent impression of this profession that fights against evil creatures is difficult to change. Most of the uninformed people still fear and hate the witchers. Alan's worries were completely unnecessary. The person sitting next to him proved by his actions that he was a rookie outside the circle of mystics. Crown said happily, Demon Hunter, is it a supernatural profession that destroys evil creatures? How do you fight? Do you think it is possible for me to become a demon hunter? After asking 3 questions, Alan put his heart back in his stomach. Roast leg of lamb, I'm determined to eat it. Gerald was a little stunned. In his spiritual sense, the other party was able to manifest spiritual attributes, as evidenced by the feeling of sunshine. Ordinary people, even junior mystics who are not good at spiritual perception, cannot detect the manifestation of this attribute. You have obviously entered the circle of mystics, why don't you know some common sense? Could it be that he was a wild mystic who took an extraordinary step by chance? The demon hunter compared the characteristics of various extraordinary professions and believed that he was a warlock who completed his awakening by accident. Warlock! Gerald let out a long sigh from the bottom of his heart. Not all of these chosen ones are strong, some are so strong that they are unreasonable, and some can only be reduced to performing magic tricks in the circus. Your roasted lamb legs. Abel came over with a large plate, which contained 2 roasted golden lamb legs. Thank you, Abel. The waiter put the food down and turned to leave. Come, Crown was about to say hello and invite everyone to share, when he saw Alan's dagger flying, and a leg of lamb was quickly cut. Brother, I'm ready to eat. The boy picked up the fork, picked up the mutton and wanted to put it into his mouth. Don't be in a hurry to eat. Answer my questions first. How does a demon hunter fight? How can I become a transcendent? He interrupted Alan's eating action, and Alan could only look at his teacher longingly. Let me answer you, there are only a few professions of extraordinary people, knights who have completed the sublimation of life essence, demon hunters who have experienced mutations, spiritual controllers who restrain evil spirits in the body, exorcist priests of various churches, a warlock with an awakened bloodline. Our way of fighting as demon hunters mainly relies on swordsmanship and seals. We have physical fitness that far exceeds the physical limits of ordinary people, and we can also release seals with spiritual power. As for you, you are already a mystic, but you don't. I just know it. In my spiritual perception, your spiritual attributes show the characteristics of sunlight, and you should be an awakened warlock. If this change didn't happen on your 14th birthday, or there were other life-threatening stimuli that release the power buried deep in your blood. Warlocks can control the magic of nature and release lightning, fire, ice, poison, violent wind, and other spells. You should find a teacher and learn to restrain this power. When they first become a warlock, new awakeners do not know how to restrain their own power, which will cause great trouble to their lives. I can try to introduce you to a. Do you need a beautiful lady to be a teacher? Crown shook his head. After listening to the Witcher's story, he understood that he was not a self-awakened warlock, but a person who restrained evil spirits in his body. As for the spiritual manifestation of sunlight that the demon hunter mentioned, it should be just the passive effect of the golden light spell skill. After all, the core divine intention of the golden light mantra is to transform into the sun and shine brightly into the world. This is just a beautiful misunderstanding. I don't feel like I have any special abilities at all right now. Yeah? Gerald responded in a low voice. Perhaps, this new friend's ability is not enough to support him in casting a powerful spell, and he needs to develop in the circus. How do spirit controllers fight? Do they restrain evil spirits without any side effects? Everything has a price, and all the gifts given by fate have already been marked with a price in secret. Like the demon hunter, the soul controller is the second type of fighting machine created by the Warlock Association over the years to deal with the serious daily threats of evil creatures. Humans take special potions made by alchemists to encourage evil spirits to possess them. If these people complete their own trials and are not swallowed up by evil thoughts, they will have achieved the goal of symbiosis with evil spirits. In this way, they will naturally be able to use the power of evil spirits. After all, the evil spirits have become their other half. As a price, you have to endure the living habits of your significant other. The vitality of living things and the various strong negative emotions of human beings are the favorite food of evil spirits. If you want to further increase your power, you need to strengthen the evil spirits. The power of. Every day of a spiritual master's life, he is fighting against the evil thoughts of his other half. Many spirit masters will eventually lose control and go crazy, turning into evil spirits. 1/4 of the supernatural incidents in various churches and extraordinary incident handling agencies are caused by spirit masters losing control. Gerald stopped talking and added silently in his mind, there's also a big part of the mystics that are out of control, the Witchers. An inexplicable feeling of sadness spread, and both of them suddenly lost interest in talking. In the noisy tavern, the guests at this table collectively fell into silence, leaving only the sound of the boy chewing food. I will come back tomorrow night to complete the deal with the Giselles. I can give you 4 black sage plants. Maybe what the Witcher said was common sense, but Kroon, who was wandering outside the circle, still felt that he had benefited a lot, and selling 4 herbs was also a sign of his heart. According to the wishes of their new friends, they will stay in Zack Town for a few days, looking for the evil spirit that has most likely turned into a time hourglass in their bodies. Crown decided to wait a few days to ask them if there were any other techniques to enhance the ability of the spirit master. Do you have enough for yourself? Gerald sat up straight, his tawny eyes like deep pools of water. That's so embarrassing. Why do I feel that you are not embarrassed at all? Crane shook his head and picked up the knife and fork. If he moved any slower, he wouldn't be able to eat a few tails of meat even if he gnawed the bones. The outside was too burnt, but the inside was undercooked. The barbecue was overheated, and the flavor of thyme hadn't penetrated into the meat. As soon as the lamb entered his mouth, Crown noticed many shortcomings of the roasted lamb leg. Maybe I should try grilling lamb skewers, grilling lamb legs or something, and adding a few kidneys, otherwise my cooking skills will be wasted, and eating white rice stew every day will be a bit boring. After a feast of wine and meat, Crown bid farewell to his master and apprentice. Walking on the road, the crescent moon is full of light above the head, and the clear light is scattered all over the ground. When he returned home, he was surprised to find that even though the lights had not been turned on, he could clearly see the inside of the house with just a few rays of moonlight passing through the door. When a spiritual master confines evil spirits into his body, there will definitely be negative effects. Why don't I feel that the evil spirits still retain any thoughts? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out the reason. Arriving at the potion-making room, he lit up all the oil lamps in the room and gathered them around the experimental table. The white light reflected his faint shadow. Tonight, I will stay up all night to make all the spare herbs into finished products. The sound of cockcrows could be heard faintly in the distance, and Crown yawned. After cultivating the idea of golden light mantra, he was very energetic, and after staying up all night, he didn't feel tired at all. He removed the heating tool and waited for the liquid in the crucible to cool down for a while, then skillfully poured it into each test tube. He threw the stopper aside. The liquid needed to cool completely before closing it. When he came to the backyard, he fetched water to wash his face and mouth, and started cooking. After a hearty meal, Crown sat cross-legged in Xiaoyang's bedroom and began to visualize the rising sun. After entering the first level of the golden light spell, he found that the proficiency gained by doing a complete cycle of visualization was greatly reduced. Before advancement, each complete cycle could bring 2 to 3 points of proficiency. Now, every 2 cycles only adds 1 point of proficiency. The decrease in efficiency dampened his enthusiasm. Although he still insisted on spending enough time to meditate every day, he no longer had the same race against time as before. Only at Mao hour and Yu hour will he compete against every second. Each cycle of visualization at these 2 hours can increase his proficiency by 4 to 5 points, so he cannot help but ignore it. Unfortunately, the frost moon has arrived, and the sun rises later and later. If you cannot bathe in the sun, even if you meditate on the Great Sun Seal with your hands at Maoshi, your improvement will still be slow. The same is true at Yu hour. Without the blessing of moonlight, the increase in proficiency is no different from other hours. The sun came in around 6:30, and when the sun shone on Crown's face, he immediately caught the faint warmth. Stopping the ongoing visualization, his gestures immediately changed from the golden light seal to the Great Sun Seal, and he began to visualize the heart as a red sun, radiating through the whole body and out of the body. It was past midnight, and Crown felt that his body sensation began to change from warmth to a faint hint of heat. He slowly finished the exercise and ended the visualization. After getting familiar with it over the past few days, he discovered that it was not that he could no longer visualize the Great Sun Seal after Maoshi. It was just that if he continued to visualize at that time, the physical sensation of his body was no longer comfortable, and his proficiency could not even be increased. The same situation applies to the visualization of forming the Moonlight Seal after the unitary hour. He vaguely understood that it was not that he could no longer perform the visualization of forming the Sunlight Seal or the Moonlight Seal after the unitary hour, but that continuing to do so would not only be unhelpful but harmful to the body. After eating another 2 bowls of rice with the stew, he went to a shady bedroom and began to fall asleep. The people in the room made moonlight seals on their hands, with a touch of joy on their faces. When he felt the slight coolness on his body turning into a chill, he realized that the unitary hour had passed, so he stopped his practice and dispersed his madra. A golden wall appears in front of you. Herbology, 32/5000, Level 3, Shooting, 456/5000, Level 3, Golden Light Curse, 1276/50,000, Level 1, Cooking, July 5000, Level 3, the 3 third-level skills are in green font color, and the first-level Golden Light spell is in blue font color. The increase in herbalism proficiency has been very slow. Based on Crown's research on Golden Finger, he understands that if he keeps making ordinary potions, one day the increase in this skill's proficiency will completely stagnate. Cooking, which he had never practiced seriously before, was improved to level 3 during the evening meal, which was completely beyond his expectation. In the introduction of the skills, there are already special effects. You gradually understand the true meaning of cooking, which can fully stimulate the deliciousness of the ingredients themselves, and you have a vague understanding of how to cook the food together to burst out a consciousness that transcends the deliciousness of the ingredients themselves. Crown stood up and brought the rice heated in the steamer. The staple food tonight is still white rice, and there are 2 dishes, namely braised chicken with mushrooms and stir-fried fat sausage. People in this world did not have the habit of eating animal offal, which gave Crown an advantage. He got some large intestines at a low price from a new butcher in town. Taking a bite of the fatty intestines, your mouth is full of oil, but it doesn't make you feel cloying. Crone soaked the clean large intestine in ginger water. The fishy smell was very light, and it also had a natural spiciness. It was very enjoyable to eat. The aroma of the chicken and the freshness of the mushrooms are fully brought out. The potatoes inside are soft and glutinous, and the taste is equally ecstatic when soaked in the thick soup. He nearly bit his tongue a few times. 3 bowls of rice and 2 large portions of food were all eaten by him. When he finished eating, he suddenly realized that he had eaten too much. When I become a chef in the future, I will be the best. Holding the toothpick, Crown paced back and forth in the room in small steps to speed up the digestion of the food. After burping, he felt that his stomach was not as bloated as before. Leaving only a few potions for backup, Crown packed the rest into a large medicine box, then he put his leather bag on his back, picked up the box and walked out of the house. At this time, the Goat Hotel was always bustling with people. When Crown arrived, there were 2 drunkards fighting at the door, and there were also a group of men who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Ham, break his nose. Robin, come on. I bought you to win this time. You made me money, and I'll buy you another drink. It seemed that someone had organized a gambling game, and the atmosphere at the door of the hotel was lively. After just a quick glance, Crown didn't stop, lifted the leather curtain, and stepped in. Perhaps most people came outside to place their bets, and there seemed to be less than 10 people in the room at times. Someone saw the young man carrying the big box with a surprised expression on his face. Crown glanced around and found no trace of his new friend. What are you doing? Old Jason behind the counter also looked puzzled. Crown said with a hee-hee smile, we made a big deal with the GSA people. He walked to the counter and took out 3 pink potions from his body, old price, 18 silver coins each. Jason quickly glanced around, put away the potion at a surprising speed, and then took out some silver coins and counted them. Here you go. See you later. After taking the money, Crown strode towards the back door. If such a big box was filled with potions, how many gold shields would it cost? Jason looked at his back and let out an envious sigh. All the sundries on the table were moved away, and some GSA people took out the potions from the boxes and counted them. Crown sat leaning on the chair and asked, how effective is the pink potion? Who tried it? Lemansky said and a blush flashed on his face, it's very good. We are very interested in acquiring this drug. Did the old man use it himself? A guess flashed through Crown's mind. That's fine, it's more convincing. He changed to a more comfortable position and sat with a smile on his face. We can talk about the price. The old man said in a deep voice, after discussion with the caravan, we have negotiated the highest price we can afford. We are willing to buy the Buplurum potion at 3 silver coins and 50 copper yuan each, and the pink potion at 18 silver coins each. What do you think? We are already very sincere. With such a large quantity, you don't know how long it will take to sell out in Zack Town. Lemansky took a sip of hot water and stared at the young herbalist, waiting for a counteroffer. Crown showed a shy smile and said in a deep voice, my price is priceless. We might as well settle the accounts first. Generally speaking, except for injuries such as bruises, if people don't survive well after getting sick, they will go to church to buy holy water when their illness worsens. To treat severe colds and fevers, you only need the lowest grade number 3 holy water. Taking the Church of the God of Fire as an example, each bottle of number 3 holy water sells for 50 silver coins and can be used 4 or 5 times. Based on 5 uses, it usually takes 2 drinks to heal. The cost of treatment is 20 silver coins. 1 dose of Buplurum elixir can cure this disease. I sell it for 5 silver coins. You must have a profit margin of at least 10 silver coins. I also have to bear the consumption cost of the herbal medicine. Calculating it this way, I have sold 5 silver coins less. Crown talked eloquently and clearly. The old man's face was a little ugly, and he had settled the account clearly. This kid is difficult to deal with. Lemansky sighed silently, with a troubled expression on his face. Your calculation is correct, but we need to pay for your goods first, so part of our funds have been occupied. I don't know what it will take time to sell all the goods, which will occupy the inventory of the carriage. During transportation, something will inevitably happen. If you encounter a monster along the way, the entire truck may have to be abandoned and escaped. In short, we have taken more risks. I also have a deep research on herbal medicine and can roughly restore the herbal ingredients in your medicine. Most of the raw materials in Buplurum medicine are ordinary common herbs, right? I guess the cost of 1 set of medicinal materials is no more than 5 silver coins. And one set of medicinal materials can produce 2 sets of 6 potions in total. An expert. Crown smiled slightly. Have you ever seen how much the herbalist with the highest success rate can achieve? Can it reach 100%? The old man was speechless. A skilled pharmacist made a very familiar potion with a success rate of 50 to 60%. The two of them went back and forth for a while before the purchase price of the medicine was finally determined. Buplurum elixir costs 4 silver coins and 50 copper yuan each, while the price of pink elixir remains unchanged at 20 silver coins each. The people who were counting the potions finally finished counting, and the leader of the group, the Jisai, said a few words to the old man in a language they couldn't understand. Lemansky nodded slightly and turned to look at Crown. 600 pills of Buplurum potion and 100 pills of pink potion, right? Exactly this number. The old man said something to the people who were counting the potions just now, and they started to move the potions away. After the table was cleared, the old man clapped his hands. The little girl who had a fever last night ran over and handed the old man 2 boxes. Let's see what you want. Crown opened one of the boxes and saw that the black sage inside was well preserved with few broken roots. He nodded with satisfaction. He opened another one and inside were blue dried petals. After a slight sniff, a fragrant aroma hit my nostrils. Crown took off the leather bag from his back and took out a small pocket-sized box. Open the small box and take out the contents. This is a set of scales. After skillfully weighing the goods, he smiled and said, I'm very satisfied with the goods. Let's calculate the total account. Taking out a pencil and some pieces of paper from the cloth bag, Crown began to calculate skillfully and muttered words. My goods are 600 Buplurum elixirs worth 27 gold shields, 100 pink elixirs worth 20 gold shields, a total of 47 gold shields, 10 black sage plants worth 5 gold shields, 100 grams of blue tulip petals, 15 gold shields. You still need to give them to me. 27 gold shields. Well, that's it, yes. After saying that, Crown handed the paper on which he calculated to old man Jisai. Lemansky glanced at it, took out a cloth bag from his arms, and counted out the full amount of gold shields. Originally we were going to Rhine City tomorrow. Since you said you could make a blood-boiling potion, I can wait for you until noon the day after tomorrow. Taking the heavy golden shield, Crown whistled loudly. No need at all. You can see what you want at noon tomorrow. It was his first time to refine an extraordinary potion, and he didn't feel confident about it, but it didn't affect his confidence. He bought 10 materials. Since the high-end potion needs to be refined and purified, each material can only produce 1 set of finished products, that is, 3. When you first start to refine a new potion, various unexpected situations are bound to happen. He planned to divide each material into 3 equal parts and practice one by one. 30 opportunities will always come true once or twice, right? I have to stay up all night again tonight. Crown sighed in his heart. In order to have a stronger voice in front of his dealers, he decided to show his potential as much as possible. The Jisai people are a wandering people, but they are quite united and help each other. If he captures Lemansky's small caravan, he can build relationships with the entire group behind it. See you tomorrow then. Crane stood up to say goodbye. See you tomorrow. Stepping into the hotel through the back door, the warm atmosphere dispelled the chill on Crown's face. The weather had indeed gotten a lot colder, so he took a few steps outside and felt a little shivering. Walking to the counter, Crown asked, Old Jason, where are the 2 foreigners carrying long swords? Why are you looking for them? That guy with the scar on his face is not easy to mess with at first sight. The hotel owner put down the rag in his hand and lowered his voice. Tonight, a drunk man came to provoke him. He was punched by the white-haired man and flew out the door. The bridge of his nose was broken. Crown shrugged. Don't worry, I'm just talking about business with him, and he buys some herbs from me. Oh, that's it. Go upstairs to the innermost room. Jason pointed to the stairs. Walking on the creaking stairs, Crown went upstairs to the end of the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Came a slightly childish voice. Open the door, Alan, it's me, Crown, and I'll treat you to a roast leg of lamb in a few days. Soon, the door was opened. Brother, you must keep your word. Little Alan raised his red face and excitedly let the guests into the house. Forget it. When Crown came in, he saw Geralt wiping his sword. I brought the black sage. He took out a small box from his leather bag and handed it to the Witcher. The herbs inside were collected by himself. The white-haired man reached out to take it, opened the box, picked up one and looked at it carefully, then nodded with a smile. Yes, the herbs were not harmed at all when picking. Alan, get money for Crown.
Okay, Alan responded after hearing Gerald's instructions and ran to the back room. When he walked out again, there were 2 more golden coins in his hand. Brother, here you go. When will you treat me to roast leg of lamb again? Crown stretched out his hand, but the boy's hand holding the golden shield did not let go. If you can't tell a specific time, you won't get paid. He smiled, calculated the time and said, the day after tomorrow, I will treat you to dinner at my house, so that you can see the real cooking skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan's hand let go, and 2 little cuties fell into his palm. Putting the golden shield back into his pocket, Crown pulled up a chair and sat down, asking, have you found any clues about the evil spirit? The boy shook his head. The bodies of the victims have been burned, and the house where the accident occurred has been purified. We searched for the rooms where the recent accidents occurred, but found nothing. Tomorrow, the teacher and I will go to Skunk Street to visit the first time in the town where such incidents occurred. I heard there was a survivor. Isn't it me that you're talking about? Crown was about to answer when Gerald's cold voice sounded like the cold wind of winter blowing through the frozen mountain forest. According to the description of the priest and the patrol team, such a powerful evil spirit will not leave any survivors. That person's body is unique and should be very suitable for evil spirits to live in. Teacher, Father Nick said that the man had already received divine baptism in the church. If he was possessed by evil spirits, there was no reason why he should not reveal himself, right? The demon hunter snorted coldly and said with a hint of ridicule, the abilities of evil spirits are all kinds of strange. It is not surprising that there are some methods that can resist the holy power of the exorcist priest. I encountered it once a few years ago. Besides, Nick just a junior exorcist priest. A person who was inhabited by evil spirits only had a slight fever after drinking the holy water, and he fully recovered within a short time. Tomorrow, I will check the survivor carefully. Under my powerful spiritual sense, which has gone through 2 grass trials, the evil spirits will have absolutely no way to hide. Crown coughed twice and said with some embarrassment, actually, I was the survivor of the Skunk Street incident. Ah, is it you? Alan opened his eyes wide and turned around his chair several times. The demon hunter also stood blankly on the spot. In his spiritual consciousness, the young man was like sunshine, warming his heart. The breath of evil spirits is all cold, and their spirits still exude a foul odor. Facing the burning gazes of the 2 men, Crown felt a little embarrassed. There was an eerie silence in the room, with only the sound of Alan's footsteps clearly audible. After a brief silence, Gerald seemed to remember something and picked up a dark red wooden box from the table. There is no decoration on the box, and the color of its wood is dark red. He opened the box, and with his sharp eyes, Crown discovered that it was covered with a thick layer of white velvet, and there were several small oval glass bottles lying quietly inside. Gerald took out one of the bottles, which contained fine silver sand. These fine sands are floating inside, and under the oil lamp, they shine like stars in the sky. The Witcher uncorked the bottle and placed his index finger on the mouth of the bottle. His fingers were like magnets, with bits of star sand floating upward and wrapping around his fingertips. After putting the cork back on the bottle, Gerald uttered a difficult-to-pronounce word, axe. The starry sand at his fingertips instantly shone like a galaxy, and Crown felt that after the silver light in front of his eyes was blazing, the room was filled with a faint fragrance, and he felt like he was walking in a place where jasmine flowers were in full bloom. Gerald frowned, and the scar on his left eye looked even more hideous. After a long time, he spoke, the evil spirits have no reason to let you go. Do you still remember what happened? Crown shook his head. His predecessor had no such memory at all. The real Crown only remembered going to bed early at night as usual, and when he woke up the next day, he had changed his soul. After thinking for a while, he gave a half-truth answer, I just remember that something was squeezed into my body, and it was very uncomfortable. When the priest performed the sacred ceremony for me in the church, I felt a thing covered with tentacles. And a giant octopus with eyes appeared in my mind. The monster burned in the blooming light of the priest's holy symbol. After a few days, I found that my consciousness could reach a magical place where there was a silver hourglass cast in bronze. In other words, you did not awaken from your bloodline to become a warlock, but you became a spirit master without taking any magic potion. What is your ability? Oh, I'm sorry, Gerald immediately added, don't tell me, that is your own secret. What I am more curious about is why you are not affected by evil spirits at all. I learned from other masters spiritual masters can more or less feel malice, but you don't have that kind of malice at all. The demon hunter was very confused at this time. Because the spirit master restrained the evil spirit in his body, the two formed a symbiotic relationship. Even if the spirit master does not use the power of evil spirits, as time goes by, the evil spirits will show their evil nature. Crown spread his hands and uttered a few words that represented the highest state of pretending to be confused. I don't know. Too many words will lead to mistakes. Let the listeners make up their own minds, which may give them a more reasonable answer. Then why didn't you tell the priest when you were in the church? Alan, who was standing next to him, asked in confusion. His answer was natural. I think it's because of fear that there is an inexplicable thing inside my body. If I say it and get burned on the fire, who should I go to complain about it? So the supernatural events that happened later were caused by other evil spirits. Teacher, where should we go to investigate tomorrow? The white-haired demon hunter's eyes were solemn. Just wander around the town or nearby wild areas. Now we can only wait for new victims to appear. Sir, according to you, now that I have become a spirit master, how should I go in the future? I don't know much about spirit masters. I only know that they will become more and more extreme under the subtle influence of evil spirits. As for how they become more powerful, I don't know. You have become an extraordinary person now, you can do it. When you integrate into this circle, ask other spirit masters for advice. As far as I know, spirit masters are all troubled by how to maintain their sanity. But through observing you, I found that you have no symptoms of this at all. The few people talked for a while, but the demon hunter didn't say anything. Crown stood up to say goodbye. He still needed to practice making blood-boiling potion all night long. The bright moon illuminated the way forward, and he took steady steps and quickly returned home. When he walked to the door of his house and took out his keys and was about to open the door, he suddenly stopped. There's someone in the house. After practicing the golden light spell for a long time, Crown felt that his 5 senses became more and more sharp. There was someone in the room eating a lot of food right now, and he could even hear the sound of the other party's mouth being smashed clearly. Level 3 cooking skills can actually attract thieves. Should I cry or laugh? Crown gently put down the box in his hand and took the backpack, trying not to make a sound. The revolver was already tightly held in his hand, and the key was quickly inserted into the keyhole. He pushed the door open and entered, holding the gun with both hands and raising his arms flat. Inside, I saw a very tall and strong figure with a somewhat hunched back. Under the moonlight, I could vaguely make out that he was wearing a fur coat. Don't move! Behind your hands! Before he finished speaking the skillful lines deep in his memory, an iron pot came flying towards him. Your uncle! The guy who was eating was thrown out. Crown cursed in his heart and quickly moved away from the iron pot. Don't blame me for being injured or killed. He dodged to the wall outside the door, waited until the iron pot flew out, and rushed into the house to give that completely unscrupulous guy a try. With his current shooting skills, he would not be able to kill the enemy unless he aimed at his vital parts. Although angry, those who steal food will not be punished by death. It's not that I'm extremely hungry, most people wouldn't be able to do such a thing. But eating my food secretly, and smashing my face with my pot when caught is unbearable. A low roar came from the house, and at the same time, a black figure followed the iron pot, rushed out and stopped in the middle of the road, confronting Crown. The moonlight outside was brighter, and he could see the shadow clearly. What a face this monster has! The face is hairy, the tawny eyes are shining with a cold light, the muzzle is slender, and the ears are pointed and erect. It is clearly a wolf head growing on a human body. The whole body is covered with thick black hair, and the open mouth is dripping with saliva. This is a werewolf, very much like Lushan's transformation in Underworld. The werewolf's powerful lower limbs took a step forward, and his mouth opened wide to let out a roar. Ouch! Bang bang bang, it was greeted by continuous gunshots. Although Crown was shocked at how unlucky he was, his instinctive reaction made him pull the trigger without hesitation. The sound of gunshots and roars spread through the silent night. Following the priest in a battle to kill the goat-head monster, he understood how powerful these dark creatures were. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate their tough muscle tissue, so he aimed at the werewolf's open mouth and eyes. The werewolf's reaction to danger was faster than he expected. The first bullet had just been fired, and the werewolf had already closed his mouth and turned his head to the side. After 3 bullets were fired, Crown fired the pistol again and fired 2 shots into the werewolf's ears. The bullet missed the werewolf's vitals and just grazed his cheek. When the second round of bullets was fired, the werewolf was already lying on the ground, roaring in his mouth, and rushed towards the young man who fired the gun. Gone, do all dark creatures react so quickly? Facing the attacking werewolf, Crown dodged aside. There was only 1 bullet left in his pistol. If he couldn't seize the opportunity to cause enough fatal damage to the werewolf, he might end up here.
He activates the ability of the hourglass of time to freeze the space around him. At the last moment, he ducked and narrowly escaped the attack, and the werewolf threw himself on the wall. Maybe the impact of the werewolf was too strong, or maybe his ability was too weak. After only delaying the werewolf for a moment, he felt that the sands of time and the hourglass were exhausted. Bang! A dull crashing sound came, and Crown felt pain when he heard it. Fortunately, this monster's brain was not bright enough, and he still moved quickly with his hands in his mind. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, he shot him backhand. With his shooting ability at such a close distance, there was no such thing as a miss. With a stern expression on his face and his prayer in his pistol, the brass-colored bullet shot into the werewolf's head, approximately at the temple. The werewolf's shrill wail sounded. He propped up his body with his upper limbs and stood up. After a few ups and downs, he disappeared at the end of the street. Isn't this even dead? Crown opened his mouth in shock. Even at such a close distance, the bullet could not penetrate the werewolf's skull. At the Goat Inn, Gerald suddenly put down the rag he was wiping his sword with and looked at Alan next to him. There's nothing wrong with a werewolf's howl. Gerald quickly inserted the sword into its scabbard, put it behind his back, opened the window and jumped down. Alan also shouldered his long sword and followed closely. There was another gunshot in the distance, and Gerald pointed his arm, that direction, go. The two of them were like running cheetahs, rushing towards the direction of the sound. When the two demon hunters arrived, Crown was bending down to pick up his iron pot. What happened? Gerald still asked. The man showed a dry smile. As you can see, a werewolf broke into my residence and smashed the pot I was eating. Come in and talk. The three of them entered the room, and Crown lit the oil lamp, making the room brighter. There was a large amount of oil stains on the table, and several pieces of chicken lay silently. The door to the backyard was only half hung on the frame. After pulling up a few chairs and taking a few people's seats, Crown recounted what he experienced when he returned home. When I first arrived at the door, I heard something moving inside. Finally, I hit the werewolf in the head. It must have felt the threat of death and ran away. If it didn't run away, it would be me who was in danger. Finally, Crown asked his doubts. Isn't it said that those evil people who are affected by the dark power will only transform into werewolves on a full moon night? Gerald didn't answer, he was speechless. Alan took over the topic. Not necessarily. Some of them turn into werewolves at night and return to normal during the day. The demon hunter added softly, the werewolf holds a grudge. After he recovers from his injuries, he will definitely take revenge on you. You should take necessary precautions. Crown was a little annoyed. What are these things? When people sit at home, disaster comes from heaven. He also thought about living in peace for a while, making money by refining medicine, and then training with the priest. Mr. Gerald, you said that I have become a spirit master. Why am I still no match for these monsters? Creatures such as werewolves and vampires are considered monsters. Their physical fitness is extremely good. The evil spirits that live with you may be more talented in magic. Therefore, you do not enjoy the bonus in physical fitness. Besides, I have only become a spirit master for a few days and have not received formal training yet, so it is normal that I am not an opponent of monsters. It is recommended that you take the time to go to a big city that has an agency that handles paranormal incidents and make a record with the officials. Although you will be subject to some restrictions, they will also provide some help and you can slowly integrate into the circle of mystics. After the demon hunter master and apprentice left, Crown threw the iron pot he smashed into the small yard behind. After cleaning up the mess on the floor, he used a chair to prop up the door panel that was half hanging on the doorframe. Praising the Lord of Fire, he checked specifically just now and found that the room for refining the herbal medicine had not been damaged by werewolves. He originally thought he could deal with the troubles of the world leisurely, but now the werewolf's revenge is imminent. Do you want to run away? Crown said to himself. Life here had just started to improve, and the peace was about to be broken by a werewolf. He was also a little angry. Make money first, see if you can follow the path of a priest, and learn to become a crusader. During the conversation with Gerald, Crown learned that the so-called crusaders were the extraordinary professional knights he mentioned. They have strong bodies and can easily deal with monsters, but they are not good at dealing with evil spirits. They can only rely on specific weapons to cause harm to evil spirits. But Crown felt that he was a perfect match. His ability as a spirit master feels a bit useless, but the golden light spell can deal with spirits such as evil spirits. If he can learn to become a knight, his advantages will be complementary. As for the argument that pursuing two extraordinary professions at the same time can easily distract people's energy, it doesn't exist at all for him, and his liver is ruined. Quickly clearing the experimental table, he took out the other ingredients for the blood-boiling potion that he had already prepared, and divided each ingredient into small portions. After recalling the steps for refining the blood-boiling potion in his mind, Crown officially started refining it. The refining of potions may not seem tiring, but it is actually a physical job. The herbalist must remain focused at all times, otherwise, with a slight mistake, all the efforts in refining the potion will be wasted. Blue tulip petals floated in the pure water. Crown waited until the water was boiled and dripped in the basil juice. A slightly purple blue instantly spread in the beaker. The black sage is ground into powder in a grinding mortar, placed in a gooseneck bottle and heated by dry heating, and the smoke is passed into the boiling beaker. Half an hour later, Crown shook his head and poured the residue of the liquid into the trash can. Not surprisingly, the first time ended in failure. After taking a break, he reviewed the refining process in his mind, looking for any mistakes he had made. When he understood how to avoid these mistakes, he started a new round of refining. Again and again. Crown has refined it 7 times, and he is making fewer and fewer mistakes. The last time, he almost succeeded, but he failed to remove the alcohol lamp in time, and the medicine was scrapped. He sat in a chair and pressed his fingers to his temples. A golden wall appears in front of you. Herbology, 142/5000, Level 3. After refining the potion 7 times, his proficiency increased by more than 100 points, and herbal medicine began to advance by leaps and bounds again. With a knowing smile, Crown stood up, twisted his waist, and moved his legs and feet. He then performed 2 cycles of golden light mantra visualization. Since the skill has been advanced, as long as the visualization is not done at Mao and Yu times, the hunger caused by practice has been much smaller than before. The golden light spell is very suitable for restoring energy. After 2 cycles of practice, he felt that more than half of his tired cranial nerves were able to work again. Get excited! Crown strode to the experimental table, cleaned up the mess just now, and started a new round of refining. With full confidence and familiarity with the road, this time, success came naturally. Placing the potion on the cooling rack, Crown struck while the iron was hot and continued to refine it. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed. When the window gradually lit up, he suddenly realized that it was almost midnight. Throughout the night, he performed a total of 12 refining attempts, with a total of 3 successes. There were still 18 small portions of materials that had not been refined. Smiling with relief, Crown temporarily put aside his refining work and began to prepare for the visualization. The sun rises later and later in winter, which affects his proficiency in the liver golden light spell. His wok no longer works, and all the chicken he saved was eaten by the werewolf, so he can only go out to eat. The next day, near noon, Crown wrapped the 9 blood-boiling potions that he had successfully refined with a layer of flannel and put them in his backpack. He walked out of his house and headed straight to the Goat Hotel. The hotel business was deserted at this time, and old Jason was taking a nap on the counter. Didn't wake him up. Maybe the shop owner was too tired at night. The effect of the pink potion can last for 2 hours, the hotel closes late at night, and if he exercises for such a long time. Walking into the backyard, Crown went straight to the room where Lemansky lived. In the room, the Josai people's things have been packed away. Are you in such a hurry to leave? The old man who was sitting with his eyes closed opened his squinted eyes and said, "We will have lunch later. If you don't come yet, we will set off directly." Putting his backpack on the table and taking out the potion inside, Crown said lightly, "Test it?" Lemansky, who was listless just now, sat up straight in an instant and grabbed the potion. "You made it all?" As the old man spoke, he picked up one of them and shook it a few times. After seeing that the color of the medicine was still bright and there were no impurities in it, he opened the cork and placed it under his nose. "Hey, you've been smelling it for a long time. I made sure to test my potion before coming here. I'm a herbalist with a very professional ethics." Seeing Lemansky's actions like a puppy with his eyes closed, Crown mocked in amusement. The old man ignored his teasing and did the same action 8 times in succession. After he inspected all the potions, he spoke seriously. "This is the first time we are dealing with extraordinary potions. It is necessary to be cautious. If there is a problem with the refining of this kind of potion, it will not help people. Magic potion will become poison instead. How about it? There's no poison, right?" The old man was silent for a few seconds and repeated the question he just asked. "You made it all?" "Of course, I am the only herbalist in the small town of Zak." Hearing an already expected answer, the old man looked even more serious and asked, "Have you ever refined this kind of potion before?"
Crown pulled up a chair and sat down, speaking softly. I said I have never refined it before. Last night was the first time. Do you believe it? He wants to show off his talent as much as possible so that others can take him seriously. As for hiding it, it's totally unnecessary. The awl is hidden in the bag, and the sharp edge is exposed. If your ability is slightly higher than others, others may be jealous. If you are far ahead of others, you will only get looked up at. Another point is that he is too short of money and he wants to be trained by a priest immediately. Lemansky's expression remained normal, but he took a deep breath. Refining magic potions is not easy. So far, he only knows how to refine 2 extraordinary potions, and his success rate is less than 20%. If what the other party said is true, the success rate of refining a brand new medicine for the first time can reach more than 20%. This is a walking medicine refining machine, and it has a super high success rate. By the way, are you in such a hurry to leave? If you are not in a hurry, are you willing to wait for me for a few days? What did you just say? Say it again. Lemansky felt his heart tremble. Waiting for you for a few days, what are you going to do? Do you want to set off with the caravan to go somewhere else? Be sure to win over them well. Crown had no idea that the old man had so many thoughts running through his mind. He replied, I want you to wait a few more days. I'm going to make another batch of blood-boiling potions. I'm a little tight lately. Lemansky was a little surprised. The pharmacist said that he was short of money, but he really didn't have many. However, he did not continue to think about this problem. He only had one thought in his mind now, which was to win over this talented pharmacist. He stood up, said, wait first, and left in a hurry. About 5 minutes later, Lemansky came over carrying several small boxes. I can still get 40 servings of black sage and blue tulip here. The other ingredients for the blood-boiling potion are all common herbs. I don't have any reserves here. I have sufficient reserves of auxiliary medicines. The old man nodded. How long will it take you to refine these potions? After thinking for a moment, Crown spit out a number, 2 days. Okay, we'll wait for you. These herbs will be refined by familiar alchemists in the gathering places of the Jasai people, and the other party's refining success rate seems to be more than 30%. But if you can make a genius pharmacist here, all the losses will be worth it. 40 materials, 80 gold shields, you brought 9 blood-boiling potions, 45 gold shields, so you still have to provide 35 gold shields. When he came, Crown had already brought all his belongings with him. Now, he has 41 gold shields on his body. The two paid the money with one hand and delivered the goods with the other, and everyone was happy. After getting the materials, he stood up and said goodbye. Time is tight, I will go back and start refining early. Lemansky sent him to the back door of the hotel lobby and told him, don't be anxious, stay in top condition, and just follow your normal rhythm. If time is really tight, you can do it a day later. Crown responded with a gentle smile and the two said goodbye. Taking the medicinal materials, Crown first went to the market block, bought grain, meat and vegetables, replaced it with a good iron pot, and then found a carpenter to replace it with a wooden door. Come down and spend 1.5 gold shields to get out. His current living situation can be called luxurious in this small town. However, these are necessary. If he can't keep up with his diet, he may practice the golden light spell to death. After finishing his work, he rolled up his sleeves and started washing vegetables and cooking. Shredded beef tripe soup, fried mutton with fungus, stewed chicken with potatoes. This time instead of making rice, he steamed a pot of big, white, round steamed buns. After having a delicious meal, he started refining the potion. When he lost concentration, he visualized the golden light mantra. Except for bathing in the moonlight and meditating during the U period, he has always maintained the rhythm of refining medicine and meditating. As he continued to refine the blood-boiling potion, his success rate and refining speed were greatly improved. In the afternoon of the next day, he had finished refining all the materials. The overall success rate of refining reached 40%, and the success rate of the last 10 times was even 60%. The golden wall emerged, and the growing numbers on it made him feel happy both physically and mentally. Herbology, 1276/5000, level 3. Now, the increase in proficiency brought about by refining the blood-boiling potion has slowed down. Maybe it won't be long before he needs to find a new extraordinary potion formula, or wait until his liver reaches a certain level. After quickly packing up the medicine, Crown carried the medicine box and went out. He had been a frequent visitor to the Goat Hotel these days. When he saw the visitor coming in with a medicine box on his back, old Jason greeted enthusiastically, "Business is booming now." "Ah, it's okay. When you leave later, bring me a barrel of the best ale." "No problem."
Jason agreed with a smile, thinking about being a matchmaker in his heart.
This guy is doing really well now. Would you like my niece to introduce him to him? Lemansky breathed rapidly when he saw the potions on the table.
50 potions blinded his eyes, and the old man checked the potions with trembling hands.
Look at the color and smell the taste.
In just the past 2 days, the other party's success rate has increased so much.
He can't rest assured without careful inspection. Half an hour passed before I could check the potion again. I asked, "Are you doing this kind of business? If I had hundreds of extraordinary potions, wouldn't you have to waste a whole day on checking them?" Crone was a little dissatisfied.
When making the first transaction, he carefully checked the calculation.
For the second transaction, I already had a basis for cooperation, and yet such strict inspection was a bit nitpicky.
At this time, the old man looked at the other party with burning eyes, like a pervert who couldn't bear to blink for a second when he saw a beautiful woman. Crown felt a little nervous in his heart and raised his voice a few times. "Hey, let's settle it if it's no problem."
Lemansky finally became more normal and said, "There is no rush to settle the score.
I think we can strengthen cooperation in the future."
How to strengthen cooperation?
We pay a certain percentage of the deposit and are responsible for providing materials, and we can agree on the monthly supply volume.
No problem, Crown agreed readily.
He currently has no contact with other channels, and it is a dream to have a stable supplier and sales channel.
You provide the materials and pay a 20% deposit. We will settle the final payment for the materials together. No problem.
This time, it was Crown's turn to be surprised. This condition was actually a bit harsh, and he was already prepared for the other party to bargain.
Faced with his suspicious expression, Lemansky gave the answer, "A genius pharmacist deserves this trust."
Crown clutched his backpack tightly and walked into the hotel through the small door in the backyard.
250 gold shields.
This huge sum of money made waves in his heart as calm as a pool of water.
Herbalists make so much money. There were gradually more people in the hotel. He said hello to old Jason and went up to the guest room on the second floor.
He promised to treat the demon hunter master and apprentice to dinner today, and he was here to invite them to his home. Standing at the end of the corridor, Crown stood up straight and reached out to knock on the door.
Boom, boom.
"Here we come," came the response from inside the house, and the door was opened, revealing Alan's surprised smile.
"Brother, I'm talking to the teacher. Should I go directly to your house to find you? Miss me so much?" Crown joked.
Hee, the boy laughed awkwardly, turned around, and shouted into the room, "Teacher, Big Brother is here to pick us up."
Gerald walked out with a solemn expression and a polite smile.
Even though he was going to eat, he still carried the weapon behind his back. In Skunk Street, at Crown's house, the table is already covered with dishes. Crystal elbow, braised chicken with wild mushrooms, stir-fried pork sausage, soy sauce beef, sliver meat, scrambled eggs with fungus. The chef served the last dish of beef and sour soup. Alan sat upright in front of the table and couldn't help but swallow his saliva while looking at the various delicacies on it.
"Eat, eat."
As soon as Crown said this, Alan's hands flew out, and the knife and fork danced. A meal lasted for an hour or two, and the host and guest enjoyed themselves to the fullest.
"I didn't expect you to have such skills. No wonder you would encounter a werewolf coming in to eat it."
At that time, I was still wondering when werewolves had the habit of eating cooked food. Gerald picked up the ale and drank it all in one gulp, and Crown diligently asked him to refill it.
"Tell me, what's the matter?" The white-haired demon hunter chuckled and put down his glass. "Did I show it so obviously?"
With Crown's current face, he still felt embarrassed to have his thoughts revealed.
"Hey," he scratched his head to hide his embarrassment and asked his own question, "how should we deal with the werewolf? He doesn't want to run away for the time being. The bigger the city, the more people are mixed together. He is too weak now and will suffer."
The demon hunter played with the wine glass in his hand and whispered inexplicably, "Dark creatures such as werewolves and vampires are afraid of mithril. As long as they can be cut with weapons made of mithril, their strength can be greatly weakened. The remaining yes, it's up to you whether to kill or chop him into pieces."
"So simple? What is mithril?" "Simple?"
Alan laughed beside him. "Brother, mithril is an alloy made by alchemists.
The price is about a gold shield per gram.
A one-handed sword made of mithril costs about 3 to 5 kilograms. If you have money, it's really easy."
"Isn't this kidding me?"
The demon hunter master and apprentice don't look like rich people who can afford mithril weapons.
"No kidding."
Gerald's voice became serious. "Weapons made of silver can also be used, or you can customize a large-caliber pistol.
This is the most convenient way to deal with werewolves.
If you don't have any of these, then if you have a strong body, stronger than a werewolf, then you don't have to be afraid of werewolves. The physical fitness of ordinary werewolves can still be dealt with by ordinary people who have trained their bodies to the extreme. You are a spirit master, but it is a pity that the symbiote spirit in your body does not increase physical fitness. Otherwise, it would be easy for you to deal with werewolves. This meal was not in vain, it was still rewarding. Crown nodded and determined his response. The next day, the morning sun jumped over the horizon, and thousands of golden lights illuminated the earth. Crown made the great sun seal with his hands and visualized the red sun hiding in his body radiating light. In a daze, he felt that the red sun in his body was competing with the sun outside. When his body felt a burning sensation, he stopped the visualization and slowly stopped the exercise. Golden light spell, 1594/50,000, level 1, UU sighed, and he let out an exclamation. How long will it take for him to advance? The time to quickly increase proficiency is too short, and as proficiency increases, the points gained from later visualization become less and less. Crown finished his meal hastily and went out to the church. Nick weighed the small bag in his hand, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. 100 gold shields, only a month had passed, and this young man had collected enough. The speed of making money was beyond his imagination. Can you tell me how you did it? Crown said it lightly. I can now refine the blood-boiling potion. It turned out to be a blood-boiling potion. The priest is not a herbalist, but he still remembers the name of this potion. This is a potion that is in great demand. The knights of the church need to use it after their life essence is sublimated for the first time. Father, can I accept your training and become a crusader warrior? Do you still remember what I said? Remember, you have to bear the training costs yourself. If there are evil creatures that threaten the parishioners, they can accept your recruitment unconditionally. Nick nodded. I need to apply to the church for you to become a formal member of the church. Now you can only be an alternate warrior. Are you still willing? If he hadn't learned that the other party was already a very powerful pharmacist, he wouldn't have explained these things. In fact, Crown had not made up his mind to follow the Flame Lord Church. After hearing this, he was not worried but happy. He suppressed the joy in his heart, remained silent for a few seconds, and replied with a heavy face, I do. Don't worry, I will do my best to apply for you to become a formal member of the church. Now, I will teach you the first lesson. The sky was a bit gloomy and drizzling. There is a wide open space in the backyard of the church. Nick is currently wearing half-body armor and guiding crown in the field. The Crusader soldiers are also selected from ordinary parishioners. At the beginning of the training, it is nothing more than the practice of strength and skills. It is combined with special herbal formulas to achieve the purpose of enhancing physical fitness. As long as the supply of nutrients and rigorous training are ensured at this stage, one can reach the limits of the human body. Practitioners at this stage are called attendants. When a person reaches a certain standard, with the help of magic potions and breathing methods, the essence of human life will be sublimated, and the seed of life will be condensed in the body. Only then will he officially become a crusader warrior and advance to the extraordinary level. Training is very tiring and hard. Without enough nutrition, not only will the training effect not be achieved, but the body will be exhausted. Nutrition requires a lot of meat, which requires a lot of gold shields as support. After you advance to the extraordinary level, you will find that everything has just begun. At this time, ordinary training methods can no longer improve your physical fitness. You can only rely on breathing techniques. Exercising breathing techniques requires sufficient magical support to make faster progress. The improvement of breathing techniques will in turn lead to an improvement in physical fitness. To be more effective in combat, you need to purchase more powerful weapons and armor, which requires more golden shields and even spiritual coins. Crown raised his hand and asked, Father, what is the spirit coin? You will naturally come into contact with the hard currency of the world of extraordinary beings when you enter this circle. Now, what you need to do is to practice hard physical fitness. Remember to pay 2 gold shields for food and drink every day. I will give you the herbal formula to match the training. I'll give it to you later. There are no rare medicinal materials. You are an herbalist. You can prepare it yourself and save some money. Now, you are a Crusader warrior attendant, and it is your bounden duty to obey orders. Put on this sandsuit, run around the field 100 times first. Yes, Crown's voice was short and loud. He immediately ran to the ground where the equipment was placed, put on a sandbag vest, sandbag leggings on his legs, and sandbag wristbands on his arms, and started running with great energy. On the training ground, Crown felt that his legs were getting heavier and heavier, and his breathing was getting faster and faster. His eyes suddenly turned black, his chest seemed to be filled with fire, and his throat was like a pot of boiling water, with smoke constantly coming out. The whole body was soaked with sweat, the sandclothes rubbed against the skin, and burning pain continued to come from the wrists, legs, and back.
No more, I can't run at all. Let's stop practicing today.
A voice of giving up kept sounding in Crown's heart.
Run. Once your body reaches its limit, every second you hold on is progress. Don't you want to become a transcendent? Now the opportunity is in front of you, hold on. Let me tell you the truth, the world is becoming more and more spiritually active, and there will be more and more supernatural incidents. You don't want danger to come, so you can only close your eyes and pray. Come out with all your energy and will.
Nick was holding a cowhide whip, like a ruthless machine. Every time Crown slowed down a little, he would throw the whip at him. His eyes were cold, but there was a heat in the deepest part of his eyes. The young man in front of him gave him another surprise. Carrying heavy sand clothes all over my body, I have run more than 70 laps. Although he shouted for 100 laps, that refers to the minimum limit for physical strength to reach the extraordinary standard. Ordinary people without 3 to 5 years of training are simply unable to meet this requirement.
During this first training session, Crown ran 74 laps without falling down.
He feels that such a talented person is not exploited and polished properly, which is a pity for himself. Crown understood that his physical strength was actually exhausted, and he was now running solely with a will as strong as steel. His legs were numb, and the flow of blood gave him a feeling of heat. Crack, Crown received another whip. This time, he could no longer accelerate again. The exhaustion of the body has reached its limit. Unless one regains his strength, he will not be able to run for a few more minutes at most.
However, how can you regain your strength while running?
Hey, the visualization method only requires visualizing the will of God, and there is really no requirement for posture.
If I can perform the visualization method while running, wouldn't it be able to solve the physical problem?
A wild idea appeared in Crown's mind, and he immediately started trying it.
In the past, I always closed my eyes when visualizing.
He now needs to overcome this habit and visualize with his eyes open. The focus in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his body was extremely tired, which made it easier to do this. The bright moon began to appear in front of my eyes, but as the body ran, like stones thrown into the water, the reflected moon was also fragmented. Curbing his thoughts, Crown continued to meditate. Let the bright moon move with its own motion, keeping the two relatively still.
Once, twice he kept trying. Nick has counted 80 laps.
People in the training ground are no longer running, but walking slowly in running motions. His whip is no longer waving, because at this time it has no effect on stimulating the opponent's potential.
The priest understood that the opponent was almost out of fuel and was still running, supported entirely by his admirable will. He watched quietly, wanting to see where the other party's limit would be and how much of a surprise it could bring him. Crown had forgotten that he was still running, and his body just moved forward mechanically. He forgot about fatigue in time. The bright moon shines silently around the body, into the center of the eyebrows, through the naiwan to the tanjong point, then in the heart like a red sun shining through the internal organs, and finally the red sun falls into the dantian, radiating the whole body, and then radiating outward through the pores. In Nick's eyes, it was as if the long drought vegetation was ushering in the rain. Crown's body was rejuvenated, and his speed slowly increased. Although he did not return to his original speed, all of this seemed incredible. 1 lap, 2 laps, and the man runs again. Crown's state was interrupted by a strong sense of hunger, and he felt like a drum was beating in his belly. At this time, he only felt the front of his chest pressed against his back, a dull pain in his stomach, and a panic in his heart. Lon stopped in front of the priest and stared at him. "I'm hungry." The priest laughed and said, "I just gave instructions to the cook, and you can start eating now."
In the first training session, he ran a full 92 laps. Such a servant has excellent endurance and only needs to improve his strength to meet the standards for promotion. He is confident that in 1 year, no, maybe half a year of training, he can be promoted to the extraordinary level. The church's small restaurant. Crown ate in small bites, one could even say he was chewing slowly, but he ate very quickly and a lot.
Nick looked at the piles of dishes on the table, feeling secretly happy. The more energy you consume, the greater your appetite will be.
In a sense, the strongest person on the road of knighthood is the one who can eat the most. "Father, the herbs are ready." The slim nun came over, holding a large enamel bowl in one hand and a clay pot in the other.
Nick nodded slightly, smiled at the nun and said, "Thank you, Avina, put it on the table." The nun put the things on the table and turned to leave. Crown tilted his head, looking at the nun swaying back, and couldn't help but feel a little disturbed. The nun gradually walked away, and Nick said and cursed with a smile, "Don't look at it. When you become extraordinary, you will find that you have more choices." The priest stood up and patted his shoulder. "Come on, young man, I'm optimistic about you. The medicinal decoction should be taken internally and the ointment can be used externally. I will copy the prescription to you in the evening. The church does not have many herbal medicines in reserve. You will have to prepare it yourself in the future." With his hands behind his back, Nick left. "Don't eat too much. You have 2 hours of rest at noon. You need to learn swordsmanship in the afternoon. Meet at the training ground before 2 o'clock. Crown was very full after eating, but at this time he could no longer drink the soup. Picking up the medicine bowl, he took the medicine jar back to his assigned residence. Open the door and see everything. The furnishings inside are simple, with a table, a chair, and a narrow wooden bed. There is an oil lamp and a kettle on the table. The furniture is all raw wood, not even painted with varnish." Opening the medicine jar, Crown saw it was filled with black and red ointment. He smelled it and immediately analyzed several herbs in it. There are gorse and blood-activating grass. This ointment should have some of the effects of tiger bone ointment, promoting blood circulation and relieving pain, and enhancing muscle tolerance. After applying ointment to his sore muscles, Crown sat on the bed. He did not sit cross-legged, but just sat up straight. He closed his eyes and formed golden light seals with his hands, and began to meditate. Although he has learned to open his eyes and visualize while in motion, he feels that the efficiency of that kind of visualization is much worse than in a normal state. The reason why he ate so much was for a purpose. The visualization of the golden light mantra required consuming a lot of calories, which just helped with digestion. Crown opened his eyes, and the golden hourglass shadow flashed in his pupils. In his spiritual sense, it was already 1:15. He was very satisfied with the effect of the visualization method, and his fatigue had completely recovered. "I don't know what the use of this decoction is, so I'll try it after drinking it." He picked up the medicine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Licorice, astragalus, atractylodes, angelica root, and Codonopsis palaceula are all medicines that can replenish blood and chi. As expected, Crown nodded lightly, then walked out of the room and strode towards the training ground, moving like the wind. The drizzle stopped, but the weather remained gloomy. The priest hadn't arrived yet. He took down a thick-backed narrow-edged sword from the weapons rack nearby without opening it. This is a one-handed sword. It is quite heavy, weighing 3 to 4 kilograms. As he was waving in boredom, Nick walked out of the church. "I thought you would oversleep. That's good. Your self-discipline is precious. Many people have great talents but lack self-discipline and waste their time." A smile appeared on the priest's face, and he became more and more satisfied with this attendant. "In fact, my physical strength has been fully restored and my condition has been adjusted to the best." A shy smile appeared on Crown's face. "Thank you, what I did was not good enough." Nick added another virtue to his senses, humility. "Okay, since you have recovered well, let's get started now." He took out a one-handed sword of the same standard from the weapon rack, and shook out a sword flower in his hand. The main weapons of knights are one-handed swords and two-handed swords. Today, we will learn the basic moves of one-handed swords. According to your progress, we will learn cross-swordsmanship next. When we master the one-handed swordsmanship well enough, we will learn the two-handed swordsmanship. Crown nodded and thought to himself, "I don't know what knowledge and skills an exorcism priest needs to learn. The priest is more knowledgeable than I imagined." He originally thought that priests such as exorcist priests were just mages who used divine magic, but unexpectedly they were a combination of mages and swordsmen. "Look carefully." Nick held the sword and came to the center of the training ground. He demonstrated the basic routines of swordsmanship and explained in detail. The basic moves of the sword are only thrust, chop, point, collapse, etc., but you must cooperate with your footsteps and arms to maximize the power of the weapon. Only in this way will your swordsmanship have enough destructive power, and you can be considered a beginner. The priest demonstrated it 3 times in a row, and then replaced Crown with the drill. The movement is deformed, and the arm is pressed down again. The step is too big and the strength of the arm cannot be transmitted to the tip of the sword. Nick took the trouble to correct the non-standard movements, and Crown listened carefully, thinking about how he could use his strength to do better. As the sun set, Nick looked at the young people practicing hard in the sunset, and his bright smile could not be hidden.
The amount of training in the afternoon is not inferior to that in the morning, because many times a sudden burst of physical strength is required. Crown also rested several times, but his physique seemed to be very special. After resting for a few minutes, he would return to his condition, but he was easily hungry and ate twice in the middle. It seems like he needs more money for his food, Nick murmured to himself and shouted, "That's it for today. Go back and have a good rest at night. When you get used to the training intensity, we need to learn some knowledge about monsters in the evening, so that we can have better responses in the future." There was also a smile on Crown's face. He calmed his breathing and put the sword back into the weapon rack. Basic sword skills, 66/1000, level 1, you have mastered the basic force generating skills. In one afternoon, the basic swordsmanship increased by 66 points of proficiency, half of which was because he had not started and could not improve his proficiency. You are very good. The priest took out a piece of paper full of small words and handed it to him. This is a prescription. All the ingredients for drinking are written on it. You are a senior herbalist. You need to prepare these yourself. Crown took the page with both hands and thanked the priest. Thank you. Without the careful guidance of the priest, my progress would not have been so fast. Nick felt even more pleased when he heard his answer. Go back. Make sure you have adequate nutritional intake and rest time at night. If your gold shield is not enough, ask me to borrow it. I won't charge you any interest this time. Work hard so that you can seize the future, the priest added. Thank you. If necessary, I will not be polite to you, Father. Crown hurriedly returned home from the church with his trained sword. When passing by Plantagenet Street, he found several donkey carts parked in front of the patrol team, surrounded by people. Judging from the clothes of those people, they must be workers in the quarry. Out of curiosity, he stepped forward, grabbed a dark and sturdy short man, and asked, "Brother, what happened here?" The man turned around and said sadly, "Something bad happened in the quarry. Some workers were brutally killed and dumped in the wilderness." An old gray-haired worker next to him added, "The internal organs were dug out. We suspect that it was done by some kind of monster. Could it be a werewolf?" Crown was moved, but then gave up the idea. Monsters like werewolves are very well known. They will eat all the meat of their prey, even break the bones and suck out the marrow. Just having his internal organs ripped out was obviously not the work of a werewolf who was famous for not wasting food. Crown stopped going to the theater and headed straight home without stopping. Born in this dark age, if you don't have the strength, you will be knocked to the bone and sucked out the marrow by various monsters. He remembered what the priest said, the world is becoming more and more spiritually active, and there will be more and more supernatural events. I am still very weak now, so I must work harder. There is also a werewolf hiding in the darkness, ready to deliver a fatal blow to himself. At Mao hour, the sky was thick with clouds and there was no moon. Crown tried the visualization of forming the moonlight seal, but his proficiency did not increase. He gave up the visualization. It would take a long time for the golden light curse to advance, and he now urgently needed to improve his combat effectiveness. He was not going to use the prescription given to him by the priest. The ointment could be replaced by the tiger bone ointment he had in stock. There was no need for the decoction to replenish chi and blood. He only needed to eat enough and good food, plus enough golden light spell. When you visualize time, there will never be a loss of energy and blood. Now, what he needs most is sword practice. Arriving in the backyard, he moved around in the darkness, stabbing, hacking, and biting, practicing carefully. A series of insights came to my mind. Although his body was tired, he enjoyed it very much. He can see progress with every bit of effort, making him fearless of any hardship or hatred. When he was hungry and tired, he sat down to eat a big meal and used the golden light mantra to regain his strength. Once your energy and stamina are restored, you can continue to practice the one-handed sword tirelessly. When frost began to form on the ground in the cold night wind, Crown realized that it was already midnight. Basic sword skill, 211/1000, level 1, it only takes more than a week to reach the second level of swordsmanship. When Crown came to the church in high spirits, he was told that the priest was not there. "Mr. Moya, the priest told you that he needs to go to the quarry to deal with some things, and he doesn't know when he will be back. He asked you to practice according to the self-supervision of your training subjects yesterday." Aviana's voice was soft and clear, and Crown felt a little distraught. "Thank you, Aviana. I understand." After politely thanking the nun, he couldn't help but despise himself. Listen to a beautiful woman's voice turning like this, she's so worthless. The nun smiled, showing the dimples on her cheeks. "I'm going to the church to guide the worshippers. Goodbye." Watching the nun's graceful and round back fading away,
Crown shook his head fiercely and took a deep breath. He patted a certain part of his body and said with a smile, "What a hot-blooded young man." After a brief warm-up exercise, he put on his sandsuit and started running. During this run, when he felt that his physical strength was half exhausted, he started visualizing the golden light mantra simultaneously. He didn't care how many laps he ran. When he felt that the hunger in his body was about to swallow up his mind, he turned around and rushed towards the restaurant. At this time, his spiritual sense told him that it was past 12 o'clock. This time, he felt better than yesterday. His physical strength was distributed more reasonably and he almost maintained an even speed throughout the whole process. If he were not hungry, he would have no problem running another 7 or 8 laps. At dusk, the haze is gorgeous. Crown wielded the sword calmly and powerfully, with a measured pace. His gaze was like an eagle, as sharp as lightning. In the training ground, the only sounds were the sound of swords piercing the air and his breathing. "Papa, papa," there was a burst of applause from behind. "Although you have repeatedly overestimated you, your speed of progress always amazes me." Nick strode into the training ground, his voice unable to contain his joy. Crown stood upright and ended his practice. He turned around to face the owner of the church, only to find a trace of sadness on the pastor's face. "Father, you seem to have encountered some trouble." "There have been supernatural incidents in the quarry, but I suspect there are human factors behind it." "Man-made?" "Father, are you referring to the involvement of evil spirits controlled and detained by spiritual masters?" "Not bad, you actually know about the spirit controller. I thought you knew very little about the mysterious side." Crown smiled, "I have some friendship with the demon hunter from this town." Nick nodded slightly inside. "It's not a spirit master. There are some special mystical professions that can control monsters. I suspect that an animal trainer is involved. I will write a letter to the church tonight for help. This incident is a bit tricky. Maybe it's a sacrifice to the evil god." When Crown was about to ask the animal trainer and the evil priest in detail, the priest had already walked away from him. "Come on, young man, things are happening faster than we expected." Shaking his head, he gave up asking what exactly they had expected. "If you are weak, knowing too much will only cause trouble." The next day, when Crane came for training, the priest had left early just like yesterday. He trained step by step at his own pace. When he left in the evening, the priest had not returned. Mao hour is almost over and the sun finally rises. Crown grasped the tail of time, formed the great sun seal on his hands and performed several cycles of visualization. When his body felt hot, he stopped visualizing. Golden Light Spell, 2012/50,000, Level 1, Basic Sword Skill, 896/1000, Level 1, the golden light in his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a smile. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased faster than he expected. Today, he can reach the second level of swordsmanship. After several days of physical and sword training, the muscle contours on his arms became more obvious. Smiling narcissistically at himself in the mirror, Crown walked out of the door happily. "Father, I thought I wouldn't see you today." When he rushed to the church, he was surprised to find Nick already standing in the middle of the training ground waiting for his arrival, looking in a good mood. The investigation revealed that it was done by cultists from the tributaries. "Their lair is empty. I think this group of people has moved. After all, it is a good thing to stay away from trouble." Crown flattered him. The priest must have intimidated those cultists. Nick bared his teeth. He had never met a cultist before, so how could he be intimidated? "Let's not talk about this. Now you just need to train with all your strength and strive to reach the standard for promotion to extraordinary as soon as possible. I want to test whether you have been lazy in the past 2 days. Put on the sand clothes and start running." "Okay, father, you're going to be surprised," Crown said calmly. He first moved all the joints, then put on the sandsuit and walked and jumped. When he was fully accustomed to the extra weight, he officially started running. 1 lap. 2 laps, 100 laps, and just 4 or 5 days of training, his physical strength reached the minimum standard for promotion to a Crusader warrior. Nick's heart was filled with surprise and pride. He was surprised that the other party's progress was much faster than ordinary people, and he was proud that this future Crusader warrior was trained by him. In the Church of the Lord of Flame, he is equivalent to the other party's guide. Crown was still running, and Nick was silently cheering for him in his heart. "Come on. Let me see where your limit is now." The sun was shining brightly today, and Crown tried to visualize while running. Not surprisingly, visualization could not restore his physical strength and energy, and his body temperature even increased abnormally and rapidly, scaring him to stop the visualization quickly.
Without the means to replenish his physical strength, he would soon be unable to hold on. When he ran to the priest again, he could no longer hold on. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Nick squatted next to him and said gently, wearing a 15-kilogram sand jacket and leggings, "You run 108 times for 1 hour. Your physical strength has reached the minimum standard for promotion to extraordinary. From now on, physical training will be carried out in the morning.
The requirement is that you can be faster.
Rest for a quarter of an hour and then we move on to strength training." After listening to the priest's words, Crown struggled to get up and came to the shadows, leaning against the wall to meditate on the golden light spell.
"It's time to rest."
Nick's voice interrupted his thoughts, and he immediately came to the training ground and stood still.
The priest picked up the dumbbells placed next to the weapon rack. "Train like me."
He first held the dumbbells with his arms raised naturally, at shoulder level. The priest showed him a muscle-building method similar to that in his previous life, and then threw it to Crown.
The rest of the morning was spent doing strength training.
In the afternoon, the two engaged in sword fighting, with Crown attacking and the priest defending. The attacker tried his best, but still failed to break through the opponent's defensive circle.
Crown took a step forward, raised his weapon and stabbed Nick.
The priest took a step back and lightly blocked the incoming attack with his sword. With a flick of his wrist, he was about to knock the opponent's sword away. He did this action several times, but he missed. While the opponent was holding his sword, Crown moved the weapon down along the spine of the opponent's sword with great joy, cutting the enemy's hand. By the time the priest noticed something was wrong and wanted to change his move, the tip of Crown's sword had already reached his hand. Subconsciously, he let go of the handle, and the weapon clattered to the ground.
"My weapon was knocked off?" Nick looked a little dull.
Their sparring had only started for less than 2 hours, and the young man's progress was almost visible to the naked eye. Crown was also overjoyed because he felt the joy of upgrading his skills. Basic Swordsmanship, April 2000, Level 2. You are no longer just a standard swordsman. Hard training allows you to use various combinations of basic moves.
"I admit that I underestimated you. Your talent in swordsmanship also surprised me." Crown was in a good mood and said, "Father, come again. I feel that I am stronger."
During the sparring session, his skill proficiency gradually increased.
He understood that real combat was the best way to improve his proficiency in swordsmanship. He was excited about finding a way to make a more efficient liver. "I admit that you have improved very quickly, but that doesn't mean that your swordsmanship is already strong. It's time to show you your true skills."
Nick bent down to pick up his weapon and raised his fingers at Crown. The young man had a solid grasp of swordsmanship, and he decided to use his true swordsmanship to attack the opponent's arrogance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to restrain this servant after he is promoted to extraordinary. The sparring between the two began again, and as soon as they met, Nick felt a sense of discomfort. It was as if there was a different person on the opposite side. His moves were no longer rigid but standard, but had a lively rhythm. There are fewer and fewer obvious signs of the opponent's attack. After a close encounter, the changes of moves become faster and faster, like clouds and flowing water, leaving no trace. It becomes increasingly difficult for him to challenge the opponent's weapons.
Crown's condition at this time can be described as excellent.
As he continued to attack, mysterious insights kept rising in his heart.
It turns out it can still be like this. He sighed like this more than once.
At the same time, his swordsmanship also improved by leaps and bounds. Nick felt that it was a different situation.
At the beginning when the two were sparring, he was able to do it with ease. Later on, he was a little less calm.
Now, he just feels like he can barely suppress his opponent.
Sweat was dripping from Nick's forehead.
He now maintained his physical fitness at a level similar to that of his opponent, and felt that he might not be Crown's opponent before long. Unless he doesn't use his strength and directly crushes the opponent with the qualities of an extraordinary priest, but that would not be practicing swordsmanship but bullying a child. What a freak, he seems to be born for the sword.
As time went on, half an hour passed.
Crown raised his sword to raise it, and when the priest made a sudden block, he took a step forward, changed his sword to collapse, and knocked Nick's weapon away. The setting sun was shining slantingly, and the orangered light covered the entire training ground, modeled the two people's bodies.
The priest stared blankly at his empty hands, feeling unwilling but more relieved and happy.
His swordsmanship ability can only be said to be average among the exorcist priests, but he has also undergone rigorous training for a long time. What does it mean that a man who has only been exposed to a one-handed sword for a total of 5 or 6 days defeated him? This means that the church in Zack Town is about to produce a talented crusader warrior.
Basic sword skill, 592/2000, level 2, in less than 3 hours, my proficiency increased by more than a quarter. The golden color that only he could see in Crown's eyes kept flashing, and his face flushed with excitement. At this speed, reaching the 3rd level of swordsmanship is just around the corner. Today's training is over. Your basic swordsmanship has been very solid. Tomorrow, I will teach you the swordsmanship cross sword to kill evil. This is the prerequisite swordsmanship to teach the extraordinary swordsmanship flame cross. You must learn it carefully. Crown only had the sharp blade in his mind just now and had already ignored the time. He looked up in shock, just in time to see the red sun setting in the sky filled with red clouds. The bright moon peeked out from the treetops, shining on Crown's cheek. His hands were covered with moonlight seals, bathed in the clear light. The light from the jade pot turns around, and the hour of you passes quickly. He exhaled softly, and it dissipated in the air like a line of white smoke. The magical power of the golden light spell became more and more powerful. When he meditated during the hour, his breath was like white frost. But when he meditated under the morning sun, his whole body was like a steaming furnace, radiating light and heat around him. He stood up and sat on a chair to rest. Busy with attendant training these days, he has never taken time to draw the talisman. He has never drawn either the pure heart talisman or the golden light talisman. However, he has experimented with the functions of the time hourglass a lot. The ability to stop time has a limited range of action. Expanding the body 20 centimeters is the range of the ability. Beyond this distance, the effect of the ability will be greatly reduced. A little further and it loses its effect completely. The best use of this ability is to face small but strong attacks, such as bullet attacks. Facing the impact of large targets consumes the sands of time very much. The last time I faced a werewolf, I used my ability to stop time, and the sands of time were all consumed. He had a vague guess that the consumption of the sands of time was calculated based on the kinetic energy of the target he wanted to stop. This speculation requires further verification. Now, the sands of time and the hourglass of time have accumulated 1/3 of the conical flask. According to the knowledge learned from Geralt, as the power of the evil spirit's symbiotic with the spirit master increases, there will continue to be evil whispers of temptation in the mind of the spirit master. He had never felt any whisper of temptation, not even in his dreams. There is only one explanation for this: the golden light spell can eliminate this adverse effect. In fact, his guess was close to the truth. The function of the golden light mantra is divided into 2 aspects. One is meditation. A calm mind leads to wisdom. He feels that his state is maintained at a relatively efficient peak state, and there is rarely a decline in state. The second is to eliminate evil spirits. The evil thoughts of evil spirits are a kind of inner demon, which are very restrained by the golden light spell. Crown persisted in practicing the golden light spell every day, and the evil thoughts accumulated in the hourglass of time were burned away before they were too many. So much so that the evil spirit's true spirit is always suppressed and never gets any chance to grow. After Crown felt that he had rested enough, he picked up the sword placed by the wall and walked towards the door leading to the backyard. Under the night and in the moonlight, a black monster was galloping on the street, moving nimbly in the shadows. When it came to a yard, the monster jumped up, climbed over the fence, and landed steadily in the yard. Its nose kept sniffing something, and then it lay down on the stove and rummaged around. There was nothing else on the stove, and the monster found nothing. A low roar came out of his mouth. The roar just started and then stopped suddenly. This is a werewolf, and its main purpose of coming to this house now is to swallow the guy who injured his head in order to comfort his angry heart. The werewolf covered his mouth that wanted to roar and cautiously approached the door. It is very cunning and wants to hide in the dark and inflict fatal blows to people. When he came to the door, the werewolf leaned his head on the door panel, listening to what was going on inside. The people inside were walking towards the door, and the werewolf was ecstatic. It maintained a secretly listening posture, with the sharp claw of its right hand raised high. Whenever someone comes out, he is greeted by a big paw. Let's say that as Crown walked towards the door leading to the backyard, he suddenly heard the sound of 2 heavy objects falling to the ground. The golden light mantra contemplation method not only brought him quick recovery ability, but also gave him sharp facial features. Although those 2 voices disappeared fleetingly, he heard them clearly in the quiet night. "What's coming in?" Muttering to himself, Crown did not continue to move forward, but slowly backed away. Then, he heard another low, short roar, and immediately understood the identity of the uninvited guest outside. Who else could be there besides the escaping werewolf?
After these few days of training, Crown felt that his strength, endurance, and reflexes had greatly improved.
The increasingly strong chest and abdominal muscles on his body are one of the clear proofs. He didn't move forward, he was waiting for the werewolf to rush in on his own without the patience. "Sorry, my door has just been replaced a few days ago." He teased in his mind and stared at the small door intently. The sword in his hand was borrowed from the priest. It was an edged star-patterned steel sword. Although it was far less strong than Valyrian steel, it could still cut through the skin of monsters. Armed with a sharp weapon, the murderous intention arises. The training of hand-to-hand combat gave him the ability to control danger. He is confident that with the help of time stopping and the star-patterned steel sword that cuts iron like clay, plus his hard-earned swordsmanship, he can teach the werewolf a more unforgettable lesson. The werewolf maintained his posture, hoping for a nice ambush. After a while, he couldn't hear any noise from the room, and he felt doubtful. In the werewolf state, it was obviously impatient. It had not heard any movement inside for a long time. The werewolf let out a low roar again, raised its claws, and slapped the door panel in with one click. The light inside made him feel a little uncomfortable, and the werewolf subconsciously covered his eyes with his arms. Crown quickly dodged the flying door panel. The werewolf's blocking action gave him an excellent opportunity. With a quick step, the sharp sword in his hand stabbed the werewolf's neck. The werewolf's senses were very keen. It seemed to sense the danger and moved aside. The steel sword in Crown's hand changed his technique and switched from stabbing to cutting. The sharp blade cut the werewolf's neck fiercely and touched the bone. He exerted force on his hand, but the sharp blade could not penetrate further. Changing his moves again, he stepped back with his legs, grasped the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and pulled out the sharp blade. The injury on his neck was burning, and the werewolf's roar became louder, and the shrill roar spread in the intoxicating night. The wolf claws swung forward, as if wanting to tear the person who had caused him harm into pieces. Crown's body first made a fake move to the left, and then dodged to the right, leaving the werewolf's attack range. He thrust forward with the sword in his hand. This time, he wanted to put the entire sword into the werewolf's mouth. Perhaps it was the werewolf's naturally keen sense of combat, but his sword just cut open its cheek and cut off a lot of black hair. The attack failed, so he hurriedly stepped out with both legs to increase the distance between him and the werewolf. At this time, the anger completely swallowed up the werewolf's little remaining reason. It roared again and tried to rush forward. Unexpectedly, Crown's speed was faster. When he approached the werewolf, time stopped and activated. The werewolf paused for a moment with his expression twisted in anger. Although this moment was short, it was enough for Crown to accomplish what he wanted to do. The sharp blade made of star-patterned steel has been mostly inserted into the werewolf's mouth. Crown held the hilt of the sword with both hands, exerted force on his waist, and turned his body sideways. Half of the werewolf's neck was cut open. The consequence of a ruptured aorta is that the blood is like a faucet that sprays water and cannot be stopped no matter what. The harder the werewolf struggled, the more blood spurted out like a nozzle, as if it was free of charge. Crown took a few steps back, away from the place where the blood spurted out. Werewolves have very strong vitality, but they will never survive this kind of injury. He still added materials to the weapons. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, the werewolf lay on the ground, completely motionless. After taking a few steps back, Crown sat on the chair, breathing heavily. The time the two fought was short, but he consumed a lot of energy. Real fighting is completely different from sparring. The feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife is tense and exciting. Time stood still with the addition of a large amount of sands of time, completely stagnating the werewolf's movements, giving him time to feed his sharp blade into the opponent's mouth. Crown closed his eyes and reviewed the battle just now, looking for his own shortcomings. When he finished reviewing, he picked up the weapon again and walked to the backyard. Tonight's sword practice must continue. He casually pulled the werewolf's body and placed it in the corner. Being in the same room with a corpse was no longer a big deal to him. Church training ground. The sun shone down, lengthening the straight shadow of the priest standing. "Today, you are late." His voice was slightly cold, and he made a cold snort. "Do you feel that you have some ability and are starting to become undisciplined?" Bang! Crown threw down the package wrapped in black cloth on his shoulder and explained, "Last night, a werewolf came into the house and was killed by me. After I got up in the morning, I went to the patrol team to make a report, so I was late." You're not saying that although they have no effect in the face of monsters, if they make more records, they can report to their superiors. Rhine City may send some truly capable people to help maintain the stability of the parish. Werewolf? Nick took a step forward,
bent down and pulled off the black cloth. I saw that it was indeed a werewolf inside.
Judging from the coagulation state of the blood, the monster died at 8 or 9 o'clock last night.
The werewolf's teeth can be sold for some gold shields, which can be used as extra food for you.
Your food intake exceeds my estimate, so there is no need to pay you now.
I'll take care of it while you continue with your physical training.
Crown nodded in agreement, put on his sand clothes, and started running.
Time passed and it soon reached the middle of the frost moon. During the day, during the physical training, strength training, and swordsmanship training, Crown lived an intense and fulfilling life. At night, he would also do additional training. Although it had only been more than 10 days, his strength had made great progress.
Golden Light Spell, 4132/50,000, Level 1, Basic Sword Skill, 586/5000, Level 3, Cross Sword, 758/2000, Level 2. The Golden Light Spell has made steady progress, and the basic swordsmanship has reached the 3rd level, and various combinations of tricks are at your fingertips. The hidden bonus brought by his excellent basic swordsmanship is that his cross sword has improved rapidly and is now at the 2nd level. The only bad thing is that Father Nick is no match for him in terms of swordsmanship skills, so much so that he has no one to practice with now. Perhaps we should find Geralt.
At the worst, I'll pay to find a powerful sparring partner and spend some gold shield.
It's totally worth it. It was steaming inside the Goat Hotel.
Crown squeezed past the 2 drunkards blocking his way and walked to the counter. Old Jason, have those 2 strangers checked out? He came to Geralt to ask if he was willing to be a sparring partner, but he knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. The shop owner scratched his scalp, which shone charmingly under the light, and recalled, "Are you talking about the white-haired guy?
They went out early in the morning and said they wouldn't come back until tomorrow. What kind of monster did you find and deal with?"
Crown murmured in his heart that the income of a demon hunter depends entirely on killing monsters, selling materials, and collecting bounties. There is no fixed income, just like those craftsmen who walk around the streets.
Would you like a roast leg of lamb? The fat sheep just slaughtered this afternoon is very fresh.
Old Jason started selling his food. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was a man who was willing to spend money. "Well, forget it, I haven't had any income for a long time recently, but I have to pay cash to buy herbs. Wait until the caravan comes in the spring and then come to your place to improve your life." What Crown said is the truth, but the main thing is not to eat here.
The reason is because the quality of the food here is a bit worse than what I cook myself. The skills of a 3rd-level cooking master are no joke. Winter just takes a while to get through.
The 2 chatted for a few more words, and then Crown said goodbye and left. It was getting dark, and Crown withdrew from his meditation.
For some reason, he was very restless while meditating today and couldn't calm down at all. He tried many methods to no avail.
That kind of impetuous feeling cannot be eliminated at all, but has a tendency to get worse. It was impossible to continue contemplating in such a state, so he had no choice but to stop.
Usher is one of the most important moments of his day.
The sun rises too late in winter, so his proficiency in the golden light spell almost entirely relies on this time period.
Today is the night of the full moon. Shouldn't it be the time when the power of the moonlight is at its strongest? Could it be that I am too weak to take this tonic?
Standing in front of the window, Crown frowned and thought in front of the scarlet full moon. It has been some time since he traveled to this world, and Crown also learned from the priest that after the changes that occurred in this world, the color of the moon on full moon nights would turn into a scary crimson. He recalled the mysterious words the priest had uttered this afternoon.
Tonight is the most spiritually active night, and all kinds of strange things will happen.
You should not do any extra training at night, and go to bed early.
Ouch! In the distance, a wild wolf howl pierced the tranquility of the night.
Crown's gaze penetrated into the distant night sky, and for some reason, he heard violence and cruelty in that voice, as well as traces of pain. Unable to figure out what was going on tonight, he stopped obsessing over the golden light spell and went to bed to rest. Late at night, Crown woke up from his sleep, his whole body was wet with sweat. He had a strange dream in which he fell into a dark abyss with a deformed monster inside. The monster is as huge as a mountain of flesh, with a green halo shining all over its body and covered with octopus-like tentacles. There are no suction cups on the tentacles, instead there are scarlet eyes and small mouths. The eyes are yellowish-brown with red narrow vertical pupils embedded inside.
The mouth has sharp triangular teeth.
The abyss is filled with whispers that make people crazy, like the evil murmurs of countless people combined in their dreams. An indescribable sense of sinister malice enveloped his body, and he woke up from his sleep.
After waking up, Crown walked to the window.
In his eyes, he saw a scene that made people crazy.
Gray mist pressed down from the sky, and twisted corpses floated inside. Humans, birds, fish, and monsters made up of various corpses were sewed together and swam among them. The light and shadow are very faint, like phantoms, but they give people a deep feeling of despair. There was also a creepy whisper that penetrated his ears crazily, and a chill filled his body. Crown let out a breath of cold air and took 2 steps back. When he retreated into the shadow of the room, the terrifying image outside the window disappeared without a trace. Breathing heavily, he pressed his chest tightly with his hands. After a while, he felt his heart beating like a drum. After it calmed down, he walked to the window again. The world outside the window suddenly changed again, and the strange image he just witnessed appeared in the sky again. His heart beat uncontrollably again, even more intensely than before. Crown retreated again, disappearing into the darkness. What is going on, and why can I see such a strange phenomenon? With his back pressed against the wall, Crown felt that the world was unfamiliar to him again. There are not only monsters and evil spirits here, but also more evil and weird things. However, the world is so terrifying, how do ordinary people survive? Crown walked towards the window again. He wanted to verify something. When he woke up from the nightmare, the crimson moonlight happened to shine on him. When he came to the window, he could see the strange scene in the sky and hear the murmurs that made people crazy. When he disappeared into the darkness, it all seemed like an illusion, without a trace. He wanted to verify if there was anything wrong with the moonlight tonight. After taking a deep breath and exhaling it slowly 3 times in a row, Crown stepped into the crimson moonlight without hesitation. The murmurs sounded again, and the scene outside the window seemed to have switched curtains, turning into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood again. He moved his body sideways and left the range of the moonlight. Okay, there's something wrong with moonlight. This must be the reason why I cannot meditate while meditating on the golden light mantra under the moonlight during the Ushur period. There was a hint of enlightenment in Crown's heart, and he decided to ask the priest tomorrow. Outside Zack Town, in a cave. This is a mine that has been abandoned for many years. Many years ago, the town produced pyrite. Hanging on the stone wall was a thick silver iron chain, with golden runes flashing from time to time. A tall white werewolf was tied up and struggling wildly. There is a long scar on the werewolf's left eye. The werewolf continued to struggle, and the silver chain continued to shrink, and was deeply embedded in the werewolf's flesh. After an unknown period of time, perhaps all his strength was exhausted, the werewolf stopped struggling and fell to the ground, his body twitching slightly. There was a golden light outside the cave, and at this time, the morning sun rose. The werewolf's body quickly shrank and turned into a strong man with scars all over his body. A boy came over with a pile of clothes in his hands. He squatted down next to the man, put down his clothes, and shouted softly, "Teacher, it's dawn." The man opened his eyes and covered his eyes with trembling hands. "Alan, you can't follow me anymore. Now I can no longer stay sane on a full moon night. The darkness in my heart seems to have swallowed my soul and followed me. You will become more and more dangerous around me. I don't know what I will become after I completely lose my mind." Nick sat on his knees in the church's underground sanctuary, his eyes closed. His back was straight, he was holding the holy emblem in his hand, and he was praying devoutly. It's like falling into another time and space. The walls and ceiling have become translucent, and you can see the gray fog billowing outside. Silver runes were shining on the walls of the sanctuary. Those weak rays of light radiated outward, and the gray fog that was illuminated emitted wisps of blue smoke. Gradually, this abnormality disappeared, and the walls in the room returned to normal. The priest opened his eyes and stood up. He walked to the angel statue, looked at the milky white liquid in the copper basin at the foot of the stone statue, which was much lighter, and let out a sigh. The erosion of the full moon is getting more and more serious. One day, the spiritual plane will directly interfere with this world. What should we do then? Almighty Lord, please have mercy on your people. Crown sat cross-legged and made the great sun seal with his hands. There was a faint smile on his face and his body was warm. After finishing his work, he walked to the window and savored the warmth. After he woke up from the nightmare last night, he couldn't fall asleep again, so he just meditated on the golden light spell. In the dark shadow, although it took a long time for him to enter the state of visualization, he was indeed able to successfully visualize. With constant visualization, the cold feeling in the body after witnessing and hearing evil visions is also dispelled. This phenomenon made him more and more sure of his guess. The crimson full moon contained evil magic. After a full meal, Crown was anxious to get the answer from the priest and hurried to the church. When he arrived at the training ground in the backyard of the church, he found Nick already standing there. He rushed over in surprise and said, "Hello, Good morning, Father. May the Lord of Fire shine upon you and me.
Since his swordsmanship finished beating the opponent, he rarely saw the priest's figure throughout the day. Occasionally, I met him once, and it was the other person who came to arrange training tasks. May the Lord of Fire shine upon you and me, Nick responded with a smile. He looked the young man up and down and said, Yes, you are in good spirits.
It seems that you slept very peacefully last night. It's not stable at all.
Crown shook his head and told the complete vision he saw under the moonlight last night.
Nick's face became more solemn as he listened to his narration.
When he finished speaking, the priest said to himself, Mortals who have not stepped into the supernatural world cannot detect that kind of vision at all.
Only when you enter the extraordinary world can you detect that kind of vision?
A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, wondering whether to tell the priest that he had become a spirit master.
Geralt once said that there is a risk of losing control of the spirit master.
If he informed the priest, he was afraid that his extraordinary journey as a knight would end. The church should not allow a person who is in danger of spiraling out of control to become an insider. Some art guys in the city can occasionally dream of these scenes. Have you ever discovered that you have this ability before? He shook his head, secretly happy that the priest's imagination saved him from explaining this complicated situation. Perhaps the evil spirits have caused some kind of erosion on you, making your spiritual sense sharper. From now on the night of the full moon, you stay in the church.
Nick ordered. He didn't want anything to happen to his designated right-hand man.
In addition to your physical and strength training every day, I will teach you some basic knowledge of monsters.
I have submitted an application to the church to give you a quota as a crusader. If the application is successful, you will officially be a member of the church. As a member, you can enjoy all the benefits you should enjoy.
Thank you, Father, for the tip.
Crown smiled.
If you can join a powerful organization, of course you have to hold on tight. He was a little worried. Father, you once said that every exorcism priest church will be equipped with several crusaders as assistants, but they have not been assigned to you. Will the church make it difficult for you to apply? Nick waved his hand and said with a smile, There is no need to worry about this. The reason why the church did not assign personnel to me is because of insufficient manpower, not because there is no establishment. I discovered and trained you by myself. After the church recognizes it, it only needs every person. They will not be embarrassed by giving you a fixed monthly salary and supplies, but will be happy to see the results, so I won't bother applying for support staff every day. Crown finished training for the day and hurried to the Goat Hotel.
When he found Geralt, he was sitting listlessly in the corner eating. He stepped forward and asked straight to the point,
Hey, Mr. Demon Hunter, I have a job offer and I wonder if you are interested in taking it. Yes, we will accept any employment, Alan shouted next to him. No one will have trouble with Jean Dunn. However, brother, we are familiar with each other, business is business, and the bounty must be as we say. The price will be assessed based on the risk of the entrusted matter.
The boy said it quickly and without breath. He must have said it countless times. Crown quickly interrupted his eloquence. My employment is not dangerous.
I would like to ask Mr. Geralt to practice swordsmanship with me.
The white-haired man looked over with squinted eyes and asked, You want to learn my swordsmanship?
I advise you not to bother with this, it's the swordsmanship of a demon hunter. Sir, you misunderstood me. I am not interested in the swordsmanship passed down by the Witcher.
I just want to hire you to be my swordsman.
My current swordsmanship, well, has improved very quickly.
Father Nick can no longer put too much pressure on me. Improve rapidly?
The Witcher gave an unknown smile. He also knew a little about the other party's situation, and he had only learned swordsmanship for more than 10 days, so he didn't believe how capable he was. You must also need to train to stay in fighting condition.
If you add me, you can also earn a gold shield. Why not do it? Teacher, let's accept this commission.
Alan shouted excitedly next to him. They didn't have many gold shields in their hands anymore, and this winter would be very difficult. Now that someone is taking the initiative to give money, of course he is happy. I promise you, I'll charge you a gold shield for an hour, and you can practice for as long as you want every day. Crown took out 2 gold shields from his pocket and placed them on the table. No problem, I want to start tonight.
It will take 2 hours first, starting at 8 o'clock, in my backyard. Wouldn't it affect your vision at night? Geralt had some questions. Demon hunters have been trained and swallowed alchemical potions, and their bodies have been transformed to adapt to the dim environment at night. Crown is just a spirit master. Could it be that his spirit master has the effect of witchcraft such as dark vision? Of course it doesn't matter. How could I waste my own money?
The demon hunter nodded.
you have the final say, but I want to have a good rest tonight and let Alan go and spar with you. He has been learning swordsmanship for 6 years, which is enough to deal with you. See you tonight then. Crown turned and left. Crown home, backyard. It's not big inside, only about 10 square meters. He had packed it up and piled the groceries together. Brother, you have to be careful, I won't be merciful. To make money, you have to show my dedicated attitude. Aaron said with a smile, brandishing a training sword in his hand. Then you have to work harder. After Crown finished speaking, he stabbed the boy with an arrow. Alan took half a step back and blocked with his sword. As soon as the two of them fought, they were both secretly surprised. Crown was surprised that he had exerted 80% of his strength, but was easily blocked by the boy. Alan was surprised that the opponent's sword shocked his own jaw. Although he is only 13 years old, his physical fitness is close to the limit of ordinary people. He only needs to get the necessary medicine to conduct the grass trial. My eldest brother is definitely not worse than me in terms of physical fitness. The boy's expression became serious, and he became as focused as when he was training with his teacher. Crown let go of his arms and legs to attack as much as he could. His swordsmanship was sharp and agile. Alan's defense was tight, and he would counterattack from time to time, but it would force him to panic for a while. An hour passed and the two stopped to rest. Crown called out the golden wall to check the training results. Basic sword skill, 724/5000, level 3, cross sword, 816/2000, level 2. Seeing that both skills have improved a lot, he felt happy. This is money well spent. The proficiency of basic swordsmanship has increased by more than 100 points, and the cross sword has also increased by 60 points. Ellen, why are you so strong? Crown took out 2 bowls of herbal juice from the pot and handed one to the boy. This is the herbal tea he prepared, which clears away heat, detoxifies, promotes body fluids and quenches thirst. The boy took the big bowl, smelled it with his nose, took a sip, and then drank it. Seeing his reaction, Crown burst into laughter. You're so cautious, you're worried that I might poison you. It's just a habit. Demon hunters are not afraid of most poisons, the boy said righteously. His expression quickly fell again. I haven't had my first trial of grass yet, so I'm not a real demon hunter yet. What exactly is the trial of grass? Is it a mysterious ritual? Crown guessed that this trial was like a ritual for knights to sublimate their own vitality. It tastes good, a little bitter in the mouth, but there is a hint of sweetness in the back. Alan put down the bowl in his hand and explained, the trial of green grass is to drink a magic potion called green grass. This magic potion will change the physical structure of the apprentices, gives us greater strength and speed, as well as the ability to cast simple spells. The apprentice must undergo this trial to become a true witcher. It sounds similar to other professional advanced transcendences. There are some differences. Alan's eyes were a little dim. Of all the professional advancements, the most dangerous ones are the demon hunter and the spirit master. Big brother, you should know it. The success rate of the advancement of the demon hunter apprentice is 10%. Of the 3 or 4, those of the spirit controllers are even lower. Crown nodded slightly. He didn't know how to become an orthodox spirit master. He only knew that he had a narrow escape even if he had targeted skills. If that night of fighting against evil spirits for the right to live happened again, he didn't know if he would have the last laugh. You didn't choose to go through the trial. Are you not prepared enough? He was becoming more and more curious about Geralt's true strength. Alan had such strength even before the trial, and was able to steadily suppress this idiot like him. He really didn't know what it would be like to be tortured against a demon hunter. Sometimes, a small increase in strength and speed can have completely different effects. For example, a wooden board can withstand enough impact force to be broken. If it lacks a little strength, it cannot be broken. I have reached the standard for the trial a year ago. Now, I have made further progress than then. I have almost explored the limits of my body. There is no trial because there is no suitable alchemist to make it for us. Make herbal medicine. For some reasons, the teacher and I left Kaer Morhen, the holy land of demon hunters. This kind of potion needs to be refined by a suitable alchemist. The alchemist the teacher knows is very interested in this niche, demon hunter. There is not much certainty in the production of special potions. We only have 2 materials, so she does not dare to take risks. Perhaps I can help in the future. Now I am able to skillfully refine blood-boiling potions, which are medicines in the extraordinary realm. Alan smiled politely and said nothing. He was looked down upon. Crown didn't explain anything. The joy of being cheated on was unimaginable to others. He drank the herbal tea in his bowl and stood up. There is still 1 hour of training left, I have to hurry up. If you spend money, you should make full use of it. The two continued to practice. When they fought again, Alan immediately felt the difference. The opponent's swordsmanship was more rounded and agile. He also felt this way late in the first sparring session, but at the time he thought it was an illusion. The boy became more focused and used 80% to 90% of his strength. Creak, the door of the room was pushed open. Gerald glanced at it and continued what he was doing. The Witcher only wore a pair of shorts, revealing his perfect and explosive muscles. He was applying a red ointment to himself. How about it? It's easy to make money this time, right? Help me apply it on my back. He handed the medicine jar to his student. It's not easy. Alan took the medicine jar and applied it to the teacher skillfully. At the beginning of the sparring, I used 70% of my strength, and I felt that I was able to do it with ease. In the end, I had used 80% to 90% of my strength, but I couldn't completely suppress him. My feeling is that he can do it all the time. Making progress. Teacher, is there really such a person? Gerald straightened his back, thought for a moment and said, perhaps it is the extra ability brought by his spirit control. If Crown had such a talent, he would have been discovered by the church's priest long ago. His story is not secretive. I learned from the hotel owner that his ability as a herbalist was originally ordinary, but now he has actually done business with Jisai traders. Although the Jisai people are stingy and mean, it seems that people's vision is still very accurate. Alan recalled it for a while and smiled. If you put it like that, I think what he said to comfort me might not be a joke. What words? He said he could help refine the herbal medicine. The boy sealed the medicine jar in his hand and patted his teacher's shoulder. It's ready. If his herbal medicine can improve as fast as his swordsmanship, maybe he can really say indefinite. The Witcher looked far out the window and said softly, it's going to be winter soon. We will stay in the town until the ice and snow melt. We can wait and see if we have time. Zerudo village is located 7 or 8 kilometers northwest of Zack town, at the foot of the Andes. At this time, a blazing bonfire was lit at the end of the village, making a crackling sound. A group of short, dark-skinned miniature people spread out around the bonfire. Their waists were only covered with animal skins covering special parts, but there were many beads of sweat on their bodies in the cold night wind. In the shadow of these people, a group of children were tied up and thrown to the ground, and many people were whimpering. Wearing a feather-woven hat, a coquettish woman with scarlet and white face paint raised her hand and shook the silver bell in her hand. The sound of the bell is not loud, but the sound is clear, but it can be clearly transmitted to everyone's ears amidst the noise. The charming woman screamed something and gestured downward with her hands. Her tone was as shrill and terrifying as the cry of a night owl. There began to be a series of miniature people carrying basins, pouring the red liquid in the originally planned places. Soon, a strange red 8-pointed star pattern appeared on the ground. There was a circle of unknown symbols around the pattern. Just seeing these symbols can give people a sense of deep malice. The woman raised the bell above her head and shook it wildly. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the miniature man at the edge, revealing a set of sharp teeth. They pulled out the black stone knives from the belts around their waists and walked towards the group of tied children. The charming woman stretched her body slightly and danced, roaring in her mouth. As she moved, the other miniature people surrounding her also joined in, and they began to sway crazily to the rhythm of the drums. Under the unknown influence, the 8-pointed star emitted a dim red light, and the small hearts stacked in the middle began to melt like red ice. The wild dance finally ended, and the organs merged into a colloid mass. These colloids are as conscious as animals, moving in one direction. The crowd moved out of its way, and the colloid crawled onto the bodies of the children. The colloid wraps a child, and after stopping for a while, you can see that its size has increased a bit. Then it continues to repeat this action. Its speed is getting faster and faster, and in the last few seconds it can swallow a corpse. In the end, it turned into a monster like a wild boar, but it was much more terrifying than the wild boar. The monster's skin was strangely pale. It was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were 2 half-foot-long fangs extending out from the corners of its mouth. The charming woman was overjoyed, and her body turned into an afterimage, flickering to the side of the monster. Dense gray tendril-like filaments erupted from her mouth, wrapping around the wild boar. The moment the filament touched it, the wild boar let out a shrill scream. Soon, the sound stopped suddenly. The thin threads wrapped around the wild boar like a cocoon, leaving no gaps. The woman stared at the gray cocoon with burning eyes, stretched out her hand to caress it, as tenderly as caressing a lover. Soon after, the gray cocoon quickly became dry and rotten. An even more terrifying monster emerged from the cocoon. The wild boar already has 4 long tusks at the corners of its mouth. A row of white bone spurs as thick as a thumb grew on its back, and there were dense eyes on its belly on both sides. There are different looks in the eyes, some are cruel, some are fearful, some are desperate, and some are crazy. Roar, all the monster's eyes glowed red, and it roared toward the sky. The charming woman walked back to the bonfire, picked up a piece of black coal that was still burning, and wrote a series of symbols crookedly on the open space. After doing all this, she raised her hand, shook the bell in her hand, and walked towards the mountains. The monster rushed to her side, and the pocket man quickly followed. 5 days later, church. Sunlight shines in through the small skylight, leaving a path of light. Crown sat upright like a primary school student, while the priest leaned lazily on a chair and talked about various monster knowledge. Vampires are a kind of mutated evil human beings. How they appeared in the end is unknown. They hate sunlight and will become weak in the scorching sun, but they can become stronger in the dark night. They have extremely fast speed and are much stronger than ordinary people, but weaker than werewolves. They possess blood magic and can absorb the vitality contained in the blood to restore their physical strength and injuries. Dong dong, the knock on the door sounded suddenly. Nick frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He specifically stated that he could not be disturbed during this period. "Father, Chief Hall has something urgent to see you." Avina's gentle voice sounded outside the door. "I'll go out," Nick said and strode away. About a quarter of an hour later, the priest hurried in with a few books in his arms. "I have to go out to do some errands, and you stay and continue to study. These are my previous notes about mysterious species. You should study them carefully, and you don't need to do any physical exercise. Don't be lazy. After I go through the application process in the church, the extraordinary potion will be sent out." "What happened? Maybe I can help." Crown stood up and expressed his desire to fight alongside the priest. After these few days of practicing the golden shield method, his swordsmanship has reached a level that even a real demon hunter would be shocked. Nick shook his head. "You don't need it now, young man. You can only help after you become a true transcendent. Don't think that your sword skills are well trained now. If I use my full strength, my speed and strength will improve. Leap to a new level. When the power is strong enough and the speed is fast enough, there is no way to make up for the gap that seems like a thin line but is actually like a chasm in terms of technique." Before he could say anything more, the priest waved his hand and turned to leave. Walking to the door of the room, Nick turned his head slightly and said softly, "You don't think that my strength was fully revealed last time in the slaughterhouse, do you?" "Is not it?" Crown stood up, his face full of surprise. "I have only revealed less than half of my strength. After advancing to the extraordinary level, you will find that you have entered a new world. Therefore, during this period, you only need to explore your potential as much as possible and do not take any risks." Only showing less than half of its strength, Crown was shocked, but also full of longing. He clenched his hands into fists and was determined in his heart, "With the golden wall, my growth will reach a level that people can look up to. The moonlight is like water, gently caressing the earth." Crown made moonlight seals on his hands and visualized the bright moon shining on God. When the moonlight became more intense and a chill spread over his body, he turned his seal into a palm and slowly drew back his power. Golden light spell, 4672/50,000, level 1, at this time of year, because the sun comes out too late in the morning, the time to bathe in the warm sun and meditate is less than an hour. With the onset of severe winter, this time will be even less. Now, in one day, his proficiency in the golden light spell can only increase by about 80 points. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Crown quickly stepped forward to open the door. "Mr. Gerald, Alan, please come in quickly." In recent days, every time this time comes, the 2 demon hunters will arrive on time. "Brother, I'm disturbing you again." He said, "I'm disturbing you," but the boy didn't feel any embarrassment on his face. Instead, he was a little excited. In the name of early training, the master and the apprentice would come to have dinner every night and practice for about half an hour more. Snapped Crown snapped his fingers and responded with a smile, "Let's eat first." "Okay." Alan cheered and followed him to the backyard to help. Soon, the table was filled with dinner. Sauced pork elbow, braised beef, mutton stewed with radish, pork belly with dried vegetables, and spicy and sour belly soup. There are not many types of dishes, but the portions are large and filling. Alan's mouth was full, and he complimented while eating, "Brother's craftsmanship is incredible. If you open a tavern, the business will be very good." Crown summoned a golden wall, glanced at his skills, and felt proud. Whatever I do, I will succeed. Cooking, 2786/5000, Level 3, several people finished the entire table of food in a hurry. After a short rest, Crown and Gerald began sword training. As for swordsmanship, Alan was completely defeated by him 3 days ago, so the demon hunter could only provide guidance and training in person. Crown attacked with all his strength. He knew that he could not hurt the demon hunter, because the opponent had already advanced to the extraordinary level. If he showed his true strength, he would be able to defeat him. Picking, stabbing, cutting, double cross, reverse cross, various cross sword moves are connected through basic sword skills. His sword skills are like mercury pouring down the ground, fast and fierce. Gerald looked calm, neutralizing attacks one by one, and launched a lightning-fast attack when his opponent's sword moves were not smooth enough. Crown concentrated on dealing with it, squeezing his own potential. Time always flies when there are no distractions. When Alan shouted, "There is enough time for training today," the bright moon was already hanging in the sky. The two fighting men put away their weapons and said goodbye to each other. Basic sword skill, 2895/5000, Level 3, cross sword, 1436/2000, Level 2. Seeing the continuous improvement of swordsmanship, Crown felt happy. The demon hunter's swordsmanship has been refined over time, which puts a lot of pressure on him, but it is precisely because of such strong pressure that he has made such rapid progress. He estimated that with another half-month of practice, both skills would definitely improve. On the way back to the hotel, the demon hunter master and apprentice were completely silent, with only the slight footsteps of the two of them echoing in the night streets. Alan raised his face and asked, "Teacher, does his swordsmanship give people the feeling that he is improving all the time?" When the boy told the teacher that he was no longer qualified to be a sparring partner, he was severely scolded by the teacher. The Witcher thought that his student had been slacking off recently and his swordsmanship had deteriorated, so he was helpless against a knight squire. No matter how the boy explained, he didn't believe it. Of course, Gerald understood his student's thoughts and said with a smile, "Yes, his progress is continuous. However, he has not been promoted to extraordinary, nor has he received the hard training of a demon hunter apprentice. You and he are facing each other. I won't accept it if you only have the power to parry. Teacher, people have talents. Just like cooking, some people cook better than others. There is no way to help it. However, my talent is not swordsmanship, but seals. I haven't really. Once you advance to become a demon hunter, you will be able to use some magic seals. Other apprentices cannot reach my mental strength at all, right?" The white-haired man smiled. "Yes, your talent is in Feyen. You only noticed the progress of his swordsmanship, but you also ignored one thing. His endurance is also constantly improving. Although it is not as obvious as the swordsmanship improvement, it has been slowing down. It's getting better slowly. It's really unbelievable, as if there is no upper limit to the improvement of his physical fitness." Hearing the teacher's words, Alan also recalled the details of their training today. The two only took a short break of 5 minutes in the middle, and they were engaged in high-intensity fighting for the rest of the time. It was late at night, and the light was still on in Nick's room in the church. He is writing a letter about today's investigation report in Zeruto village. It faithfully recorded what the village saw, and he wrote his own guess at the end of the letter. Altio, this word means revenge in the Hermetic language. Those plunderers brutally massacred the entire population of the village and left provocative words. I think it was the cult Panra that has been suppressed by the church for thousands of years. The remnants of Sri Lanka. This cult was suppressed by our ancestors and fled into the vast Andes mountains. The remaining traces in the village clearly bear the malicious remnants of evil spells like flesh alchemy. It is obvious that this evil spell was successful. I'm worried that this is just the beginning, and the cultists will unleash a more bloody revenge in the Zacktown area. I am the only servant of the Lord currently stationed in this remote parish, and I am unable to support myself. I implore the bishop to send some capable exorcist priests to conduct a detailed investigation and not to make the cult bigger. Otherwise, this will be a disaster for Zacktown. What's more, it will endanger the safety of Rhine City. Exorcist priest Nick Misen, the 21st day of the frost month, 163 years of the new calendar. After the priest finished writing the letter, he took off the ring in his hand and stamped it with his seal. When the ink on the paper dried, he carefully folded it into a cylinder and stuffed it into a bamboo tube. He opened the door and went out to the pigeon cot. Finding the gray pigeon with red cloud patterns on its body, he tied a bamboo tube to its leg and let it fly. This is a homing pigeon specially raised by the church and can fly at night.
Seeing the doves shot into the sky like arrows piercing the clouds and flying into the distance, the priest returned to the room with a solemn expression. Flesh alchemy is a taboo magic that uses the spiritual organs of living creatures to refine monsters. All major spiritual churches prohibit the spread of this evil magic. The success rate of this spell is very low, but it can create powerful monsters with high growth potential. If such monsters grow successfully, they will be walking disasters. I hope the bishop can quickly dispatch an investigation team this time, otherwise, the Zacktown area may be the first stop for the cult's revenge. Worried, Nick suffered from insomnia.
Rhine City, Holy Fire Cathedral. This is a complex of Gothic buildings.
The top of the church is a burning torch sculpture, hence its name. Rhine City is the most important diocese of the Church of the Flame in the north of Farouk Kingdom.
The person in charge of church affairs is Cardinal Flanders MacLean.
Flanders was speaking in the conference room at the moment, and on both sides of him sat the bishops of nearby dioceses. His tone was heavier. When the stars return, light arises from the bottom of the sea, and the old rulers will return to the world. Although I don't want to admit it, the words of the cultist do tell a fact.
163 years ago, the red moon reappeared.
With the activation of the spiritual plane of the world, a thick gray fog began to fill the center of the endless sea. Even with the scorching sun in the sky, visibility was still not high.
When night came, these thick fogs became even more. It is pervasive and spreads outward.
The Pope sent news that gray fog has begun to fill the Aegean Sea.
It is winter now, and the wind direction is southward.
Otherwise, the gray fog will spread to the northern continent in the budding moon. However, our situation is not optimistic.
It only lasts half a year. Less than enough time to prepare.
The situation has become very serious, and the sanctuary plan has been officially launched. We need to notify every church before the gray fog completely spreads.
Bishops, do you have any other questions? Seeing that no one asked questions, Flanders waved his hand. Everyone, go back and prepare.
May the Lord of Fire be with us. May the Lord of Fire be with us.
When all the bishops left, Flanders looked tired. The more you know, the more you understand what kind of monster you are facing now.
The true situation of the previous era is recorded in the Church's secret book. Those old ones are evil gods who spread fear and madness. The most famous among them is Cthulhu, who is entrenched in the city of Laya. The evil gods spread fear in dreams and distort people's souls. The more spiritually sensitive creatures are, the more they can sense the madness. Now, you can only feel that kind of evil dream on the night of the red moon, but when the gray fog completely fills the world, you have to face that kind of despair every day.
After the evil gods are fully revived, mortals will fall into madness and be transformed into evil dependents just by seeing their true bodies. Extraordinary people cannot be exposed to the gray mist.
The Bible records that the evil gods were defeated and sealed by the gods. In fact, many of them were beautified, and only a small part were sealed.
After the departure of the red moon, the spiritual concentration in the world dropped.
Such an environment reduced the body activity of the evil gods, and they would fall into a deep sleep like frogs spending the winter.
They were not defeated, they just found a place to sleep. Laya is the largest city established by the old ones. There are also some small evil cities scattered in other parts of the world.
As the concentration of spirituality in the world continues to grow, these cities will all reappear in the human world, and unspeakable terror will completely descend. If the various churches had not fully cooperated to develop methods to fight against the gray fog after the arrival of the red moon, this time, humans would have been hiding in various shelters, trembling and praying in despair, just like they did in the last era.
Andes Mountains, Sunset Peak.
This is the second highest peak of the mountain range. It is located on the westernmost side of the mountains.
Further west is the Tianrun High Cliff.
If someone looks down from above, they will find that the snow on the mountain peaks gradually melts away, revealing a fortress built of green boulders.
The buildings here are all kinds of strange and completely inconsistent with human aesthetics.
The spatial structure and size displayed give people a strong sense of disgust. The cold wind howled in the fortress, but once it entered a certain range of the fortress, the strong wind became gentle like a tamed wild horse. When the sun reached its highest point, wisps of gray mist rose from the tallest building in the fortress. Riding on the gentle wind, the gray mist flew out of the castle. The wind became stronger and stronger, the gray fog became lighter and lighter, and finally completely dissipated in the air without a trace. Crown sat on the chair with his eyes closed, and his consciousness came to that magical space, which he named the Sea of Consciousness. In the conical flask above the hourglass of time, the sand of time has accumulated half of its volume. In the crystal ball, the silver moon dew is nearly overflowing, and 1/3 of the golden sunfire liquid has accumulated. These are the materials for making the pure heart talisman and the golden light talisman. His consciousness returned to his body, and Crown thought that the production of Taoist talismans should also be put on the schedule. If the sunfire liquid and moon dew are overflowing, no new material will be produced during visualization, and it will be a waste.
Taoist talisman paper needs to be specially made.
The eggshells of eggs are washed with distilled water, then dried and ground into powder. Take the white and clean part of the straw and grind it into powder as well. Use egg white to mix the eggshell powder and straw powder together, install it in the prepared mold, apply it about 1 mm thick, then close the mold and press it with a heavy object for 3 days. When the talisman paper is ready, it needs to be dried in the sun and moonlight respectively. The talisman paper dried in the sun is used to make the golden light talisman, while the talisman paper dried in the moonlight is used to make the pure heart talisman. Since he had been working hard to gain proficiency in the liver golden light curse and had no need for Taoist talismans, he had not wasted time making these talismans and seals. Now that the crystal ball and the consciousness sea was overflowing with moon dew, he had to make some Taoist talismans.
The materials for talisman paper are all common.
He quickly prepared everything and made a piece of talisman paper about 1 square meter.
After making the talisman, Crown rushed to the church.
In the church, Nick's room has an extra guest.
Old friend, the church you are responsible for is a bit crude.
A priest with fair complexion and warm eyes looked at the layout of the room and shook his head slightly. Hampha, even in the most difficult place, we must have the glory of holding on to the Lord of Fire.
Come on, old friend, there's no need to talk to me like this. We've known each other since we were selected as exorcist priest apprentices. I don't know you yet.
Nick glanced out the window and shook his head. It has been 7 or 8 years since I became an exorcist priest, and it will be almost 4 years since I became a priest in the church. When I first came to this desolate little place, of course I was not reconciled.
But now that I'm 30 years old, I'm looking away.
The bishop has his own arrangements and has been unable to provide me with an assistant, so I'll train him myself. It's better to seek help from others than to ask for myself. Hampha stared at the white hair on his old friend's forehead and his firm eyes, feeling a little unsatisfied in his heart. When my old friend graduated, he was one of the top exorcist priests in his class, but he was assigned to a place with the worst conditions.
Crusader assistants were not dispatched for a long time.
He must have had a very difficult time these years.
What kind of look are you looking at, Pity? Nick laughed loudly. You have the identity and promotion materials I applied for Crown, right?
Yes,
Hampha nodded. Did you start training this young man as soon as you came here? Did it cost you a lot of effort and money? Did you start training this young man as soon as you came here? Did it cost you a lot of effort and money? A weird smile appeared on Nick's face.
He coughed twice to relieve his somewhat embarrassed mood. I just recently saw him cultivated by his hands. He must have been trained for a month.
He is a genius.
In 1 month, he has reached the standard for promotion to extraordinary. It seems that he has a strong foundation.
Hampha smiled enviously. You have found a treasure.
Nick was about to say something, but finally swallowed all the words.
Tell the other party that Crown was just an ordinary young man before he experienced the evil spirit incident?
No, he wasn't going to tell anyone about this. With such a powerful helper, it was enough for him to know how talented the young man was. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Why did you arrive so quickly this time and bring so many things?
According to past practice, if it takes less than 10 days and a half, the affairs office will not pay attention at all.
Hampha's expression immediately became serious, and he sat up straight unconsciously.
Do you still remember the Catholic instructions when we officially graduated as exorcist priests? He said a lot. Which sentence are you referring to?
When night falls, it may block the brilliance of the flame, but we always have hope in our hearts, and a bright future is ahead. When Hampha spoke, he pressed his hands on the holy emblem on his chest, and his eyes were firm.
Hey, old friend, why are you so formal all of a sudden?
The priest thought his old friend was too serious and laughed.
Nick, the Farouk kingdom is on the westernmost side of the continent, and the Andes mountains block the kingdom from the sea. This is a landlocked country, and we don't know many things.
The evil spirits of the past have awakened, and they have sunk to the bottom of the sea.
A huge city appears in the world again.
When the gray mist fills all corners of the world, the real terror will come. The bishop ordered that all churches must keep the flames burning in the future.
The priest was confused and asked, "Why can't I understand what you are talking about?"
Hampha took out a pamphlet from his arms and handed it to his old friend. Take a look, I just learned about it.
Nick quickly flipped through the book.
When he finished browsing and closed the book, his hands clenched his fists unconsciously. Those demons from the stars called the Old Masters are not dead, they are just sleeping on the bottom of the sea.
Now they are here again. Wake up and want to cover the world in darkness again. Are you sure this is not a nonsense novel?
The pale priest didn't reply, knowing that he needed to give his old friend some time to digest the depressing news. When he learned all this from the cardinal's own words, he was also in disbelief. The enemy of the gods, and the enemy who has the upper hand in the battle with the gods, sounds so desperate.
After a while, Nick's excitement calmed down and he asked, "So, you brought the church's response method?"
Yes, the light of faith can dispel the invasion of gray fog. This is the method the gods found at the end of the last era. We will light the fire of hope in the church and illuminate the world that is about to fall into darkness. Hampha paused and continued, it will take a long time for those old masters to recover.
Now only their dependents are resurrected.
By the time they wake up, the gods living in the sky can break the mortal world and the gods.
Barriers between countries have come to the world. The spirituality of the world is still improving, and we can continue to become stronger.
The church predicts that the kingdom of Farouk will be invaded by the gray fog. After the budding moon next year, we still have more than 3 months in the world. You can prepare, you have more time to prepare here. Being in the remote countryside on the west side of the kingdom has a time advantage.
Nick shook his head and smiled bitterly.
The burning of the holy fire requires the power of faith. We need to rearrange the magic circle for making holy water, which will take a lot of time.
Does the church store much power of faith?
Not many. There are only a few devout believers after all.
The residents here work for a living every day and worship once a week.
At other times, no one comes to pray at all. I am worried that the light of faith is not enough to support the burning of the holy fire. The priest was a little worried. The parish was remote, the population was small, and the light of faith collected was limited.
These problems could not be solved.
Don't worry, Hampha said unhurriedly, they will become pious. When the gray fog descends and despair fills the air, they will all become devout believers.
If people are pious enough, the light of faith they collect will not matter the quality. Both quantity and quantity will be greatly improved.
Nick also laughed. His old friend was right. When people fall into despair and find that the church can really save them, they will definitely become devout, and they may even become fanatical believers.
Bang bang.
A knock on the door interrupted the conversation between the two people in the house. 2 pastors, the one named Crown has come to the church. Okay, the priest responded and said with a smile, let's go, old friend, to witness that my guardian officially becomes a transcendent.
I think so too. The 2 walked out of the room and went straight to the training ground.
On the training ground, Crown stood straight in the center wearing a silver half-body armor.
Nick looked at his full spirit and nodded with satisfaction. Today, Father Hampha brought the magic potion to advance to the extraordinary. Fighting is the catalyst to advance to the extraordinary.
You are about to drink the magic potion, and the 2 priests have already advanced. The extraordinary Crusader warriors fought to the death, awakened their own life seeds in a desperate situation, and completed the sublimation leap of life levels.
Let me ask you, are you ready?
Ready. Crown's voice was loud and firm.
Then let's get started. Remember, the potion will burn your vitality. If you can't break through in the battle, you will die after your vitality is exhausted.
Nick handed him the red potion that was like boiling lava in his hand.
Crown took the potion and swallowed it without any hesitation.
It was like taking a sip of boiling water, and the heat filled his mouth.
The heat traveled down his throat and down his esophagus.
He felt like a blazing fire was burning in his body, and his skin seemed to be burning. A red-bearded knight wearing leather armor appeared. Come on, either start the path to transcendence, or die by my sword. Crown laughed loudly, picked up his sharp sword, and shook it into a sword flower. He rushed forward under the cold light.
He understands that he must squeeze out all his potential in order to advance to transcendence.
His arms were stretched and raised while running, and an afterimage appeared from his body, stabbing at the red beard with a careless look on his face. Redbeard took half a step back and raised his sword to block. The huge force coming from the sword made his arms suddenly sink. The force beyond expectation caused his body's center of gravity to move forward. Crown seized the opportunity, moved his body a small step to the left, retracted his sword and thrust out again. It was too late for Redbeard to retreat. The sharp sword tip was already pressed against his neck, and the icy coldness stung the hairs on the back of his neck.
Ah, Savas, change your arrogance. Outside the venue, another slightly thinner warrior mocked, why don't you let me spar with him?
Hampha's face was dull and he said angrily, when a lion fights a rabbit, you need to use all your strength.
You have learned to underestimate the enemy.
Crown stepped back, and as the sword tip left, the Redbeard's face turned red and white. Come again, Savas took the initiative to attack, and the offensive was like a torrential river, continuous.
The Crusader warriors possess physical qualities that exceed the limits of ordinary people.
After a series of attacks, Crown could only deal with them. Many wounds were quickly added to his body. The pain stimulated Crown's nerves, and he became more focused. 10 minutes later, Hampha said to the priest next to him, your attendant's swordsmanship is so good.
I feel that he is constantly improving in battle.
I won't tell you that after a few days of training, his swordsmanship surpassed mine. Nick nodded. This is what I admire most about him. The greater the pressure from the outside world, the more resilient he is.
Look, his performance will definitely be better. It will surprise you. Another 20 minutes passed, Savas's movements slowed down, and Crown had more and more opportunities to counterattack.
Attacking consumes more energy than defending, especially if you can't attack for a long time. His advantage is that he has explosive power, but his endurance is relatively lacking. The opponent was slippery and did not hold back, and did not confront him head-on. His speed was not enough to crush him, and he could not catch up.
When the battle entered a war of attrition, I actually felt a little powerless.
Nick saw this situation and said to his old friend, it seems that the pressure from Savas is not strong enough.
Hampha sneered, this guy's endurance is not as good as that of a servant who has not yet advanced to extraordinary level.
I didn't expect that.
Marshal, come on. The thin warrior responded and shouted, Savas, I will take your place.
When the sound landed, he had already raised his sword and jumped into the battle circle.
No need. Redbeard's face became even more rosy.
After all, he made no move and walked to the two priests dejectedly.
Watch carefully.
Hampha glared at him fiercely, your swordsmanship is not better than the opponent's.
There is a reason why you can't attack with force.
Crown felt that his pressure suddenly increased a lot. After consuming a lot of physical energy, fighting as a vigorous warrior was a huge test for him. The opponent has sufficient physical strength and poses a great threat to him. Marshall waved his sword and kept shouting, boy, speed up.
Are you waiting to die if you were so slow?
The skinny warrior was faster than Redbeard, suppressing his opponent in all directions. Crown's breathing became heavier and heavier, his throat felt like a boiling pot, and blood soaked into his white clothes in places not covered by his half-armor. Slowly, he forgot why he was fighting, and all he could see was the figure of the thin warrior and the shadow of the sword in his hand. Outside the field, Nick looked solemn and said to himself, that's not right.
With this intensity of fighting, the seeds of life should have sprouted long ago. Why hasn't he succeeded yet?
He said that a breakthrough can only be achieved in a deadly battle, but that is an old story. After continuous improvement, the church has developed a new potion that induces the germination of life seeds, and the success rate has been greatly improved.
The priest suddenly turned his head, Hampha, did you bring the wrong medicine? Why haven't you succeeded yet?
The fair priest curled his lips, old friend, you are so concerned that you are confused. Why the seed of life has not bloomed yet can only explain one problem. It has not yet reached the limit of a servant.
You are really lucky to meet such a talented servant. His endurance is surprisingly good, and his strength and speed are not weak.
If he is successfully promoted, dealing with ordinary monsters will be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Marshall was also a little anxious because his opponent had resisted his attack for so long.
If he continues to consume it, his face will lose its luster.
With this thought in mind, his attack became more intense. Crown felt that every movement he made was laborious, and his legs would tremble every time the two swords struck each other. The burning sensation all over his body became more intense, and his energy was exhausted. Marshall observed his opponent's reaction and knew that his opponent had reached his limit.
He exerted force on his feet and stepped forward, much faster than before.
Crown subconsciously retreated and raised his sword to block, but he didn't expect that this was just a feint from the enemy. The thin warrior changed his moves, and the tip of the sword swept towards his neck. If you can't hide, half of your neck will be gone. Looking at the ever-expanding sword tip in his eyes, Crown raised his sword in a hurry. Quick, quick, warning signs came in my mind, but my body couldn't keep up with my thoughts. The tip of the sword is getting closer. When the chill approached his neck, a sudden warmth surged out of his abdomen and reached his limbs in an instant, and his whole body was filled with strength again. Air currents shot out from the pores on his body, and the speed of the sword in his hand suddenly increased, catching the tip of the sword that was sweeping over him. The tip of the sword scratched across his neck, leaving a half-injured deep wound.
Crown was about to fight back when Nick's delighted voice came. Okay, that's it. He only felt his eyes flash, and the priest had come to his side. Nick patted him on the shoulder, with a smile in his eyes, and kept nodding. Okay, good job. You have been promoted to extraordinary. That's it? Crown was stunned. I don't feel any different?
Nick smiled mysteriously. You will feel the difference soon. As soon as the priest finished speaking, Crown felt that his blood seemed to be boiling.
The feeling was much hotter than when he drank the potion.
He saw veins on his face reflected by the sharp sword, and his face turned red. His body lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he felt a strong sense of hunger, which made him have the urge to eat a sheep alive. He was familiar with this situation. This feeling of hunger will always occur after meditating on the Golden Light mantra, but this time it is much stronger. Hungry, Crown's voice was hoarse and low, like a ferocious beast that chooses people to eat. Hurry to the restaurant, it has been prepared for you. Before the priest finished speaking, Crown had already rushed far away like an arrow from the string. He came to the restaurant and saw roast suckling pig, large pieces of cheese, large portions of white bread, and a plate of kebabs on the table. He grabbed the roasted suckling pig and bit it hard on its nose. Nick walked over with a cheerful face at this time. Eat slowly. After eating, you can learn the breathing method of the Crusaders.
Extraordinary is just the beginning.
When the food on the table was swept away, Crown felt that the hunger from the depths of his soul gradually disappeared.
Becoming a transcendent means that your life level is improved. We are much better than ordinary people in everything. The most intuitive expression is eating.
Nick's face was full of smiles.
Father, I see that you don't have a big appetite. He didn't believe it.
The two of them had eaten together a lot. In his impression, the priest's appetite was similar to that of quarry workers who did heavy physical work. There was no obvious difference.
There are many ways to replenish energy, and diet is only one of them. The attack methods of exorcist priests are different from yours. We mainly focus on spiritual power. Replenishing spiritual essence is an important way for us to obtain energy. Priests, warlocks, and spiritual masters replenish energy in this way.
They can not only replenish energy, but also train and improve themselves, killing two birds with one stone. At this time, the shallowness of Crown's extraordinary knowledge was undoubtedly exposed. As a person with the ability to train as a spirit master, he still didn't know how to improve his ability as a spirit master. Now that he has become an insider of the church, he plans to hide his ability as a spiritual master and use it as a trump card. What is spiritual essence, and what extraordinary professions are spiritual masters and warlocks? Just ask if you don't understand. This is a good habit. He never pretends to understand now. Father Hampha has brought a batch of basic knowledge books. You can study on your own when the time comes. Nick stood up. Today's training is over. You will get used to your current physical fitness tonight. Tomorrow the two senior saints the teaching army soldiers will tutor you, and you have to study hard. They don't have much time to stay here, so how much you can learn depends on your ability. The priest patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, I have great confidence in you. Don't the churches have a training system for new members? Hearing that he had to be self-taught again, Crown was a little depressed. Systematic training will allow people to grow more comprehensively without obvious shortcomings. When he was a non-staff member, he had nothing to fight for. Now that he is a regular employee, he must fight for some rights he deserves. Of course we have a training system for newcomers, but now is a special period and these trainings are no longer available. Newcomers in the future must learn and improve in actual combat. Nick turned and walked away, leaving the young man behind who was still trying to figure out the deeper meaning of his words. Crown understood that something happened again that he didn't know about. There are two main differences between high-level officials and ordinary people. One is the asymmetry of information, the other is the control over resource allocation. In higher-level circles, they have more and wider sources of information, and they can know immediately when things change. Coupled with the fact that they control the allocation of resources, these people will always have a firm say. He shook his head, thought no more, and left the church. His ability is not up to the mark, and knowing too much will only increase his troubles. How much he is capable of doing, this is his profound experience as a human being in his two lives. Walking on the road, Crown summoned a golden wall to see how much his proficiency had increased after the afternoon battle. Seeing your progress all the time is a kind of happiness and more motivation. Basic sword skill, 4687/5000, level 3, cross sword, 1832/2000, level 2. Perhaps cruel battles can inspire people's fighting spirit and resilience, and the progress of swordsmanship is much greater than imagined. Pedestrians on the road subconsciously avoided him when they saw him covered in blood.
Crown didn't care.
His injuries looked horrifying, but in fact they were no longer serious. No medicine was applied to the wounds, but they were all scabbed and closed, including the deepest one. After returning home, he put away the talisman papers that were drying outside and quickly lit a fire to cook. I was in a hurry, and when the usual hour just arrived, I sat cross-legged under the moonlight and started practicing the golden light spell. Now that the golden light curse is slow to enter, it is even more necessary to seize the favorable time. The accumulation of sand forms a tower, the accumulation of water forms an abyss, and the accumulation of bits and pieces is for one day to blossom and bear fruit. For others, the road ahead is in a fog of chaos, and their efforts may not necessarily lead to rewards. For him, no road is in vain and every step counts.
Just after Yushur, there was a knock on the door.
No need to guess, the two demon hunters arrived as promised. He opened the door. Please come in quickly.
You seem to be a little different.
The demon hunter's eyes were deep, and there seemed to be a flash of light in them.
Is such a keen intuition?
The corner of Kron's mouth raised. I was lucky enough to be promoted to extraordinary.
I can learn the breathing method tomorrow.
His tone was calm, but he couldn't suppress his proud energy.
Congratulations.
Gerald sighed in his heart. When the two met for the first time, they only felt spiritually that the other person was a sunny and good young man. Unexpectedly, only 1 month had passed, and he had already been promoted to become a transcendent.
Congratulations, brother, I've been promoted. When can I take the green grass trial?
Alan was very envious. Since he could not find an alchemist to help him refine the potion, he had not yet taken the crucial step to become a real demon hunter. When the white-haired demon hunter heard his student's words, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes.
He sighed leisurely and asked, Crown, how many extraordinary potions can you create now, and what is your success rate? I have only mastered the production of one extraordinary potion, the blood-boiling potion. The success rate is about 60%.
These days, he has no raw materials in hand, and it has been a long time since he prepared a medicine.
If you were given a new formula, would you be able to succeed once in 2 chances?
Just after Gerald finished speaking, he shook his head and laughed at himself. I was too anxious.
No pharmacist can do it.
You talk to yourself, always give me a chance to show off.
Crown smiled, he understood. The demon hunter wanted to prepare a potion.
He didn't have many materials at hand, and it shouldn't be easy to buy. Therefore, if he wanted to find a powerful pharmacist to refine it, it would be best if he could make it at once.
Success. Tell me about the potion.
I may not be sure about it now, but maybe I will be sure about it someday. Green herb potion, also known as wild herb potion, is a potion specially used by demon hunters.
It is a potion used by apprentices to break through and become real demon hunters.
The Witcher glanced at his student tenderly and said softly, Alan wants to use it, but we only have 2 materials. For some reason, I left the Witcher's base camp and had to find an alchemist to make it myself. Since this potion can only be used by demon hunters, the herbal potions we use are all replenished in Kaer Morhen, and there are very few alchemists outside of Kaer Morhen who study this potion that cannot bring them any benefit.
Crown understood.
He tilted his head, thought for a while and said, if Mr. Gerald can provide me with a few recipes for extraordinary potions whose materials are relatively easy to buy and let me practice, I feel confident in making one.
Herbal medicine. Gerald frowned.
He had never heard that practicing making another potion could increase the success rate of making this potion.
He couldn't help but wonder if the other party was trying to use his formula. Crown was a man of 2 generations and had a smart mind.
Seeing the Witcher's dilemma, he smiled and said, I can buy the extraordinary potion formula in the hands of Mr. If you buy the formula, it becomes a business between the 2 of you. There must be some fees for refining the herbal medicine.
The demon hunter also understood this truth. He quickly made a decision and said, what about acquisition?
I will give you all the potion formulas in my hands.
Can we be considered friends?
Of course, Crown nodded and smiled.
In my hand. Let's eat. Let's talk after eating. I'm starving to death. It's been 7 or 8 hours since lunch. The demon hunter was interrupted by little Alan.
Accompanying the sound of his voice was his growling stomach, and the demon hunter also looked a little embarrassed. It's been so long, no wonder you ate so much at night, Crown joked and started to serve the food.
Although this was Crown's 3rd meal since the afternoon, he ate no less than Alan, or even more.
After quickly filling his stomach, Gerald asked for paper and pen, and began to write down the potion formula he knew.
The Witcher quickly filled up several pages. I don't know many recipes. The Witcher takes more authentic medicinal materials. Thank you. I'm very talented in pharmacy. I believe that it won't be long before I can prepare the required medicine. Crown put away the paper and said solemnly, "Waiting for your good news." Without saying anything else, Crown took out the talisman paper on which he wanted to draw the pure heart talisman and placed it in the backyard to dry in the moonlight. After taking a short rest, he and Geralt stood in the open space in the backyard. "You have become a transcendent, have you felt the seed of life?" He shook his head. "No, after the promotion, the priest was sent back. How to go in the future was not mentioned at all. I have no idea what the seed of life is specifically." "Sir, do you know how to feel the seed of life?" "The night seed of life is attached to the heart. It is about the size of a soybean in its initial state. With continuous training and improvement, this little thing will sprout like a seed and finally completely envelop the heart. It is said that the seed of life can continuously transform the night. I don't know exactly how to feel the blood, but the church will definitely teach you this kind of knowledge. Then let's wait until tomorrow to learn more. Today, I should be able to make you use more strength to fight." As soon as Crown finished speaking, he stepped forward and attacked the demon hunter. "Young man, you are still young," Geralt said energetically with his white hair flying. "The strength of a demon hunter who has experienced 2 mutations is beyond what you, a rookie who has just entered the extraordinary world, can imagine." 2 hours later, the demon hunter left with satisfaction. Before leaving, he did not forget to sarcastically say, "You still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me." Crown bared his teeth and shouted unwillingly, "It won't take long." He touched Wu Qing's arm and gasped in pain. Basic sword skill, 4906/5000, level 3, cross sword, 1998/2000, level 2. "Tomorrow I will be able to advance in both my swordsmanship and you will be impressed." Clenching his fist, Crown took out the tiger bone ointment and applied it to his injured area. A sense of coolness came out, and the burning and painful wound immediately felt much better. After resting for a while, he walked to the yard and collected the talisman. The crystal ball in the sea of consciousness was about to overflow with moon dew, and he was going to practice making the pure heart talisman in the past few days. Crown cut the talisman paper into a palm-sized rectangle, and then cut many pieces of papyrus paper according to this size. Moon dew cannot be wasted, so it is suitable to practice with ink on straw paper. He lit all the oil lamps in the room and spread out the straw paper. After Crown stood still, he picked up the homemade brush with his right hand, pretended to pull the cuff of his sleeve with his left hand, and began to copy the Qingxin talisman. The production of Taoist talismans must be done in one stroke, and cannot be broken in the middle, otherwise it will be a waste product and cannot be activated. He splashed ink and immediately drew a talisman. "It's so ugly. Did I draw this?" Crown covered his face, threw away the papyrus and rewrote. After drawing more than 10 pictures casually, and becoming familiar with the characteristics of the brush, he began to get serious. Thinking about the succession, transition, and method of writing. After practicing 40 or 50 times again, the drawn talisman is still quite different from the real pure heart talisman. It takes a lot of effort to complete a small talisman seriously, and Crown feels that he is more tired now than after fighting for half an hour. When the book came to use, he was tired of it. Crown threw the pen aside in despair and sat on the chair scratching his head. "I've never heard that you need to practice calligraphy to draw symbols." He stood up and walked around the room for a while, took a few drinks of water to drive away his frustration, and stood at the desk again. "Go ahead, give me a starting point, and I can wrap up the entire universe." Silently shouting a slogan and giving himself a shot of fresh chicken blood, Crown started a new round of practice. 2 hours later, the papyrus was scattered all over the floor. He looked at the Taoist talisman written by him with dull eyes, wanting to cry without tears. About 300 sheets of papyrus have been used up, and only 8 points of the talisman can be drawn. People are said to have talents. Why the hell don't I have a little bit of talent in calligraphy and painting? Unbelievingly, he summoned the golden wall. He looked from top to bottom, and from bottom to top, but he didn't find any new skills formed. Go on, I still don't believe it, I can't even get started with drawing talismans. Crown felt furious, washed his face, sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated on the golden light spell. After 3 weeks, he stood up and stood at the table. The first-level golden light spell was surprisingly effective in restraining distracting thoughts and restoring his spirit. He was once again full of fighting spirit and confidence. Continue liver. Quickly cutting the straw paper to a standard size, Crown picked up the brush and devoted himself to drawing the symbols. When I started to write, no problem. This turning point was a bit jerky, and the drawing in this place was too steep and not rounded enough. The time spent concentrating always passed quickly, and Crown painted faster and faster, and became more and more standardized. When he finished drawing a talisman again and raised his pen, a warm current spread from his heart to his limbs, and a faint sense of joy filled his whole body. Crown understood what had happened. He closed his eyes, breathed gently, and enjoyed a moment of joy. The golden wall emerged, and there was an extra line of small green characters on the skills inside. Drawing talismans, January 2000, Level 1. I have to say that your talent for drawing talismans is amazing, but you have finally got the hang of it. Damn, I was ridiculed by a cheat. Crown complained in his heart, but it did not affect his good mood at all. Having learned a lot of skills, he summed up a little rule. On the golden walls, the lowest skills are written in gray letters. The font of these second-level skills will turn white after they are upgraded. Better skills, or third-level skills, are displayed in green. Further up, for example, the first-level golden light spell displays blue. I don't know what color the higher-level skills will be written in, Crown thought, filled with anticipation. You will know as long as Gone comes up with a level 5 skill or upgrades the golden light curse Gone. However, it will probably take a long time to see this. Crown picked up the brush again and continued to draw talismans. There are still more than 10 sheets of straw paper left, so I simply used them up. After getting started with the skill, I gained more insights when I drew the talisman again. Wherever the pen is heavier and where the lines are narrower, there is a deeper understanding and insight. After he finished drawing on the papyrus, he summoned the golden wall again. Character, April 2000, Level 1, not normal. Crown frowned slightly. In the early stage of the lowest stage of skills, there is a problem with such a slow improvement speed. He just drew a total of 14 pure heart talisman, and 6 of them were more than 90% similar in shape, but their proficiency level only increased by 3 points. There must be a problem in some link. After thinking for a while, he vaguely understood the problem. Real talisman seals have requirements for talisman paper and talisman ink, so that they can carry the power of these heaven and earth texts. The waning moon was setting in the west, and there were still important things to do tomorrow. Crown suppressed his eagerness to try and went to rest. A night of silence. At the beginning of Mao hour on the second day, he got up early and started drawing the talisman before the sun rose. Putting on a brand new brush and finding a clean porcelain bowl, Crown connected his consciousness to the sea, and a cool feeling surged out from an unknown place. He felt as if a piece of ice had been placed between his eyebrows, and a slight chill began to spread downwards, along his arm, to the index finger of his right hand. Drops of crystal dew with silver brilliance rolled down from the fingertips. After a short time, the dripping liquid covered the bottom of the bowl. At this time, the moon dew and the crystal ball in the sea of consciousness dropped by about 1/10. He cut off the connection between the crystal ball and the real world and began to draw the symbols formally. Moon dew needs to be stored in a white jade bottle, otherwise the mysterious active factor will slowly drain away. He does not have such a device in his hand, so he can only use what he produces. Crown dipped the brush into moon dew to moisturize it. When the tip of the brush was soft, he dipped the brush in it, scraped it along the edge of the bowl to remove the excess solution, and immediately started swiping on the talisman paper. The existence of the golden wall made it possible for him to use the skills he had already learned without any difficulty. He could get started immediately and be in good condition. When he finished drawing the pure heart talisman and raised his pen, the moon dew on the talisman paper emitted brilliance, and then the divine light converged and the brilliance dissipated. The traces of Taoist symbols give people a faint flowing feeling. Done. Crown summoned the wall of proficiency, and sure enough he found that his talisman drawing skill had increased by 3 points. This felt so good. He hummed the tune deep in his memory and continued to draw the symbols. Next, there were successes and failures, 15 talisman papers, and finally 8 pure heart talismans. The morning sun was about to rise. After packing up his tools, Crown made a seal with his hands to welcome the warmth. Church, training ground. 2 exorcist priests stood side by side, 2 crusaders wearing full-body armor stood on either side, and other church staff surrounded them. Hampa held a yellowed parchment scroll in his hands and handed it over with his own hands. Crown bowed and caught it with both hands. Nick was wearing a white priest's robe, holding a gold-covered Bible in his hand, and chanted loudly, "Crown Moya, from today on, you officially become a glorious crusader warrior in Zacktown Church. May the Lord of Fire grant you wisdom and see through the hidden dangers in the world. May the Lord grant you a strong body, so that you have the power to eradicate evil. may you be bathed in the holy light of the Lord, hold on to the sword in your hand, spread the glory of the Lord, protect the lambs who believe in our Lord and praise the Lord of flames, may we always be bathed in the holy light. Praise the Lord of flames, may we always be bathed in the holy light. The rest of the crowd pressed their hands on their chests and shouted in response. There are not many people here, but the sense of ceremony is still strong. Crown shook his head in an imperceptible manner to dispel the inexplicable surge of blood. No wonder religion makes people fanatical. He had only participated in such a ceremony, and he felt like he was immersed in it. Nick looked at the straight and tall guard warriors standing on his side and nodded with satisfaction. Crown, you have become a servant of God. We should remember to always defend the glory of the Lord. Now, the two warriors Savas and Marshall will guide you in the fire breath breathing method. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Understood, Father, Crown said. Father Hampha and I have other things to be busy with. I leave this to you two warriors. The others can disperse. Savas and Marshall bowed their heads and saluted. I will teach the new soldiers well. The crowd dispersed, and Nick, who was walking into the church, turned back and warned, remember, the breathing method is strictly forbidden to be spread to outsiders, even to your relatives. Crown stood solemnly, nodded heavily, and said, remember the priest's teachings. Turning around, he saluted the two senior soldiers. Thank you both, please take care of me. Redbeard curled his lips. You are so strong, you should be able to master the breathing method at a glance. You can do it without us teaching you. I will go over there to rest for a while, and you can tell me when you can't do it anymore. After saying that, he walked straight to the chair next to the venue and sat down. The bearded man was severely scolded by the priest last night. He can't keep it off his face. Ignore him. If you don't understand anything, just ask us. Marshall patted Crown's shoulder warmly and said softly, first of all, you must learn to seek stillness while moving, and feel the weak flow of heat flowing from the heart during movement. It is a drop of blood transformed by the newborn seed of life. This seed is very small and will not become bigger. With hard training, the seed of life will transform more and more blood, and the heat flow will become larger and larger. As this blood continues to increase, our muscle membranes will be exercised, and eventually our internal organs and bones will become tougher and stronger. It is said that when all the blood in our body is transformed, we can enter the realm of a demigod. Marshall winked and said with a smile, how about you start practicing now to feel the heat first? Crown shook his head and asked humbly, I want to understand the realm of our extraordinary profession and set a small goal for myself. If you have an idea, first look at the light ahead to get more motivation. The thin warrior nodded. The church calls us crusaders. Other churches or those warlocks call extraordinary people like us knights. It's just a person. Don't worry about the name. Take our church as an example. The most junior guardians are called warriors. As our breathing techniques advance, our bodies will be further tempered. Our muscles are stronger and our skin can resist ordinary people's swords. Then advance to become a fire warrior. It takes 3 or 4 years for a talented warrior to advance to become a flame warrior, and it takes 5 to 10 years for a warrior with poor talent to advance. According to church records, there are extremely talented perverts who were promoted to become flame warriors in less than a year. Can you imagine in your dreams how fierce this kind of person is? After becoming a flame warrior, if the breathing method is advanced again, it can temper our internal organs and bones, and eventually we can advance to a flame warrior. I don't know if the flame warriors go up any higher. Marshall spread his hands and shook his head with a smile. The thin warrior pointed at the sheepskin scroll in Crown's hand and said, what is recorded on it is the breathing movements. If you don't feel the flow of life, practicing these movements is of little use. I still recommend that you warm up. Feel that flow of life in combat. After hearing this, Crown opened the parchment and found that just as the other party said, it was painted with bright red paint on it with patterns of little people in different poses. These little people are doing different movements, giving people a rather weird feeling. He nodded. Then let's continue practicing swordsmanship? He was still thinking about the basic swordsmanship and cross-sword skills that he was about to advance to, and he longed for the opportunity to practice. Of course, but your opponent is Savas. He insisted that he couldn't let go yesterday and didn't dare to fight you with all his strength. He was too embarrassed to lose with his hands tied. Anything is fine, Crown smiled generously. It didn't matter who his opponent was, as long as he made progress with him. There is no charge for these two fighters to sparring with him, so you can use them with confidence. Hey, bearded man, come on, I've created a chance for you. The new warrior is willing to practice with you. How about I bet that he can last for 15 minutes this time in 2 spiritual coins? Damn it!
Crown's face darkened, and he felt like he was a fighting cock, being watched and bet on. Bet, Salma's loud voice shouted, he won't last 15 minutes. If the wind is too strong, your tongue may flash, Marshall said sarcastically, turning to look at the other side of the battle. Crown, do you want to join in and win by yourself?
Looks at him, does he look like someone with a spiritual coin?
Redbeard shook his head in disbelief and threw 2 coins with a white jade luster to the thin warrior.
Gold shields are also fine.
1 spirit coin can be exchanged for about 110 gold shields.
Do you want one?
You have to have confidence in yourself. It has only been 2 years since Bearded became a crusader warrior.
He is not much more experienced than you. Then come and support me, bet that I can last for 15 minutes, and get a spirit coin. Okay, do you have the money? Can we take it on credit first? Who would go out with 100 gold shields?
It's not impossible, Marshall tilted his head and said, if you pressure yourself to win, you can't count it on 15 minutes.
You have to persist for 20 minutes to win.
He is not worried that the other party has no money. If a transcendent wants to make money, he can make 100 gold shields a month without any problem as long as he puts down his dignity. The game begins, Marshall shouted in a weird accent, and the battle between the two began.
Crown flew to attack.
After such training, he found that if he wanted to maximize his swordsmanship and improve his proficiency, attacking was the best choice. There was no look of contempt on the Redbeard's face and he responded calmly. Yesterday, he suffered the loss of being unable to attack for a long time. Today, he decided to be more cautious, first consume the opponent's physical strength, and then capture him beautifully. The two of them were going back and forth, and the scene was so lively. 10 minutes passed, and Crown's physical strength showed no sign of declining. His attacks were still swift and fierce, his swordsmanship consistent and smooth, and he pressed forward step by step.
Savas was anxious.
His original plan was to take a defensive approach and wait until the opponent's physical strength weakened before striking back.
However, he was beaten from beginning to end, and it was a real pressing attack.
Compared with yesterday, the opponent's strength and speed had increased significantly. He even felt that the opponent's swordsmanship had improved greatly compared to yesterday. The enemy's swords were coming from all kinds of tricky angles, and he was really struggling to deal with them.
We can't go on like this.
If we don't get the initiative, the loss won't be just 2 spiritual coins, and we will lose a lot of face. Marshall's big mouth will definitely spread the word about my inability to subdue a newcomer. Thinking of this, Redbeard gritted his teeth, swung his sword up to hold the opponent's sword, and the hand holding the sword was glowing with red flames. This flame also spread to his weapon, and there was a red light all around, like the bright red blood under the sunset.
Big Beard, you are not authentic. Marshall was furious.
He did not expect that the other party would use the flame cross sword technique. This set of swordsmanship is used in conjunction with the flame breath breathing method, which can stimulate the human body and greatly enhance the strength of the crusaders.
Swordsmanship has the disadvantage that it consumes a lot of money and is not long-lasting.
It is only used when fighting hard or attacking difficulties. After all calculations, I didn't expect that this guy didn't have martial ethics and would use such a powerful move against a newcomer who had just completed his promotion. He should have made it clear at the time. Marshall suppressed his anxiety and was ready to support the new soldiers at any time.
Savas might not be able to resist an attack of this magnitude.
After feeling an explosive aura, Crown immediately retreated, preparing to avoid his opponent's edge. The opponent raised his sword to block his downward slash without losing any strength, and his whole arm was numb from the shock.
He understood that the opponent had used his ultimate move.
Now that he doesn't have the ability to fight Hedon, he very wisely resorts to fighting.
But how could the opponent's desperate posture allow him to dodge so easily?
The red light broke away from Saba's sword and cut out a light curtain. Crown lowered his waist and turned sideways, and the light curtain passed across his right arm, taking away a large amount of flesh and blood. In pain, he also felt cruel in his heart. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward. He used time stop, always at the moment when the opponent's attack was changing.
Savas felt very awkward.
His attacks could reach a certain position, but the enemy always took the lead and suppressed the rhythm of the attack. A strange scene happened. A new warrior suppressed the veteran warrior who used the flame cross sword technique. Marshall looked at the pocket watch in his hand and saw that 15 minutes had passed.
Time's up, Crown wins,
he shouted, but both sides of the battle ignored him. Crown's attacks were like a continuous river, surging incessantly, while Redbeard was like a rock in the middle of the river, submerged by the waves. He had an intuition that a strange power was sprouting in his body, and fighting was the best way to release this power. His speed has not gotten faster, nor has his strength increased, but his offensive rhythm has gotten better and better. He found a unique method. After many consecutive blocks, the overwhelming power was completely consumed. After a while, he was able to suppress Redbeard without resorting to the power of the hourglass of time. Crown felt a weak warm current flowing through his body. When this warm current flowed through the soles of his feet, he suddenly stepped forward with a blissful heart. His sword moved with it and knocked on the opponent's stabbing sword. With the help of reflex, the force of the shock easily sent the sword tip to Savas Adam's apple. "This time, I won again. This time, I won again." As Crown's words fell, he took back the sword in his hand. With a look of embarrassment on his face, Savas threw the sword to the weapon rack angrily and turned around to leave. Marshall stood there in a daze, trying to open his mouth to say something several times, but he didn't know how. This result was beyond his expectation. In the original estimate, teammates who let go should be able to win. Even if the victory cannot be established within the prescribed time, they will not lose. Seeing the somewhat lonely figure, the thin warrior threw out a jade-colored coin. "Newcomer, then, you first feel the power." Marshall ran out and followed his teammates. Crown stretched out his arm and held the flying coins firmly between his fingers. His hands were slightly cold, so he brought the coin to his eyes. It was a round jade object with a black spot visible inside, and it was still twisting and turning. His eyes made him look more carefully. The black spot looks like a projection of a werewolf, or rather a part of a werewolf. The upper body is complete, without lower limbs, and seems to have been cut off at the waist. In his spiritual sense, he felt that the werewolf projection conveyed a malicious meaning. This should be the spirit coin. What is it used for and how to use it? Crown held it in the palm of his hand and decided to complete his extraordinary basic knowledge as soon as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely that there will be an embarrassing incident of getting the baby but not recognizing it. Putting this matter aside, Crown summoned the Golden Wall. Basic swordsmanship, extreme, special effect, heart of sword. Understand the secrets of swordsmanship, use sword weapons to increase damage, and learn other swordsmanship faster. Cross sword, 23/5000, level 3, cool. A blue skill appears again with passive special effects. The special effects are unpretentious but very functional. I don't know the specific form of increasing the damage of sword weapons. This is not playing a game. The so-called increased damage is not easy to see, but it is very powerful to improve the learning efficiency of swordsmanship and save a lot of time. The more advanced the skill, the more difficult it is to improve it later. With the heart of the sword, learning advanced swordsmanship can get twice the result with half the effort. The only regret is that the basic swordsmanship has reached its limit and cannot be improved again. He also wants to see what the colors of more advanced skills look like. The swordsmanship advanced faster than he expected, and Crown felt that when he went back tonight and fought against the demon hunter, he could force out more of his opponent's strength. During the battle just now, he had already felt the flow of life. He picked up the parchment that was thrown on the ground and began to practice by himself by referring to the graphics on it. At first, he just followed the sequence of movements in the picture and practiced in a regular manner. Later, feeling the flow of life flowing through his body, he followed this rhythm and was able to combine these movements at will. His body temperature was rising and had already exceeded the safe threshold, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt comfortable. Under the sun, sweat was steaming from Crown's body. If he didn't look carefully from a distance, he would have thought it was foggy here. Half an hour later, he stopped. He had exhausted too much energy and was feeling hungry. Quickly running to the restaurant, Lawford, who was in charge of catering, saw the visitor and hurriedly brought a large portion of toasted white bread, a plate of barbecue, and a can of milk. Father Nick has already told him that Crone now often needs to replenish a lot of calories, so the kitchen is always stocked with these foods. Crown didn't care about his image. He grabbed the white bread and barbecue and ate a lot. When he choked, he took a sip of milk to calm his breath and continued eating. While eating, he didn't forget to check the golden wall. When he practiced the breathing method just now, he could already feel the skill being generated. Fire breath, March 2000, level 1, the effect is also obvious now, your metabolism is faster. The white writing shows that this is a very advanced skill, which is only slightly stronger than the gray level. Am I destined to be a reckless person? Why do thieves learn such skills so quickly? Crown had an ominous premonition. Deep down in his heart, he preferred to be a master who stood behind and provided firepower output, rather than a battle crane charging from the front. Although punching to the flesh is very effective, fighting in close quarters is always a little unsafe. Maybe I should continue my shooting skills to the upper liver. After taking a few bites of the barbecue, Crown decided to take the time to brush up on his proficiency in a skill he hadn't used for a long time. After reaching the limit of basic swordsmanship, he was given a passive effect, which opened up an idea for him. The firearms of this era are not powerful enough, mainly due to the lack of gunpowder. I believe that with the advancement of productivity, more powerful gunpowder will be developed. By then, firearms will still be able to occupy half of the sky. No matter which era it is, the main population is composed of ordinary people. The world is rushing towards danger, and millions of ordinary people will burst out with more enthusiasm to create better weapons to protect themselves in order to survive.
More destructive firearms and ammunition are a very good choice. Afternoon, church training ground. Crown's arm trembled flexibly and then he circled upwards.
The sword in Marshall's hand was swiftly thrown away. This was the 5th time that the weapon had been knocked away by him.
"You're not coming, you pervert."
I know how depressed Savas was this morning.
The expression on the thin warrior's face was both happy and disappointed.
I'm happy that the newcomer is very strong and can take charge of his own business without much training. But I'm disappointed that His Majesty as an instructor was knocked down after only a few days of shaking. One day, just one day, he completely mastered the flame attack breathing technique and successfully started using it. He had only seen such a talent in the church books. Thinking of this, Marshall became even more depressed. You have to compare yourself to death, and you have to throw away goods.
The thin warrior shook his head mockingly, and said to Crown, "We can't teach you anything anymore. The flame cross sword technique is actually the result of running the flame breath breathing technique.
Use the cross sword. If you try it a few times, you will slowly master the essence.
You can practice by yourself. I'll go find Savas. Only he can understand my complicated mood now." As he spoke, Marshall gradually walked away.
Without an opponent, Crown expressed great regret that his proficiency in swordsmanship would increase more and more slowly.
"Although the road is long, we will reach it.
Although things are difficult, the liver will succeed." He put down the greed in his heart and happily began to practice on his own, trying to figure out how to make the flame cross easier to achieve. He spent most of the afternoon fumbling around and practicing alone. At dusk, Crown left the church and walked home. He looked at the intoxicating clouds in the sky and thought about the contrast between the situation when he just traveled through time and now.
He couldn't help but shake his head and sang a nonsensical song. Today's mood is very different, very different.
Back home, Crown started a fire and cooked rice in an orderly manner. After filling a few thick pieces of wood into the stove, he began to make moonlight seals and visualize the bright moon shining silently.
Just pinch it a little bit, and the hour of unity has arrived. Over time, you will always see the powerful power of this divine spell. Therefore, he never wastes time during Mao Sure and Yu Sure.
Recently, his schedule has been full and he has too many things to do. Breathing techniques, making Taoist talismans, refining potions, learning the basic knowledge of the extraordinary world. He wished he could split it in half and use it alone. The two priests were arranging something mysteriously, which gave him a vague feeling. He wanted to make greater progress in a shorter time. After the unitary hour passed, Crown stopped to meditate, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and found that the moon dew in the crystal ball increased again, and the silver solution was close to overflowing again. Tonight, he will make all the pure heart talisman papers he has accumulated in his hands. Summoning the golden wall, he looked at the top line of blue words. Golden light spell, 5069/50,000, level 1. It became a habit of his to check the progress of the golden light spell after each visualization. Small progress will also make him smile, and seeing the slow increase in proficiency makes him feel much better. Go to the backyard, take down the rice pot and replace it with a saucepan.
Inside is a large pot full of marinated chicken.
Add enoki mushrooms and potatoes, then add pepper, chili pepper and other seasonings, simmer for half an hour, and the fragrant braised chicken is ready. At the end, cut a few onions and sprinkle them on top.
It looks great too.
The knock on the door sounded on time, and the demon hunter master and apprentice arrived after smelling the smell.
Crown often wonders, do these two people also have the ability of the hourglass of time? Why do they always arrive at the same time as the meal? He walked quickly to the door and opened it.
Oh, the smell of braised chicken is making my mouth water.
Alan was already shouting before he even entered the room.
Ha, 8 big roosters were stewed, enough for us to eat.
Crown stepped aside and invited the two of them in.
Even though I've eaten this dish several times, I still can't help but salivate every time I smell this aroma.
The demon hunter walked into the house with a smile and walked straight to the backyard. Soon, the dining table was filled.
Everyone has a big bowl filled with rice and a plate full of chicken in front of them.
Crown shook his head secretly.
The main way for knights and demon hunters to replenish their energy was to rely on food. This resulted in a phenomenon where there were 3 food buckets sitting on one table. Except for Alan, the other 2 ate fairly elegantly, but not at all slowly. The bottom of the rice and stewed chicken was visible to the naked eye, and within 10 minutes, all the food was gone.
It's so delicious.
I never get tired of it no matter how much I eat. Alan patted his belly with satisfaction, burped and made another happy sound after a full meal.
I told you to eat slowly, but you didn't listen.
The demon hunter poured a glass of water for the boy and touched his head.
Hey, Xiao Zhengtai stuck out his tongue playfully and took the water glass.
Thank you, teacher. Mr. Gerald, Crown said, after today's sparring session, I would like to suspend your employment.
Ahem, Alan almost choked on the water. Brother, what's the matter? Don't you want to practice your sword skills anymore? Now, can't we come here for dinner at night?
It was obvious that the boy had other reasons for concern. Crown couldn't help showing a knowing smile and explained, my swordsmanship has improved a lot recently, and it is almost impossible to maintain the original rate of improvement, so I want to suspend this employment. In this way, I can give more the time is used to refine the potion and improve my abilities. Only in this way can I be confident of refining the herbal potion.
This reason is both high-sounding and true.
In fact, he doesn't need to explain anything. It's his freedom to hire or not, but during this time together, they have become relatively good friends. Gerald smoothed the white hair from his forehead and nodded gently. The employment matter is of course based on your wishes.
However, you said that your swordsmanship has improved a lot, so I remain skeptical. In yesterday's sparring session, Crown's swordsmanship was indeed much more sophisticated than at the beginning, but in his eyes, there were still some loopholes.
In this world where evil is becoming increasingly powerful, the Crusaders of the Flame Lord Church are also considered a high-risk profession. Compared with the situation of the demon hunters who often fight alone, it is a little better. As a friend, he felt that he had an obligation to be reminded by his friends so that he could have a clearer understanding of his own strength and avoid unnecessary injuries caused by arrogance. Crown's eyebrows were flying. I also want to test how much strength I can let Sir use now. As you wish, the demon hunter made a gesture of invitation, and the 2 of them walked towards the backyard one after another. The moonlight is like water, like a mother's gentle hand caressing her child. Crown stood still, drew his sword and raised it straight.
The demon hunter laughed ha and stepped forward, like a butterfly teasing flowers, circling his opponent and attacking fiercely. He let go of 80% of his strength and wanted to teach the other party well. As a demon hunter who has undergone a second mutation, his endurance, strength, and speed are much higher than ordinary demon hunters. Especially his endurance, his durability will amaze all extraordinary people.
Therefore, he is not afraid of physical exertion at all. In his opinion, the battle would be over within 20 minutes, which was the pride of a high-level demon hunter. Facts have proved that the demon hunter overestimated his own strength. To be more precise, he underestimated the opponent's growth rate, which really changed every day. Crown was attentive and focused as never before. The combat skills of the demon hunters are a level higher than those of Marshall and Savas. With his current strength, he can steadily suppress the 2 of them, but facing Gerald, he is the one who is firmly suppressed. Many times, what he thinks about is not how to win, but how to avoid injuries. At this time, there were multiple wounds on his arms and lower back. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, so I expected the Witcher to be merciful. He felt that the Witcher's attack was like the huge waves in the sea, and he was like the rocks on the shore that were constantly being beaten. Many times, this rock is completely engulfed by the waves, but when the tide recedes, his figure still stands upright.
Half an hour passed and he was still fighting.
At this moment, he was familiar with the Witcher's fighting rhythm, and the number of injuries became less frequent, and he was even able to occasionally launch a counterattack. His physical strength has dropped a lot, but his movements are still sharp. Another 10 minutes passed, and the solemnity in Gerald's eyes became heavier and heavier. It took him so long that he still couldn't win a knight who had just been promoted to extraordinary. If this continues, the big words I just said will hurt my own feet. He is also a human being, and he also wants to save face. Taking a deep breath, he released all his strength and suddenly stepped forward and struck down hard. The veins in his right hand were exposed and the muscles were taut. The sword reflected the moonlight and emitted a cold light. Crown didn't know that his opponent had tried his best to attack this time. He swung his sword up according to the rhythm just now, buying time to dodge sideways. When the 2 swords connected, he realized that he had made a mistake in judgment and it was already too late. The demon hunter's sword had already fallen, and the cold chill made him feel like a ray of light on his back. If this sword is carried out, the arm holding the sword will say goodbye to himself. Without hesitation, he used the power of the hourglass of time, slightly slowing down his opponent's movements for 0.01 seconds, and his body flashed to a safe position. He saw the demon hunter's sword stopping steadily in midair, and realized that it would be fine even if he didn't use the power of the spirit master. The demon hunter tilted his head, thinking about the inconsistency in his movements, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the power that delays my movements? Does it come from your spirit control?" Gerald, who was proud of his strong control, was very confused about what had just happened and wanted to find out the reason. "Yes, the power from my spirit control can delay the opponent's attack," Crown said rather vaguely. Without further questioning, the white-haired man nodded and said, "It's a very good ability. It's worth exploring the potential of this spirit control. I don't know if you have enough energy, but I'll give you a piece of advice." The demon hunter took back the long sword in his hand and continued with a serious face, "At the beginning of the extraordinary, it is understandable that we also practice another extraordinary ability, but in the later stage, if we want to advance, we need to be specialized and refined. Human energy is limited, you must make your decision early and determine the ultimate direction of your efforts. Children only do multiple choice questions. If you are interested, of course you want them all." Although he thought so in his heart, Crown still touched his chest and bowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you for reminding me, I will make the best choice for myself." He made another request of his, "As for me being a spirit master, please keep it a secret." The demon hunter nodded slightly to show his understanding, and little Alan nodded vigorously, "I will keep it secret. Big brother wants to keep a trump card." The teacher said that this method of keeping trump cards is called old coins. If people want to live longer, they must be an old coin and have more cards. The truth is correct, but why does it smell wrong? Crown opened his mouth slightly, not knowing how to answer. Gerald was a little embarrassed and his face turned slightly red. "I did say so, but to be shaken out by my students like this, doesn't it show that I am an old person? Do you still want to continue practicing? The battle just now was quite exhausting. I think it's better to stop here today." The Witcher changed the topic and wanted to leave. It was too embarrassing. Sensing the other party's embarrassment, Crown took it easy and nodded in agreement. "That's it. I'll have more time to study the potion formula you gave me." His main purpose is to verify his current strength. He already has a relatively clear answer, and his requirement for training is no longer so urgent. In the previous battle, due to the fast pace, he could not find the right time to use breathing techniques to enhance his attacks. He planned to use breathing techniques more in future training so that his skills could be transformed into instincts. Only then can ability be truly transformed into strength. Alan goes on, "Crown through a golden shield. Friends are friends, and business is business. This cannot be confused." The boy caught the gold coin, bit it subconsciously, and asked pitifully, "How about I still want to come to your place for dinner tonight?" Now that he is used to eating delicious food, he is now dissatisfied with the quality of the food at the Goat Hotel. He will be sad if he can't eat the delicious food cooked by his elder brother. "I don't mind if you're willing to provide the ingredients." "Okay. Teacher, are you coming too?" "Well, you can walk alone at night. I'm afraid it won't be safe, so I'll go with you." TCH, the boy rolled his eyes at his teacher. After the matter was decided happily, the master and apprentice of the demon hunter bid farewell to their master and left with brisk steps. Crown looked at the two elongated figures under the moon and smiled. Maybe in their eyes, they like me more as an excellent cook. When he raised his head again, the man was gone and the long street was deserted. Gently closing the door, he prepared the tools and materials for drawing the talisman, connected the crystal ball in the sea of consciousness, and poured out a small half of the bowl to reveal the moon. "Open your liver." He shouted a slogan happily in his heart, and the talisman maker drew the talisman online. An hour later, waving a stack of pure heart charms that made a loud clanging sound, Crown sat happily on a chair, holding the talismans between his right index and middle fingers, and started counting happily. 1, 2, 3. 80 talisman papers, 64 talismans were obtained, and the success rate improved again. Character, 220/2000, first level, he already has 72 pure heart talisman in his hand. He has not yet experimented with the effect of the talisman seal, and no one else has. Crown found a large bowl and poured half a cup of water into it. Following the instructions on the skill prompt, he lit the talisman paper on top of the large bowl. A faint fragrance spreads, a kind of floral fragrance, light but not too many, fragrant but not strong. After burning, the talisman paper is not dark gray but light white, and small silver particles like fine sand can be seen inside.
The embers fell into the water like snowflakes falling into a pond, instantly blending into one.
The colorless clear water began to shine with bits of clear light, like stars falling into it. On the water surface, there is a faint white mist steaming out.
The skill introduction said that just drink it like this.
Looking at the good-looking clear soup, Crown picked up the bowl and took a sip.
A sweet coolness emanated from his taste buds.
He didn't make any move to swallow, and the talisman water naturally flowed into his throat and gurgled down. A faint sense of tranquility emerged from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the state at this time was similar to the state during the Usher visualization. Both were peaceful in the heart and his thoughts were as calm as an ancient well. The difference between the two states is that the feeling at this time is not as obvious as during visualization. It tasted great. After giving a fair evaluation, he drank the talisman water in the bowl in one gulp. He has figured out the function of this kind of talisman water, which is to put people in a quiet and rational state. In the future, I will find an opportunity to try it on those who fall into mania to see if it can have a calming effect. His golden light spell can only work on himself. The emergence of the talisman allows this ability to be used externally, greatly expanding the scope of use of the skill. The talisman paper for making the pure heart talisman had been used up, so he began to study the drawing method of the golden light talisman. First of all, it is still to cut out the appropriate size of the straw paper, and then copy the golden light talisman. Perhaps because he had already started drawing talismans, it didn't take him long to draw a very similar golden talisman in one stroke this time. He kept working hard and waited until his proficiency in drawing talisman improved a little before ending the practice. After confirming that he was basically good at drawing golden light talismans, Crown took the talisman paper and poured out half a bowl of sunfire liquid from the crystal ball in the consciousness sea. Like moon dew, if you want to preserve the sun flame liquid, you also need to use a jade bottle, preferably warm jade, to ensure that the effect is not lost.
Where did he get such a thing?
People here have no special perception of jade. They think it is just a beautiful ore.
If you want to buy it, you can't find a place to buy it.
He planned to ask the other party if he could help get some the next time he encountered a Jaisai caravan. Due to adequate preparation and some basic knowledge, the speed of drawing the talisman improved a lot this time. In less than 2 hours, all the talisman papers in my hand were used up. A total of 42 golden light talismans were obtained. The success rate is slightly lower than that of drawing the pure heart talisman, but there is still a 50% success rate. Crown unbuttoned his clothes and placed the golden light talisman on his chest. He pressed the talisman paper gently, and then there seemed to be a weak suction force coming from it, and the talisman was adsorbed on the skin. 2 or 3 seconds later, a warmth came from his chest and spread to his limbs. At the same time, there was a faint golden stream of light flashing on the ink mark on the Taoist talisman. He felt as if he was under the warm sun, but he didn't feel hot and felt very comfortable. He tried other methods, such as sticking it on his forehead or arms, and observed the effect. In the end, he came to a conclusion: the golden light talisman will have an effect as long as it comes into direct contact with people's skin.
A golden light talisman lasts about an hour.
As for the so-called expulsion of external evils, there are currently no experimental subjects, leaving it to be verified later. Crown sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, meditating on the golden light spell to restore his energy. After 5 or 6 weeks, he exited the meditation state. He punched, kicked, and stretched his muscles. At the same time, he was still thinking about how to use the Taoist talisman.
There should be other ways to activate Taoist symbols, right?
Crown muttered to himself, the golden light talisman is better, just stick it on the skin casually.
Like the pure heart talisman, if you want to use it in battle, how can you prepare water to light it and take it?
Thinking of this, he took out a pure heart talisman and tried to stick it on his forehead. The pure heart talisman emits a weak suction force and is firmly attached to the forehead.
After 2 or 3 seconds, the cooling sensation starts from the forehead and moves to all parts of the body. Well, it seems that the skill introduction is not that complete either. Come to think of it, an introduction is not a detailed instruction manual after all. Crown gave his own spirit of exploration a big thumbs up.
The talisman paper had been used up, and he finally had time to take out the potion formula given by the Witcher and study it slowly. There are 2 potion formulas given by Geralt. One is a physical strength potion, which can quickly replenish a large amount of physical strength of the recipient. The medicinal materials in it are all tonic herbs, The other potion is called a strength potion, which can temporarily stimulate people's physical strength. Potential to improve muscle strength, but the side effect is a period of distrength. The duration of this side effect is not certain, and will vary depending on each person's physical condition. It may be 1 to 3 hours, may be shorter or longer. After carefully looking at the required medicinal materials and the complexity of the refining procedure, Crown decided to practice the strength potion first. Visualizing the golden light spell gave him plenty of energy and excellent endurance. His need for physical potions was not that strong, but strength potions were different and could instantly increase his combat effectiveness.
Keep a few on him and you might be able to use them. When there is enough food, the golden light spell can quickly replenish energy and stamina.
If he uses a power potion, the duration of the side effects is likely to be reduced to an extremely low value. Looking at the various materials recorded in the power potion, Crown quickly generated a picture of concocting this material in his mind. He also deduced the refining steps in his mind, and estimated which links would cause problems and what should be done.
Response.
When he felt he knew what he was doing, he went to the apothecary room. Since completing the deal with the Jisai people, he has not refined any potions.
A layer of dust also fell on the alchemy table. Crown got a wet rag and quickly cleaned it.
Then, he rummaged through his herbal medicine box to find the needed medicinal materials. In the end, only one piece of material was enough. A set of potions can be refined from one set of materials, with a total of 3 bottles. There is a material called blood starfern leaf, which is a variant of the starfern leaf with red blood drop-shaped spots on it. This herb is very rare, and he only has one in his hand. He ground the herbs into a container and extracted them, and the resulting liquid was divided into 3 small portions. In this way, you can refine it 3 times and accumulate more experience. If you are lucky enough to succeed once, the materials can not only repay the cost but also make a small profit. Judging from the refining steps and the difficulty of processing the herbs, the strength potion is more difficult than the blood boiling potion, but Crown is still confident that it will succeed once. The characteristics of the golden wall gave him the confidence to be different from ordinary alchemists. His abilities had no ups and downs, and he might rarely perform beyond the ordinary, but he was definitely above a relatively good standard. Half an hour later, Crown pulled off the alcohol lamp and quickly poured the earthy yellow medicine in the crucible into the test tube and placed it on the cooling rack. After waiting for a short while, until the medicine had almost cooled down, he picked up the test tube with a clamp and shook it gently. The color of the potion remains bright, without any sediment, and a light spicy smell escapes. "Pa," he snapped his fingers happily, and Crown muttered, "A good start." He cleaned up the tools, continued to refine them, and succeeded again.
Summoning a golden wall increased herbalism skill proficiency by approximately 20 points. Herbology, 1294/5000, level 3. No matter how hard you work, you will gain something. This feeling is so good.
Crown put away the potion, visualized the golden light spell for 2 weeks, and fell asleep peacefully.
Kalin village is one of the most remote villages in the Farouk kingdom.
It is located in the Andes Mountains. People here have limited contact with the outside world a year, and the villagers still live a relatively primitive life. The nearest town to the village is Zack Town, which requires 7 or 8 days of walking on mountain roads to reach.
They relied on hunting and gathering for a living. The fertile Andes Mountains were a paradise for beasts.
The wide variety of beasts ensured that the villagers had enough meat, and all men, women, and children grew strong and tall. A few days ago, gray fog began to fill the mountains, and there was a faint fishy smell in it.
This fog is very strange.
After the sun comes out, it will hide in the dark corners, forming a rich black color there. When the sun sets, it quickly spreads again.
Old Hamilton is the village chief here.
He is very worried about the current situation. Since the village was surrounded by gray fog, the villagers have become very angry for no reason, and they often get into physical conflicts due to some quarrels. This kind of thing happens not only between neighbors, but also between close family members. Quarrels or even fights may occur over trivial matters. It was late at night, and he was lying in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, thinking about gathering the villagers tomorrow to discuss countermeasures. Whoa whoa whoa, the cry of a child came from the next room, where his 2 granddaughters lived, the older one 9 years old and the younger one 5 years old. The 2 sisters often quarreled, and the older sister would occasionally beat the younger sister severely. Both sisters liked their grandfather and often came to sleep in his yard at night. Old Hamilton suddenly felt restless and couldn't sleep at this hour. He sat up, ready to put on his shoes and teach the 2 sisters a lesson. Ah, the shrill scream sounded, and then suddenly stopped. Old Hamilton had a feeling in his mind and rushed to the next room without even bothering to put on his shoes. The lights were still on, and the room was sparsely furnished, leaving nothing to the naked eye. He saw only the youngest granddaughter standing beside the bed with disheveled hair, while the eldest granddaughter disappeared without a trace.
"Where's your sister?" Old Hamilton looked around blankly, wondering what was going on. "Jia," the little granddaughter let out a sinister laugh. She pointed to her mouth and said, "I ate you. Be good, don't make trouble." The old man knelt down and hugged the little girl's shoulders. He lifted his granddaughter's disheveled hair and saw that her eyes were bloodshot and faintly glowing red. Thinking that his granddaughter was frightened, he comforted her softly, "Be good, don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa what happened." "Be eaten by me." The little girl looked directly at him and repeated this sentence. Old Hamilton also felt angry in his heart, and his voice suddenly became stern. "Eat? How can you eat? Your mouth is so small." "My mouth is small, but it can open very wide." The little girl's mouth slowly opened, and her face became distorted and deformed. Her mouth opened into a bloody mouth, a real bloody mouth. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and the sounds of wailing and chewing can be heard from time to time in the dark village. If you have time, you can come and invest. It is said that there are enough 100 investors to promote this book. After Crown finished the morning's golden light spell visualization, he hurriedly left the house. He walked towards the east side of the town, and when he was about to walk out of the town, he stopped in front of a fence. "Old Hans, come out to pick up the guests," Crown shouted towards the simple wooden house inside the fence. The wrinkled old man half opened the door and poked his head out of the room. When he saw the visitor, his face was immediately filled with a smile, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. "Master Crown, why do you have time to come here?" Ever since the herbalist bought his herbal medicine, Master Tian started shouting. The reason is very simple. When the other party purchases herbs, as long as the quality is up to standard, they want them all and pay in cash. For a period of time, a certain medicinal material was produced in large quantities, and the other party did not lower the price at all. For such a conscientious person, calling him a master is not too much, right? "Hey," Crown smiled faintly. He corrected the title several times, but the other party never changed his words and just let him go. "Old Hans, you are the most experienced herbal picker in this town. I will place an order with you. I will pick the herbs I urgently need in the future, and the price will be guaranteed to your satisfaction." The smile on the old man's face became even more enthusiastic. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Tell me, I should pay more attention when going up the mountain. The snow is coming soon. If I can make more money, I will go into the mountain today. Do you know the starfern leaves, that kind of herb with long and narrow leaves, jagged edges, and stems covered with white stars?" Seeing the old man nodding, Crown continued, "There is a special starfern with leaves that look like dripping red blood. I will pay you 10 silver coins for a complete plant. You want to accept this?" Old Moya said this kind of herb is the best. Old Hans said halfway before he quickly changed his mind and said, "You can't go back on this price." He knew there was a place that contained some herbs that could not be used before. If he got these, he could earn a few gold shields for free. Crown knew what the other party was going to say before he finished speaking. The mutated herb was too strong, and ordinary medicines could not use such a strong herb. He curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "Don't I have any credibility with you?" The old man shook his head repeatedly and said with a smile, "Master, you certainly have credibility, I can't believe it." Crown informed old Hans of several mutated herbs used in the stamina potion one by one, then turned and left. Running wildly, he ran from the easternmost side of the town to the westernmost church. On the training ground of the church, 2 priests and 2 soldiers were talking and laughing. He walked forward quickly, put his hand in the middle of his chest, bowed his head and greeted several believers, "May the Lord of Flame light our way forward." Several people returned the greeting, "May the Lord of Flame light our way forward." Nick looked at Crown for a few seconds and then slowly said, "I heard from the 2 warriors that you have learned to breathe fire?" "Yes, father." "This is nothing to hide," Crown admitted generously, and he planned to establish a clear persona for himself, a powerful crusader warrior. The priest's expression was one of shock and relief. He really didn't expect that one of his free moves would yield such a harvest. Hampha's face was full of exclamation, "You can learn the breathing method in 1 day. This kind of talent is top-notch even among the Pope's flame guards. I wonder if I would be honored to invite the future flame warriors to practice." He spoke politely and with a sincere tone, not condescending at all because he was an exorcist priest. Everyone was carrying the sedan chair. Crown glanced at the priest, and when he saw the other person nodded slightly, he said, I am just a little warrior who has just started. I am going to practice now. Please feel free to correct me. He followed the order of the graphics on the parchment and began to practice his flame breathing. After a while, white steam steamed from his body. Seeing this phenomenon, Hamfa nodded to his old friend, that's right, it's the early sign of getting started with the breathing method. Congratulations! Nick also had a smile on his face, it's all because of his own efforts that he is where he is today. Hamfa turned his head and asked, have there been any traces of the group of cultists responsible for the massacre in Zaludo village from the patrol team in the past few days? The priest shook his head, the traces disappeared in the mountains. The patrol team are just mortals who dare not stay in the mountains overnight. I need to stay at the church and have not gone deep into the mountains. The clues are probably broken long ago. What are you going to do? We can't stay here for long. The real test is coming soon. Rhine City is short of manpower. Nick sneered, the church has so many manpower left there, but it is short of manpower? Old friends, don't lie to me, a real person. Hamfa sighed, said softly, follow me, and turned to leave. The priest had a slightly cold look on his face, and after a few seconds, he slowly followed. Crown practiced the breathing technique several times, and when he saw the two priests leaving, he decided to stop practicing. Hello you two. He greeted me warmly. Savas hummed and turned away, but Marshall responded to his greeting with a smile. He didn't take it seriously. The two of them were going to leave eventually. As long as their relationship was going well, it didn't matter if they couldn't have a deep friendship. Crown turned around and looked at the two priests talking in the distance. He could see the disbelief on Nick's face and the doubt in his eyes. After a while, the two walked towards the venue. Nick glanced at the three crusaders and said in a deep voice, today, I will lead the three of you deep into the mountains to track and investigate a case. We will spend the night in the mountains. Regardless of whether we find anything, we will find out before noon tomorrow. Return. Yes, the three warriors responded in unison, their voices loud and powerful. The priest nodded with satisfaction and said to his old friend, Hamfa, I leave this place to you. Pastor Bai Jing gave the other party a firm smile, may the Lord of Fire protect you. The two stretched out their palms and clapped them together, and Nick gave instructions to the soldiers, execute the order, the field combat supplies are in the church warehouse, follow me. The four of them neatly put on their light leather armors, put camping supplies on their horses, and rode out of the church. Everyone was speeding along the path to the northwest. In late autumn, the road is desolate. Only a few sparse leaves on the poplar and sycamore trees are still hanging firmly on the treetops, and the wild grass is withered and yellow, lying weakly on the ground. Looking into the distance, one feels a touch of sadness from the bottom of his heart. The horses were strong, and in less than 20 minutes, the group arrived at Zarudo village. Crown saw several piles of ashes in the open space at the end of the village. When I got closer and took a closer look, I found that there were many messy gray footprints on the ground, and there were still many unburned bones in the embers of the fire. Judging from the appearance of the bones, they were clearly human bones. He looked around and found that there was no one on the road in the village. It was quiet in all directions, except for the whooshing sound of the cold wind blowing through my ears. He felt that his voice was a little dry. Father, what happened here? Why can't the villagers see one? Nick looked silently at the path winding up the mountain, and said in a solemn tone, the villagers are all gone. There are cultists who have performed flesh and blood alchemy here. We have to follow their traces. He turned his head and looked at the three soldiers. Are you afraid? Not afraid, Savas and Marshall replied firmly. Very good, courage is also our weapon. Nick waved his hand and pointed to the tallest house in the village. We will tie the horses there and walk up the mountain. The strength of the enemy is unknown, but I feel a little scared in my heart. Cultists, when first heard, are religious fanatics, and they are probably the kind of ruthless people who rush forward with explosives strapped to them. Crown felt a little uneasy. He felt that the correct way to use Goldfinger is to stay as far away from danger as possible. Living long enough makes him naturally invincible. You can do things that are non-destructive, but try to stay away from anything that is dangerous. He does not lack the courage to fight in desperate situations, but he is unwilling to take the initiative to face danger. Nick led everyone at the front, and he stretched out his hand to push open the courtyard door. Pieces of paint on the door fell off, revealing the gray-white mottled interior. Perhaps it was due to serious wear and tear, and the groaning sound of squeaking accompanied by the push of the door echoed in this sleepy village. Several people found the livestock shed, tied up the horses, put feed in the trough, poured in some soybeans and beat a few eggs.
After preparing the animals, everyone picked up their big gray bags and followed Nick's footsteps towards the end of the village. Everyone was in good physical condition, and they were not burdened much by carrying a backpack of about 50 pounds.
At first, several people walked along the mountain path.
Finally, after Marshall discovered the trampling marks of a large number of people, several people got off the road and wandered around in the mountains. After wandering around for a day, I didn't find any valuable clues. The enemy was very purposeful and walked almost in a straight line into the mountains. The sun sets in the west, and the orangered light spreads across the mountains, casting a few long shadows.
Nick was walking at the front, holding a black log trekking pole.
He looked sideways at the sky and stretched out his arm. "Camp here today?"
"Yes, father."
The three crusaders all responded with expressions of relief, and Saba sat down directly on the ground without caring about the gravel below. Traveling a long way without a light burden, they no longer had the calmness they had when they first entered the mountains. Even Kroon, who prided himself on having excellent physical strength, was exhausted. After a short rest, everyone found a leeward place and worked together to clean up the debris on the ground.
With Marshall's guidance, Crown built his own tent.
Then, he set up the pot and started cooking on the fire. The diet is very simple but nutritious, consisting of beef cubes with white rice and dried vegetables. The other two soldiers picked up a rope tied with numerous bells and set up a warning device outside the camp.
"Hell, there aren't even a few animals here."
"I want to hunt some wild game for a taste," Sabas muttered. Along the way, the few people did not find many traces of animal activity, but only saw a few birds flying across the sky from a distance.
"Don't complain, most of the animals are hiding at this time."
"Judging from past experience, it won't be long before it starts snowing heavily," Marshall comforted. The sky gradually darkened, and a gray mist floated in the distance.
Crown, who was looking around, whispered strangely, "Why does this fog wake up so early?" According to his life experience, fog in the mountains only occurs after nightfall. He has never seen it so early. Only when it gets dark does the fog begin.
After hearing his words, Marshall also stood up and stared at the heavy fog spreading from the mountains. This fog really started early. Within a few minutes, heavy fog came over.
Crown sniffed and asked, "Did you smell a fishy smell?"
"It does have a fishy smell," Marshall agreed.
"My nose is not working very well. I wasn't sure just now. I thought it was an illusion. Is there a big lake nearby? Why don't we go get some fresh fish to eat?"
Redbeard came over and encouraged the two of them to fish together.
"Savas, I see that you have a lot of energy. Why don't you take charge of the vigil tonight?"
The priest must have heard someone's remarks and used words to attack him.
"Don't,"
Redbeard was about to say something when a roar from the depths of the gray mist interrupted him.
"Ouch! Ouch!"
As if some switch was turned on, the sounds came one after another, echoing each other. The voice was sharp and full of violence.
"It's a wolf howling. Damn, you're so unlucky,"
Nick said, but there was no worry on his face.
"A wolf pack with 60 or 70 wolves is considered a very large wolf pack.
They have 4 extraordinary beings here, which is not enough for them to warm up."
"Hey, the meat is delivered to your door," Redbeard shouted excitedly.
"Wolf meat is not very tasty, but it would be a treat if it were a brown bear."
"Roar," a deep and powerful voice echoed through the forest.
"Crow's mouth, it's really a fight this time." Marshall raised his middle finger at his teammates.
"How could you tell it was a bear? How could you not start fighting when you see a wolf hunting in a pack? My family is a hunter.
I have been hunting with the adults in the mountains since I was more than 10 years old.
How could I not recognize the sound of a bear? As for how there could be a bear among the wolves, how would I know?"
Marshall explained, holding onto the one-handed sword in his hand. "Something's not right, be careful to conserve your strength." Nick raised a small buckler and swung his flail, making a whistling sound. The howling of the wolf was getting closer and closer, and Crown heard it, mixed with the sounds of other animals. It is impossible for wolves to hunt together with other animals and still get along with each other peacefully, without the sound of fighting. This strange phenomenon made everyone more vigilant. The gray fog seemed to be thin as a thin layer of fine yarn, but it had a considerable impact on vision. According to Crown's visual inspection, the visibility was only about 10 meters. Looking further into the distance, the line of vision became blurry as if it had been inexplicably obstructed. The sound of animals running quickly came from the mist, surrounding the camp from all sides.
Nick muttered a few weird syllables quickly.
He waved his hands one after another, and wisps of red light emitted from his fingertips and landed on the weapons of the 3 warriors. Suddenly, their one-handed swords glowed with a faint red glow.
It's a waste of spiritual energy to use the enchantment of burning weapons to deal with these ordinary beasts, father.
Marshall said with a smile. He waved his sword a few times, and sparks emitted from the air.
It's really windy, I like it. Crown also waved the weapon, feeling the burning sensation, it's so magical. What kind of enchantment is the scorching weapon? Crown asked, what kind of enchantment is the scorching weapon?
When asked, Marshall, who likes to teach others, smiled and explained, enchanting is to add a special effect to a weapon, which can increase physical damage and cause additional elemental damage, and add defense or elemental resistance to armor. Exorcist priests from various churches or certain spirit masters can master this method of spiritual use. There is also a kind of permanent enchantment, where weapons or armors are added with this special effect by enchanters when they are first manufactured.
My enchantment can last for 1 hour, Crown.
After returning from this mission, you have to supplement your basic knowledge. Nick raised the buckler in his hand. Get ready, they are coming.
It's only the second day since I got promoted, okay? Isn't this because he didn't have time to learn extraordinary knowledge?
Crone protested silently and took out his revolver with his left hand.
Let's put a bunch of bullets into it later. Firearms are still very useful against wild beasts.
While his thoughts were still swirling in his mind, a big bad wolf jumped out of the fog, and then gray wolves, leopards, and lynxes jumped into their field of vision one after another. These animals have blood-red eyes, large ulcers on their bodies, yellow mucus dripping from the wounds, and small green tentacles growing out of certain places on their bodies. The tentacles sway slightly in the air, like a sea anemone stretching its body in the water. Facing this scene, everyone present knew that something had changed in an unknown way. Roar, the ground shook slightly, and after another 2 or 3 seconds, a giant brown bear that stood upright and was 3 meters high fell from the sky. The brown bear's head and one eye socket are covered with green tentacles.
Bang, it hit the ground hard.
A thin gray wolf couldn't dodge and was pressed on by the bear, causing colorful liquid to burst out. Crown's eyes suddenly shrank, and he saw that the pressed internal organs of the gray wolf were covered with green filaments. These filaments flicker and emit a faint fluorescence, and the picture is full of a strange and evil feeling. With the arrival of the bears, the beasts seemed to have received some instructions, roaring and slowly narrowing the encirclement. Green saliva flowed from their mouths, saliva fell to the ground, and black air rose up. You 3 are charging forward, I'll protect your back, Nick shouted, kicking off the battle.
Bang bang.
During the charge, Crown exhausted the magazine and did not forget to put the pistol back into the holster on his waist. He raised his sword and thrust the weapon into the mouth of a gray wolf that opened its mouth to bite him. The blade of the sword was red like a fire stick, and most of it was submerged in the wolf's kiss.
He then turned around, moving the sword with him.
The wolf was cut into 2 pieces, blood mixed with internal organs spilled all over the floor, and the air began to be filled with a fishy and burnt smell. Crown leaned back slightly and stepped sideways, letting the other charging gray wolf pass and slashing diagonally with all his strength. The sharp sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It cut through the wolf's waist cleanly and neatly, removing the wolf's buttocks. The gray wolf separated front and rear. A creature like a wolf has a copper head, an iron tail, and a weak waist. This is the most vulnerable part of its body. The few people had sufficient physical strength and momentum, and quickly broke through the encirclement. Turn around and keep fighting, Nick's voice sounded from behind. After several attempts, dozens of mutated beasts fell into a pool of blood, and the ground was covered in scarlet and dark green. The camp was in a mess, pots had been kicked by wild beasts, and tents were all in pieces.
Nick gasped and asked, "Is anyone hurt?"
"I was scratched on the back of my hand by a bobcat." Savas raised his left hand. He bared his teeth and his eyes were red and bloodshot. Crown saw that the back of Redbeard's hand had been swollen to the height of 2 fingers. There were several outward wounds on it, and there was a layer of green fuzz growing on the edge.
Will this person be infected and turn into a zombie that is neither human nor ghost-like in Resident Evil? Can the warrior's physique survive?
Crown's face turned solemn, and it was obvious that things were out of their control.
Nick took 2 steps forward and suddenly jumped in front of Savas. He raised the injured man's arm and carefully observed the wound. "How do you feel now?"
The red beard tilted his head and clenched the fist of his other hand, as if suppressing something.
"My body feels a little cold, but my brain is very hot. Well, I also want to eat something."
He looked at the limbs and organs on the floor and made a gesture of licking his lips. Crown felt a little chilly and thought about knocking him out and tying him up.
Nick didn't say anything.
He stood up straight and held the holy symbol on his chest tightly in his hands. "Stay away from evil and purify the filth." The holy emblem emitted white light, and the green fluff on Redbeard's hand instantly burned violently, sending up wisps of black smoke.
Oh! Savas grinned in pain.
Give him a bottle of number 2 holy water, the priest ordered, putting down the wounded man's hand. Marshall quickly took out a test tube and handed it to his teammate.
Redbeard took it and drank it.
After a few seconds, vomit, the wounded began to vomit violently, and green mucus was vomited out. It took him 3 full minutes of vomiting before he felt better. When Crown looked at Redbeard at this time, he found that most of the blood redness in his eyes had disappeared. The golden light talisman has the effect of expelling external evil spirits. I don't know if it has any effect on such weird things. After I go back, I will test whether it can be taken orally like the pure heart talisman. Crown is not particularly worried about himself. The visualization of the golden light talisman can expel evil spirits, cleansing the body and mind. These tangible things should also be able to deal with it. Nick held a stick and pulled out the vomit of the wounded. He saw the green filaments inside and his eyes twitched slightly. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, the priest waved his hand. Things have changed. The mission of tracking the cultists has been cancelled.
Let's go back.
The 3 of them walked to the tent and started looking for supplies that could still be used. Nick saw their movements and stopped them. Just take weapons and lighting tools. We must rush back to the town as soon as possible. At this time, the sky had completely darkened, the fog seemed to be much thicker, and no one could be seen 3 meters away. The priest took out an oil lamp, lit it, and began a short prayer. We are bathed in the light of God. The holy light gives us the courage and strength to face evil. May the God of fire illuminate our way forward. Wisps of golden light burst out from the oil lamp, breaking through the thick fog, and everyone's vision suddenly became clear. Crown saw that the visibility had increased to about 15 meters. Outside this range, the mist surges, as if there is a demon hiding in it. He walked a few steps faster, walked to Nick and asked, "Father, is this gray fog the cause of the beast's mutation?" The priest turned around and took a deep look at him. Real evil has begun to come to the world. You are lucky because you have advanced to transcendence and have some ability to protect yourself. But we are all unfortunate. Those demons submerged in the dust of history will return to the world, and more extraordinary people will lose control. A trace of sadness appeared in Nick's eyes. Crown was a little suspicious. He learned from the demon hunters that most of the supernatural beings who lost control were those spiritual controllers and demon hunters. How could the extraordinary beings in the church also lose control? He asked his question, and the priest sighed softly. As extraordinary beings, we are not only stronger than ordinary people in physical fitness such as strength and endurance, but more importantly, our spiritual sense is sharper. What you did on the full moon night a few days ago dreams are caused by our spiritual sense being too sharp. Because we can sense some of the darkness that envelopes the world, our spiritual sense will be corrupted by evil. This kind of corrosion can be eliminated by condensing the brilliance of our own humanity through devout prayers. However, in the future we will have to fight against various evil creatures. If we do not have time to purify our spiritual filth within a period of time, these filth will adhere to our bodies. In spirituality, it becomes increasingly difficult to eradicate. As time goes by, even the church's combatants will lose control. There is also good news. Those evil spirits have very high requirements for spirituality. They will only wake up completely when the spiritual concentration of the world rises to a certain level. We still have time to accumulate ourselves. Being spiritually active also means that our strength can reach the legendary level. The level of the most heroic warrior of God. The priest explained, but his steps were not slow, and he walked at the front of the crowd. About an hour later, the golden halo in the oil lamp suddenly dimmed, and the thick fog surrounding everyone suddenly filled the area around the human body. Take turns to get the oil lamp, you'll be next. Nick put the oil lamp into Crown's hand. Pray first. This oil lamp is specially made by the church. It can absorb pure spiritual light and then help us expel darkness. But my faith is not pure. Crown was a little embarrassed. He closed his eyes, tried his best to be pious, and began to recite the prayer of the God of fire. We are bathed in the glory of God, and the holy light gives us a face. Courage and strength against evil. May the God of fire light our way forward. The golden light shone again in the oil lamp, but the brightness was far different from before. Your faith is not pious enough. Nick frowned slightly as he looked at the weak golden light. After Crown prayed, the range of the oil lamp's radiation was less than 3 meters, which was too bad. Redbeard let out a scoff. At this time, Marshall, who was laughing at his teammates and not conducive to unity, glared at his friend fiercely, and the other party reluctantly held back.
Just think about which passage in the Bible touches you the most. It doesn't necessarily have to be recited. The purpose of prayer is ultimately to allow us to radiate pure spiritual light outwards. He guided from the side and decided to cultivate the piety of this church guardian in the future. The opponent can feel the evil whispers on the full moon night without being promoted to the extraordinary. The spiritual activity and sensitivity are up to standard. There is no reason why the pure spiritual light produced by prayer is so weak. Pure spiritual light, I get it. Crown understood. He stopped chanting any scriptures, held the oil lamp in both hands, and began to meditate on the golden light spell. The clear and bright moon appears in front of the eyes, and then the bright moon plunges into the eyebrows and into the naiwan. A red sun radiates golden light in the dantian. Crack, the lanterns in the oil lamp exploded, and the golden light flourished. Like a rising sun, the darkness retreated, and the gray fog dispersed. I'm not the best, Nick cursed in his heart. Why can't all my years of devout faith and hard training be compared to a warrior who joined halfway? The light from the oil lamp was bright and unrestrained, and its radiation range reached 20 meters away. Not only the priest, but also the two soldiers following behind were stunned. Savas thought he was dazzled and rubbed his eyes vigorously. The two looked at each other, and when they saw each other, they both looked like they had seen a ghost. After visualizing the golden light spell for a whole day, Crown opened his eyes and saw the golden halo in the oil lamp. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he could finally get through it. Nick rushed forward, grabbed the oil lamp, and looked closer. Crown was puzzled by his actions and wanted to warn him, be careful of blinding your eyes, but when he saw the other person's focused and solemn expression, he swallowed his words again. The priest suddenly raised his head, his voice full of envy and sadness. You actually understood part of the true meaning of the God of Fire's laws? Impossible. How can a warrior understand the true meaning of the law? Savas shouted from behind. I don't feel the true meaning of the law. Father, can you explain it clearly? Marshall was also puzzled. You are not a priest, and your spiritual sense is not as sharp as mine. My inspiration is wrapped in a warmth, like sitting next to a warm fireplace on a snowy winter day. Crown was puzzled. He didn't understand what the true meaning of the law was, and he didn't know how to explain it. Should he tell them that all this is an illusion and that my will is that the sun shines? Hey, you don't have the concept of the true meaning of the law yet. When we go back, you can explain your understanding of the Bible to me. Realizing that now was not the time to get to the bottom of things, Nick stopped asking and continued, let's go, return to Zacktown earlier, and we can be more proactive. Understanding the urgency of time, everyone set off, speeding up further. Savas and Marshall also held oil lamps in turn. When they prayed, the lighting range of the oil lamps was only about 10 meters away. This gave Crown a clear understanding of the purity of his spirituality. When the oil lamp was passed to Nick's hands again, everyone was tired and hungry, and the stomachs of the three warriors were growling. The battle with mutated beasts prevented them from enjoying the dinner they deserved. The priest motioned for everyone to stop, rest where you are for 5 minutes. You can drink some holy water to replenish your strength. Holy water is a strategic material of the church. It has many functions, such as exorcism, treatment, etc. Replenishing energy is only an insignificant side effect. Using holy water to replenish physical strength is a huge waste. If it weren't for time constraints, Nick would never give such an order. This holy water was saved with great effort by the church in Zacktown. The leader knew that firewood and rice were expensive, and he was reluctant to waste a drop of it. Crown took out a bottle of holy water labeled 3 and took a small sip. The taste is warm and moist, and after the gurgling is taken down, a sense of warmth rises and spreads to the limbs and bones, and the protesting cry of the stomach suddenly subsides a lot. He didn't expect that the first time he drank holy water was to use it as food to satisfy his hunger. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. Raising his head, Crown drank the holy water in his hand. Feels better, he thought, patting his belly. There is no need to follow traces on the way back, only the direction needs to be determined, and the load is much reduced, which teaches the team to march faster at night than during the day. Crown saw the light of the oil lamp in Savas' hand suddenly shooting forward, and was shocked to realize that he had walked out of the gray fog. Several people quickened their pace and walked out of the area. He looked around and recognized that Zaludo village was a few hundred meters further down. Nick put his hand on the holy symbol and said loudly, "Praise the Lord of Fire, the gray fog has not spread to the town yet." He ran down the mountain quickly, entered the village, mounted his strong horse, and everyone galloped away. On the way, Nick kept beating the horses but with a riding crop and ran at the front. The compact sound of horse hooves shattered the silence of the early morning.
Racing all the way, several people arrived at the church before the sun rose.
Boom, 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 the priest banged on the door with his fist. Casimo, open the door quickly.
Come on, come on. As soon as the door opened a crack, Nick pushed it open and walked in.
Father, what happened?
The gatekeeper didn't understand what had happened to make the normally gentle priest so impatient.
Is everything you said true?
After listening to Nick's story, Hampha, who had been looking sleepy just now, suddenly woke up and murmured to himself, how is it possible?
How could the gray fog spread outward from the mountains? The city of the old rulers, isn't it possible? Did it sink to the bottom of the sea?
The old ones, the city, and the bottom of the sea. Crown captured these words, and his keen intuition told him that the church knew what was going to happen and was also dealing with it. But now things have taken a sudden turn, catching everyone off guard.
He considered his words and said, what is hidden in the gray fog? Can the priests tell us now? Hampha glanced at his old friends. You haven't told them yet? I was in a hurry and didn't have time to say anything.
Nick nodded lightly, and he glanced at several warriors. There is a prophecy that when the stars return, Raya will rise from the bottom of the sea, and the old rulers will rise from the sea,
returning to the world again.
These old ones are demons from beyond that have descended upon our world. In the last era, the coalition of gods defeated these evil creatures, but they did not have time to completely eliminate them. The spiritual tide receded, and the world could not accommodate too strong extraordinary power, so the gods could only return to the kingdom of God. Those rulers of the old days, they also slumber in the fortresses they built, which eventually sank into the ocean.
How long is an era?
It's always been there for tens of thousands of years. Crown said, I once heard a story told by the Jasai people about the changes in the sea.
The sea will turn into farmland every few thousand years.
So it is not incomprehensible that the mountains were under the sea tens of thousands of years ago.
This explanation is novel and makes sense.
The Jasai people can actually tell such philosophical stories, Hampha marveled.
Nick interrupted his old friend's words, don't think about what is there or not. I have already passed this information back to the Rhine city.
According to our classics, the gray fog will hide under the sun. The town will have one day to prepare, and I will notify the townspeople and nearby villagers to gather at the church. We have tested that kind of oil lamp, and it is still effective in dealing with the fog.
We need the church to provide more oil lamps.
I will leave now and notify other churches on the way that Rhine City must be prepared, otherwise this city with a population of hundreds of thousands will be completely in chaos.
Hampha looked at Nick, old friend, you can only rely on yourself here.
I'm used to relying on myself. I hope the church can respond quickly.
I won't give you away. We must make arrangements before dark.
Pastor Bai Jing bowed and said, May the Lord of Flame illuminate our way forward. After saying that, he strode away, followed closely by Savas and Marshall. Nick turned around and said, There is not much time left for Zack Town. You go notify the patrol team and help them notify the surrounding villages.
All people must come to the church and no one is left behind. Otherwise, those mutated beasts will be their fate.
Understood. Crown turned and left. As the sun set in the west, a raging fire burned on the top of the church bell tower. The outer flame of the flame is golden, which is a holy fire that can resist gray fog.
There was a lot of noise nearby and people were talking about it. Why did the priest gather everyone together?
How did I know that I didn't want to come, but I was pointed at gunpoint by those damn patrol officers.
Asking everyone to gather together and asking us to bring enough dry food, isn't this looking for trouble for everyone? Crown came to the door of Nick's room and knocked gently. Please come in.
He opened the door and saw the priest sitting at the desk looking at some documents.
Father, all the townspeople have been gathered. Is there any trouble? Yes, if you are pointed at a gun, you will be honest. Come on, let's go out.
The two walked to the church square, and Nick stepped onto the carriage parked at the door of the church. Beside the carriage, there was a group of patrol policemen surrounding it.
Crown pulled out his revolver and fired into the air.
Boom, the sound of gunshots suppressed the noisy buzzing sound, and the people stopped talking. Occasionally, children cried, and their mouths were covered by adults. Nick shouted, The Lord of Fire has sent down an oracle. When the gray fog comes, he gives believers a holy fire to resist the evil hidden within. The holy fire of the church will be lit forever to protect the lambs who believe in our Lord. Now, the gray fog is pouring out from the mountains, and it will reach Zack Town tonight. The gray fog will last for a long, long time, and we will gather here every night. Those who want to survive must stay within the radiation range of the holy fire.
The crowd immediately exploded, and even louder discussions broke out. I believe in my Lord, But people have to eat, right? If I don't work and stay here, I won't starve to death? Winter is coming soon. If you stay here at night, won't you freeze to death? Without further explanation, Nick got off the carriage and returned to the church.
I should have explained it more clearly, but I didn't.
Do you know why? Nick turned around and asked the person following him. Crown shook his head.
He had a guess in his mind, but it would damage the priest's image and he couldn't say it outright. Nick sneered, people cannot appreciate the blessings they enjoy without personally experiencing despair. The church's light of faith cannot last long, and there must be enough devout believers to pray to achieve a balance between production and consumption. It will definitely be at night if someone leaves, don't stop me. I want to put a living example in front of the eyes of those who are not religious enough. These few light words will determine the life or death of many people. If I don't advance to transcendence, I'm afraid my life will be as indifferent as those who were decided to sacrifice, right? Crown understands that in the eyes of higher-ups, many things are expendable in order to achieve their goals.
He can't change anything, he can only become stronger. He wants to be able to decide the life and death of others, rather than letting others decide his own life and death. I saw those 2 demon hunters still in the town? Nick recalled with squinted eyes. I remember the white-haired one, what's his name? My name is Gerald. I'm very familiar with them now.
They originally planned to spend the winter here, Crown responded.
Invite them in and place them inside the church. Extraordinary people should enjoy preferential treatment, and the town lacks extraordinary combat power. I think so too.
Crown led the Witcher master and apprentice to the accommodation arranged for them.
Brother, what happened? Why are everyone gathered near the church?
Alan raised his little face and asked.
A powerful demon appears in the Andes Mountains. It can emit a disorienting gray fog. Ordinary people will slowly turn into deformed monsters if they stay in the fog.
The holy fire burning on the church bell tower can drive away the fog.
Gerald was puzzled. This is not the way to go. Winter is about to come, and you will freeze to death if you stay outside. Can't the church come up with other solutions?
Crown explained, the church has developed an oil lamp.
Praying sincerely can recharge the oil lamp, so that the light can also expel gray fog.
However, this kind of oil lamp was developed not long ago, and it will take time to mass produce it.
The demon hunter looked much more solemn and asked, does the gray mist have a strong corrosive effect on non-extraordinary people? Theoretically, yes. When will you have the ability to refine herbal potions?
Alan must advance to become an official demon hunter as soon as possible.
I have heard of your prophecy about the gray fog.
The fog will stay in this world for a long time. If he cannot advance to the extraordinary level, his life will always be in extreme danger, and there will always be times when I cannot protect him.
I will do it as soon as possible. I have already placed an order with the most experienced herbal picker in the town.
The main ingredients of the 2 prescriptions you gave will be in my hands soon.
As soon as possible. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long.
Crown frowned slightly, wondering why the Witcher said this. As far as he knew, the lifespan of a Witcher could reach hundreds of years, and Gerald said that he was only in his 30s.
Could it be that he was on the verge of losing control?
Otherwise, how to explain him saying such unlucky words?
Crown stopped and asked insinuatingly, has any bad change happened to you, sir? Gerald was silent for a moment.
Sometimes I can't control my inner mania, and I worry that one day I will get lost in that madness.
Teacher, you will definitely be able to defeat that crazy idea, the boy encouraged his teacher.
The white-haired demon hunter's eyes were full of care.
He stroked the boy's head and remained silent. Crown said if it's a matter of mental instability, maybe I can help.
He took out 2 pieces of Zhang Qingxing talisman from the lining of his clothes and handed them to the demon hunter.
My ability as a spirit master can make people calm down.
I can stick it on their forehead or light it and put it in water.
Wait until it is completely burned to ashes and then drink it. Ha, is it so magical? The demon hunter's face was full of disbelief.
You can give it a try, Crown smiled politely, these 2 are free.
If they work well, please buy them back.
1 talisman and 1 golden shield, the only one in the world.
By the way, oral administration is better.
Oh, the demon hunter still didn't believe it. The problem that had been bothering him for a long time could be solved by 2 pieces of paper.
It was a bit childish. He didn't refuse. He took the talisman and put it into his pocket. If you don't want money, don't give it up. The 3 of them came to a room in the backyard.
Crown opened the door and said, your room is a bit small, so just stay in it for now.
Crown found Hans and bought 28 bloody star fern from him,
generously paying him 3 gold shields. He returned to his room, meditated on the golden light mantra for 3 weeks, and went to bed early. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and his spirit was already sluggish. In the morning, he woke up on time a moment before midnight. All his herbs were brought to the church. The room was cramped, but a space was set aside as an alchemy platform. Skillfully extracting the herbs, he began to refine the strength potion. The whole day, except for occasionally going out to accompany the priest on his rounds, he spent the whole day refining potions and constantly visualizing. Nowadays, people come and go in the church, which brings a lot of inconvenience to his visualization. In the dead of night, Crown finally used up the strength potion materials in his hand, and his proficiency in herbal medicine has improved a lot. Herbology, 1574/5000, Level 3, the proficiency obtained by successfully refining the strength potion has dropped slightly. He estimated that when his proficiency reaches more than 2000, it will be difficult for this potion to provide an increase in proficiency.
While he was thinking, Crown heard an indescribable, blood-curdling howl coming from outside.
Hearing this voice, goosebumps appeared on his arms and back of his hands, and his head felt slightly dizzy.
After the howling, there were many roars of wild beasts. He immediately picked up the weapon and left the room.
When he opened the door, he found that Geralt and his apprentice had also left the room.
It looks like a big guy is coming tonight. The demon hunter showed a formidable smile.
I haven't fought side by side with you yet, so I don't know what your actual combat ability is.
Crown raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, I won't let you down. Alan also joins the war?
The boy patted his chest, raised the sword in his hand and said proudly, I am much stronger than ordinary people, and I have killed several monsters myself. The 3 of them went out together, and when they walked out of the church door, they found Nick already standing at the door. There was a commotion among the crowd in the square, and they were crowded together as hard as they could. Nick was wearing full-body metal armor, holding a Halfman Hightower shield in one hand, and his best weapon a flail in the other hand. When the priest saw the reinforcements coming out, he nodded slightly with a solemn expression. There are only 3.5 extraordinary professionals in the entire town, and the situation is not optimistic.
Father, do you know the rules for letting demon hunters join the battle? Geralt's tawny eyes flashed with a cold light. I understand, you are a demon hunter who wants money.
We will pay you according to the monster price list issued by the Rhine City Warlock Guild. However, I will only pay you half, because you are also fighting for yourself.
I agree with this price.
You will find that hiring Geralt is a great value. A few minutes later, the disheveled patrol captain Hall arrived at the gate with a group of his men.
The fat Hall saluted Nick and said breathlessly, Father, yes, is there something weird coming?
There were howling wolves and howling bears in the distance, the sound getting louder and closer, mixed with the shouts of human creatures. Captain, you send 2 people to maintain order and let as many people as possible enter the church, with children first. Other patrol officers bring guns and enough ammunition to shoot those beasts that approach the crowd. After Nick gave the order, he picked up his shield and walked out of the crowd, with Crown and Geralt following him on his left and right sides respectively. Outside the scope of the holy fire, an oversized evil beast suddenly jumped in. The head of this beast looks like a wild boar, but its skin is pale white. It is more than 4 meters long and 2 meters high. There are 4 long fangs in his mouth, a row of white bone spurs on his back, and dense eyes on both sides of his belly. These eyes were flashing with red light and still moving around. Wherever the eyes reached, those who looked into each other's eyes trembled violently. Crown felt like countless tiny reptiles crawling over his body, and he felt an inexplicable chill. At % Yuan, the monster opened its mouth and roared, and another indescribable, disgusting howl sounded. Ouch, roar, meow. The shrill screams of various animals followed closely, and wild beasts kept jumping out of the gray mist. A lynx with half a head, a brown bear with green tentacles on its head, a giant wolf that stands 2 meters tall, and all kinds of deformed beasts. In the gray fog, the sound of drums sounded like raindrops. To the rhythm of the drums, the beasts roared low and approached the crowd. The commotion among the crowd became even worse. There was a stampede in the crowd, and there were cries and curses. Seeing this situation, a tall and thin patrolman subconsciously raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. As if they had received some signal, the police officers from the patrol team opened fire one after another, forming a simple fire network. With the loud gunfire, the beasts were shot one after another, but no damage was caused. The bullets penetrated their flesh, causing only thumb-sized wounds, with green mucus flowing out of them. Under the firelight, these mucus also reflected dark green light and shadow. A bobcat was shot in the eye socket with a semi-automatic rifle.
The bullet passed through its skull, opening the skull and blowing out the brain inside. The bobcat was pushed back and hit the monkey running behind it, then fell to the ground and never got up again, but this was the only result of the patrol. As early as when the strange monster jumped out, Nick used his spiritual power to release the scorching weapon enchantment for the demon hunters and warriors. The iron of his tower shield burned, radiating heat outwards. The patrol team can't be counted on, they can only rely on a few of us. The priest raised the flail high, and a dark red light shone on his body. The light surrounded him and slowly disappeared into his body. I'll deal with the biggest one. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already rushed out. He charged forward with Strode, and the ground trembled. Alan, protect yourself, Gerald turned to tell his students, holding the sword in both hands and shooting it like a javelin. Crown raised his revolver, aiming at the eye sockets of the smaller beasts and shooting. After observing yesterday and just now, he found that only hitting the heads of these mutated animals can cause damage. Those large animals are not easy to kill if they hit the head. Yesterday, his bullet hit the eye socket of a giant wolf. The opponent did not fall down, but his movements were a little slow. Bang bang. 6 bullets, 2 accurately hitting the target's eye sockets, killed 2 bobcats. He bent his arm and blew gently into the barrel of the gun. Putting the revolver back into the holster, Crown swung his sword to face a monkey with 2 protruding eyes. 2 thumb-thick green tentacles connected the monkey's eyes and eye sockets, allowing the monkey's field of vision to be 360 degrees without blind spots. In its hand, it was holding a rotten baby's head. The fragile organs that need protection have grown to the outside. This kind of mutation is destined to be eliminated first. A trace of cruelty flashed on Crown's face. He jumped up quickly and waved the weapon in his hand in a fiery fan shape, and one of the vines in the monkey's eye was cut off. In pain, the monkey clawed wildly with his hands, trying to attack the person who had hurt him. Its pain didn't last for a few seconds. Crown spun around and slashed, the monkey's head flew into the air, and green blood sprayed out like a faucet that was not turned off. There were many mutated beasts, about 100 of them, and even a few people could not intercept them all. Many beasts jumped into the crowd and started ruthless killings. If these people had the courage, they could still put up effective resistance, but few people dared to turn around and fight the mutated beasts, resulting in heavy casualties among the townspeople. When the ordinary mutated beasts were dealt with, the square was filled with dead bodies. Crown and Gerald both stepped forward, ready to help the priest deal with the powerful monster. The battle between Nick and the monster continued. The heavy flails hitting the monster's body were blocked by a gray film and could not leave any scars. The monster's eyeballs sometimes emit gray light, and when the light hits the priest's body, it is absorbed by a red light shield. They are wearing spiritual armor. When fighting against professions like priests or warlocks that use spiritual power as their main means of attack, the battle will not begin until the layer of turtle shell is knocked off. The demon hunter pointed at one of the combatants. Wei explained, "Do you have any elemental attacks?" Crown shook his head. His ability as a spirit master has not been developed. Currently, it can only be used to delay the enemy's attack. It is considered a defensive skill. Then just stay on the sidelines and hold the battle. Spiritual armor has a considerable weakening effect on physical attack methods. Relying solely on the elemental damage provided by weapon enchantment is not of much use. Geralt explained, put on a silver long sword, took out a small bottle, quickly smeared something on the sword and jumped on it. The long sword shone with a cold light, and there were strange symbols engraved on the sword. These symbols continue to light up and fade out, emitting a deep blue color. Crown followed the Witcher's advice and took a few steps back. It just so happened that he had not seen the Witcher's true fighting style. When Geralt rushed towards the monster, a spherical light yellow shimmer emitted from his body. At this time, Alan came over, his face was covered with sweat, but his spirit was very excited. He pointed at the teacher's back and said, "The light just now is the sigil of our demon hunter, the Koan sigil. It can absorb a certain amount of damage. It is best at dealing with physical damage, but it is less effective against spiritual damage." Crown nodded, his eyes still fixed on the movements of the priest and the demon hunter. The boy thought he was worried now, so he smiled and consoled him, "Relax, the battle just now was just a warm-up for the teacher, and a heavy armored crab spider that is even bigger than this monster is no match for him." With the addition of Gerald, the monsters were retreating steadily, and the gray light film on their bodies continued to flicker and fade. In his spiritual sense, Crown felt something peeping at him, and there was a slight stinging sensation on his body. He looked around suspiciously, but found nothing else.
The demon hunter suddenly dodged towards the monster's belly and made a strange gesture with his hand. Flames spurted out from his hands, like a fire dragon, rushing towards the monster. The light film on the monster's body dissipated instantly, and a fishy burnt smell came out. At the same time, the iron ball on Nick's shackle seemed to have just been taken out of the stove, shining with a fiery texture and hitting the monster's head hard. "That's the Igni-seal, which can cause fire elemental damage," Alan pointed at Geralt and said excitedly, "If I advance to become a real demon hunter, I can also use it." The painful roar echoed through the night sky, stirring up the grey fog not far away. Nick's powerful force knocked the monster staggering, and it retreated more than 3 meters. Click, Crown caught a slight sound, and then he saw 2 pieces of the monster's fangs flying out. The monster's head was hit with several cracks by the iron ball. Half of its face was bloody and fleshy, and one eye was missing. Dark red spots of light shone in the grey mist, and in the blink of an eye, bloodlines fell like rain curtains, attacking the people and monsters in the battle. The sudden attack interrupted the attack rhythm of the priest and the demon hunter, preventing them from finishing up the monsters. The priest raised his tower shield in front of him, and Geralt ducked behind him. The bloodline fell on the tower shield and made a sizzling sound, corroding the shield with pits. The monster took this opportunity to flee towards the grey fog, and finally turned and stopped at the edge of the grey fog. It opened its mouth wide and made a sucking motion, and Crown felt a gust of wind blowing behind him, making his whole body feel cold. He vaguely saw transparent shadows flying past, one after another sinking into the monster's mouth. Among the shadows were human figures, and many were in the shape of wild beasts. The monster's eyes stared at the 2 people in the front with hatred, then turned around and disappeared into the grey mist. And a language that Crown didn't understand came from the grey mist, and then the chaotic footsteps gradually faded away. He walked forward. "Monsters are controlled by people?" Nick's face was livid, as if he could drip water. "They are a group of cultists who believe in the old rulers. If I guess correctly, the tragedy in Zerudo village was caused by them. These people want to slowly consume us." "Father, the monster just now was not a normal creature, was it?" The demon hunter's voice was slightly hoarse. After a few seconds of silence, Nick replied, "It is the product of forbidden flesh and blood alchemy." Hiss, Geralt took a breath of cold air. "Those pagans are crazy. The monsters created by the alchemy of flesh and blood will one day break free from the control of their masters, and who knows what kind of evil things will be created. That monster is already capable of devouring resentful spirits, so is the church just letting the evil thing grow and sitting idly by?" "The people who believe in the star demon are themselves a group of lunatics with dark hearts," the priest explained. "The church has its own difficulties. The arrival of the grey fog has disrupted our rhythm. Otherwise, we would have already surrounded and suppressed the evil thing." He looked back at the bloodstained square. "We still need to deal with the aftermath. Do you want to help?" Geralt shook his head. "Demon hunters are warriors who kill monsters, not priests of the cult of life who save lives and heal the wounded. I will calculate the employment fees, and the rest is not my responsibility." In the square, all the uninjured people were mobilized to clean up the stumps and broken arms on the ground. The sounds of crying and vomiting could be heard from time to time. The injured were gathered at the church's training ground to receive treatment. Nick stood at the edge of the field and loudly ordered, "Those who are bitten by monsters and are slightly injured should drink a bottle of number 3 holy water. Those who are seriously injured should drink a bottle of number 2 holy water." He tilted his head and lowered his voice. "If ordinary people start to mutate, it means that they cannot be saved, so they will be dealt with on the spot. You are here to supervise, is it okay?" "Understood," Crown nodded. He knew that the priest had to maintain his majestic and upright image, and there were some things that he couldn't do personally, such as dealing with believers on the spot. The other party is implying that he should be a dirty glove. He doesn't need to maintain a bright and majestic image, he just agrees. Just in time, he could do a little experiment. The priest looked into his assistant's eyes to make sure he understood what he meant, and nodded with satisfaction. He patted the other party on the shoulder. "Do a good job. You don't have the ridiculous sense of justice I had." "That's good." Crown tilted his head and looked at the priest's leaving figure, guessing what kind of past he might have had. In the past, if holy water was an advanced medical resource used to treat illnesses and injuries, now it is a strategic resource and unnecessary waste must be reduced. Crown began to perform his duties and assisted the nuns in giving holy water to the wounded. A middle-aged man with thinning hair was bitten on the shoulder by a wild beast. The flesh was bloody and green mucus oozed from it. The middle-aged man was in a very bad condition, and his eyes were bloodshot. Aviana poured some holy water on his wound, a puff of black smoke came out, and his skin made a sizzling sound. Perhaps due to the pain and the influence of an unknown force, the man suddenly knocked the nun to the ground. Aviana lost her center of gravity and let out an exclamation, her head tilted up to the sky, her hands grabbing randomly to both sides, and most of the holy water spilled out. Seeing that the nun was about to fall, Crown stepped forward, turned around to get out of the way of the fat woman, and hugged her from behind when she was about to fall to the ground. It feels good. After feeling the touch in his hand, he helped it up. At this time, blood-red tears flowed from the middle-aged man's eyes. Ouch! A low roar came from his mouth, sounding like pain and madness. Pa! One of the man's eyes exploded like a blooming flower, and a cluster of green tentacles jumped out from it. Immediately afterwards, vine-like patterns grew on his exposed skin, and his blood vessels were exposed like twisted centipedes. His bones creaked and his body expanded at a visible rate. The man suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth to roar. He just opened his mouth and before his voice could rise, a dark gun barrel was already inserted into his mouth. With the muzzle of the gun pointed upward, Crown pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Boom! With a muffled sound, the bullet was fired from the top of his head, causing a puncture the size of a ping-pong ball. The training ground that was noisy just now suddenly became silent. You killed someone." "He killed old Jerry," a voice twisted with fear shouted. Pushing the still twitching corpse aside as if nothing had happened, Crown turned back to the nun and said, "Wash the bloodstains with holy water." The crowd exploded with accusations. "Why does the church kill people instead of saving people? Let him pay with his life." Bang! Crown fired into the air. Everyone's voices were suppressed again, and Crown's tone was cold. "Take a good look at this Jerry. He still has some human characteristics. If you had the courage to fight, there wouldn't be so many people dying outside. You are afraid of wild beasts. Am I not as good as those with 4 legs?" He raised his revolver and blew into the muzzle of the gun. "I will save anyone I can. Those who have mutated into monsters are no longer the people you are familiar with. We will kill them without mercy." Looking around, no one dared to look at him. Crown felt that he looked like a villain at this moment, and no one dared to say a word under the power of silver. Jingle bell! A crisp ringing sound came. Where did the wind chimes come from? Crown's eyes looked in the direction of the sound, which came from the front yard. Just as he was wondering, he saw Nick running out of the rest area wearing full body armor and carrying a shield and a flail. "Let's go to the gate." Regardless of speculation, he followed the priest and ran towards the church door. Under the eaves of the night watchman's hut at the gate, a simple copper bell engraved with flame cloud patterns automatically made a crisp sound without wind. Crown suddenly remembered what the priest once said. "This is the alarm bell. It will sound when evil spirits or monsters appear nearby." He followed Nick's footsteps and stepped out of the church door, and a deep sense of darkness immediately overwhelmed his soul. Crown found himself as if he had entered another world. There was silence all around, not even a sound could be heard, and the golden light from the holy fire on the bell tower seemed to dim. His body seemed to be stared at with malicious intent by thousands of pairs of eyes. A slight chill rose from his tailbone, went up his spine, and broke through the Tianling cap. It was as if there was a piece of ice stuck in his throat. Scanning the square, he found many people lying on the ground, probably those responsible for cleaning. Some people's bodies seemed to be dehydrated, with dry and pale flesh exposed. He looked up and saw flame-like patterns on Nick's armor, and his heart sank. The priest clearly activated some hidden ability of his armor, and he did not do this when facing the terrifying monster with the head of a boar. He turned around and saw that the door nearby had become hazy. Nick turned around, looked at the people following him, and said with a half-smile, "I don't know if it's luck or misfortune, but a collection of evil thoughts was born." Knowing that the extraordinary knowledge of the warriors in his church was still very shallow, he immediately explained, "Animals all have emotions, especially people. Unexpected death will produce resentment. In an era when spirituality is not obvious, such emotions cannot be expressed in the world. The physical world resides and quickly dissipates when the animal dies. As the spiritual tide rises, some extreme emotions, such as fear, resentment, etc., will stay for a short time with the blessing of spirituality, but they will not last long. After the battle, I observed the scene. Although the emotions of the animals that died today were strong, they were not to the point where the evil thoughts would linger for a long time." Clenching his fists tightly, the priest's voice was full of annoyance. "It should be the monster's last act of devouring the resentful spirit that caused the mutation. My ability focuses on providing various boosts to my teammates, and I am not good at dealing with this kind of thing. The spirit body, I thought it wouldn't be a big problem, but unexpectedly it gave birth to a collection of evil thoughts, and now I'm in trouble. The newcomer in the extraordinary world didn't understand and asked, after the monster made a move before entering the gray fog. I felt a gust of wind blowing.
Was it swallowing the resentful spirits? Didn't it swallow up most of the resentful spirits?
As he spoke, he felt that the air around him was heavier and colder.
How is that possible?
Nick looked around and raised the shield in his hand. A blazing flame ignited on the tower shield. This time, the distance was close enough. Kron discovered that the fire was not a flame in the physical sense. When he touched it with his spiritual sense, he felt a faint burning sensation as if his fingers were being burned by the fire. As the priest's shield was raised high, a translucent gray thing appeared 4 or 5 meters away from their side, and then floated into the distance. This object is covered with tentacles, and is as big as a fat sumo wrestler. Its body flashes with many faint lights, red, green, and blue, giving people a strange feeling of being covered with small eyes.
As the monster moves away, did you see that spherical thing covered with slender tentacles just now? That is a collection of evil thoughts. Hearing Nick's words, Crown responded, Father, why don't we retreat? You are not good at dealing with spirits, and I don't have the means to deal with spirits. It's better to ask the demon hunter to come out, that way we will be more confident.
The priest frowned. You have understood the true meaning of the law of warmth.
Although it is not an offensive power, it is relatively easy to use it to restrain a collection of evil thoughts, right? Well, just being restrained is not safe enough. Let's shake people off, shall we? A gentleman does not stand behind a dangerous wall.
This world also has a similar principle.
Crown couldn't understand why the priest was unwilling to call in the demon hunters to fight the enemy together. Afraid of paying people too much gold shield? That's not right.
From what I know about the priest, he has a very cautious character. Although he is a bit stubborn, he is never stingy when it comes to spending money. Otherwise, the holy water to treat the wounded can still be expected to return to the villagers who rely on their strength to make a living.
Shake people, what do you mean? This new vocabulary confused the priest.
Call helpers. There is strength in numbers, which will naturally make our battle less difficult.
Do you know how spirit coins are made? Nick Yu said, as the gray fog descends, ordinary currencies will depreciate, and the value of spirit coins will further increase.
Spirit coins are the condensate obtained by extracting the spirituality of living things through the method of soul condensation, purifying impurities and extracting the essence.
The collection of evil thoughts is a pile of spiritual coins that have been initially extracted. If we spend more time to get it, we will make money.
Big hair.
If the risk coefficient is divided into 10 levels, with level 1 being the smallest and level 10 being the highest, what is the coefficient? Although the spiritual coins are good, how can I risk my life? The risk factor is at most 3 or 4.
Our attacks are not high enough to damage the collective evil thoughts, and their attacks are not high compared to our spiritual strength. I'm worried that it will find it is no match for the two of us and escape. Although this evil creature is chaotic, it is not bad at escaping.
The risk is not high, the benefits are not small, let's do it. Once a decision is made, Crown is Alan, what do we do?
Nick chuckled and lowered his voice, it's very simple. I rush up to fight it and consume part of its energy. Then I lure the collection of evil thoughts to you, and you release your own light of faith that contains the true meaning of the law.
Come out, I will cooperate with you to launch the strongest attack. It is best if you can annihilate it.
If you cannot annihilate it, you can knock down enough spiritual fragments. At that time, even if the target escapes, there will be a lot of gains. Calling the demon hunter over and giving away a benefit will not be worth mentioning. If it wants to escape, it will still be unable to stop it. It is not cost effective. Crown understood that he only needed to meditate on the golden light spell. Understood, let's get started. The priest nodded at him, walked quickly to the center of the square, and even began to recite the prayer during the service. We are bathed in the light of God, and the holy light gives us the courage and strength to face evil. May the God of fire shine upon us. Light our way forward. In his spiritual sense, a spiritual flame evaporated from the priest's body and radiated light around him.
Can evil things still listen to your chanting?
This behavior left monk Claudius Jainier confused and didn't understand what the other party was doing. His confusion did not last long, as a collection of evil thoughts took shape at the edge of the square. Hiss! It waved its tentacles wildly, and there was a sense of mania in the air.
Crown understood the effect of the priest's actions just now, just like the MT had activated the taunting skill.
I saw the evil creature's little eyes flashing suddenly, and it rushed towards the priest who was chanting.
Nick shouted and rushed forward with his weapon in hand. He waved the flail, and the red-hot iron ball passed through the evil object's body, bringing out wisps of black smoke and some gray fragments. When the evil object touched the priest's armor, the flame noir on it lit up, burning it again. Crown noticed that there were many strange sounds pouring into his ears from all directions. It was like someone was playing hoarse and unpleasant music next to him, or like someone was scratching metal with a sharp weapon. He felt anxious and crazy in his heart. Unable to visualize it this time, Crown quietly took out a few pure heart talismans, opened his clothes and stuck them on his chest and back. A slight chill traveled through the body, and the frantic discomfort was immediately reduced by half, and the remaining feeling was just like a pesky fly occasionally buzzing around. The priest and the evil creature fought for more than 10 minutes. It seemed like a lively fight, but in fact no one could do anything to anyone. The evil creature looked embarrassed, but in fact it didn't suffer much damage. It still fought fiercely with the priest, but it was evenly matched. Crown could tell that under this situation, it would be difficult for the two of them to decide the winner if they fought for another half hour. The priest is good at acting. He applauded the other party silently in his heart. Nick was in trouble and couldn't express his pain at this time. He had no experience in fighting against a collective of evil spirits, so he only made his own judgment based on the introduction in the classics. He did not dare to use many of his spiritual methods because he was worried that the collective of evil thoughts would turn around and leave after encountering a difficult bone to chew. The spiritual attack of the evil thing is not strong, but it is continuous. His firm will gradually cannot suppress the crazy fighting spirit from the bottom of his heart. Now he just wants to hammer the evil thing to pieces. When he realized something was wrong, visions of evil beings being killed began to appear in front of him. Nick bit the base of his tongue fiercely, and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. He suddenly remembered that there was a very important passage in the classics that he had subconsciously ignored. Never engage in long-term battles with creatures that can reduce sanity. As the battle lengthens, our sanity decreases faster and faster. At a certain stage as time increases, sanity will be like falling water from a waterfall. The water was falling so fast. Just like a newly promoted transcendent being exposed to the scarlet moonlight on a full moon night, as the time spent bathing in the moonlight increases, the person will become more and more crazy, and eventually he will completely lose control and become an evil thing. This is the phenomenon of extraordinary loss of control. Reason in the mystical language Hermes means wisdom and reason. It turns out that when we stepped into the area where it was born, the confrontation had already begun. The priest suddenly realized that the greed in his heart was amplified many times by the collection of evil thoughts. Although evil things were chaotic and crazy, they had extraordinary fighting instincts and were naturally able to stir up various human emotions, including but not limited to fear, sadness, emotions such as despair and madness. Based on this calculation, when he enchanted the tower shield with bone fire, the evil thing did not leave because of fear. According to his cautious character in the past, he would not despise any evil thing that he had not really fought with, but at that time he was not able to calm down and think about the reasons behind this abnormal behavior. He looked at the tower shield in his hand and found that the enchantment time had ended. This advanced enchantment could only last 10 minutes. Careless. Regret flashed through his heart. He didn't know how many seconds he could hold on. He could only hope that the decrease in sanity of Crown, who had understood the true meaning of the law of warmth and was far away, would not be as outrageous as his own. He re-enchanted the tower shield in his hand with bone fire, activating the flame oath runes in the armor. His weapon burned, and the ends of his hair turned into red-hot wire. The priest launched his strongest attack, like a god of fire descending, suddenly attacking the collection of evil thoughts. After the blow, he moved sideways and took a moment to glance at Crown, who was standing behind and watching the battle. Praise the Lord of Fire. Nick felt a big stone fall to the ground in his heart, and he saw that the other person's eyes were still clear. Why did you turn it on in advance? We agreed to come together. The collective of evil thoughts still looks very fierce. Could it be that some unknown incident has happened? Crown's mind was racing and he immediately thought of some possibilities. Do it! The priest's urgent shout further confirmed his guess. Knowing that there would of course be many unexpected factors in the battle, he immediately lowered his head, closed his eyes slightly and began to contemplate. His spiritual sense was divided into two, and one feeling was the disturbance in the outside world. He did not look at it, but he could see the priest wielding his weapon to fight the evil thing again, and he saw thick smoke rising from the evil thing. Another spiritual sense began to visualize. The bright moon shone behind him and fell into the mud ball.
The red sun fell into the belly along the middle line of the chest and abdomen and entered the dantian, and golden light came out from the body. He didn't know why, but he found that the visualization was much faster than usual this time, and the complete process only took about half of the time before. Nick felt that his mind was in chaos. The boundless darkness began to swallow up the weak fire of light in his spirituality, and the crazy ravings eroded his remaining sanity. It's over. He felt his eyes go dark, his body began to fall, and there was pitch-black eternal silence below. When he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely felt like a rising sun rising somewhere, with thousands of golden lights. After a long period of meditation, Crown had already figured out the characteristics of this technique. He knew that the final visualization of the golden light shining in all directions would not last for a few seconds, because the radiation should expand in a spherical shape, and it was required to be as clear as possible. For him now, 3 seconds is the limit. If you can't visualize every detail when expanding the field, it won't make much sense. This dark realm began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on the body of the evil object without a substantial body. When the golden light dissipated, the cracks expanded, and pieces of white fell from its body, like snowflakes flying and falling, and light spots flickered in the dark area. At this time, the volume of the evil object shrank by more than half, and all its tentacles disappeared. The evil object's body rolled several times like flowing mist, transforming into a new image. It has the head of a bear and the body of a human, with many extra animal claws growing all over its body. Its current color is no longer light gray, but has signs of transforming into deep black. There are many transparent bubbles floating in the black core. In the bubble, there are various shadows of humanoids and animals. The shadow was incomplete. Crown glanced at it a few times, and his spiritual sense came into contact with a twisted, crazy, and chaotic stream of consciousness. He understood that these were the evil thoughts left behind by various creatures when they died. The priest was a bit wrong. After the evil creature was severely attacked, it had no intention of escaping, and instead fell into even more madness and chaos. Its speed was like an arrow leaving the string, and it approached Crown's eyes in the blink of an eye, and a torrent of evil thoughts began to bombard his ears and spiritual sense. Silver hourglasses appeared in Crown's eyes. He once again felt that time seemed to slow down and his thoughts were moving very fast. Not only his thinking, but also his movements were much faster. In the outside world, the speed of the collection of evil thoughts was not unpleasant, blurring into an afterimage, but in his eyes, everything was traceable. Almost at the same time as the evil thing rushed towards him, he had a thought in his heart and already took out a stack of golden light talismans. With a shake of his hand, the talisman flew, and as the evil object approached, the talisman began to emit a faint golden light. Immediately afterwards, the evil thing hit the golden ocean Hedon. Crown activated the time hourglass ability with all his strength, causing the evil object's figure to stand still for a moment. The sands of time and the hourglass of the sea of consciousness are decreasing crazily, and they are all consumed in the blink of an eye. The crazy impact of thoughts ended just as it began, and was replaced by a rising emotion of fear. It retreated sharply, countless cracks appeared on its body again, and more snowflakes flew. The volume of the evil object was rapidly melting, but the talisman and seal followed it like a shadow and began to wrap around it, converging into a ball of shining golden light. The golden ball exploded like a beautiful firework, and pieces of golden light fell down, making it dazzling. With the death of the evil thing, the shadow recedes like the ebb of the sea. There was no hesitation or cowardice during the battle, but at this moment, Crown felt apprehensive. If it hadn't been for extraordinary performance, it would have been dangerous just now. The priest obviously misjudged the enemy's strength, which almost got him involved. Crown turned around and saw the blazing sacred fire on the bell tower, illuminating every inch of the square, and felt reassured. After thinking about the battle just now, he vaguely understood the reason for his extraordinary performance, but he didn't care to check and rushed to Nick's side like a whirlwind. At present, the other party is his boss and the guide on the knight's extraordinary path, and he needs to be treated both publicly and privately. If the priest dies, judging from the current situation, his connection with the church will be interrupted. He doesn't even have a map of the nearby area in his hand. After these days of understanding, he knew that this was a world where gods did exist, and the power of gods overrided the rights of kings. Many kings are even direct descendants of gods. It's hard to get into a powerful organization, and you haven't enjoyed any privileges yet, so you still have to hold on tight. He found that the priest had just fallen into a coma at this time. His eyebrows were twisted together, his face was pale and his breathing was rapid, his body was slightly hot and he was still shaking slightly, as if he was trapped in a nightmare. He opened his leather armor and took out his talisman from his shirt pocket. Now, I also carry a stack of pure heart charms and 3 or 4 golden light charms with me. He took out the pure heart talisman and put it on the priest's forehead, and then took out the golden light talisman and pasted it on his cheek. The silver flowing on the pure heart talisman is like white moonlight. After 2 or 3 seconds, the priest's breathing slowly became long and even, and a comfortable smile appeared on his face. Seeing that the priest was no longer seriously injured, Crown took out a bottle of number 2 holy water and poured it into him. After doing this, he had time to pick up the loot. These spiritual condensations like large snowflakes should be the materials for making spiritual coins. In his spiritual perception, the materials all shone with a slight silver light, and some emitted a pale golden light. The picking up work went smoothly. After walking around the square, Crown got all the trophies and checked the status of the ordinary people. He found that most of them just fainted, except for a dozen unlucky ones. Some of these people had bulging eyes and wide open mouths, as if they were drowning. Some had dark complexions and facial features that were twisted together by some invisible force. Another one actually inserted his fingers into his eye sockets. One thing they have in common is that their skin looks dehydrated and their hair is extremely dry and colorless, like old bacon that has been dried for a long time. He heard from the priest that ordinary people are now considered a strategic resource, especially those with pious beliefs and are high-quality providers of the light of their faith. Fortunately, these casualties were not serious. Crown returned to the priest and saw that his face had returned to rosy, so he took off the Taoist talisman from his body and put it back in his pocket. The golden light talismans that exploded with the evil objects had been burned out, so there was no need for him to clean them up. Seeing that the matter here had been dealt with, he carried Nick on his shoulders, picked up his 2 weapons with one hand and returned to the church. "It's so heavy," Crown complained. The priest and the armor on his body were not heavy, but the tower shield and flail were so heavy. With his current strength, it actually hurt his arm from the fall. He walked towards the backyard rest area, and suddenly heard a commotion in front of him, so he hurried over a few steps. When Crown arrived, he found Gerald standing on the training field with a sword in his hand. A few drops of green liquid slipped from the sword, and the sword was once again spotless and reflected the cold light. A little girl opened her arms in front of him. The girl was 7 or 8 years old, wearing a yellowed linen dress, her face was dirty, and her hair was tied back randomly. "Get out of the way," the Witcher said in a cold tone, like the howling cold wind when the snow falls in the winter moon. The girl shook her head, her voice hard and hoarse. "No. My father can still recognize me, please save him." Crown saw that the girl's eyes were filled with crystal tears, and her legs were shaking violently, but she still stood firmly in front of the demon hunter. Behind her, a strong man in his 30s squatted with his face twisted in pain, his hands clenched into fists. The veins in his arms stood out because he exerted too much force. The crowd moved away from the few people who were confronting each other, and gentle chatter could be heard. These mutated ones should really be killed. The knight with the sword just now did the right thing. Yes, Smith bit several people to death after his mutation. Dell has also mutated and must be killed quickly. Yes. What's going on? Someone has mutated again? Crown glanced and found a few more corpses on the ground, all of which looked disgusting after mutation. You came just in time. Let the church handle this kind of thing. The Witcher pointed at the girl. There is also a mutated one. The white-haired man turned around and was shocked to see Crown carrying Nick on his shoulders. What happened? I rushed out after hearing the bell and found that you two had already gone out to deal with it, so I didn't follow. Could it be that the monster came back to kill him again? The Witcher took a few steps closer. Is the priest seriously injured? The priest is fine, he just fell into a coma after losing his strength. There was an accident in the church square, but it was resolved. Please help and send him back to his room. Crown threw the priest's weapon to the ground. Boom, the ground shook slightly. The demon hunter nodded, carried the priest on his back and left. Let's take care of the rest. I still have to teach Alan. Approaching the girl, Crown noticed that on the other side of the blind spot, the man's arm had several bone-deep wounds with green tentacles growing out of it. His eyes were bloodshot, but for some reason he had not lost them yet. There were no large-scale changes in his mind or body. The girl raised her head. I can't let you hurt my father. He was bitten by a monster because he was trying to save me. I have already lost my mother and younger brothers and sisters, and I can't do it anymore. Crown's figure flashed and he slashed the girl on the back of the head with his knife. When he knocked the girl unconscious, the man on the ground shouted loudly and rushed over. Blue lines appeared on the man's face, and two of his teeth grew half an inch longer and turned into sharp tiger teeth. With a flying kick, Crown kicked the man in the face, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. What surprised him was that his completely unrestrained kick did not blow off this ordinary man's head. With his current strength, it is definitely not normal. The man rolled a few times, stood up again, got on all fours and began to rush forward. Grabbing the back of the girl's neck with one hand and lifting it in front of him, Crown sneered and shouted, "If you move forward any further, I will break her neck." Of course he would not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but seeing that the man was still rational just now, he wanted to test whether the other party still maintained a trace of rationality at this moment.
"Don't hurt the child." There was an exclamation from behind, and Crown recognized it as Aviana's voice.
He remained unmoved, his eyes still focused on the man who already had obvious mutated features. A low roar came from the man's throat, like a wounded beast, but his running movements really stopped.
"No, don't hurt Janice, no."
The man's expression was fierce, but his tone was a bit weak. His face became greener, and he squatted on the ground again, hugged his head tightly, and gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he was in pain, but there was a soft light in his eyes. Light footsteps sounded from behind Crown, and the nun trotted over and hugged the girl he was carrying. She glared at him fiercely, wrinkled her small nose, and turned away. "I acted in a measured manner," Crown defended and stepped forward towards the man. "Knight, kill Dell, he has turned into a monster."
"Yes, if you don't kill him, others will be harmed."
Crown turned around, glanced around, and shouted in a low voice, "I need you to teach me how to do things?" Under the prestige, everyone fell silent. He continued walking forward and stopped 4 or 5 meters in front of the man.
Kill me, I can't control myself anymore."
Dell's eyes were filled with mist, and he said with infinite nostalgia, "I hope Janice can stay in the church."
"Have you ever used holy water?" "I drank some and vomited it all out. It was too late."
"Before I drank the holy water, my mutation had already started."
Kill me. Cooperate with me to conduct an experiment, and you may be able to save her."
The experiment that Crown originally planned has not yet been carried out, but there happens to be a very good experimental subject, and the dead horse is used as a living horse to test the effect. The man suddenly raised his head. "I still have hope."
"If you don't give up, there will be hope."
Crown himself was not sure, but his words were firm and decisive. He took out a pure heart talisman and a golden light talisman, exerted force on his wrist, and the talismans flew over with a whoosh, landing just in front of the man.
"The silver one is placed on the forehead, and the golden one is placed on the chest."
The clarity in Dell's eyes was blazing for a moment. He grabbed the pure heart talisman and put it against his forehead.
When he grabbed the golden light talisman, his hand immediately retracted as if he was electrocuted.
Crown could see clearly that the moment the man's hand touched the talisman, the golden talisman emitted a faint golden light, and a faint gray mist emerged from his hand.
Dell's face showed a look of disgust and fear, and his body shrank back.
1 minute passed, and Crown saw that the bloodshot eyes in the other person's eyes had faded a lot, but the blue lines on his face had not decreased at all or even increased slightly. His voice was slightly cold. "If you can't overcome your current instinct and stick the talisman to your chest, you won't be able to stop the erosion of evil.
In the end, I will still kill you. Think of your daughter, who is your last remaining relative."
Maybe it was the talisman that worked, or maybe his words aroused the man's hope. Dell tore his linen clothes to pieces with both hands, revealing his somewhat thin chest. "Ha!" he shouted lowly, seeming to encourage himself. Then he suddenly grabbed the golden light talisman and slapped it hard on his chest. A high-pitched scream sounded, and Dell stood up suddenly with his hands clenched into fists, raising his head and roaring to the sky. Crown observed the golden light talisman carefully and saw light flowing on it. The green lines on the man's body seemed to be expelled by some force and moved to other places. Gradually, the man's chest returned to normal, and the luster of the golden light talisman became increasingly dim.
"Why haven't you killed him yet? Why are you letting him make noise here?"
Geralt's voice came from behind.
"Hey, isn't the paper on his face the kind you gave me? Is it useful?" The demon hunter walked up to Crown and stood side by side with him.
"Of course it works," Crown said with a hint of arrogance on his face. "I may be the only one in the world who has this ability."
"You don't know what to do. Why don't you give me some of the gold paper on his chest? You're not a friend enough." The demon hunter pointed at the glowing talisman. "What's the use of the gold paper? Drive away the influence of evil spirits."
Crown watched as the green lines on Dell's body no longer faded, and were stuck with the golden light. The man's body was trembling, and his face was dripping with cold sweat, with a slight green tint. "Tsk, a good trick. But it's a pity that he can't hold on for long."
If a mortal can bear the pull of two extraordinary powers, he will definitely die. Gerald commented and glanced sideways at the person next to him. Here are 2 gold papers. This is called the Golden Light Talisman. I'll give you one for free. If you need to use it in the future, the price is the same as the Pure Heart Talisman. Crown took out 2 Golden Light Talisman and handed them to the demon hunter. Gerald stretched out his hand to take it, and he immediately raised his hand. Get me a big bowl, fill it with water, and then this good thing will be yours. The demon hunter did not move, turned around and whistled. That little girl, I saved your life just now. Fill my bowl with water, is this not too much to ask? I'm going now, I have a name, call me Sister Aviana. After a while, the nun took the things and handed them to the witcher. Thank you, we owe each other nothing. The demon hunter took the bowl and turned around and handed it out again. Here comes the stuff. Crown held a golden talisman between his 2 fingers, and the talisman burst into flames. He put the talisman into the bowl, handed over the remaining talisman and took the big bowl. How did you do it? Gerald was stunned by this coquettish operation. You don't really have the blood of a pyromancer, do you? Crown smiled, pretending to be profound. Secret. Not long after refining the Golden Light Talisman, he discovered that the ignition point of this talisman was very low, probably due to the effect of the sunflame liquid. He had just used the flame breathing method, which was able to release a little bit of fire elemental spirituality, and then caused the Golden Light Talisman to spontaneously ignite. However, this is not a good sign. If you encounter any monster or evil spirit with a fire attribute talent, the Golden Light Talisman will blind you. The demon hunter snorted coldly and put away the talisman in his hand. I want to see what tricks you are playing. If you can cure this poor guy, I will promise to introduce you to a beautiful sorceress. Crown was non-committal about this promise of no substantial improvement. He looked at Delaware. At this time, the man had collapsed to the ground, and his courageous voice was weak. After the talisman burned out, the water in the bowl turned into a bowl of golden soup exuding heat. The witcher sniffed. The smell of sunshine? Ching Ching nodded. Help me hold him down and don't let him move. This thing can also be taken orally, Gerald said to himself, flew forward and bullied Del, and pressed him into the ground with his face facing the sky. Crown stepped forward and squatted down, prying his mouth open with one hand. Judging from the effect of the Golden Light Talisman on his body, this is definitely a powerful medicine. If it fails, he will die, or if it succeeds, he will die. Let God judge his fate. With a sigh in his heart, Crown pointed the big bowl at Del's mouth. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendations, and thank you book friend 201705171909147797 for your reward. Here, hero, finish this bowl of Rishyang. After muttering in his mind, Crown poured a whole bowl of golden talisman water into Del's mouth. The man began to struggle desperately, but was held down tightly and could not move. Those areas that were pressed were purple-green. Crown closed his mouth, pinched his throat, and the talisman water was swallowed by him. Gray smoke with a fishy smell came out of the man's nostrils, ears, and even the corners of his eyes, and the green lines on his body quickly dissipated. Gradually, he stopped struggling, his eyes became unfocused, he exhaled more and more, and inhaled less and less. Look, I'm right, ordinary people can't bear the 2 conflicting extraordinary powers. Gerald let go of Del and left on his own. Your talismans are wasted, why not give them to me? I will give him a lot of fun and save you the trouble of being too soft-hearted to do it. Is the effect too strong, or are mortals unable to withstand the extraordinary power of attacking each other? Crown touched his nose and thought about the possible reasons why the experiment failed. He glanced at the man who was gradually losing his vital signs, shook his head and prepared to leave. Ugh! Del suddenly sat up like a corpse, green mucus spurted out from his mouth and nose, and a disgusting smell spread. I wiped it, and he actually carried it? Crown was overjoyed, turned behind the man, and affixed a golden talisman to him. At this time, Del's body only trembled slightly and made no other reaction. Crown ran as fast as he could, fetched another bowl of water, and made another bowl of talisman water. When he came back, the man had stopped vomiting, but his face was pale without a trace of redness, and he was extremely depressed. Passing the bowl to Del, one more bowl. Let me see if there is any evil power left. Del stretched out his hands to catch the bowl with trembling hands. His hands were obviously thinner than before he was fed the talisman water. Wait a minute. Looking at the opponent's weak appearance, Crown took out a bottle of number 3 holy water and said, replenish some energy first. He was afraid that if there was still evil power left in the man's body, he drank the talisman water and vomited it to death, and gave the holy water to replenish the man's energy. Del took the holy water and swallowed it in one gulp,
then picked up a large bowl and drank it full.
This time a little gray mist came out of the pores on his body.
After spitting out 2 more mouthfuls of green phlegm, the man's body and emotions stabilized. Looking at the man who had returned to normal, Crown nodded imperceptibly. It turned out that his talisman was of great use.
"Open your mouth," he ordered. He wanted to finally confirm the extent of the mutation's recovery.
Dell opened his mouth obediently, and Crown saw that the opponent's mutated tiger teeth had also returned to their original state. After confirming that he had fully recovered, Crown began to assist the nuns in completing the aftermath. The square had been cleaned up, and those who had been comatose by the collection of evil thoughts woke up one after another. Crown used a few golden light talismans to soak a large bucket of talisman water, and forced everyone in the church to take a bowl. After confirming that there were no mutants, he organized people who could move to gather all the corpses in the square and set up a fire. When the priest wakes up, he can preside over the cremation ceremony. After this incident, more than 1/3 of the town's residents were lost, and Crown couldn't help but feel a little sad. The good news is that the townspeople are very religious, and many people stay in the church hall to pray after finishing their work.
Quasimo is dead, the old man who was originally in charge of the door.
At this time, Crown was sitting in the gatekeeper's hut. Firstly, he was monitoring the situation outside so that he could respond immediately. Secondly, he was counting his harvest. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and 3 stars lit up on the base of the hourglass of time. The first star has turned gold, which was the original ability to tell time. It was now 5:15 and 32 seconds in the morning. While feeling the time in his heart, he took out his pocket watch and opened the brass cover. After taking a closer look, he saw that every second was accurate. He chuckled and thought, "We can sell the pocket watch." There is a little golden light on the second star, which represents the ability to stop time. This skill is indeed very powerful, but it requires a large amount of sands of time, and its duration is very short, and it can only stop time in a small area around itself. There is also a disadvantage. For every 0.01 second of remaining still, the sand of time consumed will be several times more than the previous time period. The stronger the target that wants to interfere, the more sands of time will be consumed. Therefore, this skill cannot be used as a conventional means, but can only be used as insurance at the moment of life and death, or for a decisive blow when the final decision is made.
The third star was a newly acquired ability.
After feeling it carefully, it turned out that it was as he had guessed, the ability to speed up his thinking and movements.
Crown calls this ability bullet time.
This ability also requires the consumption of the sands of time. The consumption is much less than that of the time stop skill, and it can be used as a regular ultimate move. The specific consumption and whether there are limits need further testing.
Now that there is not much sand of time left, we can only give up.
After confirming the ability of the hourglass of time, Crown exited the consciousness sea space and summoned the golden wall out of habit. He found that it had moved upward a little.
What happened? The proficiency of the golden light spell increased so much.
His eyes flashed brightly, his eyebrows were raised, and the corners of his mouth were raised.
Golden light spell, 6666/50,000, level 1. In the past 2 days, his time to meditate on the mantra was not guaranteed, and he could not fully utilize the visualization time at Mao hour and U hour.
Now he has 1,450 points more proficiency than when he checked it in the morning. After thinking about it, the only special thing today was using the golden light spell to purify the collection of evil thoughts. Since purifying such a collection of evil thoughts can improve proficiency in this way, he thinks that if the sands of time are sufficient, he can find more trouble with these evil things, but first he must know how to detect the true strength of evil things, otherwise he will capsize in the gutter.
Just totally not worth it.
However, after I advanced the golden light spell, I also purified the evil spirits in my body.
Why didn't my proficiency skyrocket at that time? Crown scratched his head and couldn't think of a reason.
He thought for a while, stopped worrying about the problem, and continued to look down. Shooting, 512/5000, level 3, cross sword, 326/5000, level 3, fire breath, 106/2000, level 1, fire cross, November 2000, level 1, the fusion skill of cross sword and flame breath, attack damage enjoys the bonus of both, the proficiency of the skills that provide combat effectiveness has been slightly increased, and there is also an additional green swordsmanship skill, flame cross. In his opinion, flame breath was an internal skill like the golden light spell, and he planned to focus his energy on this skill. Under the flame cross, there is a line of green words. Spirit control, 36 3000, Level 1, smallly enhances the effect of controlling spirits and reduces consumption. Crown snapped his fingers and learned another very practical skill. The skill is green at the initial stage, and the first level of proficiency requires 3000 points to upgrade, indicating that this is his most powerful skill besides the golden light spell. He summed up some rules for judging whether a skill is powerful or not. According to the initial color and the amount of proficiency, the colors from low to high are gray, white, green, and blue. For the same color, the higher the initial proficiency requirement, the stronger the skill. Other skills are initially at level 1, but Golden Light Spell is at level 0 at the beginning, and is undoubtedly the strongest skill. However, it is too difficult. The initial proficiency requirement is 10,000, and now it requires 50,000 to upgrade to level 2. Although the current effect of the spirit control technique is not very strong, as the proficiency continues to increase and the skill is advanced, the duration of his use of the spirit control ability will increase for a long time, just like a middle-aged man who is unable to do what he wants. Potion, stronger and longer lasting. The skill bar on the golden wall was green and blue, and Crown looked a little uncomfortable. Can you sort them so that the strongest ones are at the top? As this idea sprouted in his mind, the writing on the golden wall began to become blurred, and finally disappeared. After a few seconds, the new order filled the wall. The blue one is at the top, the golden light spell is first, followed closely by basic swordsmanship and fire breathing. This is much more eye-catching. It's really unwise to have to figure out the functions of the gold finger without a clear instruction manual. After complaining, Crown set the alarm clock through the time hourglass and started practicing fire breathing. Liver proficiency is like sailing on still water. If you don't make progress, you will stop. He has always been diligent and never relaxed for even a moment. Gradually, his body began to heat up, his body temperature increased significantly, and wisps of white mist rose around him. The room was filled with mist and became hazy. Crown faced the rising sun and sat cross-legged in the square. He formed the great sun seal with his hands and visualized the red sun passing through his body and radiating around him. He was silent in his contemplation, but maintained a keen insight into the surrounding situation. The ability to use distraction and distraction was learned while fighting against a collection of evil thoughts. It is not considered a skill, but after being learned, it became one's own instinct. At this moment, the very slight vibration on the ground made him aware that someone was walking out of the door of the church. He was walking lightly. He should be a petite person. The man stood not far away and stopped moving. Crown ignored him and kept observing. Avina leaned against the door, quietly looking at the shadow with its back to herself. In a daze, she felt that golden light was emanating from that person, and two suns seemed to appear in his eyes. The nun subconsciously covered her eyes with her hands. After a while, the light in front of her eyes dimmed. She looked carefully again and found nothing unusual. Everything just now seemed like an illusion. She patted her forehead and comforted herself. Maybe she was too tired and had hallucinations. The nun took a few steps forward, with a little resentment in her voice. Mr. Moya, the priest is awake, please come over. Crown had already finished his visualization at this time. After a while, there was no point in bathing in the sun and contemplating again. Instead, it would consume energy. Crown stood up and touched his nose. He heard the resentment in the nun's words. I didn't offend you, beautiful Aviana. Did it take too long to help her reach the mountains? He had already thought of excuses. That little girl is still in a coma and can't be woken up. Dell is so anxious. Is this what you call a measured strike? So that's what happened. A polite smile appeared on Crown's face, and he said gently that Janice is too young, not physically strong but very excited. I knocked her out for her own good. As for propriety, I judge that she can sleep for 12 hours and wake up naturally in the afternoon. Aviana was speechless after this explanation. You are just too cruel. Don't keep the priest waiting too long. The nun gave him a sharp look, turned around angrily, and trotted away. When Crown came to the priest's room, Gerald was also there. He saluted and said, May the god of fire illuminate you and me. Nick responded with a smile, No need to be so formal, please take a seat. The demon hunter stood up and weighed the bag in his hand. There was a clear sound of gold shields colliding inside. I'll take my leave first and won't delay your discussion of church affairs. If there will be such a good job in the future, remember to let me know. Gerald will be very happy to help. If your asking price can be lower, I wouldn't mind giving you more work. The Witcher shook his head and left. That's not okay, business is business. He smiled and walked out of the room and closed the door.
Crown sat next to the priest, leaned over and asked, "How much was given? Is the money paid by the church or the church?"
"According to the statistics you gave me, 2 spirit coins and 46 gold shields were spent, which is a lot of money."
"The money can only be paid by the church. The subordinate churches can receive some resources from the church every month.
We are responsible for our own profits and losses, so we are responsible for our own profits and losses. Church vacancies in nurturing areas of the city are extremely popular."
Nick looked solemn and continued, "What happened last night was my problem.
I was affected by the evil thing after I stepped into its territory, but I didn't realize it. Without you, I'm afraid I would have returned to the embrace of God. During the battle, we were comrades who depended on each other for life and death. It was only through the guidance of the priest that I could become a warrior of God." He took off a palm-sized, bulging leather bag hanging from the belt around his waist and placed it on the table. "This is the spiritual thing collected while exterminating evil things last night.
This is called Linghua. You must hurry up and read the books brought by Hampha. You must supplement your extraordinary knowledge as quickly as possible."
Nick picked up the leather bag and asked uncertainly, "You said that the evil spirit has been eliminated.
Things?"
Crown nodded. "Well, when you fell, you had severely damaged the evil thing. It went completely crazy and rushed over to kill me. I prayed devoutly, and the monster split open inch by inch. Later, I took out some homemade things, the weak monster was stuck to these things, and finally exploded, and the spirit flew all over the sky."
Crown took out a golden talisman and handed it to the priest. This kind of talisman can resist evil objects.
He would definitely use it frequently, so he took it out generously and thought of an excuse. Nick hurriedly put down the leather bag and took the talisman, turning it over and over to examine it carefully. After a long time, he stopped what he was doing and sighed. "Is this a gift from the gods after you understood the true meaning of the law?
I'm really envious."
"Well, although I was prepared to say this as my excuse, it would be better if you figured it out on your own."
Crown smiled and nodded.
The priest's eyes were blazing, and his eyes were earnest and full of emotion. "Many priests will gain some knowledge of the gods after understanding the law. What you gain is very practical, especially in this dangerous era." Crown's face stiffened slightly, and he thought to himself, "It turns out there is a precedent.
I wonder why the priest's mind is so good at making up for it.
He suffers from a lack of knowledge, so he must quickly make up for his lack of extraordinary knowledge." He took out a few more talisman seals and handed them to the priest. "These are called talisman seals.
The silver ones can reduce the intrusion of evil spirits and keep us calm.
The 2 talisman seals are easy to use and can be directly attached to the skin."
"That's fine, you can also ignite it and take it with water for better effect." Fujuan, what a strange pronunciation. Nick happily took the Taoist talisman and carefully put it into his pocket. He picked up the skin bag, cleared his throat and said, "Do you still remember the distribution method we talked about before you became a warrior?"
"Remember, I'll get 20%, Crown nodded. The evil object was finally exploded by the golden light talisman, and the spirit flower thrown out contained a touch of light gold, which accounted for about 1/10 of all the spirit. He felt that those things were different, so he secretly kept it secret." Nick sat up straight and said seriously, "Let's change the distribution method in the future.
Each person will get half."
Nick showed an embarrassed smile. "I originally thought that your growth would take time, and fighting evil creatures might distract me from taking care of you, so I decided on this distribution method. It turns out that you are fully capable of standing alone. Without you last night, I am afraid not many people in this church would have been able to escape. From now on, each of us will gain half the harvest from the battle." The priest leaned forward and said, "From now on, you will have to pay a share of the expenses like those given to Geralt.
The church is the final say between us."
Crown didn't expect the priest to give him this surprise, and his expression was a little unnatural.
It was not authentic enough to secretly give away the spoils of war.
His embarrassment did not last long before he heard the priest continue, "All the spiritual essence this time belongs to you. I will teach you how to make spiritual coins later." Nick's expression was very solemn. "Don't refuse. I don't have much to offer you for saving your life. I hope you won't take it too little." He has become the second in command. How could Crown refuse? Interest bundling is really easy to use. He accepted it happily. "Thank you, Father, for your appreciation." According to the recently declassified documents sent by Hampha, the first few years after the Grey Fog came were the most chaotic and dark times. If you get over it, things will gradually get better. Let us face the tide of the times together, which is both a danger and an opportunity.
Nick stood up and stood in awe. May the Lord of Fire light our way forward. This is the only bad thing about the church, which often shouts slogans. Crown also stood up in a hurry. May the Lord of Flames illuminate our way forward. He said yeah and asked a question that was deep in his heart. Father, it won't be easy to survive these few years. If nothing else, wouldn't something like gray fog that can make people lose their minds corrode plants? Really? Without food, animals have mutated, and we will starve to death, right? You are wrong about this. The essence of gray fog is a spirituality that drives people crazy. For plants, they have no emotions. The spirituality that gray fog seeks will promote their mutation. Not only will food production not be reduced, but there will be a bumper harvest. More and more magic plants that were rare before will appear. Nick explained with a smile. After the first few years, the animals that are born again will also be able to adapt to such mutations. Their meat will be purified and can be eaten by extraordinary beings. What we have to do is to build a strong fortress camp, resist the invasion of those crazy creatures at night, and resist the erosion of the dreams of the old rulers. Especially on red moon nights, try not to be exposed to the moonlight as much as possible. This is the advantage of joining a powerful organization. It is relatively easy to obtain secret knowledge. Crown is glad that he did not run away in a bucket to avoid the debt of 100 gold shields. Let's go. The priest picked up the leather bag and reached out to pat the young man on the shoulder. I will take you to the sanctuary and tell you how to make spiritual coins. Nick stood up and rotated the lamp holder on the wall. The bookshelf next to him began to move to the left, revealing a downward hole, which emitted soft light. This is a downward spiral staircase, and the two of them followed the staircase deep into the ground. In the wall next to the stairs, a hexagonal brass lamp is embedded every few meters, emitting a soft milky white light. The lamp is simple and elegant in shape, about the size of a baby's head, with a metal grid on the outside and very thin, highly transparent crystals between the grids. After the two of them made a long circle, they reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped in front of two stone doors. The stone door is gray-white in color, with a slightly rough texture, and is carved with flame reliefs. Each stone door is inlaid with diamond-shaped rubies the size of half a child's hand. At the level of Crown's eyes, there is a shallow circular groove. Nick took off the holy emblem and pressed it into the groove, just filling the gap. After a few seconds of waiting, the ruby on the stone door glowed crystal clear, and the holy symbol began to rotate slowly in a clockwise direction. Click. The sound of mechanical gears turning echoed in the small space. When the rotation of the holy emblem stopped, the priest took it out, and the stone door roared apart to both sides. Since the red moon came again, sanctuaries have been built under all the churches of the church to resist the crazy dreams, Nick said, stepping in. Crown followed him and looked at the space inside. This is a square hall with an area of about 60 or 70 square meters. In the corner on the left-hand side of the two people entering, there is a half-person-high silver square metal cabinet, and next to it is a group of light brown wooden cabinets as high as a person. The wood has wavy curly tree grain. The ceiling is a dome, about 3 meters high on the four sides, and at least 4 meters high in the center. In the innermost part of the hall, there stood a pale golden angel statue 2 people tall. The angel held a red flame-patterned stone sword in front of his chest in both hands. The tip of the sword did not touch the ground, but stopped about 30 centimeters above the ground. A stone basin engraved with flame patterns was placed under the tip of the sword. Apart from these things, there was nothing else in the hall and it looked very empty. Many dim gray lines could be seen painted on the walls, floor, and dome. Crown discovered that there was a huge 8-pointed star pattern on the floor of the room, with 3 cushions placed in the blank space in the middle of the pattern, and there were numerous lines on the walls and dome. This is the core place in the church. My badge is the key to the door of the sanctuary. The entire sanctuary is integrated. Don't try to use violence to open the door. When the sanctuary is attacked by an irresistible attack, it will self-destruct. Nick pointed upward. The room above is where we dissect the sheephead monster. The place of the holy baptism, I remember it was up there, Crown responded. Why, do you remember your 100 gold shields? The priest smiled brightly. I tell you, I will not refund this money. Crown couldn't help but smile. He shook his head. So many days had passed, and everything seemed like a lifetime ago. The situation was completely different between the trepidation at the beginning of the time travel and the calmness of today. It's easy to make spirit coins. We have special machines. Nick walked to the silver cabinet in the corner. Don't underestimate this cabinet. If you want to buy it outside, you can't buy it without 100 spirit coins. He pointed to the 3 buttons on the square top of the cabinet and said,
press this green button to start the machine to load materials. Nick pressed the corresponding button, and a palm-sized opening opened on the top of the cabinet. He opened the skin bag in his hand and poured all the spirit essence into it. Click the blue button to let the machine start working. The red button is to forcefully stop the machine. You can learn it without using your brain. Nick clicked the blue button, which made a buzzing vibration sound. Crown bared his teeth and asked a question. Spirit coin is not just a currency, right? It should have other functions. You are right. Spirit coins are also a kind of energy. This machine is driven by spiritual power. Every time it is started, it will retain some spirit coins as energy reserves. Nick's tone was gentle. Extraordinary professionals can draw spirituality from spirit coins to speed up the improvement of their abilities. Warlocks, priests and spirit masters all measure a person's wealth by the amount of spirit coins they own. For extraordinary people on the path of knights, for example, intermediate knights also begin to need to use spirit coins to absorb spirituality. For example, when you advance to the breathing method and become a flame warrior, the spirit coins will be useful. Crown asked the question he was most concerned about. How do the three kinds of extraordinary beings, warlocks, priests and spiritual masters, use spiritual coins? Go back and read the book. There are answers in it, the priest said with a smile. Progressing too fast will have some disadvantages, and the knowledge reserve is far from enough. Let me tell you some common sense that is not in the book, about spirit coins. Don't be fooled during the transaction. In the spirit coins of the worst quality, there are still many residual emotions, which can be seen intuitively. The texture of the spirit coins is gray, with mottled spots inside, and you can even vaguely see the image of a living thing. That is the worst quality. In the past, such a spiritual coin could only be exchanged for more than 80 gold shields. Crown took out a spiritual coin from his inner pocket and asked, "Is it like this?" The priest glanced at the gray in his hand and nodded, "Yes, that's it." "Where did it come from? Was it deceived when doing business with others? I won a bet. That guy from Marshall told me that one spiritual coin can be exchanged for 110 gold shields." Nick frowned slightly. That guy is indeed a slippery man. Fortunately, you didn't lose. Only ordinary quality spirit coins can have this exchange ratio. The spirituality in inferior spirit coins cannot be directly absorbed, otherwise it will take a lot of effort to get rid of those miscellaneous evil thoughts. The color of the ordinary quality spirit coins is close to white, with almost no variegated spots inside. The higher quality spirit coins are as transparent as white moonlight, without any impurities inside, and are clear and translucent. Both qualities of the spirit coins can directly absorb spirituality. A moonlight quality spiritual coin can be exchanged for about 140 gold shields. There are more advanced spiritual coins, a gold shield that can be exchanged for 200 coins, Nick said, walking towards the angel stone statue. The priest squatted at the foot of the stone statue, held the edge of the stone basin with both hands, and rotated it clockwise. Crown saw a small half basin of silver liquid in the stone basin, which was sparkling as it swayed. Click after a crisp sound, Nick moved the stone basin aside and took out a brass metal box from the round hole below. He opened the box, and Crown saw more than a dozen silver-gold spiritual coins inside. Nick held one of the jade coins, which was almost entirely golden, and handed it to the young man, saying, "Golden spiritual coins completely eliminate all emotions of living creatures, leaving only the purest spirituality. The church can wash the spiritual coins with the light of faith to temper them. Refining, some warlocks who are proficient in alchemy can also refine it." After receiving the golden spirit coin, Crown looked calm, but his heart surged with excitement. The touch of these golden spirit coins in the spiritual sense was very similar to the light golden spirit essence he got after killing the Evil Thoughts collection, except that the spirit coins felt more ethereal. Could it be that the golden light talisman can temper spirit coins? If this is really the case, if I buy low-quality spiritual coins and temper them into high-quality spiritual coins, wouldn't I end up making a lot of money? His thoughts were far away, and a YY smile appeared on his face. Nick coughed twice. "Give me back the spirit coins. Your expression just now was very vulgar." Crown laughed and returned the thing. "When I hold this spiritual coin in my hand, I feel a very comfortable feeling in my spiritual sense, as if it is floating into the white clouds in the sky. In the future, your spirit coins can also be placed here. As long as someone prays devoutly in the hall, the light of faith will be absorbed by the magic circle, and the movement of the magic circle can temper the impurities of the spirit coins. Those who have been praying in the church these days with so many people, these spiritual coins can be tempered into gold quickly in just a few days.
In the past, it would not have been possible to temper them in a month. Why not build the magic circle to wrap around the entire church? I saw many people unable to enter the hall and praying in the corridor outside. In the past, it was good if half of the people could be seated in the hall during worship. Besides, a small town church cannot be extravagant enough to build a magic circle covering the entire church. Nick took the golden spirit coin and put it away close to his body, then put the metal box back to its original position. He returned the stone basin to its original position and rotated it counterclockwise. At this time, the flame pattern on the stone sword in the hand of the angel stone slowly lit up from top to bottom. When the entire sword body was lit up, a drop of silver liquid dripped. Ding, the light voice echoed in the sanctuary, especially pleasant to the ear. In the basin is the original concentration of holy water, which we call holy water 0. Add different proportions of clean water to dilute it to create holy water of each label. Add 10 parts of clean water to number 1 holy water, add 20 parts of clean water to number 2 holy water, and so on. The spirit coins can't be made until tomorrow. Let's go up now. I won't assign you tasks these days. Take the time to learn extraordinary knowledge. I expect those cultists will come to harass us every few days. Master more knowledge, it might be useful in battle. Nick pointed at a set of huge gears next to the stone door and said, "You can get out by turning the black circular turntable counterclockwise." Crown took a few steps forward and grasped the turntable. Surprisingly, it turned easily. Back in his room, Crown immediately took out the gray spirit coin and placed it on a golden talisman, but nothing strange happened. He tilted his head and thought for a moment, then lit the golden talisman and put it in the teacup. When the water inside turned into golden soup, he threw the spirit coin into it. After doing this, he began to look through the books of extraordinary knowledge left by Hampha. He browsed quickly and only slowed down when he saw information about the professional training of the spirit controller. Evil spirits are spirits with endless evil thoughts. They are tangible and intangible. They have various abilities, which are either common or extremely rare. Spirit controllers are a kind of mutant created by the Warlock Guild. They restrain evil spirits in their bodies and form a strange symbiotic relationship. Ironically, as they themselves become stronger, the symbiotic evil spirits will also gradually become stronger. Strengthen. If these people lose control, they will in turn be controlled by evil spirits. The Warlock Guild has put forward a theory. If the erosion of evil spirits can be eliminated while maintaining the pure spirituality of evil spirits, then this hidden danger can be solved. Their research has not made much progress so far, and they can only rely on drugs. Suppress the growing evil thoughts of the spirit controller. Seeing this, Crown grinned. Isn't this ideal state his current state? Crown was relaxed and content. He used the power of evil spirits and was not affected by evil thoughts. It was perfect. Letting out a few evil laughs, he continued to look down. The strength of a spiritual master can be measured from two aspects. One is quality, and the other is quantity. The qualitative dimension refers to the continuous development of the ability of evil spirits to maximize their power. The spirit controller can make the evil spirits in the body devour other evil spirits, continuously use the power of evil spirits and retrap evil spirits. This is the improvement method for this type of spirit controller, and the improvement effect is particularly obvious when evil spirits of the same nature devour each other. The dimension of quantity refers to arresting multiple evil spirits and allowing the evil spirits in the body to form a balance. In this way, the spirit controller can have a variety of fighting methods. This method also has other characteristics. After research by the Warlock Guild, it was found that if the spirit master restrains two evil spirits, and these two evil spirits happen to have some inherent restraint relationship, then the risk of the spirit master losing control will be greatly reduced. This inherent restraint relationship, we are still in the early stages of research, and no real and credible rules have yet been found. Sometimes, when certain evil spirits with mutually incompatible external abilities are restrained in a spirit master's body, he loses control even faster. In the 86th year of the new calendar, an evil spirit that can control fire and an evil spirit that can control frost were simultaneously controlled by a spirit master. The spirit master was successfully detained, but he lost control in the second year. Two completely different elemental forces raged in his body, and the poor man turned into a flesh and blood firework of ice and fire. Sometimes, when a spirit master restrains two evil spirits with the same external abilities, they can form a strange balance and greatly reduce the risk of losing control. Seeing this description, Crown became excited. This improvement method was simply tailor-made for him.
He can improve both the quality and quantity dimensions together without worrying about the erosion of evil thoughts and losing control. Now he understands why he has not been corroded by evil spirits and evil thoughts. The erosion of evil thoughts is a slow process that will only show up over time. When those spiritual controllers find that they can no longer restrain their behavior, they have already been severely eroded. He meditated on the golden light mantra continuously every day, and those evil thoughts were killed before they could accumulate in his body. Crown had a hunch that as the golden light spell continued to advance, his body would slowly be transformed into a special physique that could restrain all evil spirits.
The problem now is to find channels to buy suitable evil spirits or to catch evil spirits.
This can't be rushed for a while, we can only wait for the opportunity slowly. 7 days later. It should be due to the dual influence of the golden wall and the golden light spell that Crown's reading efficiency is very high.
These days, he stayed at home.
Apart from contemplating at fixed hours, he spent all his time swimming in the ocean of knowledge. He finally chewed up several tomes on the basic knowledge of extraordinary beings, and also read the priests read through all the books in the collection.
Nick actually doesn't have many books, maybe more than 30.
In this era, knowledge is still relatively expensive. The age of steam has arrived, but this remote town has obviously not benefited from this dividend.
People are still struggling to survive.
For most people, books cannot be used as food. Learning so much knowledge has greatly enriched Crown's vision. In the process of learning, not surprisingly, he acquired several new skills.
Devil Scholar, 318/2000, Level 2, you know the habits and weaknesses of a large number of common evil creatures, understand which parts of them can be used as extraordinary materials and how to preserve them, and also know which monsters have edible parts in their bodies. Hermetic, 256/2000, Level 1, a very practical occult language. When you have conflicts with spellcasters, at least you know what spells they are chanting. Unfortunately, for the distinguished magicians, say, you are still illiterate. Geography, 369/1000, Level 1, the map within the Rhine city has been printed in your mind. Demon Scholar is a green skill, Hermes is a white skill, and geography is gray. After acquiring extraordinary knowledge, Crown is now able to recognize many unheard of magical plants and understand their medicinal properties. His herbalism skills have also made considerable progress. Herbology, 2638/5000, Level 3, he gained more than 1,000 proficiency points compared to the previous few days. This huge improvement was something he had not expected. As his knowledge of herbal medicine improved, he had 2 new potion recipes in his mind. One is an energy potion that can quickly relieve mental fatigue of the user.
The other is a primary anti-magic potion, which slightly reduces the elemental damage taken by the user for 3 minutes. Energy potions are of little use to him. The golden light spell can completely replace this kind of thing. Anti-magic potions can be made, which will have some effect on evil objects or monsters that can cause elemental damage. What surprised him most was that his cooking skills had also improved a lot. He guessed that it might be the passive bonus of Demon Scholar. Cooking, 3352/5000, Level 3, learning knowledge these days, except for the increase in the proficiency of golden light spell, Crown's other combat skills have not increased at all without exception. After reading all the books he could read, he decided to go to the training ground to practice hard.
Sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in war.
This sentence is absolutely wise when applied to him. It was already afternoon, there was no wind, and the church was deserted. The townspeople returned to their homes during the day, moved their useful belongings, and rushed back to the church before the sun set. They would most likely spend this winter near the church, otherwise the gray fog and the dark night would definitely kill them. Although the church has invented oil lamps that can withstand gray fog, the priority for supplying them is to major cities. Zack Town, a sleepy corner, wants to wait for such supplies. I don't know how long it will take. The townspeople can only rely on the sacred fire on the church bell tower. The sun's rays shone on Crown's body, feeling warm.
He walked to the training ground and began to practice the fire breath breathing method.
When the breathing method can be integrated into his every move, the breathing method will be considered advanced, and then the use of weapons to attack will be swords and fire.
In Crown's understanding, the church's crusaders are a basic physical attack profession.
After the breathing method is advanced, it means that they can change their profession to become a magic swordsman, with additional elemental damage in their attacks. Only the attack of the flame warrior can cause greater damage to monsters with chaotic spirituality such as evil spirits. Most of the pure physical attacks of the warrior are immune to this monster. He concentrated on practicing and tried his best, with strands of insights lingering in his mind, and his body was constantly adapting to the new training rhythm. His motivation comes from the positive feedback that every drop of sweat will increase his proficiency, and from the fact that every effort he makes will not be let down.
Psychological satisfaction. Being able to clearly know that he is getting stronger little by little, the joy that comes from his soul makes Kroon unable to stop, and his liver function is getting better and better. Time always passes very quickly when people are focused. When Kroon was tortured by hunger and ended the practice, the sun was already turning west. Glancing at the golden wall, he found that after more than 2 hours of uninterrupted training, the flame breath had gained 14 points of proficiency. He has acquired a lot of skills and has summarized the proficiency growth curve, which is generally a parabola that opens downward. The entry-level skills or the early stages of advancement will not bring rapid growth in proficiency. Because the body's condition cannot adapt to the new exercise method at this time, after a period of run-and-gin and understanding, the increase in proficiency will enter an explosive period. When the explosive period reaches a peak, it will slowly fall back. The last few proficiencies of skill advancement are relatively difficult to get into. This rule is particularly obvious in combat skills, and it is relatively easy to advance in knowledge-based skills. Kroon estimates that breathing skills will enter a period of rapid growth after reaching 300 or 400 proficiency levels. There is no need to worry if the progress is not fast enough at the beginning. After thinking briefly about the training, he walked towards Nick, who was standing on the edge of the field. He had noticed it when the other party stopped here 20 minutes ago, but he was in good condition at that time, and the other party did not stop him and simply kept training. Come with me to the square. Seeing that you are not in the study, I guess you have read all the books, right? The priest looked a little worried, but his tone was very kind. Yes, after reading books for so many days, I feel like my whole body is rusty. I just came out to practice breathing techniques. Are you still worried about that group of infidels? The evil thing created by refining flesh and blood has not come to harass or attack. It has been very quiet these days. It is very abnormal for this kind of evil thing to desire the flesh and blood of living creatures. Kroon nodded slightly. After these days of supplementing his extraordinary knowledge, he fully understood the habits of monsters created by this forbidden evil. Fresh flesh and blood and the fearful cries of death are its favorite delicacies, especially emotionally rich creatures like humans. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Then wait for me for a moment. I'll take a shower and change into clean clothes before coming back." "Go and come back quickly." Nick handed over a small leather bag. "Just use this to replenish energy. Ordinary food is nutritionally deficient for warriors, and they need to eat a lot to replenish enough nutrients, which is a waste of time." He took the things and opened them. He saw 5 bottles of number 2 holy water. Isn't it a bit wasted? Holy water has now begun to be reserved as a strategic resource. Based on his understanding of the priest's stinginess, it is impossible to use such resources to replenish people's physical strength unless it is absolutely necessary. Nick grinned. The production of holy water has greatly increased in recent days. If these resources can speed up our career growth, it is natural to use some. Kroon returned to the room, took a quick shower, and put on clean clothes. He returned to the training ground and walked outside the church with Nick. When he came to the square, he found that the place had changed drastically. This place can no longer be called a square. Wooden houses have been built, and many people are busy doing carpentry work. Around the house, wooden piles were driven and a simple wall was built. The wall is about 3 meters high, and a wooden frame is set up on the inside. Planks are laid on it. When an adult stands on it, half of his body is exposed. In the middle is a gate covered with iron bars. On both sides of the gate, 2 wooden towers were erected, and a black oil lamp hung on each tower. Grinning, he said, "This is a plan to stay here for a long time. If we had these things when the monster attacked last time, more people would be able to survive." Nick laughed. It's just right now. If no one is killed or injured, many people will not feel the contrast in our efforts. After thinking about the priest's words, Kroon found that this was really the case. Everything must be compared. Without experiencing the danger of death, most people would not know how to be grateful, but would take it for granted. He pointed at the tower and asked, "Why do we still need to hang up the oil lamp? Wouldn't it become an obvious target at night? It's used to dispel the gray fog. This place is already at the edge of the holy fire's illumination range, and it's not safe enough at night. Don't oil lamps still need to be prayed to collect the light of faith to dispel the gray fog? Can these ordinary people also use it when they pray?" The pure spirituality generated by his own promotion to transcendent prayer was still very weak, and he did not think that these mortals could charge this magical oil lamp. "I added some holy water to it." Now our townspeople are very devout and the holy water production is very high. Nick smiled sincerely. Go up to the tower and have a look. Holy water is so omnipotent. Crown thought and flew forward. He was as light as a swallow and climbed up the 4 to 5 meter high tower with just a few steps. The roof of the building was only 1 meter square. There was a strong man holding a double-barreled shotgun and looking warily into the distance. When he saw him coming up, he hurriedly bent down to make way for the space. Hello, Sir Knight. He smiled and nodded, looking outside. The trees within a certain range outside the fence were cut down cleanly, and sloping wooden piles were laid quite densely in the open space, leaving only a 2-meter-wide path with sharp corners, and the wooden piles were sharpened. He looked around the square and saw people patrolling the towers and inside the walls. Jumping down from the tower, he returned to the priest. How about the defenses we built? I think it's totally fine to deal with those mutated beasts. Nick looked more serious. Only the extraordinary can fight against the extraordinary. If evil things come out, it's up to us. Let's go back to the sanctuary. Tonight is the night of the full moon. We'd better not stay outside after the red moon rises. While the two were talking, there was a sound of coo. Crown looked up and saw a black spot appearing in the sky quickly approaching the church. The church's letter has arrived, a few days later than expected. I will go to the pigeon house to get the letter. You can tell Sheriff Hall to send more night watch patrols at night. He should be sleeping in the night watchman's hut at the moment. After the priest finished speaking, he quickly ran into the church. Crown followed him to the night watchman's hut. There was loud snoring inside, and there were 2 wooden beds in the outer room, leaving a narrow passage. He glanced at the people on the bed, found no target, and walked straight to the back room. As expected, the patrol captain was lying here. He woke up the sleeping captain and informed him of Nick's instructions. Captain Hull, the priest asked me to inform you that extra night watchmen will be sent tonight. Seeing that the other party still looked completely awake, he repeated what he had just said loudly again, fearing that the other party would not pay enough attention, and explained, more night watchmen must be arranged. For extraordinary people tonight, they need to deal with the erosion of evil spirituality. The priest and I will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Hell was startled, his sleepiness disappeared, and he nodded hurriedly in agreement. Seeing that he understood his current situation, Crown said goodbye and left. Goodbye, may we forever be bathed in the glory of the Lord of Fire. After he walked out of the hut, the patrol captain's roar came from the room. Get up, everyone will participate in the vigil tonight. Yalu, you go and notify other members of the militia. Crown continued to walk forward when a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked his way. Crown stopped and saw the man kneeling on the ground with his right hand on his chest. Sir Knight, thank you for saving Del Smith's life. He did not move and accepted the gift calmly. Although there was an element of experimentation at the time, the result was that he indeed saved the other party. Without his talisman, the man's ultimate fate would be to mutate and be killed. Looking at the other man's figure, which was obviously weaker than the previous days, he stepped forward and helped the man stand up. I also want to thank you for your strong will. Del stood up, lowered his head slightly and smiled. Without your help, my lord, no matter how strong my will is, what's the use? I heard that knights all need retinues, who are responsible for feeding horses and maintaining armors. I wonder if I have the possibility of becoming your retinue. The man smiled shyly and continued, I am a blacksmith from a nearby village. I dare say that my forging ability is much higher than that of the original blacksmiths in the town. And after that incident, I found that my strength is much higher than that of the original blacksmiths in the town. It used to be a lot bigger. Del rolled up his sleeves and showed off the muscles of his arms. The setting sun coated his body with a layer of orange. This guy is really a wonderful person. In such a difficult environment, he still wants to seize the opportunity to move forward, which is also a good quality. Crown thought, he couldn't help but recall the time when he pitched Nick whether he could become a crusader. He stretched out his arm and faced the man with his palm raised. Come on, punch my hand and show your best ability. If you can satisfy me, I will consider this proposal. Okay, Del responded excitedly. He didn't expect that he would get this opportunity. After what happened that day, the man realized that only strong strength could protect him and his family. If he had been half as powerful as the powerful knight before him, his wife and 2 other children would not have perished in the jaws of that disgusting beast. He himself is just a somewhat powerful blacksmith with little literacy. It is impossible for him to become a priest, but maybe he can take the road of knighthood? He had been prepared to be rejected many times, but he did not expect to get the Lord Knight's approval, and his mood suddenly cheered up.
Dell stepped back 1 meter, lowered his waist and bowed his legs, punched out, and hit the palm of the person in front of him directly. Ha! His arm muscles were taut, veins were exposed all over his body, his eyes were like knives, and his fists even had an aura of courage to move forward. Crown felt the air in front of him being stirred, and the man's iron fist hit his palm hard. He did not retreat to release his strength and withstood the man's full blow. Feeling a slight numbness in his arms, he nodded slightly. The man's strength was not much worse than before he became a warrior. The golden light spell strengthens the body and mind. After continuous training, his physical fitness is much higher than the limit of ordinary people. Dell's face suddenly turned red when he saw that the target hadn't moved at all. The strength he was most proud of, the iron fist, was unable to make the opponent move a step, and his body did not even move. His fist seemed to hit the mountain. Is there such a big difference between ordinary people and knights? Dell originally thought that his strengthened body could knock the opponent back a few steps, but now he felt that there was no chance of becoming a follower. The strength is really good. Crown shook his arm and said, "If I have any consideration in recruiting followers, I will give priority to you." The man was ecstatic and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir." Crown came to Nick's room and found that the priest was not there, so he sat on a chair and waited. With nothing to do, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands in a mudra, seizing the time to meditate on the golden light spell before the red moon rose. After running for 2 long days, I still haven't seen the priest come back. The pigeon cot was not far from here, and he expected that Nick had returned to the sanctuary first. He stood up, locked the door, and twisted the brass lamp holder next to the bookshelf. After the bookshelf was moved away, he entered the underground passage and turned the mechanism inside to close the bookshelf again. When he reached the bottom of the passage, he found that the door of the sanctuary was open and walked in casually. He came to the mechanical gear and turned the dial to close the door of the sanctuary. Nick sat in the center of the hall facing the door, holding the metal-covered flame Bible in his hands but not watching. His eyes were unfocused, so he must be thinking about something. Crown walked to him and sat down cross-legged. Nick came back to his senses and said apologetically, "There is news from the church that all churches in non-urban areas will have to rely on themselves in the next few months. As usual, the church will distribute a book in advance before winter. We need a lot of supplies, but Rhine City is in chaos right now, and the supplies won't be sent out until next year. It's okay on my side. The blood-boiling potion and energy potion you need to practice the breathing method cannot be delivered, which will greatly delay your training progress. The breathing method is the top priority in warrior training. In this way, you will reach the level of the flame warrior. The time will be extended by several months." There was no disturbance in Crown's mind. When he learned the information about the gray mist from the priest, he had expected that this would happen. Both the church and the city hall will give priority to ensuring the safety of big cities. As for people living in remote villages and towns, they can only hope for their own good. He guessed that churches and other armed forces around the Rhine city have all been deployed to the city center. "What is the quota of medicines issued by the church?" Crown asked. "The standard for ordinary soldiers is 10 blood-boiling potions and 6 energy potions per month." The priest patted his forehead. "I originally needed to give you 4 months' supply. At this juncture, it is a big help." As a person in 2 lifetimes, Crown has a good attitude and is not upset about anything. He quickly accepted the things that cannot be changed, and it is more important to seize the present. He thought for a while and asked, "I can make the blood-boiling potion myself, but I am missing some blue tulip petals. Do you have any here?" He didn't need the energy potion at all. As long as he could get the missing materials for the blood-boiling potion from the priest, he could refine it himself. "I almost forgot that you are also a herbalist." Nick's expression also relaxed a lot. "I remember that I still have more than 300 grams of flower petals in my hand. In addition, I have saved up energy potions and can lend you 20 bottles first." As he spoke, the priest was a little sad. He bought the flower petals from old Moya, and his son has now become an excellent crusader warrior and senior pharmacist. "You don't need so many energy potions, just give me 5 bottles. Crown thought that if the intensity of the battle was too high, it would be better to keep some energy potions as backup. He saw that Nick had magic plant-level herbs here, and wondered if he could gather some herbal materials for energy potions and primary anti-magic potions to improve his herbalism skills. "Father, you also have magic emperor grass and wild herbs here." Steel Flower Crown reported all the missing magical plant ingredients for refining the potion, and waited for the other party's answer slightly nervously. "If you can gather enough of these materials, you can improve your herbalism proficiency a lot, and maybe you can try to help little Alan make herbal potions."
Having one more extraordinary person will provide more guarantee for the stability of the church. I remember there are some. I'll look for them for you. Nick stood up. I collected a year's worth of extraordinary materials and will exchange them with them when the church's supply team arrives before winter. He walked to the wooden cabinet in the corner of the room and began to rummage through it. There are a lot of wild steel flowers and magic emperor grass, but there are only 3 requiem grasses. Do you want more? The priest turned around and asked. Yes, as long as you have it, I want it all, Crown said with a smile. Herbology requires a lot of refining to make great progress, but what should we trade for? Spiritual coins. Nick nodded. Yes, spiritual coin trading. However, this time I will give you a credit and the gray fog will come. The price of these magic plants should be lower. After all, the output will gradually increase. As he spoke, he walked back to the center of the room and handed out the boxes in his hands. You can weigh them yourself when you go back and report them to me. Okay, Crown took the thing and put it next to him. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked, Father, we can't get support from the church. Just relying on a few of our extraordinary beings is too passive. I wonder if we can also arm those mortals. How to arm yourself? Like the last time we were attacked by cultists, if we have enough firearms, those ordinary people can also cause enough damage to those mutated beasts. That way, we only need to deal with the extraordinary evil things. You're right, I've thought about this issue too, but Zack Town is a remote town, and the patrol team only has about 30 people. Their weapons are only 10 semi-automatic rifles and 40 pistols, and there is not enough ammunition. After the consumption in the last battle, about a quarter of the bullets were consumed. In this situation, if you want to buy guns and ammunition from other places, you can't buy them. It's better to find a qualified blacksmith to make a batch of bows and crossbows. There is also an abandoned iron ore cave nearby, and some ore can be excavated. Originally, I planned to wait until the defenses were built outside the church before starting to deal with this problem. The two discussed some details in food reserves. Unknowingly, the gray runes in the room lit up one after another and turned silver-white. Crown saw that the surrounding walls, including the dome and floor, became transparent, as if they were floating in the endless starry sky. At this time, there was gray mist filling the air, surging like demons with long fangs and claws. He couldn't help but frown. How could the gray fog be outside? Then wouldn't the people in the church be? When the red moon shines on the earth, the spirituality of the world is unprecedentedly active. The sanctuary communicates with the spiritual plane, so you can see the gray fog, Nick explained. You can understand the spiritual plane as an illusory overlapping world. In fact, since the arrival of the red moon, the spiritual plane has begun to be eroded by this gray fog. The church does not know whether it is the evil gods who brought the gray fog, or the gray fog brought the evil gods. The function of the sanctuary is isolate this erosion. Crown was puzzled. In the real world, the erosion we suffer is not so serious. Why do we still need to communicate to the spiritual plane? Although ordinary people do not feel this plane, are they also subject to this kind of erosion? To answer your first question first, the church calls this kind of erosion spiritual pollution. It takes several days to get rid of the adverse effects. The spiritual sense of extraordinary people is more acute. In the outside world, we will definitely see erosion today. Entering the sanctuary will completely isolate us from this kind of corrosion. We will not have to spend time getting rid of spiritual pollution, but we will also gain other benefits. Nick paused and continued. The second question is that only when you sense the spiritual plane will you be eroded. Ordinary people are not spiritually sensitive, but they will not be polluted by this kind of soul. For example, there is a tiger in front of 2 people. One person knows that the tiger can kill people, so he will have the emotion of fear. This person is the extraordinary person. The other person is a fool who does not know that the tiger will eat him, but is not afraid. Ordinary people are such fools, and therefore they will not be spiritually polluted. Crown nodded, indicating that he understood. The priest pointed outside. Ignore the gray fog. It is impossible for them to break through the defense here, at least not in the past few years. The magic circle engraved in the sanctuary is a simplified version of the magic circle in the sanctuary in the previous era. This is the ability is still there. The red moon shines, the magic circle in the sanctuary is automatically activated, and the spiritual factors in this area are active. This is the benefit I am talking about. I want to start to understand the Bible, and maybe I can also understand a little bit of the true meaning of the law. You can do it yourself. After Nick finished speaking, he sat on the cushion and began to pray silently. Crown also sat down cross-legged. The priest said that the sanctuary could be eroded by all,
and he began to meditate on the golden light spell. Sure enough, this time he did not become too restless like the last full moon night.
He concentrated on the visualization.
40 days passed and he finished his meditation. At this time, 5 hours had passed. He summoned the golden wall to check the increase in proficiency. According to the previous growth rate, visualizing for 40 weeks can probably increase the proficiency by 80 points. Golden light spell, 6806/50,000, level 1, not bad, the efficiency has increased by 50%, Crown grinned. However, there was a long way to go to improve the golden light spell, and he planned to spend the remaining time training his ability as a spirit master. Taking out a golden spirit coin, a smile appeared on his face again. Those low-quality spiritual coins have been purified into the highest quality gold through continuous soaking in golden light talisman water. You must know that believers pray in the church hall most of the day, and the magic circle carved in it continuously produces holy water. The operation of the magic circle can also purify the spiritual coins that Nick placed under the angel stone statue. The priest said that now about 10 gray spirit coins can be purified into gold in 4 or 5 days. It used to take half a year to achieve this effect, but 1 gray spirit coin only needs to be soaked in 2 pieces of golden light talisman water to purify it into gold. He has another money-making skill, and now he has a total of 36 spirit coins in his hand. Once the church regains contact with the outside world, Crown will prepare to purchase low-quality spiritual coins. As the spiritual concentration of the world increases, the output of spiritual coins will also increase a lot in the future, and his business will become bigger and bigger.
What limits his development is the output of golden light talismans.
Holding the spirit coin in his hand, Crown took a few steps to the side. After getting a little further away from the priest, he sat down again and sunk his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Through the literacy of extraordinary knowledge, he already understood how to improve the spirit master in the early stage. Completely attaching his consciousness to the hourglass of time, he began to control the rotation of the hourglass. Thin golden threads that were difficult to detect with the naked eye drifted from the spirit coins and disappeared into the palm of his hand. The golden thread traveled up Crown's arm without being hindered by flesh and blood at all.
It was the pure spiritual essence drawn out.
Wisps of golden light converged towards his yin-tang and disappeared at a certain location. In the sea of consciousness, drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the raindrops formed a vortex and merged into the hourglass of time. In the quicksand at the top of the hourglass, dots of golden sand are formed. As the sands of time continue to increase, gray flowing shadows faintly appear on the brass base of the hourglass. The evil spirits that coexist with the spirit master live in another form in the body of the master. As the ability increases, the characteristics of the evil spirits will appear more. Crown guessed that in the past, the sands of time slowly increased through the accumulation of time. Coupled with his continuous visualization of the golden light spell, those evil thoughts were eliminated before they increased much. This time, after absorbing the spiritual essence in the spiritual coins, the sand of time increased very quickly, so this change was seen. Through the time hourglass, he accurately felt that 2 hours had passed. At this time, the drizzle in the sea of consciousness has stopped, and the quicksand field at the top of the hourglass has been filled by about 1/3. After his consciousness returned to his body, he lowered his head and saw that the spirit coin in his palm had turned into gray powder. He took out a folded piece of papyrus from his pocket, spread it out and poured the powder into it. He took out a golden spiritual coin again and continued to absorb the spiritual essence from it. Another 2 hours passed, and the spirit coin also turned into powder, and the gray shadow on the hourglass of time became more intense. Crown could vaguely see its outline, like a deformed octopus with more tentacles. As the tentacles danced, a feeling of restlessness and decay arose in his spiritual sense. His consciousness exited the sea of consciousness, and suddenly he heard someone whispering in his ears. I held my breath and listened carefully. The hall was quiet, and I could hear the even and long breathing of the priest in the distance. With a stern smile on his face, he stood up and moved his hands and feet, which were slightly numb from staying still for a long time. It is now 4:30 in the morning, and the silver runes in the sanctuary have dimmed by about half, and the gray fog outside is also much thinner. After Crown moved his body, he continued to sit down cross-legged and began to meditate on the divine will of the golden light curse. After 12 weeks, he stopped visualizing and sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness again. There is a faint golden stream of light on the brass base of the hourglass of time. Where is there any gray shadow? He opened his eyes and smiled silently. When he looked at the 4 walls of the sanctuary again, he found that everything had returned to its original state, and the runes had returned to their original gray color.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning and the sun is about to rise. Crown turned his attention to the priest.
He wanted to leave the sanctuary and bathe in the morning sun to meditate, but he was afraid of disturbing the other person's practice. While he was hesitating, Nick turned his head as if aware of it, and their eyes met.
The priest smiled and said, "You are in good spirits. How did you feel about the night spent here?
There should be special gains, right?"
"It's been a great harvest," Crown said with a smile on his lips.
"It's already morning. I want to go back up there, together?"
"Let's go."
Nick stood up holding the slate with one hand, and the two of them left together.
Time goes back to yesterday evening, before the red moon rose.
Gerald was packing his things in the room, and Alan looked at him with worried eyes.
"Teacher, I'd better go with you.
Your current illness is taking more and more energy to control. If there are beasts, monsters, etc. that break in when you are at your weakest, I will worry about you."
The demon hunter interrupted the student with a smile.
"There is gray fog outside now, and it is too dangerous for you to go out. But I am already a transcendent, so staying in the gray fog for a night will not be a big problem. Just because it's more dangerous outside, I'm more worried about you," the boy said with some sadness on his face. Gerald's tawny eyes were deep, and he put his hands on the student's shoulders. "I have some good things this time. Crown has made a few talismans that will definitely help me a lot and control my inner mania.
Evil thoughts.
If what Big Brother makes can come in handy, I should join you." Before the boy could finish speaking, the Witcher took a deft half-step forward and hit him on the back of the neck with his hands.
Alan lost consciousness.
After picking up his student and putting him on the bed, Gerald sighed, with deep sadness in his eyes. It was still some time before the red moon rose, and he felt a manic feeling in his heart, which he had never seen before. In the past, he would only feel this way after the red moon rose, so he was really not sure he could survive this full moon night. He left his weapons on the table, took out a pure heart talisman and a golden light talisman, lit them respectively, and put them into 2 bowls of water. After the talisman burned out, the color of the water in one bowl became as bright as the moonlight, and the water in the other bowl shimmered with golden light. He picked up the silver talisman water and took a sip carefully. After a while, he felt a chill filling his heart, and the manic feeling subsided slightly.
He picked up the golden talisman water again and took a sip.
A warmth rose from his lower abdomen, but he felt nothing else.
"It's somewhat useful, but the effect is not big enough." The demon hunter smiled sadly, secretly mocking himself for not having much hope.
He left both of his swords on the table and shouldered one of Alan's steel swords. Gerald took out a letter he had already written from his arms and placed it under his sword, then drank the talisman water in the 2 bowls. He took a deep look at his student, picked up the special torch with holy water added, left the room, walked out of the church, and climbed over the wall. When the Witcher came to the mine outside the town, the red moon rose and spread its crimson moonlight onto the earth. He quickly tied himself to the iron chain. As soon as he finished all this, his mouth elongated, his ears became pointed and erect, his body ballooned to more than 2.5 meters tall, and white body hairs like steel needles emerged from his body. Emerged one after another. Ouch! Wild howls shook all directions, the clarity in Gerald's eyes gradually disappeared, and his tawny eyes turned blood red. His sharp claws suddenly slapped on the stone wall, causing rocks to fly and debris to fall down.
"It's over.
The red moon has just risen and I can't suppress my crazy wildness. The demon hunter has become a member of the dark creatures.
It's really ironic. Maybe they were right to expel me. This kind of darkness cannot be defeated."
Ouch! The giant white wolf bent its legs slightly, clenched its claws, and howled wildly at the entrance of the cave.
Its eyes completely turned blood red.
Then, he grabbed the iron chain with his sharp claws and pulled hard. The iron nails driven into the stone wall had a tendency to be pulled out. The werewolf's eyes suddenly flashed with silver, like the cold white moonlight. As waves of chill hit him, half of the redness in the white werewolf's eyes faded, and the color of the eyeballs near his pupils returned to yellowish-brown. Gerald felt a chill that penetrated his soul, and the mania in his heart was immediately suppressed.
"Is that kid's thing really useful?"
The werewolf raised his arms and stared at his thick paws.
The wolf's kiss opened and his scarlet tongue stretched out to lick his nose.
After meditating under the morning sun, Crown drank a bottle of No. 3 holy water and ran to the restaurant for a big meal. Holy water can replenish a lot of energy, and also has a strong feeling of fullness. The taste is okay, with a light fragrance, but after all, it has no oil and water, so it cannot satisfy the appetite. He devoured it and trotted back to his room, ready to experiment with the limits of the acceleration effect of bullet time. Only by knowing your best friends can you better utilize your strength when fighting. Although his subconscious wants to avoid danger, after all, it is human instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages.
But when danger really comes, he can also show the courage and determination to risk his life and survive.
Just as he ran out of the restaurant door, he saw Alan rushing over, almost hitting him.
Crown stepped aside and grabbed the boy's wrist.
He used a little force at first, and after the boy ran for 2 steps, he used more force to pull him back. "Why are you so reckless?"
Alan cried.
"Brother, let's go out to find the teacher.
He went out last night and hasn't come back yet." "Geralt is out?"
It is impossible for an old demon hunter not to know that under the red moon, the emotions of extraordinary people go crazy.
There must be something he has to do.
Crown was not too nervous. Although there would be emotional problems for extraordinary people exposed to the outside on a full moon night, it would not cause any immediate irreparable damage. It was just that it was a bit troublesome to remove spiritual pollution, at least at this point in time.
Your teacher may have other things to do.
Don't worry. Even if a transcendent is exposed to the gray mist, as long as he doesn't stand stupidly under the moonlight, there is no problem in staying there all night.
The teacher has some physical problems.
I can't guarantee what his emotional state will be like.
Alan's tears were already flowing. Shall we go find him?
His eyes narrowed slightly, and Crown couldn't help but be shocked when he thought that the Witcher had once mentioned that he had a manic tendency.
Could it be that he was already showing signs of losing control at that time? Has he tried to see if my talisman works?
His thinking didn't last for a second before he was interrupted.
Alan took his hand and pulled him out. "Let's go find him."
Crown stabilized his center of gravity, and his body stopped. "First of all, please explain clearly what state Geralt was in when he went out last night, what abnormal behavior he has shown recently, and whether he has lost control."
Teacher, the boy said hesitantly.
He looked at the face of the person opposite, who slowly became gloomy and gritted his teeth and said, "The teacher is not out of control. The Witcher's loss of control is when his emotions become weird and crazy little by little.
The teacher is not recruited.
He only has mental problems on full moon nights. I'll go tell the priest." Crown didn't quite believe the boy's words. He was worried that if Geralt really lost control, he would most likely not be a match for the Witcher, so he wanted to find helpers to go with him.
"You can't call the priest."
Alan's voice suddenly rose an octave, and his face turned red.
"You can't tell the priest about this." "What can't you tell me?" Nick walked from the corridor. He glanced at the boy and asked suspiciously, "What happened? You two have been mumbling here for a while, right?"
The scene fell silent for a moment, and Crown saw Alan looking at him with pleading eyes, shaking his head. There was a breeze blowing, bringing a bit of coolness, and there was a strange atmosphere among the few people.
"What are you doing standing here? Did Alan do something wrong?"
A hoarse but gentle voice came, and the demon hunter apprentice shouted excitedly, "Teacher!" He pushed Nick aside and ran out. "Teacher, I was so scared just now." The demon hunter carried a huge roe deer on his shoulders and stood on the edge of the training ground. He patted his student's shoulder heavily. "In the future, you will face many unexpected enemies in various unexpected situations. What are you afraid of?" He threw the prey on the ground and grinned. "When I came back this morning, I killed a group of mutated roe deer. I found that this one actually knew how to escape, and there was no crazy blood-red color in its eyes, so I caught it to see if there were any. Maybe while cooking, I haven't eaten much meat in the past few days, so I can only drink holy water, which makes my mouth taste very bland and unpleasant."
Nick came over and looked at the Witcher carefully. "Did you go out last night?"
"It's not a good habit to go out for a walk under the red moon."
"Thanks for the advice. There was an emergency last night." He kicked the prey under his feet. "Please check it out. The priest is very sensitive to evil contamination."
The priest stretched out his hand towards the demon hunter.
The latter understood, took out the weapon behind him and handed it to him. This prey was much larger than an ordinary roe deer and was exceptionally strong.
Nick thrust his sword into the belly of the prey and opened a gash, revealing the bright red flesh and blood inside. He picked up the holy symbol on his chest and placed it on the roe deer's wound. Under the bright silver holy light, no other changes occurred in the flesh and blood.
"There is no problem with the quality of the meat.
There are actually creatures that have adapted to the gray fog and mutated into benign forms."
The priest clicked his tongue and said, after processing, "Leave me a mouthful of meat."
He turned around and said, "I'm going to gather the people, count whether there are any blacksmiths, carpenters, etc., and then strengthen the defense outside the church."
"Do you have any plans today?"
Crown said gently, "I want to refine the potion first, and then practice breathing techniques." The priest nodded, with a look of relief on his face. "Very good, You have just been promoted to extraordinary, and your strength is at an explosive stage. Work hard. If there is no battle, it will not interfere with your training." After saying that, he turned and left.
Gerald smiled hee and said, "Let's finish the meat and leave the lunch to you."
"Okay, you can tell Lawford, the chef, to cut the hind legs into strips." Kron explained how to handle the roe deer and stared at the Witcher. "Why do I feel that you have become taller and stronger?" The clothes on the other person looked thin and could not wrap up his strong figure, giving people a tight feeling.
A melee extraordinary person's clothing should be light and well-fitting. Loose and tight clothing will have an impact on the performance of the battle. The illusion must be yours. The demon hunter shook his head as if he was having epilepsy.
Kron glanced at the other party and did not continue to dwell on the topic.
With his current eyesight, there was no way he could be mistaken.
The demon hunter was clearly 2 to 3 centimeters taller than when he saw him yesterday, and his body was slightly fatter. Some special cooking was needed in case there were problems with the meat that the priest could not detect. Kron once again explained, "After you have processed the meat and bones, soak them in golden light talisman water.
Prudence is his good character, and he must eat with confidence." "No problem, but I've used up the talismans you gave me. I'll give you 2 more of each."
2 more of each, Gerald chuckled and stretched out his hand.
Hee, Kron gritted his teeth and smiled.
The last time he made the talisman, he used half of his Sunflame liquid and Moon Dew reserve to create 72 pure heart talisman and 42 golden light talisman. The results of his visualization for nearly a month, although as his proficiency improved, the materials were obtained faster and faster, but they could not be given away in vain.
Facts have shown that the talisman plays a huge role in today's gray fog, and its effect in expelling evil spirits and calming the gods is much stronger than that of holy water. He originally only said to sell a gold shield, but he really lost a lot of money.
"I'll give you another golden light talisman to wash your flesh. If you want to buy another talisman and seal, each one costs 10 gold shields."
10 times the increase? You are more greedy than a vampire. The demon hunter jumped anxiously. "It's easy to use. It's my own business.
I think it's worth the price." Kron took out a golden talisman and handed it to the Witcher.
After free marketing, the effect is unexpectedly good. The price increase is not excessive, right?
He waved his hand and signaled the 2 of them to go to work. "I'm going back to refining the herbal medicine. When my ability improves, I will try to refine the herbal medicine.
Ask me to cook again at noon." Kron didn't go back to his room to refine the potion.
He came outside the church and found old Hans. The herb collector said in surprise, "Master, I haven't seen you these days. I thought you stopped buying herbs."
"I've been busy lately and haven't had time to make potions, so I didn't come to see you.
From now on, if you go out to collect herbs during the day, you can go directly to me in the backyard of the church." The 2 counted the herbs, and Kron paid and left. He acquired some materials for refining strength potions and stamina potions. In the room, Kron was skillfully handling the petals of black sage and blue tulips.
He wanted to give priority to refining the blood-boiling potion.
At present, it is difficult to increase proficiency, but it is an auxiliary medicine for practicing flame breathing, which can speed up the efficiency of practice. He was already very familiar with the refining of blood-boiling potions, and this time he adopted a more radical refining method. Refining 10 materials each time, in this way, the materials in his hand can be refined in 4 times.
3 hours later, Kron obtained more than 80 blood-boiling potions.
The church only distributes 10 tubes per month, how can it be used?
He whistled proudly and called out the golden wall.
The proficiency of herbology on the wall has only increased by 5 points compared to the original level, which is better than nothing. There was still time before noon, so he started refining the strength potion. Kron has not yet made the habit of taking drugs in combat. After refining his potions, he puts them in a box and does not carry them with him. So far, he has not experimented with the increase in strength potions. It was not used in the last battle outside the church. He planned to sew a special piece of equipment in the future, specially used to store various potions and holy water and other supplies. He didn't even get enough buffs during the battle, which is really a pity for his status as a master of herbal medicine.
At noon, small private room in the restaurant. The dishes on the table are full of color and aroma.
Although the main ingredient is only roe deer meat, the food has different aromas after being stewed, roasted, fried and other cooking methods. No one among the 4 people present spoke, and the only sounds in the room were the sounds of chewing and drinking soup. Everyone ate at a very fast pace. After the storm, Nick licked his lips and made a sound of satisfaction. "I didn't expect you to have such cooking skills."
After eating the food you cooked, I will eat Lawford's food in the future. Meals will be more painful. Gerald picked his teeth with a dagger and said, I will go out for a walk more often to see if I can find any animals that I can eat. It's difficult. All the animals in several livestock farms in the town have mutated and gone crazy. Some people have even been gored by the crazy animals. In the future, there will be more and more edible animals. Crown was willing to be a chef to serve everyone. He changed the topic and asked, do we have enough food reserves? People like this consume a lot of food every day. That's enough. The priest nodded lightly, picked up the cup, rinsed his mouth and spit it out. The day after the gray fog came, I already informed everyone to move as much food as possible from home. I checked the grains and found that only a small amount had mutated and threw them away. I also purified the intact grains. If it was not enough, I used diluted holy water to top it. Now the production efficiency of holy water has increased more than 10 times than before. As long as we survive this winter, everything will slowly get better. The priest turned his head and faced the two demon hunters. Mr. Gerald, what are your plans for the future? Will you leave here after winter passes? The gray fog is coming, and the number of monsters will gradually increase. You can get bounties and harvest extraordinary materials wherever you go, so why not stay here? Zacktown? He himself didn't have high hopes for his recruitment. Demon hunters rarely stayed in one place, let alone a small and remote place like Zacktown. This proposal can be considered. Gerald put down his dagger. If Mr. Crown's talisman can give me a preferential price, I think I should stay in the nearby area. Upon hearing this unexpected answer, Nick asked, nearby area, where do you mean? Rhine City, there is too little fun here, and there are no charming sorceresses. Gerald raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a very good mood, which was completely different from his slightly melancholy temperament in the past few days. The priest said, the Rhine City is 200 kilometers away from here in a straight line. The road conditions are very poor. To get here, it will take several days on horseback. After the gray fog falls, the night becomes very unsafe. The time spent is delayed. It will be longer. His original intention was to keep the demon hunter here. With one more transcendent stationed here, the town would be safer, but a help from afar had no effect at all. The priest turned his head sideways and asked the church soldier, at what price did you sell your talisman to him? Crown smiled and said, 10 gold shields each. It's not expensive. The gold shield will slowly depreciate in value. It's very conscientious to sell this kind of goods at this price in this era. After Nick finished speaking, he stood up and said, I'm going to arrange for the children and the elderly to go inside the church this afternoon. Let's go first. Not getting the results he hoped for, he stopped staying and left. Now he still has a lot of work to do. Although he doesn't know why those cultists have been quiet recently, he must not take it lightly. Crown also stood up. I'm also very busy in the afternoon. Goodbye. After the two left, Alan burped and said, Teacher, I think it's not bad to stay here. Killing monsters there is all about making a living. Gerald's eyebrows moved slightly and he looked at his student. You are still young, and you can't imagine a lot of happiness. His thoughts drifted to another time and space, and his eyes lit up with aftertaste. Crown left the restaurant, returned to his room and meditated on the golden light spell for several weeks, and then came to the training ground. He first drank a blood-boiling potion, and then began to practice fire breathing. After taking the potion, a fire seemed to be lit in his chest, and beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. He practiced breathing techniques meticulously, visualized the golden light spell when he felt tired, drank holy water when he was hungry, and spent the entire afternoon in training. Fire Breath, 119/2000, Level 1. Crown was very satisfied when he saw that his proficiency in breathing techniques had increased by 12 points. In a few days, when the proficiency reaches a certain stage, the training efficiency will increase rapidly. Although the improvement will be slow before the advanced level, according to his experience, he will definitely break through to the second level breathing method within half a month. The Flame Warrior's sword and Fierce Fire are just around the corner. After going to the restaurant for dinner, Crown began to meditate on the golden light spell early. He held a golden spiritual coin in his hand. He had not yet experimented with whether absorbing spiritual essence could improve the efficiency of visualization. The bright moon rises, and the clear light shines on him. As he breathed, his skin faintly revealed a bright jade color, crystal clear and warm. Crown felt a slight chill on his body, and the hourglass of time reminded him that the hour had passed. He stood up from sitting cross-legged and twisted his neck, making a quacking sound. Raising his hand, he saw gray powder on the spirit coin in his hand. Summoning the golden wall, Crown found that the efficiency of visualization today was about 20% higher than before. He blew away the dust on the spirit coins inside. No matter what world, money is a really good thing. He originally thought that if he could master the art of making high-grade spiritual coins, he would become very financially powerful, but he found that if he used it, it would still not be enough. It needs to be used for visualization, it needs to be used for training the ability of the spirit master, and it needs to be used for purchasing materials. He has not developed any small hobbies yet. When the books are used, I will regret them. The same goes for the money. However, he was determined to use spirit coins whenever he could, as long as he kept 3 or 5 as capital. Using money in exchange for time to improve your own strength is always a good deal. Every time you become stronger, you become safer. Crown sat down cross-legged again, holding a spirit coin in both hands. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, controlling the hourglass of time. Wisps of spiritual essence were absorbed by him into the sea of consciousness, a drizzle fell into space, and the sand of time and the quicksand increased slowly but surely. He repeated this cycle while absorbing the spiritual essence and visualizing the golden light mantra to eliminate evil spirits and evil thoughts. When the quicksand of the hourglass was filled, it was 9:15. There is something strange about this brass hourglass. All the sands of time are concentrated at the top, and it does not turn upside down even after it is filled. A confident smile appeared on Crown's face. He had never filled up the quicksand before, and now he finally had the confidence to test the new ability of the spirit master. He noted the current time of 21 hours 17 minutes and 10 seconds, then released bullet time and began to visualize the golden light spell. When he was fighting against the collection of evil thoughts, he still remembered the much accelerated speed of his visualization. After a long week, he quit the visualization and the time came to 21 hours 22 minutes and 7 seconds. It takes about 7 minutes to visualize a complete week. He made a rough calculation and concluded that the effect of thinking acceleration is 30%. This is a very terrifying effect, which means that he has more time to think about how to deal with the enemy during the battle. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness and found that 2/3 of the sand of time had been consumed. Judging from his current total amount of sands of time, after adding the bullet time buff, he can maintain a 10-minute battle. However, you must reserve enough time for the release of the sand of time to rest, so the bullet time is best maintained at about 5 minutes in the full state. After experimenting with the acceleration effect of his thoughts, he began to test the addition of skills to body speed. Crown went to the training field outside, set a distance, ran with all his strength, made 3 trips back and forth, and recorded the time. Then release the bullet time, do the same action, and finally come to the conclusion that it increases its own movement speed by 10%. After returning to the room, he conducted a final test to verify the bonus effect on nerve reflex speed. Crown got under the table, took out a spiritual coin and threw it upwards, out of sight. He controlled his strength accurately, and when he saw the spirit coin again, he quickly grabbed it and recorded the distance it fell on the leg of the table. After throwing it 20 times in each of the 2 states, it was finally calculated that the bonus to the nerve reflex speed was also about 10%. 10% may not seem like much, but the difference between a person running 100 meters in 10 seconds and 9 seconds is the difference between heaven and earth. These bonuses are the difference between life and death during combat. After the test, Crown had a clearer understanding of his current strength. With various combat buffs superimposed, his strength should be qualitatively improved. The increase in speed can also cause more damage. Defenses that were originally unable to be pierced may now be pierced. The only unpleasant thing is that he still has no long-range attack methods. Without the blessing of advanced firearms, he can now use revolver shooting to cause no effective damage to dark creatures unless he hits their eyes and other vulnerable parts, but these parts are also the places that all creatures will focus on protecting. Maybe I should try to make something like TNT, or find people who can make this chemical. Crown thought. He didn't know how to make firearms, and he had no way to get large-caliber gadgets now. If he could make stable and powerful explosives, he would have a long-range attack method and solve the problem of his useless shooting skills. The embarrassment of martial arts. At this moment, he shed tears without knowledge. Putting aside his extraordinary abilities, the basic laws of the 2 worlds were not much different, but his chemistry knowledge had already been returned to his teacher. In some novels in the past life, it was written that the time traveler created an industrial era in the past. It was really amazing. He had no such ability at all. He only knew that TNT, an antique-grade explosive called nitrotoluene, was a mixture of nitric acid and toluene, with sulfuric acid used as a catalyst.
But I know that these are only in one direction, and there is only one Sun Wukong somersault cloud away from creating something. The concentration of raw materials and the mixing ratio, the temperature control range during the reaction, how to separate and wash at the end, and how to refine. There are so many steps, but he used to be just a keyboard warrior who knew a little bit about everything, how to operate it. Shaking his head, Crown put this matter aside for now, superimposed the buff of bullet time, picked up the spirit coin, and continued to visualize the golden light spell. When he noticed that his thinking speed had slowed down, he completed the visualization cycle and opened his eyes. Golden walls appeared in the depths of his eyes. Golden light spell, 6977/50,000, level 1, spirit control, 158/3000, level 1, thank you all for your votes, thank you for your support. The skill of controlling the spirit increases the proficiency by more than 120 points, at the cost of 3 spirit coins and 6 hours of absorption time, plus half an hour of release time. Continuing his work, Crown poured a bottle of number 2 holy water, took out the spirit coin and began to absorb the spirit essence. He was going to use the bullet in the visualization of the golden light spell at Mao hour or Yu hour. This not only exercises the skill of controlling spirits, but also improves the visualization efficiency of the golden light spell, killing 2 birds with 1 stone and maximizing the efficiency. After absorbing 3 spiritual coins, the sands of time filled the quicksand field, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Crown stopped the busy day and began to rest. At 5 o'clock in the morning, he opened his eyes on time. 4 hours of sleep would ensure that he was in full physical condition that day. Visualizing the golden light spell at Mao hour and Yu hour, practicing the flame breath during the day, refining potions at night, and absorbing the essence of the spirit in the hours before going to bed, the liver controls the spirit technique. Without any distractions, Crown worked hard to become proficient in the liver. If there is no external interference and there are enough raw materials, he can go to the end of the world and have no way out. It is exciting to wander between life and death, but compared to being invincible when you appear on the scene, I believe most people would choose the latter. No matter how many enemies change, I only need to suppress them with 1 finger. 10 days passed, on the training ground. Golden light spell, 8156/50,000, level 1, spirit control, 1389/3000, level 1, fire breath, 2276/3000, level 1, fire cross, 946/2000, level 1, cross sword, 837/5000, level 3, herbology, 4576/5000, level 3. Seeing the skyrocketing proficiency of each skill, Crown's eyes reflected a look of confidence. All the hard work pays off, which is such a happy thing. At this moment, Crown felt as if there was a warm stove in his lower abdomen, sending heat to his limbs. His movements, strength and speed have improved to a certain extent, and the dream of swords and fire may come true in another 10 days and a half. Marshall once said that the fastest record in church records for becoming a flame warrior was 1 year. He just wanted to tell the other party that such a record was weak. The current situation is that he only has 3 spirit coins left in his hand, otherwise his proficiency in the golden light spell and the spirit control technique will be further improved. At this time, Nick rushed out from behind. "Crown, come here, something big happened." His brows were furrowed and he spoke quickly and urgently. "What's going on? Could it be that the group of cultists are attacking? But why are they running towards the rest area?" Crown was stunned for 0.01 seconds and quickly followed. In the room, Nick found a scroll and carefully spread it out on the table. This is a map of the surroundings of the Rhine city. It is very detailed, just like aerial photography. The direction of the map follows the principle of up, north, south, left, west, right and east. The church in Zach town belongs to the Rhine City Archdiocese, and the Holy Fire Cathedral in the city is the base of the church in the north of the kingdom. After the Grey Fog, His Excellency Cardinal Flanders asked the scattered churches to visit the Holy Fire Cathedral every 2 days. Contact the church once to inform them of the current situation in the church. We are at this location, the northernmost part of the kingdom of Farouk. The town of Zach is surrounded by mountains on both sides. Going further north is the towering Andes Mountains. There is a secret mountain trail leading to the city of Kansad. At this time, the wild I'm afraid the danger will be increased by more than 10 times. Nick clicked on the upper left corner of the map and continued, going further south, next to us is the town of Peru. Peru is the only way for us to travel south. News came from the Holy Fire Cathedral that the Peru church lost contact 5 days ago. The bishop issued an order to investigate what happened in nearby churches while ensuring their own safety. Cartography skills have completely engraved this map in Crown's memory. He glanced at the map subconsciously and said, "You mean we send people over to investigate?" No, Nick shook his head, his eyes particularly solemn. Peru town is more than 30 kilometers away from us in a straight line. Due to the rugged roads, even if we ride horses, in the winter when the days are short and the nights are long, we can't make it back and forth in one day. I am fairly familiar with the priest there, and his strength is about the same as mine. He is assisted by 2 crusaders. Losing contact 5 days ago means that the people in a town there may have been wiped out, and we cannot go to this dangerous area to explore. The priest raised his head and stared at the other person. What I'm worried about now is that if those cultists did all this, will we be the next target? We have to guard against this. Crown nodded slightly. Judging from the current situation, the town has become an isolated island. If the situation in Peru town is as the priest expected, they can only leave through the mountains. But what will the situation in the mountains be like? No one knows. The beast mutates, grows in size, and becomes more aggressive, that's for sure. What is our current situation? Can ordinary people cope with the impact of a group of mutated beasts? These days, he paid no attention to what was going on outside the window, focusing on training and improvement. He did not take a single step outside the church's backyard, and he hardly communicated with other people. If the size of the herd is about the same as last time, I don't think it's a big problem. Nick's face softened slightly. I discovered a very good blacksmith named Del Smith. He has restored and manufactured a usable crossbow. You need to know that he the reference is a powerful military crossbow in my collection, with an effective killing range of about 120 meters. I am going to pull out a crossbow unit of about 100 people, but it requires a lot of steel to make enough crossbow arrows. The iron pots in the nearby people's homes have been smelted, but we need to reserve more. I will call Gerald to lead it. The strong laborers go to the mines to mine, and you need to be responsible for the safety of the church. Okay, when will you start going to the mines? Crown knew that each other should bear their responsibilities. The priest took special care of him to be able to train without distractions these days. To take a step back, Shou Jia is just training in a different place, which does not affect his own proficiency in liver flame breathing. Starting tomorrow, I will notify the demon hunter to make preparations tonight. It's time to make some efforts to provide him with food and drink. The priest put away the map. Starting tonight, one of the 3 of us must be in front. Keep vigil, you will come first tonight. I understand. I will prepare some battle potions and talismans for you tonight, Crown promised. Strength potions and physical strength potions are still very useful in battle. He has experimented and found that strength potions can increase oneself by about 5%. The power of any weak advantage in the battle will slowly accumulate into a victory. The talisman water of the pure heart talisman can reduce the impact of negative emotions such as irritability and madness. The golden light talisman water can block the invasion of evil things. If everyone had stacked these buffs against the boar-headed evil creature last time, they might have been able to severely damage it. Okay, these consumptions will be recorded and will be returned to you from the income of the church in the future. Nick smiled. Now Gerald will not shirk. It is difficult to argue with this guy's lack of income. Hearing Nick's words, Crown chuckled. He doesn't seem to be rich, and he spends a lot of time. I imagine that extraordinary people should be rich in money. The priest shook his head and said, how is it possible? It is true that the income of extraordinary people is much higher than that of ordinary people. If extraordinary people themselves do not have good manufacturing skills, their lives will be very tight. Extraordinaries from long-established organizations such as the Church and the Warlock Guild are better off, as they can still receive a fixed amount of supplies every month. The moment the official demon hunters came out of Kaer Morhen, they could only support themselves by hunting monsters to obtain extraordinary materials, and collecting some bounties when they were lucky. They had no additional income. He paused, looked at the setting sun, and said, I'm going to talk to Gerald. You have an early dinner and go to the front to watch the night. I will replace you in the early morning. Wait a minute, Crown stopped the priest who was about to leave. I still need your help. I can't go on vigil duty until 7 o'clock. He pointed at himself and lowered his voice and said, from 5 to 7 p.m. is a good opportunity for me to understand the true meaning of the law more deeply. During this time, it is easier to understand the operation of the law. He was right, this time period is a good time for the liver golden light spell, which in the eyes of the priest refers to the law of fire. Nick's eyebrows raised slightly. Okay, I'll go ahead and keep an eye on it first, and then look for the Witcher at night. He readily agreed and turned to leave, deciding that he would also study the Flame Bible more during this time. Crown took out a bottle of holy water and drank it. Holy water was now his main means of quickly replenishing energy. Pulling out the practice sword from the weapon rack, he started to practice the cross sword with his flame breath. As his proficiency in breathing techniques continues to improve, he is able to keep the flow of life running for a long time during battle. Time is like a trickle, flowing quietly without stopping. Under the setting sun, Crown looks focused, moving his sword as fast as flying, attacking Linglai. The sky gradually darkened, the evening glow dissipated, and the moon showed its crooked smiling face. The moonlight was as gentle as water, and Crown was keenly aware of the indescribable coolness on his skin, so he stopped his training. Drinking another sip of holy water, he ran back to the house. Opening the window, the room was filled with bright light. He was bathed in the clear light and sat cross-legged on a cushion on the floor. The thumb and index finger intersect, and the other fingers are naturally spread out. Both hands form moonlight seals, and the elbows are placed on the knees. In front of my eyes, the silver full moon appeared. Outside the window, the crescent moon looked like a hook. Suddenly, an hour passed. Crown put on the leather armor, picked up the sword, and hung the holster on his waist. Then he got up and came to the restaurant. He finished the meal left by the chef in a hurry and walked towards the church door. On a late autumn night, the dew is heavy, and one can feel quite a bit chilly when walking outdoors. Crown saw that the ordinary people who were keeping vigil had put on thick clothes, and some even put on fur coats. Nick was currently wearing half-chain armor, standing in the shadow under the tower at the door. Next to him, there was a slightly thin figure standing. Hearing the footsteps, he looked back. "I thought you forgot the time because you were too focused." "How could I forget? I have a strong sense of time, so I was delayed for a while eating." Crown came to his side. "Leave this to me, you go back and rest early." The priest pulled the armor around his neck, pointed at the person next to him, and said gently, "Dell will assist you in patrolling in the first half of the night, and Hull will bring people from the patrol team to help in the second half of the night. Just stay alert while you rest." "Mr. Moya saved my life a few days ago." Dell put his hand on his chest and bowed. "I will definitely cooperate well. You two already know each other. Very good. See you tomorrow." Nick pointed to the tower on the left. "Ring this bell in case of emergency." "Understood." Crown looked intently and found a large clock half a man's height hanging under the tower. The priest gradually moved away. Dell pointed to the wooden house a few meters away and said, "This is the place where you rest at night. Just come out every hour to check on the situation. Let's go in." "Don't worry, let's take a walk along the wall and take a look. Let's go to the left first." Okay, Dell led the way, and the two of them walked onto the wooden frame under the wall. "Wait a moment, and I'll take a look at the situation outside." Crown looked outside. The tops of the wooden pile walls were sharpened to form a semicircle with the church door as the center. The illumination range of the holy fire happened to be 5 or 6 meters away from the outside of the wall. At the edge of the light outside the wall, a blazing bonfire was lit. The light from the bonfire could only project 3 or 4 meters. Looking outside, there is a thick gray fog. You can see that the fog is constantly billowing, as if there is something hidden inside. "Sir, these fogs are very evil. Looking at them for a long time gives people an uncomfortable feeling like something is crawling over them," Dell reminded. "Thank you." Crown found that after staring at the thick fog for a long time, it gave people the illusion that he was being stared at by many pairs of eyes. He withdrew his gaze and asked, "How many groups are the officers on duty at night? How many people are in each group? What weapons do they use? Is there anything unusual in the past few days?" Including the people on the tower, there are 16 groups in total. Each group of 3 people is equipped with 1 or 2 crossbows. The distance between each group is about 30 meters. It has been relatively stable at night these days. Occasionally there will be a few, only a mad beast rushed out of the gray mist, nothing else unusual. After lightly nodding and understanding the general situation, Crown pointed ahead. "Let's go, let's patrol quickly." The two continued to move forward, and people greeted Dell from time to time on the road. Soon, the two of them reached the edge of the wall next to the outer wall of the church. "Hey, the big blacksmith is here," a short, fat man wearing a peaked cap with a thumb-sized hole in the side and holding a cigarette greeted enthusiastically. Next to him stood 2 15-16-year-olds squatting. Young people. Crown saw that the fat man's cigarette was rolled very roughly and the paper was wrinkled. He must have rolled it by himself. A black crossbow hung on his left waist, and a wooden box was carried on his shoulder, which contained more than 10 crossbow arrows. "Balu, don't talk nonsense," Dell scolded with a smile. "The knight is responsible for tonight's vigil. I will take him to take a look."
The short and fat man looked behind Dell, immediately took out the cigarette in his hand, and stood up straight. "Hello, Lord Knight." The two young men behind him quickly stood up straight. "Hello, Sir Knight." Crown glanced at the three people opposite him and said, "Thank you. How did you monitor the outside area during the night watch?" He wanted to understand how these people worked and see if he could achieve full surveillance coverage within a time period. Baloo reached out and pushed up his hat, revealing his hairline that was very far back. He said and organized the following words: "Sir, the three of us each observed the time of a cigarette. The monitoring range is directly facing us and the three adjacent bonfires on the left and right." Crown suddenly moved forward and pressed against the wall. In the corner of his eye just now, he saw several figures flashing into the range of the bonfire. "Sir, there are some monsters coming in over there." A rough shout came from the adjacent monitoring point, with an obvious vibrato. There were 7 humanoid monsters in total. Their faces were blue or purple, reflecting the red light of the flames, and they looked particularly strange. One of them had a face that had become blurry, as if his facial features had been wiped away by some unknown force. At least one arm of these people disappeared, replaced by thick black tentacles. The strongest monster is more than 2 meters tall, has no legs below the waist and abdomen, and has 4 or 5 tentacles growing out. Crown saw the pupils of these monsters disappear. The eyeballs were covered with clusters of red, yellow, blue and other colored filaments. He could even clearly see that the filaments were still twisting. The monsters stretched their heads, opened their mouths wide, and made hissing sounds. The volume is not loud, but it is very penetrating. When you listen to it, it feels like a snake crawling through the grass. Wow, my God, what did I see? Why did old John become like this? And Joya? Baloo stood on tiptoes and exclaimed after seeing the situation outside. "Shoot!" Crown shouted, echoing far into the quiet night. Although these monsters were some people's former friends, no one hesitated, and those with crossbows took aim. After experiencing the gray fog, the combat literacy of these ordinary people has improved significantly. The progress from scratch is always so obvious. The monsters screamed and rushed towards the wall. The wooden piles laid randomly and irregularly outside significantly reduced their speed, but also affected the accuracy of these unskilled crossbowmen. Most of the crossbow arrows were nailed to the wooden piles. The arrow body was deeply embedded in the wooden pile, and the tail was still buzzing and vibrating. Occasionally, crossbow arrows hit monsters, but they continued to move forward without feeling any pain. Crown drew his revolver, aimed at the head of the strongest monster, and fired as it passed between several wooden stakes. When the gunfire rang out, the monster's skull was opened by bullets. As if a magic box had been opened, densely packed yellow tentacles burst out, emitting a little bit of fluorescence, like a blooming sea anemone, and the monster's movements stagnated slightly. Bang, bang, there were 2 more gunshots. The center of the sea anemone that Crown aimed at this time, in his opinion, the place that originally contained the brains, should still be the monster's weak point. All the bullets hit the expected target, but the monster showed no signs of stopping and instead roared in his direction. Isn't the brain their weak point anymore? This thought flashed in his mind, and at the same time, he pulled the trigger again, blowing out the eyeballs of the still and roaring monster, without any need to calculate the movement trajectory. This time 2 black tentacles emerged from the monster's eye sockets, as long as an adult's arm and as thick as a thumb. There was no expression on the monster's face. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a black beard, put it in his mouth and chewed it, releasing green liquid. Ugh! A young man next to him squatted down while holding onto the wooden wall and made a sound of retching. Seeing that the firearm was ineffective, Crown felt that even if he could shoot the monster into a hedgehog, it probably wouldn't be fatal. He holstered his pistol, drew his sword and shouted, "Stop shooting." Following his order, the night watchman stopped attacking from a distance. He held the gap between the tips of the 2 wooden stakes with his hands, jumped out of the wall with a slight jump. Crown stepped on the wooden stake and charged forward with his sword in hand. When the monsters saw someone jumping out, they all rushed towards the side. The monster that was chewing vigorously broke off the snacks and jumped onto the wooden stake. It opened its teeth and claws and pounced on the visitor. The tentacles on its head and waist were flying like a chrysanthemum with black edges and yellow stamens. When he jumped out of the wall, Crown had already turned on bullet time. He wanted to capture a living creature and dissect it to study where the weaknesses of this mutated human were. Any creature would have weaknesses, as long as it had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering them. Crown's sword circled the monster and swung it in a circle. The cold light flickered, and the night watchman watching the battle felt their eyes blurred, and saw the knight ducking sideways to another tall wooden stake.
When they looked again, they found that the deformed monster had lost most of its tentacles and arms and fell to the ground.
After Crown cooked the strongest monster, another monster jumped up and tried to bite his leg.
He stepped sideways, raised his sword, and the monster's head flew out, spurting out smelly green blood. The monster fell to the ground, and its headless body turned around and fled in the direction it came from. Sue realized that the enemy was powerful, and the remaining monsters turned around and rushed towards the gray mist.
Crown didn't pursue them. These monsters that seemed to have been mutated by ordinary people were not difficult for him to deal with now. What he had to do was to find the real weaknesses of the monsters and tell the ordinary people who were keeping watch how to deal with them. He lowered his head, glanced at the tentacles that were still twisting wildly on the ground, and began to search for any thick or long sticks on the ground, ready to string the monster back for dissection. Before he could make any discovery, the monster's chest and abdomen were opened, revealing a white squid-like mollusk with a spindle-shaped head the size of a football. Inexplicably, Crown remembered the movie Alien he watched in his previous life. When this thought flashed in his mind, he had already drawn his gun and fired, giving the remaining 3 bullets in the revolver to the mollusk that had just emerged. This time the monster was shot through easily, and the kinetic energy of the bullet lifted it up and hit the wooden pile behind it. Crown jumped down and cut it open with a single stroke of his sword. The dark green liquid swayed and made a sizzling sound after falling. It was obvious that the monster's body fluids had a strong corrosive effect. The little monster was twitching violently and rolling on the ground.
He used his sword to split a wooden stake into 16 pieces, cut it into a short spear, skewered some tentacles and 2 halves of the monster, and finally took out 2 No. 3 holy water and sprinkled it on the polluted land. Leaping onto the wooden stake again to use his strength, Crown flew over the wall like a light bird and landed steadily on the wooden frame behind. At this time, 3 groups of night watchmen had gathered here, and they looked at the fallen knight with awe. Crown waved his hand. The mutants have been dealt with, let's disperse and cheer up tonight. Go back to your original positions, keep a good watch, and do your own thing, Del said, stepping forward to help get things. No need, Crown said as he moved his hand away, I haven't figured out how active these things are yet. I'll take them myself. The 2 got off the wooden frame and quickly returned to the tower. In the open space at the gate, Crown lit a few oil lamps with holy water, and they suddenly became as bright as day. He picked up the sword and began slicing research to test the activity of the monster's tentacles. When the real monster burst out of the human body, he judged that it should be a parasitic unknown creature, and those human bodies were the breeding ground for it.
Have such mutants appeared during vigils before? Crown asked.
No, Del held a hammer and stapled the sliced tissue to the wooden board at his feet. Occasionally, mutated beasts rush out, are shot by crossbows or firearms, and then turn around and run away.
I have never seen anything so weird.
After piecing together, Crown restored the full picture of the parasitic monster. It has a long, spindle-shaped flat head, with a half-meter-long hose growing upwards, connected to the anemone-like tendrils at the top. These tendrils emit fluorescence and have a certain hallucinogenic effect on ordinary people. Below the monster's head are thick black tentacles, which were dissected into 6. These tentacles have a strong vitality. After being sliced and poured with holy water, they can still remain active for more than 10 seconds. Irrigating the tentacle slices with golden light talisman water will completely inactivate them in about 5 or 6 seconds. An anatomical study added 6 points of proficiency to his demonic scholar skill. After reaching the conclusion, Crown took Del and patrolled the wall in a complete circle, telling the night watchers that the weaknesses of human mutants were more likely to be in the chest and abdomen. When the 2 of them returned to the wooden house at the gate after their inspection, Del opened the door diligently and greeted, adults, please come in and rest.
Just go out and check every hour or 2. The night watchmen are very attentive. No one will take their own lives for granted.
Crown shook his head, you can rest, I will train by myself for a while. After saying that, he reloaded the pistol and handed it to Del, keep it for me first. Then he started to gain proficiency in the liver breathing technique and the cross sword in the open space. Watching the skill numbers slowly but surely increase was the most comfortable thing for him. Del put the gun in the house and listened to the endless whistling of swords on the field. He respected the night more and more and was deeply inspired. He began to perform strength training. That night, Crown was worried all night long. If your physical strength is low, drink a bottle of holy water and visualize the golden light mantra. When your energy is restored, continue practicing the breathing method in cross sword. This cycle went on, and he never stopped for a moment except for patrol time. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before the sun rose, golden light pierced the clouds, and the gray fog began to slowly dissipate. When Nick came to the tower, he saw the crusaders of the church sweating profusely in the open space, swords flying in their hands, and there was a hint of heat in the air. "You're up so early for training after a night vigil," the priest greeted.
"Morning," Crown responded and slowly stopped his body movements.
At this time, the door of the wooden house creaked open, and Hull walked out with a sleepy look on his face and said, "He didn't get up early to train.
He practiced all night."
The priest's face showed concern. "Don't work too hard, just take it step by step, and try to maintain a better state to prevent unexpected situations."
"I know."
Crown bent down to pick up the cowhide scabbard thrown in the corner of the wooden house and put the weapon into the sheath. "I have a special constitution, and I can recover quickly with holy water. I feel that my breathing method has improved very quickly recently, and I think if I work harder, I might make a qualitative breakthrough."
"A qualitative breakthrough? Life is just an illusion. It's only been a month since you became a transcendent, right?"
"This is obviously an illusion caused by the rapid improvement in strength after being promoted to extraordinary level." Nick grinned vaguely, and then nodded with a serious face. "It's good to be motivated, but you still need to pay attention to rest. If you train forcefully when your physical condition does not support it, it will be inefficient to do twice the result with half the effort.
Go back and rest as soon as possible." Crown didn't argue.
He told the priest about his encounter with the mutant last night, recounted his autopsy report in detail, and finally said goodbye to the two of them and turned to leave.
Hull looked at the knights back and sighed. "I don't know how happy old Moya would be if he knew that his son is so outstanding now.
I used to think that he was just an ordinary herbalist apprentice, but I didn't expect that since he went through that. After an evil spirit incident, he was able to become a supernatural being.
TSK.
After a person faces death, he will always change a lot. He should discover his potential between life and death. I heard from the Bishop of the Church Inquisition that ordinary people can only discover 10% or 20% of their abilities, while extraordinary people can only discover 10% or 20% of their abilities. The essence is the process of constantly exploring one's own potential." As Nick spoke, he seemed to hear the sonorous and powerful words of the bishop when he graduated as an exorcist priest. "If people tap out all their potential, what difference will they make to gods?" He turned his head and smiled at Hull. "The captain may discover his abilities one day." The patrol captain shook his head hurriedly. "Forget it, I'll just follow the priest and wave the flag." Nick chuckled. Hull's attitude was also the attitude of most ordinary people today, but since we are in this era of resurgent gods, mortals without power are destined to be swallowed up by the torrent of the times. According to the analysis from the Holy Fire Cathedral, the spiritual concentration of the world is still accelerating, and the difficulty for ordinary people to advance to the extraordinary has been greatly reduced. Now with hard work, many mortals also have the hope of becoming extraordinary. One day, those evil gods from the stars will fully revive, spreading fear on the earth and harvesting souls. Even if the various gods who held the kingdom of God High were to return to the mortal world, the situation would not be optimistic.
People without strength may not live as well as ants.
Crown returned to his room and opened the window to welcome the first ray of sunlight of the day. He performed the great sun seal on his hands, bathed in the warm sun and meditated on the golden light mantra, and then he slept for 2 hours.
Meditation can't replace sleep. He still needs 4 hours of sleep every day.
However, the current situation is getting more and more serious, and the breathing method is about to advance, so he decided to add 2 more hours a day and wait until the liver results show results before returning to his normal schedule. The visualization time at Mausher and Yushur is untouchable, and the remaining time is used to breathe out liver flames, which will also increase the proficiency of the cross sword. After the basic swordsmanship was upgraded to the 3rd level, passive special effects appeared. Crown still had high expectations for the upgrade of the cross sword. He decided to continue hiring Geralt as a sparring partner and improve his proficiency in breathing techniques in cross swords.
The hourglass alarm clock rang in Crown's consciousness.
He opened his eyes and stretched, then slowly stood up and moved his body. After washing, he drank holy water and went to the restaurant to eat. Then he walked out of the church to the open space of the walled gate and continued the liver breathing method. Accompanied by the tinkling sound of iron coming from not far away, Crown drank the blood-boiling potion, moved his sword like the wind, and the air was stabbed with a cross slash, making a whistling sound. The sun was setting in the west, and in the afterglow of sunset, Nick led a group of people and pulled 7 or 8 mine carts back to the church. The man on duty on the tower noticed the mining team returning from a distance and shouted loudly, "The priest is back with the team, open the gate." Several strong men shouted slogans, twisted the turntable, and used the pulley block to lift the heavy wooden door.
Crown walked out of the door and greeted them.
The road at the door was not straight, and was deliberately designed with 5 consecutive hairpin turns. In order to blot possible attacks from the herd of animals, the rough road could at least slow down the attacker's speed. When Crown saw Nick, he saw at a glance that the mine cart next to him was not loaded with ore, but a large pangolin-like beast tied up with chains and ropes. He looked back again and found a corpse with half its head missing on the minecart behind him, and many people were injured. "Look what good stuff I caught." Nick smiled broadly, with joy in his voice. Crown saw that the beast's scales were matte off-white with yellow wavy patterns on them. Its back was injured and bled blue blood. Stepping forward, he touched the beast that kept roaring with his hand. It felt smooth and slightly cool. With his level as a second-level demon scholar, Crown recognized that this should be a demon monster with extraordinary strength. Iron Eater. Beast. This is a strange monster that feeds on ore and can excrete crude metal slag. Their scales fall off once a year, and these scales can be smelted again to make advanced armor. The advantage is that it is light in weight, has excellent defense against puncture damage, and has high resistance to elemental damage. He judged from the color of the iron-eating beast's scales that this monster's diet this year was iron ore and copper ore. There was an angry look in the monster's eyes, but there was no crazy factor, indicating that it had not been mutated by the gray mist. "Looks like I'm going to get rich this time," he thought to himself. "You didn't recognize it? This is an iron-eating beast. It's very useful." The priest thought he didn't recognize it, so he explained happily, "There should be an introduction to this kind of monster in the basics of extraordinary knowledge." "You didn't read carefully enough." Gerald sneered from the side, "If I hadn't stopped it, you would have killed it." Nick waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I'm just trying out the monster's ability to withstand attacks." "Ha," the demon hunter smiled without mercy. "What about the casualties?" Crown changed the topic that embarrassed the priest. 1 died and 6 were injured. 5 of them were slightly injured, and the other's forearm was knocked off by its tail. Fortunately, I was deep in the mine at the time, otherwise there would have been more casualties. Nick paused. Sighing, "The deceased will be cremated tonight. Deaths and injuries are inevitable, so let's think about how to raise this monster." Gerald patted the priest on the shoulder. "This thing can dig holes in the ground very fast, and the iron chain cannot tie it down." He asked again, "When will the promised reward be paid? Protecting people is more tiring than killing monsters." "Well, I told him that the reward is to hire him for 3 days, get one of each of your 2 talismans, and a bottle of strength potion." "No problem, then the settlement will be made once every 3 days." Crown nodded. "Mr. Gerald, are you interested in making extra money?" The man with alabaster hair raised his eyebrows, and there was a bright flash in his eyes. "What kind of extra money?" "I'm very interested. Let's talk as we walk." The wounded need to be treated as soon as possible. Crown turned around, Gerald followed immediately, and the convoy continued to move forward. "Be my swordsman training partner. According to the previous price, you can get a gold shield an hour. 5 golden shields per hour." Gerald stretched out his palm and spread his fingers. "You are much stronger now than before, and sparring will be much more tiring." The demon hunter raised his eyebrows and said with a strange smile, "I learned the price increase from you." Crown laughed. He understood that the other party was still unhappy with him for raising the price of the talisman. "No problem, do you have any extra spirit coins?" "I am willing to buy the ordinary quality spirit coins in your hand at a higher price than the market price." "That's not possible. The effect of the spirit coins will become more and more powerful. I still have this sense of smell." Gerald blinked and smiled, with an expression of "I have seen through you. The church has purification. I know the spirit coin's magic circle." The scar on the edge of his left eye twisted, giving off a fierce look even though he was smiling. "Then what price do you think is appropriate?" "I'll lend it to you, and you'll have to give me gold spirit coins when you pay it back." Crown bared his teeth. "Loan shark, how much can you pay?" "There are only 6. You only need to give me 5 gold spirit coins." The demon hunter asked, "When do you want it?" "But you need to give me 2 gold spirit coins first, and you can wait for the remaining 3. The only 6 spiritual coins were accumulated by their master and apprentice in the past 2 years and were the last reserves. 2 of them were earned from the priest a few days ago and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. This time the opportunity was good, so he was willing to take it out. "It won't be used until a few days later. I'll ask you to borrow it then." Crown planned to wait until the breathing technique and cross-sword liver were upgraded, and then continue to use the spirit coins to speed up the proficiency of the spirit controlling technique and the golden light spell. As for how the spirit coins came about, of course they were borrowed. If the town regains contact with the outside world, it will not be difficult to pay back the money with his skills.
Now it can be improved a little bit. After getting the response from the demon hunter, he turned and looked behind him. Before he could speak, Nick said, "Borrowing spirit coins, right?" "No problem. Have you used up so many spirit coins?"
At your current stage, at the warrior level, spirit coins are rarely used. The two of them spoke just now without deliberately lowering their voices, so the people behind them could hear them clearly. Crown said with a hee-hee smile, "The production of talisman seals requires the use of pure spiritual essence.
He plans to hang out in the church circle as a warrior.
When he goes out, the spirit controller will be his other vest. When the time comes, he will buy an evil spirit with other abilities to disguise his new identity in all aspects. I don't have many spiritual coins left in my hand. I still need to keep a batch for my own use.
I can only support you. I guess 20.
Damn rich people," Gerald cursed secretly in his heart. The master and apprentice were in danger many times, and they only accumulated a few spirit coins in 2 years, but a small town priest could save dozens of spirit coins.
Coins' possessions made him jealous.
After the convoy entered the fence, the gatekeeper twisted the turntable, and the gate was lowered with a squeaking sound.
Gerald asked, "I'm going back first. Should we start sparring in the evening or after 7 o'clock? Where is the location?"
"Yes,
the time is still the same, and the location is in this open space."
Crown responded with a slight tap of his foot.
The demon hunter nodded and looked to the other side. "Father, don't forget to pay me the extra reward." He waved his hand and left with satisfaction.
"What extra reward?"
Crown asked puzzledly. "He reminded me that the monster was an extraordinary iron-eating beast.
I was very happy after I captured the monster alive, so I promised to give him 200 gold shields for information consultation fee." Nick spread his hands and lowered his voice. "At that time, I didn't even think about iron-eating beasts, because this mining area was relatively barren and was abandoned after a few years of mining. It would not attract such rare and extraordinary creatures at all."
"Do you understand what I mean?"
The priest said it very cryptically, but how could Crown not understand that he was a second-level demon scholar? He nodded imperceptibly. "Of course I understand, we have made a fortune." The two looked at each other and smiled without saying a word. Iron-eating beasts will only appear in rich ores, which means there is a rich vein of ore hidden under this poor ore.
There will be some associated gems in the rich mines.
These gems are excellent casting materials. If the quality is good, the warlocks are willing to pay a good price. Leaving aside the mineral veins, the scales shed by the iron-eating beasts are high-grade materials for making armor. Many knights are proud to own a set of such armor. Nick said softly, "Look for an opportunity to survey the size of the vein. If it is a micro-sized vein, it will be between us. The quality of small or above needs to be reported to the church, and we will have some soup along with it."
The blacksmith shop is the only brick structure building in this shantytown.
It was built just a few days ago, and the plaster on the wall is still a little wet, but it is expected to dry out soon. At this time, the fire here was burning brightly, and Dell directed the workers to pile the ore into the appropriate location. Crown was sitting at the door setting the bones of a broken man. Drinking holy water would not be effective for this kind of injury, so he, a herbalist who was half a doctor, could only help. The patient had a wooden stick in his mouth and was being held down by two strong men. He gently pressed his fingers on the skin of the patient's arm, carefully feeling the condition of the fracture.
After becoming a transcendent, Crown's senses were very keen.
With just a few touches, he could determine the opponent's condition. The ulna was broken and dislocated. "I'm lucky, it was broken very cleanly, without any bone residue," he said. He gently rotated his hand on the patient's arm to slide out the muscles embedded in the fracture, and then pinched the broken bone to align it. Crack, the patient bit off the wooden stick. The simple and crude treatment method made him sweat in pain and let out a soft whimper.
"No need to hold him down, get the splint and straps."
A man hurriedly let go, picked up something from the ground, and handed it to Crown. He took the things, applied the tiger bone plaster on the patient's arm, fixed it with a splint and wrapped it with a bandage.
"In 3 days, ask me to change the dressing."
He took out a bottle of No. 3 holy water and handed it to the person next to him. "Let him drink it."
"Thank you, Lord Knight."
These people thanked each other one after another. Crown smiled back, waved his hand and said, "Help him go back to rest." In the corner of the wall, a simple wooden frame was set up.
A few men used pulleys to lift a 1 square blue stone.
They used the kinetic energy of the falling stone to drive wooden stakes as thick as an adult's thigh into the solid ground.
8 of them have been laid. 9. Now only a small gap is left to form a circle. Nick stood aside, with the tightly tied iron-eating beast crawling at his feet. This kind of monster cannot be controlled by ordinary methods. It is easy to dig holes and chew stones. It is not dared to be kept in a pen. If you untie the rope, you will definitely run away without a trace after one night. This is preparing to hang it up. The trouble of happiness, I want to raise this iron-eating beast, but I find it difficult to do it. The priest looked at the companion who came over and asked, "Is there anything you can do?" Crown laughed and said, "I can make some powerful drugs to make him sleep well every day, or feed him some addictive herbs to control it. What do you think?" Nick curled his lips. "Your method is pure nonsense. I kept it because I wanted it to work and create value. It would be great if it was a cub. I can tame it slowly even if I am not a trainer. I am afraid that an adult monster can only sold to those beast tamers. Extraordinary level beast tamers are even rarer than demon hunters. What price can the iron-eating beast be sold for? It's worthless to people who don't need it. It can kill 3 or 5 spiritual coins to eat meat. Extraordinary creatures are a great tonic food for power-type extraordinary people, and that's all. Iron-eating beasts are very useful to senior blacksmiths. Said to be very useful, they can feed the iron-eating beasts specific minerals to get the desired excellent alloy scales. Then you need to find a buyer who is a high-level blacksmith who is an animal tamer." Crown rolled his eyes and asked, "Is the profession of animal tamer strong? If I have time, would I like to get a part-time job?" He felt that taking up multiple professions at the same time was a good way to become stronger. While studying the knowledge of extraordinary beings, he only saw the existence of this profession. There was very little description and it was covered in just a few hundred words. He only knew that only those with natural affinity to animals could be competent. It also required learners to be keen and powerful. Psychic power in order to communicate with domesticated pets. Wouldn't it be nice for a person with these conditions to become a church priest or something? Therefore, animal trainer is a declining profession. Of course you can do both. Whether this profession is strong or not depends entirely on what kind of pets you tame. I think beast tamers will slowly rise in this era. After all, there will be more and more powerful beasts and monsters in the future. However, this profession consumes too much energy and money to improve after reaching the extraordinary level, so it is not suitable for concurrent training. I suggest you not choose this option. Nick analyzed the pros and cons of animal trainers and gave him a reference. I think it would be quite cost-effective if we could tame a highly intelligent flying pet that could be used as a scout. Crown knew the importance of information in battle. Being able to discover the enemy first would give him the upper hand. It's a good choice, but I still don't recommend taking up this profession at the same time. Nick shrugged and advised earnestly, exploring your own potential and maximizing the advantages of this profession is the way to be truly strong. You can't imagine the joy of liver proficiency. I want to think about both breadth and depth. Crown smiled and nodded, "Thank you for reminding me." Now he would not choose to study anything else at the same time. Improving the breathing method level of the warrior profession is currently the only way for him to significantly improve his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. At this time, a bearded man with a square face and a yellow beard came over. He picked up the colorless towel hanging around his neck and wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Father, the venue is set up." Nick said walked over to the wooden pile and pushed hard. The square-faced man smiled and said, "The stakes made of iron birch are driven down to nearly 1 meter, ensuring durability. With 12 wooden stakes pulling and pulling, even a powerful monster cannot escape." The priest nodded with satisfaction, "I'll give you extra food tonight. Bring this beast over and starve it for a few days." "Okay," the man grinned and greeted his companions, "Come and help me." Several other strong men picked up the rope and surrounded the iron-eating beast. They tied it once again and then lifted it up and stepped forward. The monster suddenly began to struggle, and the men were turned upside down by the huge force. "You have to force me to do something special," Nick muttered, walking aside and picking up the ironclad buckler he put on the wall. "Get out of the way first." When the ordinary people were far away, he unleashed a round of violent output on the iron-eating beast's body. Bang bang, several strong men listened to the dull sound and shrank back rhythmically. The iron-eating beast first let out an angry roar. It wanted to roll over but was held tightly by the priest. Its voice gradually turned into a hurt wail. After beating for more than 10 minutes, Nick stopped. At this time, the monster lay motionless like a dead dog. "Carry it over and hang it up," he shouted, walked over to face Crown and said, "In my opinion, there are only 2 ways to tame animals. The first is to cultivate feelings. which is time-consuming and labor-intensive.
The advantage is that the pet is highly loyal. The second is what I just did. It can be done quickly by beating it until it is afraid. The disadvantage is pets want to run away if they get the chance. Cuckoo, a gray carrier pigeon, flew from a distance and landed in the backyard of the church. The Holy Fire Cathedral just contacted us yesterday, and there are carrier pigeons today.
Did an emergency occur?
Nick's face changed slightly. You take care of it first, and wait until they hoist the iron-eating beast up to my room.
A friend asked about the update time. It is updated on time at 6 p.m. every night. Thank you for supporting me.
When Crown came to the door of the priest's room, he found that the door was ajar. Dong dong, he knocked twice and then pushed it away. He found that the master and apprentice of the demon hunter were also there. At this time, the three of them were standing around the table talking something.
Seeing him come in, Nick asked, "Is that beast still honest?"
"I was taught to be obedient by you, and I didn't move at all after being hung up." The priest grinned. "It just needs to be cleaned up, but this state can't last for 2 days. Crown came to the table and saw a map on it, with 2 circles drawn with pencil on the map.
He understood where the accident should have happened again.
Sure enough, Nick clicked one of the circles with his middle finger and said in a deep voice, "Yesterday, Elba Town, southwest of Peru Town, was attacked. Only a few dozen people were safely transferred to the adjacent Cookstown.
Other towns the people should not be spared alive. The town of Elba is a large town.
There are 3 exorcist priests and 6 crusaders stationed in the church there, including a second-level priest.
There is also a patrol team of 70 or 80 people in the town.
It's a small ammunition arsenal, and the patrol team has plenty of ammunition.
Among the extraordinary ones, 1 exorcist priest died in the battle, and 4 crusaders died in the battle. Survivors confirmed that the most powerful attacker was a 4-meter-tall pig-headed monster with spiritual armor, and a group of mutants.
Participate. I think this must be the same cultist that attacked the church last time.
The church did not send manpower to exterminate the flesh alchemy monster at the first time.
If we try to exterminate it now, the price we have to pay is much higher than before."
Gerald's eyes condensed like substance.
"Your church's northern headquarters in Rhine City has decided have strong personnel been dispatched?"
Nick raised his eyebrows. "Don't expect reinforcements. The situation in Rhine City is even more serious now.
After the gray fog fell, the situation there became out of control. We have no time to take care of surrounding towns in a short time, so we can only rely on ourselves." It was time to rely on oneself again. Crown's eyes rolled and he said, "The monsters have become more powerful.
If the cultists' targets turn to us, how should we deal with it?"
"Everyone should know their strength and formulate a battle plan. If we don't, the enemy may have no choice but to abandon the church and flee."
"How far has your level of herbal medicine improved? Can you start refining herbal medicine?" Gerald asked abruptly.
"You can start refining it, but I still recommend waiting. Crown's current proficiency in herbal medicine is still more than 400 points before he can reach the 4th level. Green herbal medicine is just a relatively uncommon medicine, and it is only a low-level extraordinary medicine. If the demon hunter had a few more materials, he would dare to start refining them now.
For now, to be on the safe side, it was better to wait a few more days."
"I'm afraid I won't be able to wait any longer." Gerald touched the white hair on his forehead and sighed. "I'm just anxious. This kind of potion is rarely refined by alchemists other than K or Morhen, so I'm not sure."
"It's also normal." He paused and continued, "Let's talk about me first.
The way demon hunters fight is somewhat unique, and preparation in advance is very important.
The last time we were suddenly attacked, we had no time to prepare for many things.
If I face the same enemy again, my attack power can be increased by more than 40%.
If someone can attract the attack of the monster, I can be even stronger."
"Okay," Nick shouted softly, "my abilities are more defensive and auxiliary, which are complementary to Qin. Even if the monster's strength increases to another level, I can guarantee that it will be completely held back within a certain period of time.
Escape is a desperate choice. Given our geographical location, if we really get to that point, we will definitely be hunted to death by the cultists."
Crown tapped the table twice with his hand and said, "In terms of logistics, I can provide 2 more talismans, the Pure Heart Talisman and the Golden Light Talisman, and I can also provide strength potions. As for my own strength, it is better than the previous days."
Big progress.
He summoned the golden wall, glanced at it, and said firmly, "In 2 or 3 days, my breathing method will be able to advance. Fire Breath, 2678/3000, Level 1, Fire Cross, 1014/2000, Level 1, Cross Sword, 1186/5000, Level 3. During this day and a half, he spent most of his time and energy on the liver breathing method in the cross sword, and his proficiency in using the flame cross also improved a lot. One of the greatest functions of the Golden Wall is that every time he practices correctly and carefully, he can develop a more advanced understanding of the skills. He will soon be able to improve his proficiency in breathing techniques to the critical point of promotion, and then he will need a little more.
Time passes slowly. How come this guy has grown so much in recent days?
In a life-and-death battle, it is most taboo to overestimate one's own strength.
The corners of Nick's mouth twitched.
He closed his eyes and covered his eyes with his hands, feeling that his companion's assumptions were too serious.
Are you mistaken? You just advanced to transcendence a few months ago, right? Advance again, are you kidding me?
The demon hunter frowned in a straight line and said rudely, "This is your illusion that your strength has improved rapidly after you were promoted.
Do you understand the illusion?"
Crown pursed his lips, spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "I wanted to tell the truth to stabilize the morale of the army, but I was scolded that it was a dream and I had nothing to say.
But having said that, this is indeed unbelievable.
If it were not clearly displayed on the Golden Wall, he himself would not believe that he has made such great progress." He stopped explaining anything, prepared to get angry, and finally let the facts speak for themselves, all night long.
"Crown, I'm here to keep vigil tonight. You have a good rest tonight." Nick pressed his hand on the location of Cookstown on the map. "The plan to mine or is on hold for now.
We will wait until the situation becomes clearer before making a decision. If the cultists' next target is us, and the next few days will be very dangerous." Patting someone on the shoulder, the priest said in a serious tone, "Have a good rest.
Didn't you say that the Qingshin talisman's calming effect is very good? Give yourself a bowl of talisman water and have a good sleep."
"The priest is right," the demon hunter said. "I think so too, brother. Have a good sleep and don't tire yourself out." Alan sent an assist. Nick pushed Crown's back with his hand. "It's getting dark soon, let's break up the meeting and let's go have dinner together."
"I'll eat later, you go ahead."
After Crown said that, he turned around and left. The hourglass of time told him that it was now 5:46, the moon had risen, and it was time to meditate on the golden light spell. Nick raised his eyebrows and quickly raised and lowered his head at his leaving back.
After he walked out of the room, he approached Geralt and asked in a low voice, "Have you fought against Crown in the past 2 days?"
"No," the demon hunter shook his head, "he has been practicing by himself recently."
"I don't think he will rest peacefully tonight."
"If he asks you to be a sparring partner, please use all your strength to make him realize the reality."
Geralt grinned lightly. "Is there any reward?"
"Yes,
you are a money-hungry demon hunter," the priest cursed.
"If he doesn't have such blind confidence tomorrow, I will reward you with 20 gold shields."
"Then, as you wish."
The Witcher smiled brightly and said, "You get 2 cents for doing the same thing."
"This is a really good deal."
Crown quickly returned to his room, drank a bottle of holy water, made moonlight seals on his hands and began to visualize the bright moon shining on him.
Time flows quietly, and the moon moves towards the zenith.
After 7 o'clock, he finished his work on time and opened his eyes. He picked up his one-handed sword, swung it twice, shook his head slightly and walked out of the room. His physical fitness is growing all the time, and his arms are getting stronger. Now he feels that the weight of this weapon is a little lighter. Walking forward along the corridor, he knocked on the door of the demon hunter's master and apprentice. In the room, the master and apprentice looked at each other, and they both saw smiles in each other's eyes.
"Teacher, hit me hard and you must wake me up."
Alan clenched his fist and gave a fierce look. Gerald tied his long snow-white hair back on his head, smiled and nodded, "I won't hold back this time. I will try my best to let him distinguish the difference between dreams and reality." The two opened the door and walked out together. "As I thought, you are still so punctual." In the night wind, the demon hunter's snowy hair was flying, and the cold moonlight shone on his smiling face.
"Didn't the priest tell you to have a good rest? Punctuality is a good quality."
The corner of Crown's mouth raised slightly. "People can rest enough after death. Now I want to work harder to improve my strength, instead of waiting for death when danger comes."
"Let's go to the training ground."
The three of them passed by in the corridor, their footsteps breaking the silence and reverberating.
"You know, someone asked me to show you some color, and that's what I thought too."
Gerald's eyebrows were beaming, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. "I have been a little depressed in the past few years, but recently I have been much more energetic. It has been too long since I have really moved my hands and feet."
"Are you ready to be beaten?" Crown said mockingly, "Kneel down and beg for abuse." The more powerful a demon hunter is, the more he can withstand pressure and the more he can improve. If he spends the same money and gets better results, he doesn't mind being a little less beaten. Hopefully you'll be able to talk big later. The moonlight passed through the gray fog and appeared dim, and Crown felt that one day, the gray fog at night would block all the brilliance of the moon. The two stood opposite each other on the training ground, where most of the light came from the sacred fire burning on the bell tower. The slightly dim environment did not have much impact on the two people who were about to fight. The extraordinary people all had good night vision abilities. Crown's own night vision ability is even more amazing. Because of the golden light spell, he was able to see in dim environments very early on. After being promoted to extraordinary, this ability was further strengthened. At this time, he could even see clearly a thumb-sized gap on the edge of the weapon shelf base in the distance. Outside the court, Alan shouted forcefully, "Teacher, come on." Gerald drew his sword and made a gesture of invitation. "Let's see how long you can last in the face of true strength." "You will see it," Crown said unwillingly. The improvement of proficiency can maintain his own state at a very high level, and the lower limit of his attacks is far higher than others. Although his combat skills have not been upgraded in recent times and there has been no qualitative improvement, with the continuous increase of proficiency, the improvement of actual combat ability is not small. If the Witcher looks at his strength based on the last time the two of them fought, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Crown took out 4 potions and drank them. One is the pure heart talisman water, which keeps oneself keenly aware. One is the strength potion, a 5% increase in strength is a considerable improvement in status. One is the blood boiling potion, which is now necessary for him to practice breathing methods. The last one is holy water, reserve energy for yourself in advance to avoid physical exhaustion during battle. You're cheating. Alan didn't know what Crown drank, but he knew it would definitely improve his combat effectiveness. There is no need to be so serious about a practice, various extraordinary potions are still worth some money. I'm a herbalist, so potions are part of my strength. There's nothing wrong with using drugs to fight. After explaining to the demon hunter apprentice, Crown asked his opponent, "Do you need a bottle of holy water?" "Of course yes." Gerald caught the thrown holy water and threw it to his student. Ellen caught it. "Our supply reserves have been enriched." Then the demon hunter raised his sword and moved forward. "Our battle will not last long. Drinking holy water is a waste." Before he finished speaking, his body exploded and stabbed his opponent. Crown moved sideways and stabbed in return. The demon hunter then changed his moves, slashed horizontally, and hit the incoming sword tip with the swallowing part of his weapon. The weapon was deflected, and Crown raised his sword to blocking the enemy's slash. He only felt a pain from the tiger's mouth and almost failed to parry the sharp sword. His body instinctively took another step to the side to escape the sharp attack. Is this the true strength of the Witcher after the second mutation? The strength is much stronger than that of myself who took the strength potion. His thoughts passed quickly, the cold light flashed in front of his eyes again, and the opponent's attack was coming again. As soon as the sparring started, Crown was so suppressed that he couldn't even lift his head. He had almost no time to think, so he could only react instinctively and maintain his breathing technique intermittently. The demon hunter's strength and speed were both higher than before, firmly suppressing his attack rhythm. The opponent's attacks were like mercury, one after another. Crown's leather armor was torn open, and there were several bright red wounds on his forehead and cheeks. His arm holding the sword was even more focused, and the whole arm was dripping with blood. Half an hour later, the demon hunter's attack rhythm gradually slowed down. He is able to readjust the rhythm of his breathing technique between his opponent's attacks to suit his current state. If it was a one-sided suppression before, now the battle between the two gradually becomes evenly matched. He also discovered his own strengths. Excellent endurance was the only thing that made him stronger than his opponents. The battle continued, and when half an hour passed again, Crown felt that the pressure on him from the demon hunter had become much smaller, and he was able to deal with the opponent's attack calmly. Pause it, he took a few steps back. "Let's take a break and let's continue. I haven't used the powerful method. I was afraid of hurting you, so I let you hold me back." The demon hunter wiped the sweat on his face. "Sparring with this intensity only costs 5 gold shields an hour. My charging standard is it's so conscientious." Crown breathed out, "Thank you very much, please wait for a while, I will get some holy water to replenish the energy." Seeing him walking towards the rest area, Alan approached his teacher and said, "Why don't you just take him down? This way he won't be able to recognize his own strength." Gerald looked embarrassed and whispered, "Maybe we all fought wrong." After he was promoted to extraordinary, his strength was still able to maintain a very fast growth rate,
at least in terms of swordsmanship. Unless I use the demon hunter's secret sword skills during the attack or combine it with a sigil, it's really not easy to defeat him with just ordinary sword skills. Teacher, you have experienced 2 mutations. The physical advantages brought by the 2 sublimations of life essence should be great, right? The demon hunter spread his hands and said helplessly, in terms of strength and speed, I can suppress him steadily, but in terms of endurance, I can't match him. His swordsmanship foundation is very solid, and he can barely cope with me if he defends with all his strength. This is why he was not seriously injured even though he was injured a lot. Secret sword skills and seals are an important part of our strength. The profession of demon hunter requires the training of mental attributes. My current physical fitness cannot crush a reckless knight extraordinary who mainly taps the potential of physical functions. Is it normal? My current physical fitness cannot crush a reckless knight extraordinary who mainly taps his physical potential. Is that considered normal? Alan was dissatisfied with his teacher's answer and shook his head, but you have experienced 2 mutations. According to your strength, you are already a second-order transcendent. My student, you can't count like this. Although you haven't advanced to extraordinary level yet, your strength is enough to defeat a second-level animal trainer without pets. This is the natural difference between extraordinary people of different professions. Gerald patted his shoulder and chuckled. The reason why the priest asked me to suppress Crown was just because he was worried that his confidence was an illusory expansion. If we verify that he has real materials, then a bounty is also indispensable. If you insist on me educating him, we will have to spend money. I will also use our demon hunter's exclusive potion. I will definitely be able to suppress him in all aspects and win. Do you think it is necessary? Forget it, Alan touched his nose. They didn't have much potion left, so they had to use it sparingly. It would be too wasteful to use it in the current situation. These potions are exclusive to demon hunters. Due to the narrow demand, most alchemists other than Kaer Morhen do not know how to refine them. It is not easy to replenish them, so they have to save money. When can I take the green grass trial, teacher? Alan was depressed. He felt more and more that he was a burden and could not advance to the extraordinary level. In this foggy era, he did not have much power to protect himself. He could only drag the teacher down. Gerald was silent. The green herbal medicine has not yet been found and the trial cannot be carried out. Even if the potion is successfully refined, the student must endure the endless pain caused by the mutation and survive without losing his mind before he can truly become a demon hunter. The mutation process is extremely painful. Too many apprentices cannot persevere, and the success rate is only 1 to 2 in 10. When he was expelled from Kaer Morhen, the demon hunters were developing a gentle method to guide the occurrence of mutations by taking inducers and alchemical potions continuously for a long time to avoid the extremely high mortality caused by mutations. Know if there is any progress. He sighed softly in his heart. Even if the Witcher headquarters developed this method, I'm afraid they wouldn't give it to him. Returning to Kaer Morhen is just a dream. Gerald, the famous white wolf among the Witchers of the Wolf School, became a true white wolf. He was able to leave the Witcher's base camp alive and was still his teacher and the oldest and most experienced demon hunter in the continent. The result that Vesemir fought hard to protect. At that time, even if he transformed into a werewolf, he still remained rational and could control the transformation independently. This was why Vesemir protected him. The old demon hunter felt that his student could still be saved. When Gerald was expelled from the demon hunter organization, he did not resist transformation. He even felt that although he had transformed into a dark creature like a werewolf, his actions were bright and noble, much nobler than those of the bear school. But as the number of transformations increased, he gradually became unable to control the bloodthirsty and violent emotions in his heart, and he was also tortured by this in his non-werewolf state. Although he became more powerful after becoming a werewolf, he began to resist the transformation and sought ways to control or alleviate this emotion as much as possible. Sadly, this transformation seemed irreversible, and he tried a variety of methods, all of which had poor results and quickly lost their effectiveness. Later, when the red moon appeared at night, he could not control himself at all, and he inevitably transformed into a giant wolf. He lost all reason and his heart was filled with the bloodthirsty desire of destruction. From then on, he, Geralt the White Wolf, lost his spirit and became depressed. On the last full moon night, he was mentally prepared to sink. Thanks to the magical pure heart talisman water, he was pulled back from the edge of the abyss of despair. At the same time, he found that the violent desire remaining in his heart after finishing his transformation seemed to have weakened a bit. Wait, the pure heart talisman. Gerald thought of this and exclaimed in his heart. Since the pure heart talisman can suppress his almost out-of-control emotions and make his heart calm again, it should be able to solve the distortion of the Witcher's mind due to pain when he mutated. At least it can much relief. At the same time, he noticed the fact that he had ignored, since Fu Shui could weaken the violence in his heart. Why didn't he use it on a daily basis? There was no need to wait until he couldn't control himself and use it as an emergency item.
These are all ideological misunderstandings caused by empiricism. He used to use these items in emergencies.
Pa! The Witcher hit his thigh hard, startling his student. After Alan heard the sound, his body instinctively shrank back.
When he understood what happened, he asked with concern, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" "I am really a pig. I have been tortured in the past few years and have lost my keen insight and judgment." Alan was stunned after hearing this.
Gerald reached out and patted his shoulder hard. "Give me the holy water I gave you just now. I will do my best to be a competent sparring partner later and let Crown know what it means to be professional."
The apprentice demon hunter was even more confused.
He didn't know what happened to his teacher, and his words became garbled.
Is he getting sick again? That's not right.
In the past, the disease was much more brutal than this, and it was completely irrational.
Crown returned to the room and wanted to take out his own hemostatic ointment and apply it to the wound.
When he untied his clothes, he found that all the wounds had stopped bleeding.
Is it the benefit brought by the sublimation of the essence of life? Ha! If everyone in the world can reach transcendence, who will I sell my many potions and ointments to? Silver coins are also money. Crown shook his head and laughed.
He summoned the golden wall and checked the proficiency of the relevant skills at this time.
Fire Breath, 2732/3000, Level 1, Fire Cross, 1299/2000, Level 1, Cross Sword, 1215/5000, Level 3, Wonderful, really economical.
Crown whistled. Originally, the increase in the proficiency of these skills had become slow. Now, 1 hour of ultra-high-intensity sparring has brought such an immediate effect, which he did not expect. At the beginning of their sparring session, he couldn't even keep the breathing method running. Despite this, the breathing method still improved his proficiency by nearly 60 points.
Be sure to tip Gerald when you're done.
Crown clenched his fist and made a pop sound. He closed the golden wall, found the stored holy water and drank a bottle, then sat up and meditated on the golden light spell to restore his energy and physical strength. After visualizing for 2 weeks, he stopped, picked up the skin bag containing the holy water, and hurried out of the room.
He couldn't keep his excellent sparring teacher waiting.
When Crown returned to the training ground, he happened to see Gerald drinking holy water, and he couldn't help but be very surprised. Based on his understanding of the demon hunter, he was a master who would never let go of the rabbit before he saw the hawk, and he would never do anything like bring his own dry food and make a selfless sacrifice.
Why did you drink it? I thought you would wait for me to get you some holy water before replenishing your energy.
Gerald glanced at him and said proudly, "Whether it is hunting monsters or accepting employment, I am a professional. Today I will let you feel how valuable it is to hire me." After hearing the Witcher's heroic words, Crown felt an unreal feeling in his heart. Judging from the other party's previous deeds, although what he said was the truth, he always felt that something was wrong. Crown didn't dwell on what made the other parties so enthusiastic, but the temporary worker was willing to put in more effort, and of course he couldn't ask for it. Here are your supplies." He took out 7 or 8 potions and stuffed them into the demon hunter's hands.
Now it was Gerald's turn to be confused. "So many, how long are you prepared to fight tonight?" "Ha, fight until you can't handle it anymore."
Crown felt that if he worked harder, he could raise his proficiency in the breathing method to the critical point of promotion. After he finished speaking, he walked to the shadow next to him and continued to meditate on the golden light spell. The demon hunter laughed, and decided to be a better sparring partner with a more dedicated attitude. After Crown's energy and stamina were restored to optimal condition, he practiced the breathing method and crossed sword by himself at the edge of the training ground for 12 minutes before seeing the demon hunter exit the meditative state. After replenishing himself with blood-boiling potion, strength potion and pure heart talisman, he returned to the center of the training ground.
"Could it be that you have the blood and physique of a troll, and you can recover faster than me?" Gerald's eyes flashed, feeling incredible.
When he had not been expelled from Kaer Morhen, he was one of the best physiques and resilience among the demon hunters of the same period. There was no reason for him to be better than a first-order warrior after undergoing the second mutation. Poor physical condition. Such a talent, Crown said with a proud smile. The skill of golden light spell was not his talent.
There is actually a person who is more narcissistic than me.
Gerald curled his lips and said, "Let's start facing the storm." The demon hunter used a secret skill that he had not used just now that could stimulate adrenaline, increased his speed, then stepped forward and swung his sword. Under the cold light, he had already rushed to a position 2 meters away from his opponent. Crown felt a chill approaching, the pores on his arms tightened, and goosebumps arose. "Hey, I was hiding my clumsiness just now." With thoughts in his mind, he moved his body back, and at the same time, he raised his sword to parry. Compared with the previous battle, the demon hunter's speed was much faster. Crown could barely raise his weapon, but the opponent's sword was already thrust in front of him. Before his power was fully released, he was unable to block the opponent's attack. The tip of the demon hunter's sword pierced into the muscle of his left shoulder blade, and then the stabbing turned into a sharpening, whitening the wound. In pain, Crown retreated in embarrassment, but the demon hunter's attack followed him like a shadow. He parried hastily and kept retreating. The increase in the demon hunter's speed completely disrupted his fighting rhythm. Bang! His retreating and dodging movements suddenly froze. It turned out that he had already retreated to the edge of the field, and his body hit the wall hard. Gerald seized the opportunity, and the sharp sword in his hand fell to the ground like a meteor, stabbing his opponent's neck with a brilliant silver color. Crown's eyes tightened and his mouth opened slightly. He released bullet time and tried his best to dodge sideways. The demon hunter's sword hit the wall behind him and stopped. He belatedly noticed that the hair on his temples and forehead stood up, and a slight coldness came from the left side of his neck. "How does it feel this time?" Gerald grinned and took away his weapon, the scar on his face twisting like a poisonous scorpion that preys on others. Crown touched the place on his neck where he felt cold just now. There was warm liquid flowing there, and the smell of blood floated into his nose. He gasped for air, his body shaking slightly. The reason for trembling is a stress response in the face of fear, but more of excitement. The moment the demon hunter's sword pierced his neck, a realization arose in his heart. Since time traveling, he has always disliked taking risks. He always felt that if he had a golden finger, he would be invincible in the end. He was never willing to be involved in dangerous situations and just wanted to control all the factors to crush him. But he forgot one thing, or never fully understood it: when retreating becomes a habit, can you still maintain a fearless heart to overcome obstacles in the end? Can I still maintain my firm belief that I am invincible and will never move forward? Without this fearlessness and indomitable belief, the so-called invincibility is a big joke. You will always encounter an enemy who is stronger than you. When you have no retreat, can you really unleash your potential again? In the extremely short battle just now, if he could interrupt Gerald's attack rhythm by being injured as soon as possible, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a one-sided defeat. He didn't do that, so he was beaten until he had no way to fight back, and was finally nailed to the wall in shame. In the electric battle, there will be no script. How can one person control all factors? He found that his strength had improved greatly during this period, but his fearless courage had become less and less. He thought about the night when the evil spirit manifested in his body. If he hadn't worked hard at that time, the fire of his life would have been extinguished at that time. He doesn't want to face danger, and it is precisely this thought that will make him fall into real danger and despair when danger comes. The gray fog is coming, and the evil god is resurrecting faster and faster. The world will eventually crawl in shadow, and fear and despair will become the norm in the world. In the face of huge fear, we must maintain fearlessness and perseverance, abandon all cowardice and hesitation, and be able to persevere and conquer fear in this dark era. The thought of not wanting to face danger is certainly due to subconscious fear and cowardice. Crown felt that his body suddenly became lighter, as if a layer of invisible shackles had been taken off, and his heart was as clear as a mountain stream and a green pool illuminated by the bright sunlight. When Gerald saw him standing there silently, he thought it was a huge blow to his self-confidence, and gently comforted him. "Are you okay? Failure is nothing. You should be happy. I just used the Witcher's secret technique of increasing speed. I thought I could kill you on the spot." Alan ran over and gave the teacher a knowing smile. Then, he clenched his fists and put them on his face. "Brother, it is more gratifying to recognize your true strength than to fall into false self-illusion. Come on. Don't worry about me." Crown laughed heartily. "I suddenly figured out something, Mr. Gerald, come again." His tone was high-spirited and uplifting, but where was the trace of depression after frustration? Okay, a warrior should have this kind of vigor. The demon hunter took a few steps back. "Ellen, let us have a good discussion." "Teacher, come on, brother, come on." After the young apprentice cheered for both sides, he retreated to the edge of the field. Gerald moved, like a silver bottle exploding and flying towards his opponent. His arms tensed up and he slashed downwards. His sword skills were precise and heavy strikes. He saw that his opponent was very high-spirited at this moment, and decided to use all his strength except the magic seal to give the opponent a true transcendent fighting lesson. Uncharacteristically, Crown did not retreat to defend, but stepped forward to meet him with his sword raised. On the training ground, the two of them passed each other, their weapons clashing with each other, making a clanging sound. Almost at the same time, both sides stopped their inertial forward movements, each turned around, raised their swords, and rushed toward each other again. Cold light flickered, the night wind was slightly chilly, and two ghostly figures fought together. The demon hunter's swordsmanship does not have lengthy routines, but a free combination of swordsmanship. Geralt has all kinds of sword skills at his fingertips, and his attacks are like fire. Crown used injuries in exchange for attacks, such as pressing forward when the opponent raised his sword to stab. The damage of the stabbing sword reaches its maximum at the moment when the arm is fully extended. All he has to do is to intercept and counterattack before the demon hunter's sword is fully unleashed, allowing the opponent to save himself. He completely abandoned the more powerful but relatively complicated cross-sword technique, and only used the most basic sword to attack the enemy. He felt that his basic swordsmanship had become more concise and deadly, allowing him to persist for so long in this battle where hard power was not dominant at all and he could still fight with ease. The effect of this was very good, but due to the huge gap in physical strength between the two, he suffered more and more wounds in the constant fighting. His leather armor was in pieces, and the lining was soaked in blood. On the other hand, there were only a few wounds on the Witcher's clothes, and the bloodstains were not obvious. But it is normal. Both of them are on the melee side. If the newly promoted First-Order Extraordinary Person and the Second-Order Extraordinary Person in full strength can still gain the upper hand in mutual attacks, it can only mean that the Second-Order Extraordinary Person has let go too much. The two of them passed each other again, and Crown was struck hard on the back by the demon hunter's sword. His upper body armor was completely torn. He bit his teeth lightly and tore off the damaged armor, revealing the outline of strong, blood-stained muscles. During this period of time, Crown did not deliberately use the breathing method, but the vigorous and fiery life force spontaneously flowed throughout his body, and white smoke curled up under the steam of sweat. He felt that there was a blazing flame burning in his chest, and even the air he breathed was scorching, and this fire had a tendency to burn stronger and stronger. Crown's eyes were firm and calm, and he stabbed forward. Before the sword arrived, Geralt felt the cold wind blowing against his face. The demon hunter had a smile on his lips, but a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his arm and struck with precision. Except for not using the magic seal in this battle, he tried his best and fought heartily. He even felt that his sword skill bottleneck was showing signs of loosening and improving. How could he not be happy? Crown raised his sword sideways before landing the powerful heavy attack on the gesture, and changed the thrust into a diagonal slash. Geralt switched from chopping to lifting, and the two weapons collided fiercely. The huge reaction force after the collision separated the two. After each stopped, the two sides slashed with their swords again. The demon hunter was so excited that he couldn't help but use the Igni Curse seal. This skill is his improvement of the Igni seal. It is similar to the scorching weapon enchantment released by the priests of the Church of the God of Fire using their own spirituality. It can add fire element damage to their weapons, but it can only last 10 minutes and cannot be increased. The physical damage of the weapon can be regarded as a weakened version of the searing enchantment. Too bad, I was having fun, I hope I won't hurt him. When the flame-shaped halo lit up his weapon, the demon hunter couldn't help but feel anxious, but it was too late to stop completely. A flower of flame with a fan-shaped trajectory bloomed in Crown's eyes, and he felt the fire burning in his chest suddenly ignite as if stimulated. Ha, he exhaled loudly, the sound was like a tiger roaring proudly in the forest, deep and majestic, shocking the hearts of the people. In the midst of impossibility, he took another half-step forward, and the sharp blade in his hand accelerated a bit at the same time. Crown suddenly realized something mysterious, and then he felt the heat in his chest explode, and a stream of heat poured into his weapon. A gorgeous orange-red light suddenly appeared on his sword, and the two weapons collided with each other. At the same time, there were faint sparks flying. With indescribable joy rising in his heart, Crown moved sideways and forward in the direction of the repulsion and slashed downward with his sword, leaving deep scars on the demon hunter's arm. Fortunately, he did not let the heat flow out with this attack. Inject weapons. When the two weapons shining with red light collided with each other, the demon hunter was stunned for a moment, unable to avoid his opponent's attack. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was a word made up of a series of big letters, which was clearly a big wow.
Neither of the two fighting men continued to attack.
Crom closed his eyes slightly and fell into the wonderful feeling of heat flowing through his body and full of endless power. Perhaps because of the sudden realization of the magic of breathing, the flame breathing skill has increased its proficiency by more than 200 points in just a short period of time, completing the upgrade. Geralt was trying to dispel the ridiculous feeling of unreality in his heart. Outside the court, Alan's eyes were as wide as bells, and his mouth was wide enough to hold a fist. The scene became eerily quiet, with the night breeze blowing and the leaves rustling. Geralt slowly turned around and looked at the back of the person in front of him.
Although he had the answer in his mind, he still asked for confirmation. Fire warrior? Crown didn't answer.
He injected the surging heat circulating in his body into the weapon and then waved it gently. The passionate orange-red halo enveloped the sword body again.
How long has it been since he was promoted to become a power warrior? More than a month? What did I see?
The birth of a flame warrior, a second-level extraordinary. The demon hunter felt happy and sour in his heart. Even though his swordsmanship level was about to improve, he felt it was boring. How many times had he been in danger, and the most dangerous time was when he almost had his head chopped off by two vampires. After nearly 20 years of hard work, he was promoted to a second-level demon hunter.
Why did the boy in front of him do it in just over a month?
Although the spiritual concentration of the world is constantly increasing, it is relatively easy for extraordinary people to advance. He himself also vaguely feels that he has touched the threshold of advancing to the third level, but what he experienced tonight really makes him jealous.
It turns out that what you said is true.
I have indeed felt the progress of breathing techniques.
The demon hunter's voice was soothing and soft, and there was an inexplicable meaning in it. Compared to Geralt's complicated thoughts, Alan's joy was simple and pure.
The boy was genuinely happy that his brother, the best chef in his heart, was once again promoted to the next level. He ran over excitedly, waving his fists and blessing loudly. Congratulations, it turns out, brother, your feelings are real and not an illusion.
Of course my feeling is real. How come there are so many illusions?
In a happy mood, Crown patted the boy's shoulder hard. It hurts, Alan said with a grimace and ran away, approaching his teacher. Since your breathing technique has advanced, take a good rest tonight and start consolidating your strength tomorrow.
You have been working too hard during this period. I will go back to rest after completing the commission.
The Witcher said goodbye. He was now a little uninterested. He used to be happiest when making money, but now he didn't feel good about it anymore. I'll pay you for 2 hours tomorrow.
Alan smiled and said, Brother, the teacher helped you become a second-level transcendent. It is unreasonable not to give him a reward, or you can treat us to a feast. You can have this, double the commission and give you 20 gold shields. I will give you 2 more pure heart talisman and 2 golden light talisman. If there is a chance, I will also arrange a feast.
Okay. Amid Alan's cheers, the 3 of them left the training ground. Crown said goodbye to the demon hunter master and apprentice, entered his room, and then eagerly summoned the golden wall. In the room, Geralt took off his upper body clothes and raised his arms. He frowned slightly as he looked at the blood-producing wounds on his arms. The wound was not long, but about 2 fingers deep, and there was no sign of stopping the bleeding at this time.
Judging from his demon hunter physique that has undergone a second mutation and his past experience, this is extremely abnormal. The skin of second-level melee extraordinary beings is already very tough, and their defense is almost comparable to that of first-level monsters. Small-caliber firearms can no longer cause fatal injuries to them unless they hit vulnerable parts such as the eyes. This is something that high-level extraordinary beings rarely equip firearms reason. Crown weapons are not forged from Valyrian steel and there is no reason to cause such a deep wound. The bleeding didn't stop. Could it be that he had insidiously applied medicine to his weapon?
No, I have a strong resistance to poisons and the like, so I won't be infected. Could it be that I have applied powerful blood-activating drugs? He was also an excellent herbalist and could probably tinker with something like this. The Witcher thought as he licked his wound and savored the taste of blood. There is no other smell.
What is going on?
He couldn't figure it out and scratched his snow-colored hair hard.
Alan, help me find some hemostatic ointment.
The wound is in some trouble.
The apprentices took out their bags containing medicine and walked over and asked puzzledly, Do you still need medicine? In his impression, his teacher would only use hemostatic ointment unless he had a huge wound on his body that needed stitching and bandaging. Generally, small wounds would stop bleeding naturally quickly.
I don't know why, but the wound stopped bleeding much slower than before. Geralt put his arm close to his eyes. Alan opened his eyes for a moment and found that it was indeed the case. He placed his luggage on the table and quickly found the ointment he needed. "Teacher, let me apply it for you." The Witcher nodded slightly and straightened his arms. 10 minutes later, Gerald looked at the wound that had just stopped bleeding, his eyebrows knotted. In the past, if hemostatic cream was applied to such a small wound, it would only take 1 minute to completely stop the bleeding, but now the effect is too poor.
"Why, I have to ask tomorrow."
Gold filled Crown's vision, and a magnificent and dreamy purple handwriting appeared on the top of the golden wall. Basic swordsmanship, extreme realm, special effect I, the heart of the sword is clear, you can understand the secrets of swordsmanship, use sword weapons to cause more damage, greatly speed up the learning of other swordsmanship, and increase the power of other swordsmanship. Special effect 2, armor breaking, when using sword weapons, it can more easily penetrate the enemy's defense and armor. Special effect 3, sharp, when using sword weapons to cause direct damage, it can tear the enemy's
wounds, making it difficult to heal. Rating, the skill is close to the Tao.
After standing still for a moment, Crown clenched his fists. There was only one thought in his mind at this time: brother, I am stronger. It turns out that the upper level of blue skills is purple.
It turns out that the limit is not the end of the skill.
It turns out that basic skills can become so powerful when practiced to the extreme. Leaving aside the 2 extra special effects for basic swordsmanship, the words in the special effect Sword Heart Clarity greatly accelerates the speed of learning other swordsmanship and increases the power of other swordsmanship, made him very excited. Because from here he saw the infinite possibilities brought about by the superposition of multiple skill effects.
Calm down.
I wouldn't be so excited about such a small achievement. Ha, he stroked his chest, closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before suppressing the turbulent emotion of wanting to go to heaven and stand side by side with the sun. Crown continued to look down, with a smile on his face and his eyes shining like stars in the sky. Fire breath, 6/7000, level 2, your skin has been tempered during the operation of the breathing method, and is now as tough as cowhide. Injecting the fiery life source into the weapon can add fire element damage. Fire cross, 1327/2000, level 1, cross sword, 1239/5000, level 3, skill upgrading is a qualitative leap after the accumulation of proficiency, and his strength will usher in a period of rapid growth. Starting from tomorrow, I will practice breathing techniques during the day to train the cross sword. At the same time, I can see how powerful the special effect of the sword's clear heart is. In the evening, I will use up my proficiency in the liver golden light curse as much as possible. I really want to see what kind of special effects this skill will have after it is upgraded. Crown has the greatest expectations for this skill with its 0-level stage, which is also the only skill he brought from the previous world. After making his decision, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate on the golden light mantra.
A night of silence.
At 5 o'clock in the morning, Crown woke up from his sleep, washed himself and drank a bottle of holy water.
Unknowingly, the holy water has become his energy-replenishing drink.
Afterwards, he returned to bed and started a beautiful day by visualizing the golden light mantra. After meditating on the great Jotian for 3 days, he was no longer tired, and his mental and physical conditions were adjusted to their optimal state. He took the one-handed sword and the small leather bag containing supplies and left the room, heading towards the church door.
Crown walked to the tower and took a look.
He saw that the people on duty above were all wearing fur coats, their furs were stained with dew, and no one was lazy and sleeping. Squeak, he gently pushed open the small door of the wooden house next to him and saw Nick sitting in a chair meditating in full body armor. The flame pattern on the matte silver armor flickered and faded with the owner's breath, showing an orangered color.
Halo, looks radiant.
The priest was the only one in the cabin, and he felt a little strange. Normally, an ordinary person would be assigned to help with the night watch at night. Seeing that the other party was still meditating, he put the leather bag and weapons on the table, pulled a chair and sat cross-legged at the door, continuing to meditate on the golden light spell.
He is now a true master of time management, and every second counts.
The ever-increasing proficiency on the golden wall brings him a full sense of satisfaction and a great sense of security.
Only when you have strength can you be fearless.
Nick fell into deep meditation at this time, but he was not completely unaware of the outside world. The ability to divide the mind into 2 tasks and to remain alert to the outside world while recovering from meditation was a subject he had been training since he was selected as an apprentice to an exorcist priest. Their training also included being able to fall asleep in a noisy and chaotic environment, while being required to wake up to the sound of a coin falling to the floor. The purpose of this is to deal with being attacked by monsters or enemies when a single person is performing a long-term, high-intensity battle.
Someone entered the room and stopped at the door, and the priest knew all this. This was the territory of the church, and the visitors did not enter his absolute warning range, so he did not end his meditation. An hour and a half later, Nick ended his meditation. Almost at the same time, Crown also ended his visualization. His time was up and the sun was about to rise. "How did you sleep last night?" the priest said with a smile after seeing clearly who the visitor was. "Very good. I haven't slept that long in several days." "Did you find a witcher for training last night?" Crown nodded. "I guess you won't be able to sleep peacefully without a fight. What's the result?" After saying that, the priest stood up and picked up the water glass on the table and drank from it. Gerald should have given him a hard lesson last night. Just as Nick was thinking about it, a flash of orange-red light lit up his eyes. Ahem. Nick swallowed some water into his trachea and coughed violently. He coughed and hit his collarbone with the palm of his hand. After a while, his coughing gradually stopped. "Am I living in a dream?" The priest raised his eyes and met Crown's half-smiling eyes. "Yesterday, I didn't believe you when you said that breathing techniques can be advanced. You can do it." Nick's expression relaxed. He clenched his fist and punched the chest of the person in front of him slightly, and said happily, "Suddenly I realized that getting you into the church was the most correct decision I made in the past few years." He couldn't help but be unhappy. Now, in a remote town, there were actually 3 second-level transcendent beings. Their strength was so powerful that it was comparable to the strength of the churches in those very large towns. Being stronger means that the enemy becomes weaker. In this way, the safety of the church will be more assured. "This will also be the most correct decision in your life," Crown said seriously. "Asshole, you are cursing me to die quickly." Nick feigned anger and punched out, but Crown easily dodged it. "You are progressing too fast. Not being able to get the breathing techniques and auxiliary medicines in the second stage will delay your growth. I will report this situation to the church and see if I can get help. Even if it doesn't help, I will try my best. I will do my best to help you get the second stage of the breathing method." "Thank you very much," Crown said sincerely. He put his hands on his chest and bowed, "May the god of fire protect you and me." Feeling his sincerity, Nick smiled heartily and said, "Work hard, young man, maybe I will follow you in the future. I won't keep you waiting long, hee. Now go back and get some rest early. I'll keep watch here during the day, and let Gerald keep watch at night." "Okay, I'll leave it to you. If something happens, I'll sound the alarm." Nick also agreed and left the cabin. After Crown went out and watched him leave, he flew up to the tower on the left. The 3 night watchmen on the top of the building greeted enthusiastically, "Hello, Sir Knight." "Hello, you guys should go back and rest now. I'll meditate here." It was nice to be able to clock out early, and the night watchman happily left the tower. At this time, the rising sun rises in the east and shines with golden light. Most of the gray fog outside the wall melted quickly in the sunlight, while the other part quickly scattered into the shadows as if consciously. Crown sat cross-legged, made the great sun seal with his hands, faced the rising sun, and began to visualize his heart turning into a red sun, illuminating the internal organs of the body. Later, the red sun fell into the dantian and radiated golden light outside the body, and so on. When Gerald came to the gate of the wall, he happened to see Crown stretching his body like a civet cat and jumping gracefully from the tower. "Why are you staying up there? Baby in the sun, I don't see you coming out when nothing happens. Are you here to collect debts from me?" "What is debt collection? I just take what I deserve. Do you still want to default on your hard-earned money? Just be a human being. Besides, without my professionalism and dedication, how could you have progressed so fast?" The demon hunter raised his arm, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Did you put something on the weapon last night?" "I put some medicine on it to stop the bleeding." "This is not normal." Crown looked at the scabbed wound and understood that it was the sharp effect of the basic swordsmanship in the extreme realm. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't need to drug you in a friendly sparring. I just have some understanding of swordsmanship." Gerald narrowed his eyes and circled around him, looking him up and down. Some excellent sword skills can indeed achieve the effect of tearing wounds. For example, his sword skills can also cause this effect if the precise blow is struck solidly. But when his arm was injured last night, the opponent clearly did not use superb sword skills. The demon hunter shook his head and realized that the effect was not caused by the drug. He lost interest in continuing to ask questions. It was very impolite to ask about the specific abilities of extraordinary people. "Sell me some of your talismans and seals. I will keep them as spares. I also want 20 pure heart talismans and 10 golden light talismans." Crown was a little suspicious of why the other party purchased so much at once. The former demon hunter was very stingy. He would be a fool not to earn money, so he readily agreed. I'll give it to you tonight, and you can give me the spiritual coins, and we can settle the account clearly. No problem, the demon hunter waved. I'm going back first, goodbye. Crown returned to the wooden house, drank a bottle of holy water, and drank a blood-boiling potion. He picked up his weapon and went out to practice breathing techniques and cross swords in the open space. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue hiring the Witcher as a sparring partner, but because he was about to run out of money and only had 37 gold shields left. 20 of them should be paid to the demon hunter, and the rest should be kept to purchase medicinal herbs. The spiritual coin should be used to accelerate the proficiency of the liver golden light spell. People got up one after another, the shanty towns began to become lively, and the sound of clanging and banging came from the blacksmith shop. The sun spread light and heat, the sword flashed, and Crown began his selfless training. In the afternoon, as the sun set, Crown sat on a chair to rest. He had just finished continuous practice and was checking today's training results. Fire Breath, 37/7000, Level 2, Fire Cross, 1496/2000, Level 1, Cross Sword, 1411/5000, Level 3, a smile appeared on Crown's face. Not counting recovery and visualization time, he had trained for 6.5 hours today. His cross sword proficiency increased by more than 170 points, and his efficiency was the same as the previous 2 days. That's more than a 60% increase. The special effect of the sword's heart being clear can indeed greatly speed up the learning of other sword skills. At this time, Del came over with a metal bow and a bag of arrows on his waist. "Why don't you blacksmith anymore?" asked Crown. "We've run out of materials. The ore dug out yesterday didn't yield much iron. We only smelted dozens of pounds of iron ingots. I've already smelted them all into crossbow arrows. Why do you use a bow?" The priest said that the crossbow you made has an effective killing range of 100 meters. Del raised the bow in his hand and said with a smile, "Limited by materials, the attack range and damage limit of the crossbow have been roughly fixed. I heard from the priest that the materials for making bows will get better and better in the future. As long as you have enough strength, the bow will definitely do more damage than a crossbow, so I just want to practice it first." Crown nodded slightly. If the research on metal materials and explosives in this world did not achieve great development, crossbows and firearms would really slowly become inferior to bows. The trees will grow stronger and stronger, which is perfect for making bows. The sinews of monsters are stronger than those of wild beasts, so they will be the best bowstring material. I have to practice bows and arrows when I have time. After advancing to the second level, my strength will be improved a lot. If I have a strong bow, I will have a long-range attack method to kill monsters. Del called a few men to hang up the door together, and ran outside to practice archery. Crown continued to sit and think about his long-range combat system. He prefers firearms to bows and arrows. If the ammunition hadn't been too bad and couldn't give enough bullets enough kinetic energy to shoot through the monster's body, he would have become a master of shooting. In the past, I was focused on becoming an extraordinary person and improving my extraordinary abilities, and did not fully explore the potential of shooting. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was actually enough for the bullet to penetrate the monster's muscles. He could try to refine a potent poison and apply it on the surface of the bullet to kill or weaken the monster. Although monsters are relatively resistant to poison, as his herbalism skills continue to improve, he will eventually be able to develop a useful poison. In this way, he has the ability to snipe and kill monsters from a distance. The function of the Golden Light Talisman is to sweep away evil spirits, and it is miraculous in dealing with spiritual pollution. If the Golden Light Talisman is engraved on a bullet, it will definitely bring evil-destroying damage to the bullet. Even if the Golden Light Talisman cannot be engraved on it, it can still be soaked in talisman water. In this case, bullets can also be used against evil spirits. It's a pity that the proficiency in shooting skills is also weak now. Without bullets, it is useless to think about anything. Bows and arrows will be a good supplement, and there is great potential to be explored in the future. There's not enough time at all. Crown was slightly annoyed. He had too many ways to improve his strength, but not enough time. Not letting the bad mood last, he continued to practice the breathing method and the cross sword after visualizing the golden light spell for several weeks to restore his energy and physical strength. That is to say, practicing the cross sword while the breathing method is in operation can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the evening, the sky became overcast and it began to rain lightly. After the sun's rays were blocked,
gray fog gradually spread, mixed with water vapor, and soon darkness enveloped the earth. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Crown smelled a faint fishy smell in the rain. He looked at the holy water oil lamp on the tower and found that the illumination range was much smaller than before. He stretched out his hand and let the raindrops fall on his hand. When his hand was completely wet, he retracted it. There seemed to be something invisible trying to burrow into his hand, but it was resisted by the tough skin, and this feeling was still spreading to his arm. Another 36 minutes and 12 seconds passed, and he felt a slight burning sensation on his hands. When rainwater is mixed with gray fog, it will produce toxicity that pollutes the spiritual sense. He and the priest had already predicted this situation. What he just did was to experiment with what impact fighting on a rainy day would have on himself. The results showed that the toxicity was more severe than they originally expected. The priest said that he had experimented and found that if he stayed in the fog without any protection, he would start to have adverse reactions in 3 hours. Ordinary people could last about 20 minutes in the fog. The priest's estimation was that a second-level transcendent like him could not fight in the rain for more than an hour without protection. Now he personally tested it and found that this estimated time was greatly reduced. If he had stayed in the rain just now, the time he could last would be even shorter. Crown took out a bottle of golden light talisman water and drank it. Then a warmth spread to his limbs, and the uncomfortable feeling in his body quickly dissipated. Gerald came out of the rain. He pushed open the wooden door and cursed loudly, "Shit, what the hell is the weather?" He took off his oilcloth raincoat and put it on a chair at the door. "I saw some ordinary people outside keeping vigil. This rain is poisonous. They can't bear it, right? Fortunately, there are half as many people watching the night as usual. All the people still watching the night are wearing raincoats like yours, with a layer of brown linen raincoat inside. The toxicity contained in the rainwater is more of a spiritual pollution at the spiritual level, and it cannot corrode clothing. General mental pollution can be solved with holy water, and more serious ones can be solved with golden light talisman water." I asked Dell to inform everyone that some people started to feel unwell and came here for treatment. "You're not a friend enough. I need to buy the talisman to use it, but you give it to these ordinary people for free," the demon hunter said in a sour tone. The priest said that the church will be responsible for half of the expenses for all the talismans consumed. Besides, nothing is free in the world. Crown chuckled. "The production of holy water relies on these ordinary people. I don't believe it." "You don't know." Gerald knew this well. He took out 6 spiritual coins with a fake smile and said, "I agreed to lend them to you." Crown took it and took a look and found that the quality was 2 gray and 4 white. Putting the spirit coins into his pocket, he took out the prepared talisman, 2 gold spirit coins and 20 gold shields and handed them out. 22 pure heart talisman and 12 golden light talisman. "Will you pay me a gold shield or use spiritual coins to deduct it?" "Let's wait until you return my spirit coins." Gerald quickly counted the number of talismans. After checking that they were correct, he carefully folded the talisman paper, put it in his shirt pocket, and subconsciously patted it twice. Crown took out another leather bag and put it on the table. "This is for ordinary people to drink." The demon hunter picked up the talisman and smiled. "Okay, if there is any left after the vigil tonight, that will be my reward." "Okay, but don't play with people's lives just to save money. I'm not a good person, but I would never do such a dishonorable thing." Gerald was a little angry and waved his hand impatiently. "You should leave quickly." Crown stretched out his right fist and said sincerely, "Friend, I apologize for what I just said." The demon hunter snorted coldly, clenched his fist and touched the opponent's fist perfunctorily. "Stay alert and good night." The door was opened and slammed shut. "How can this damn weather be peaceful at night?" Crown put on his oilcloth raincoat and went out. He glanced at the burning holy fire at the top of the bell tower and found that the raindrops had no effect on it. The raindrops were completely evaporated just a few meters away from the holy fire. The lighting range of the holy fire has not been affected much, and it can still radiate to the entire shanty town. This was good news. He turned and walked away. When Crown returned to the church backyard, he saw Nick standing at the entrance to the corridor of the rest area. He approached and asked, "Why did you come out?" The priest did not answer and asked another question, "Have you tested the poison of rain?" "After the experiment, it was much stronger than we expected. I estimate that the safe time we can stay in the rain without protection is 20 minutes. "My results are similar," Nick nodded. "I also found that the golden light talisman water is more effective than holy water in dealing with poisonous rain mental pollution." "How many golden light talismans can you bring out?"
I don't have much material on hand, so I can only wait a few days to make a batch. The raw materials for talisman ink can only be obtained through Crowan's visualization at Mausher and Usher. There is no other channel, which greatly limits the production of talisman seals. The priest said and said, if you need help with materials, remember to let me know. I will go out to keep vigil with Gerald tonight. I have to be more vigilant in the past few days. When Crown returned to the room, a question suddenly occurred to him. According to his memory, the climate in the north of Farouk Kingdom was such that there would be continuous rain at the end of late autumn, and after the temperature had completely dropped, snow would soon begin to fall. Judging from this experience, the rain may last for several days. The mentally polluting toxins in rainwater will contaminate ordinary people even if they do not come into direct contact with them. After all, water evaporates. Golden Light Talisman water is more effective against mental pollution than holy water, but he doesn't have much stock now, so he mainly relies on holy water. If low concentration holy water doesn't work, he has to use high concentration holy water. However, the limit that ordinary people can bear is number 2 holy water. No matter how high the concentration is, they will not be able to tolerate it. The Golden Light Talisman water should be reserved for that time as much as possible. The consumption of holy water will increase dramatically, so as many people as possible must go to the church hall to pray, and the magic circle must be kept running around the clock to deal with the inevitable dangers. Thinking of this, he put on his raincoat and went out, walking into the wind and rain again. Several people in the cabin listened quietly to Crown's analysis. When he finished speaking, Nick nodded. I always feel that I have overlooked something, so that's it. But don't worry too much. The magic circle in the middle hall will have a purifying light effect when it is in full operation. We only need to guide the townspeople to pray in batches. The worship hall only has a capacity of a few hundred people. Even if it will be purified during prayer, it must take enough time to be completely purified, right? But the population here is 3,000. I don't think it is optimistic. When the spiritual pollution accumulates to a certain extent, the development of the situation may far exceed our expectations. What Crown said makes sense, said Gerald on the side. Usually things don't attract our attention when they first happen. When they develop to a certain extent, they will quickly deteriorate at a much faster speed than before. It will be very difficult to save it at that time. I feel that from now on, the worship hall must be kept full 24 hours a day until the heavy rain stops, and it is mandatory for everyone to attend the rotation. If ordinary people stay in the house and don't come out, it shouldn't cause large-scale pollution, right? Nick felt that what the other two said was exaggerated. However, since you are worried about this, then do what you think and do this. If so, the yield of holy water will be much higher, which is also good. Crown nodded and said, I will organize the people to enter the worship hall now. Del, you come to assist me. He directly pulled the strong man. Okay. Del stood up and bowed in agreement. I'm coming too. I'll leave this place to you first, Gerald. Nick laughed and said, I highly doubt that Crown can host a complete service. I have this suspicion too, the demon hunter laughed. In his impression, it seemed that he had rarely seen this crusader going to the chapel, let alone hosting a worship ceremony. Crown grinned and acquiesced to their statement. His original idea was to invite Aviana to preside over the ceremony. As the priest's chief assistant in handling religious matters, the nun was very familiar with the process of the ceremony. In the chapel, 2 white candles as thick as arms were burning on the front podium. Crown held a flame Bible in his hand and stood behind the podium. Nick and Aviana stood on either side of him. On the walls on both sides of the hall, a glass oil lamp with a black metal grid frame hangs every 4 or 5 meters. Special herbal juice and holy water were added to the lamp oil. The light was white and bright, with a calming fragrance, and the whole hall was as bright as day. At this time, the place was dark and full of people, but it was extremely quiet, and the crackling sound of the exploding lights could be heard clearly. The priest had already given instructions that he only needed to lead everyone in reciting the beginning of a specific chapter in the Bible. The devout believers had prayed enough times recently that they could already recite it. In the beginning, there was no light in the world, only the coldness and darkness of chaos. My lord Hephaestus cut down the sacred oak tree in the kingdom of God and dripped his golden blood on it. The oak tree burned with golden and red flames. Our Lord has cast it into the world, the burning oak that drives away the cold and brings light. This is the opening chapter of the Fire Bible, describing the selflessness and greatness of the gods. Crowan chanted, and the believers chanted along with his rhythm, and the voices were uniform as if there was only one person. Gradually, his spiritual sense felt gray mist being ignited by transpiration,
and white light spots the size of rice grains gathered on the dome, walls, and floors.
After blending into them, they disappeared one after another like raindrops falling into the lake.
He has never felt this kind of situation before. When he came to the chapel before, he would not stay for more than 10 minutes before running away. From now on, you can be lazy when hosting services. Nick smiled, reached out and patted the person in front of him on the shoulder, and left the hall.
How could Crown waste all his time on guiding believers to pray?
As soon as the priest left, he forced the Bible in his hand to the nun behind him, despite her objections. Then, he walked to the corner of the high platform, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate on the golden light mantra. This atmosphere still had some influence on him, and he failed to achieve close to instinctive visualization several times. He knew that this was due to the influence of the magic circle. At this time, the worship hall was filled with the light of faith. Although the spiritual power of ordinary people was scarce, it gathered together into a tower. The accumulation of so many people and the effect of the magic circle could already produce qualitative change.
Crown gave up the immediate visualization.
He still closed his eyes and focused all his attention on his breathing. He lowered his mind, closed his 5 senses, and only used his spiritual sense to feel the atmosphere in the room.
White light spots.
He visualized the points of light converging before his eyes, constantly blending. Not long after, the rays of light from the stars converged into a bright full moon, and his vision returned to its normal trajectory.
The prayers gradually became quieter, and Crown ended his visualization.
He summoned a golden wall to check the proficiency of the golden light spell. During the visualization process, he felt that the activity of his spiritual sense was relatively high, almost reaching the level when absorbing spiritual coins.
Golden light spell, 8499/50,000, level 1.
Crown quickly calculated in his mind and visualized the 15 great heavens. According to previous experience, he could increase his proficiency by about 50 points, with an error of no more than 2 points. The visualization just now increased the proficiency by a total of 63 points, and the effect was almost the same as when absorbing spiritual essence, with the efficiency increased by about 20%. If I had discovered this benefit earlier, I would have saved so many spiritual coins by squatting in the chapel hall without going out.
Crown felt that he was a big injustice sitting on a treasure mountain and crying about poverty.
He decided to experiment later on whether he could control the hourglass of time to absorb the spiritual energy that escaped during prayer. If he could quickly generate the sand of time, he felt that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. At this time, the 2-hour service had ended, and silence returned to the hall. In the huge hall, the believers breathed very lightly, and they were all very devout now. Crown understands that the more desperate the world becomes, the more urgent people need a spiritual support. Of course, powerful gods are the best choice for ordinary people. He stood up and said, "The service is over, everyone leaves quietly. Please wear a raincoat when you go out and try not to get caught in the rain. If you feel unwell, please come to me here as soon as possible."
Everyone stood up and left one after another.
No one made any noise, only the sound of gentle footsteps and the sound of stools rubbing against the ground. Dell came over. "Sir, I'll call the next group of people to come over."
"Don't worry, wait until the people here are clear." Crown waved his hand. His original intention was to keep more people in a healthy state.
There were not many people standing in the corridor outside the hall, so everyone was called over and had to wait in the rain.
"Okay, then I'll wait at the door." Dell turned and left.
Avina came over, smashed the Bible on someone, and lowered her voice. "Here you are, the priest asked you to conduct the liturgy, not me."
Crown didn't answer. "You did a good job, let's continue with the next one."
"Their most trusted priest is you," the nun said a little anxiously. The church's strength relied entirely on these two, and being strong is a natural attribute of human beings.
At the end of the service, those believers looked at me a little wrong. "I'll back you up."
Crown pushed the Bible back and said with a serious face, "Avina, you are an auxiliary member of the church, you should know some facts. Our world will not return to its original trajectory for a long time. There will be more and more evil spirits and monsters.
Each of us will have to bear more to survive. I am not lazy, I still need to meditate.
Take more responsibility, and you might be able to become a church pastor in the future." Avina pursed her thin lips and sneered, "I have studied in a church school for 5 years.
If I had this talent, I would have been specially trained long ago."
It was obvious to the nun that the person opposite was saying something hopeless. "I really wasn't just trying to make a fool of myself."
Crown laughed. "Hee, the world is different. You may not feel it.
After the gray fog comes, the world's spirituality begins to become more and more active.
Things that were impossible before can now be thought about.
After some analysis and enlightenment by Crown and her promise to maintain a good order of worship, Avina accepted the suggestion and stood behind the pulpit. The chapel was once again filled with people, and people were whispering,
"Where is the priest? Why can a nun also perform the ceremony? If the priest is not here, the knight can preside over it. What can a nun do?"
Listening to these discussions, Avina became more and more nervous and her face turned red.
"Quiet," Crown said in a deep voice.
The volume was not loud, but it was full of majesty, and he easily suppressed all comments.
"Quiet," the lingering sound echoed continuously. "Since the priest and I have other more important things to do, the future liturgies will be handed over to Sister Aviana. This is a need of the situation. Does anyone have any objections?" He scanned the audience, but no one in the audience responded.
With Avina's ability, she is fully qualified to host worship services, and the church has plans to train her to become a pastor.
"Now, let's start worshipping." Crowan first suppressed everyone's opinions forcefully, and finally gave a reasonable explanation.
As expected, everyone's dissatisfaction was alleviated a lot. He nodded to the nun and signaled her to start leading the believers in worship. In the beginning, there was no light in the world, only the coldness and darkness of chaos. My Lord Hephaestus cut down the sacred oak tree in the kingdom of God. The nun's gentle but firm voice sounded, and the faithful began to pray in time with her chanting. After feeling the spiritual light flying in the hall in his spiritual sense, Crown sat cross-legged on the ground, sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, and began to activate the hourglass of time. 12 seconds later, a white light point entered the sea of consciousness, and then turned into a drizzle of rain.
Half an hour later, Crown stopped activating the hourglass of time.
He was dissatisfied with the rate at which the sands of time were increasing. When visualizing the golden light spell, skill proficiency increases at roughly the same rate as when using spiritual coins to draw spiritual support. When he discovered that the hourglass of time could absorb spiritual light, he thought that the efficiency of increasing the sands of time would not be much different than that of absorbing spiritual essence. However, after actual testing, he found that the difference was huge. After absorbing spiritual essence for about 2 hours, 1/3 of the quicksand in the hourglass can be filled. He had just experimented for half an hour, and the increase in the sand of time was much lower than expected. He estimated that it was only 1/10 or even less of what it would be when absorbing spiritual essence.
Crown didn't understand what caused this, and didn't want to get into it.
He has only learned basic extraordinary knowledge so far, and it is normal for him to not understand many phenomena. He emptied his mind and began to visualize the golden light mantra. The bright moon illuminated his soul, his heart turned into a red sun, and he was completely intoxicated.
The next day, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
The rain kept falling with no intention of stopping. At this time, Nick was presiding over the worship ceremony in the worship hall.
Avina could no longer hold her breath at noon. Crown never rested.
He planned to increase his proficiency in the golden light spell to 10,000. This achievement was about to be achieved. During the recent period, in order to quickly improve his combat effectiveness, he couldn't spend a lot of time meditating. Now was the perfect time to use the liver golden light spell. At the end of another round of visualization, Crown felt a cool feeling between his eyebrows, starting from his head and spreading downward. When the cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body and gradually dissipated, a warm heat flow rose up in his dantian and spread to his limbs and bones. Between the coolness and the heat, Crown felt that all the cells in his body were like rain falling from the sky when the earth was dry for a long time, and he felt indescribably comfortable. At the same time, my mind was filled with mysterious insights about the golden light curse. Compared to the physical comfort, these secret knowledge made him more intoxicated. He understood 2 types of curse seals. The first one is called the Pure Heart Talisman. It is an advanced application of the Pure Heart Talisman, and its effect is twice that of the Pure Heart Talisman. There is no need to use talisman paper, just recite the spell silently with specific handprints, and consume the amount of moon due to make a Pure Heart Talisman, and you can add a soul concentrating and calming status buff to yourself, which lasts for a quarter of an hour.
Crown nodded, understanding the difference between the two. The function of the Qingxin talisman is to subdue inner demons and maintain inner peace.
In layman's terms, it helps people stay rational and calm. Explained with professional extraordinary knowledge, it refers to increasing personal will resistance and reducing the negative effects of mental spells, including but not limited to charm, insanity, hypnosis, fear, madness, anxiety, etc.
This was fully verified when he fought against the collective of evil thoughts.
If the effect of the Pure Heart Talisman water is to obtain a will resistance plus 10 points of low-level resistance buff that lasts for 1 hour, then the Purifying Heart Charm is to obtain a high-level resistance buff of will resistance plus 20 points that lasts for a quarter of an hour. The only bad thing is that the Purifying Mantra can only be released by oneself. I changed the Sunfire in the previous article to Sunflame Liquid, the material for making golden light talismans.
I really can't think of a better name, so I crowdsourced a nice name.
What you can visualize at this stage is the Sunflame Liquid and Moon Dew Crown stood up and quietly left the chapel.
Nick looked up at his back as if he was aware of it. He carefully opened the door to the hall, and the sound of rain pouring in from outside. After ducking out, he quickly closed the door, and at the same time, he couldn't wait to summon the Golden Wall. The Golden Wall appeared in his field of vision, and the shining light was just like his shining mood at the moment. There were a few more lines of writing in the skill introduction of the Golden Light spell. Golden Light Mantra, 10001/50,000, Level 1, Pure Heart Mantra. The pure heart is like water, and pure water is the heart. There is no breeze, no waves.
Zen is still in concentration, and the poisonous dragon escapes. Golden Light Body Protection. There is golden light in my body, which reflects my body. The wisdom of the cave is clear, and the 5 energies are soaring. The golden light appears quickly and protects the real person.
Note, I am ignorant, but God rewards those who work hard.
Long-term persistence will enable you to realize some of the true meaning of the mantra. Meditation during the day can increase the Sunflame Liquid, and meditation at night can obtain Moon Dew. In the skill introduction, there are 2 more spells and 3 corresponding sets of hand seals, as well as the urgently needed method of obtaining talisman materials. In the past, his Golden Light spell had just advanced, and if he wanted to obtain the materials, he could only bathe in the sun or moonlight and visualize it at a specific moment. Many times due to weather reasons, the sun or moon does not appear during that time period, which greatly limits his ability to obtain the corresponding sun and moon essence. He felt that he would not be unable to obtain materials just because the corresponding stars did not appear during this period.
He would do experiments on this later. In the rush to come out, Crown didn't bring his raincoat.
He immediately activated his breathing method and rushed into the pouring rain, starting to run quickly. The raindrops were blocked from his body, and a spherical vacuum appeared around him. While running, he continued to practice hand seals in his hands. After rushing back to his room, he couldn't wait to form a seal with one hand and silently recited the Qingshin mantra with his spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness recited the mantra very quickly, finishing the recitation almost in an instant. His hand transformed into an afterimage, and when the last syllable was silently recited, the mantra was also completed. Crown felt a cool feeling spread in his sea of consciousness, and his heart felt like still water, and his thoughts were ethereal. From the spiritual sense, the current state is much more powerful than taking Fu Shui. He understands that this is not an illusion. There is indeed a huge difference between 10 points of resistance and 20 points of resistance. The enemy's attack may not be able to break through the defense against 20 points of defense. After completing the purifying mantra, he immediately turned his attention to the second mantra, Golden Light Body Protection. At this moment, he felt a sense of surprise at the end of all the hardships. As the name suggests, the curse seal has the effect of protecting the body. It has 2 release methods. The curse is the same, but it is matched with different hand seals. The first method requires consuming enough Sunflame Liquid to draw a Golden Light Talisman, which can form a layer of protective golden light. This layer of golden light can last for a quarter of an hour if it is not broken.
The second method consumes the same amount of sunflaming fluid when released.
After forming the body-protecting golden light, the sunflaming fluid will continue to be consumed. When not being attacked, it does not consume much. It consumes the amount of 1 golden light talisman in a quarter of an hour. The advantage of this method is that as long as there is enough sun inflammation liquid in the body, the protective golden light will continue to exist if it is not broken instantly.
There is no difference in the upper limit of defense power between the 2 methods, the difference is continuity.
The Golden Light spell that Crown learned from various channels in his previous life was both offensive and defensive. He always felt that the Golden Light spell he had practiced was an improper one. It only had auxiliary functions, so it didn't mean that it was completely incompetent. Although the auxiliary function of the Golden Light curse is also very practical, it does not reflect the magic of the Taoist god curse at all.
Now there is an answer to everything.
It's not that the divine curse can't work, but that I haven't mastered the skill yet, so I have no chance to see its true magic. Crown began to become familiar with the hand seals of the first release method.
After a while, he was able to complete the hand seals in an instant. The spiritual consciousness silently recited, "There is golden light in my body, reflecting my body. The wisdom of the cave is clear, and the 5 energies are soaring. The golden light appears quickly and protects the real person." A faint golden film appeared on his skin, and his whole body was as if it were gilded. At the same time, he had the refreshing feeling of standing in a corner sheltered from the wind and basking in the sun in winter. He touched the film with his fingers, and his skin could feel his touch. He blew into his hand, and his fingers could feel the wind. This should have the same function as the spiritual armor worn by priests. Crown thought, took out his weapon and scratched the back of his hand slightly, but there was no change in the gold film. He put his left hand on the table, spread his fingers, and stabbed the webs between his fingers with 5 points of force. The gold film in this area swayed slightly, but still covered the body. He raised his sharp sword and stabbed it hard with 8 points of force. The golden film trembled violently, but it still did not break. It was a bit interesting, and Crown felt happy in his heart. The defensive power of the golden body was beyond his expectation. This was only the initial stage of the spell, but it was already able to withstand so much damage. He raised the weapon again and stabbed, this time with all his might. The tip of the sword pierced the gold film, spurting out bright red blood. The moment he was stabbed, he withdrew his palm and the sword sank half of the table. Feeling the pain beyond his expectation, he put the wound to his mouth and sucked his own blood. "Sorry, I actually forgot about the sharp special effects of basic swordsmanship in the extreme realm." Crown gritted his teeth and found his own ointment and applied it to the wound. He released the spell again, and the golden film covered his whole body. The experiment was not finished and had to continue. Before he attacked with all his strength, he had already attacked twice. He wanted to test the limits of the golden light protection to be able to withstand his full blow. If it can be resisted, it means that the golden light body can handle a full blow from most second-level extraordinary beings. Still putting his hand on the table, he exhaled, raised his sword and stabbed with all his strength. This time he used a finger web to stab. The defensive power of the golden light body is still trustworthy. The golden film is pierced, but there is an obvious lag. This time, Crown pulled his hand out in time to avoid further wounds. After verifying that the golden body can resist physical damage, the next step is to verify whether it can resist elemental damage. He began to practice the madra of the second release method of golden light body protection. When he became proficient in the practice and released the curse seal, his whole body immediately emitted a warm golden light. He circulated his flame breath, injecting the surging life stream into the weapon, and a red halo enveloped the sword. Because the room was too close to the wooden table, a burst of green smoke immediately appeared from the edges and corners of the table. Crown turned his wrist, quickly moving the sword away, and then he grabbed the blade with his left hand. He saw that the gold film on his palm began to shake slightly. His palm was not hurt, but there was only a faint burning sensation. After confirming that the golden light body can also defend against elemental damage, he stopped injecting life into the weapon and tried to control the divine light covering the body's surface, hoping to gather it together so as to enhance the defense of a specific location. After struggling for a long time, Crown tried various methods, but made no progress. He could sense the golden light on the surface of his body, but could not control it to flow to a specific location. It must be that the understanding of the golden light curse has not been fully understood yet, so Crown did not force it and no longer maintained the golden light protection. One day, I will also be able to use the golden light body protection in many ways. With a smile on his face, Crown thought of the anime Under One Person he watched in his previous life. He set a small goal first, to emulate Comrade Lao Zhang. After flirting for a moment, he sank his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, recorded the amount of sunfire liquid in the crystal ball at this time, and prepared to see how much sunfire liquid he would get without meditating in the sun. Crown began to visualize the golden light spell. As his proficiency continued to improve, the time it took him to visualize a great cycle decreased. Now under normal circumstances, I visualize a cycle of 7 minutes and 32 seconds, which saves about 20 seconds compared to the beginning. I can gain a lot more proficiency every day. 10 weeks later, he finished the visualization and compared the amount of sunflame liquid, and found that it had indeed increased. Although the efficiency is much less than the sun-burning liquid that can be obtained when bathing in the morning sun at Mao Shi, it finally solves the problem of not being able to obtain the corresponding materials when there is no sun or moon at a specific time, which is great news. In the future, as long as you visualize, you can not only increase your proficiency, but also obtain the essence of the sun and the moon, giving you a double harvest and a satisfying feeling. After the experiment of the two new skills was completed, Crown left the room and walked to the dining room. Holy water is a high-calorie substance, but it cannot replace food. According to his understanding, it is just a higher-level sugar. It still lacks many trace elements necessary for the human body.
If you live on this for a long time, you will definitely lose nutrition.
Bad.
Crown walked into the restaurant and found the chef peeling potatoes and a large basin on the table next to him.
He said, "Hello, Lawford, what's for dinner today?"
The chef raised his head when he heard the sound, rubbed his white hat with the back of his hand and grinned. "White bread, bacon, and potatoes stewed. You came early today, so you have to wait for a while before the meal can be served."
"No problem, give me another plate of onion slices." "There are no onions now." Lawford's smile froze. "The reserves of white flour are also running low. If we can't survive this winter, we can only eat buckwheat bread or black bread in the future."
He paused, spread his hands and continued, "There are not much bacon and potatoes left.
The church used to go out to buy it once a month.
It happened so suddenly, and now there are a few more people eating in the restaurant, so." Crown was a little embarrassed, as the restaurant only prepared food for church insiders. There were a few more people, including himself and the demon hunter master and apprentice. They all had astonishing appetites, especially him and Gerald.
Each of them could eat as much as 3.5 adults. Meat provides more calories than bread.
But as the gray fog descended and the beasts mutated, the source of meat was gone. Now, apart from people, the only living animals in Zack Town are only a few horses in the church.
This is because the entire church is shrouded in the light of the holy fire, which prevents the horses from alienating.
In the 2 livestock farms in the town, it is said that all the animals have escaped without a trace.
Have you reported this situation to the priest?
I reported a few days ago that the priest asked me to buy some food from the townspeople.
It was delayed by the rain.
Crown nodded slightly. The town was not rich, and the townspeople rarely had surplus food. However, due to the last sneak attack by the cultists, the population had been reduced a lot, so they should be able to buy some. The most important thing now is to find a source of meat and stock up on enough vegetables. After Lawford finished peeling the potatoes, he took the wooden basin and went back to the kitchen to work. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Crown simply stayed in the dining room and meditated on the golden light spell. Half an hour later, he was awakened by several howls, and the heavy rain could not conceal the misery in the sounds. Crown walked out of the restaurant and listened. He felt that the voice was familiar and it was not too far away. He thought for a moment and figured out that it was the voice of the iron-eating beast. The sound was intermittent, and a sense of sadness permeated the heavy rain.
Was this another beating?
Crown bared his teeth, guessing that the monster had caused some trouble again. Autumn rain fell continuously for 7 days, the temperature dropped to freezing point, and the town was completely cut off from the outside world. Although the townspeople were able to stay in the chapel for 2 hours every day to be purified, many ordinary people still fell ill, some with common colds, and many more were mentally polluted by toxins in the rain. The magic circle in the worship hall is operating at full power, and the production of holy water is greatly increased, but it is still far less than the consumption. In the next 2 days, many people's mental pollution exceeded their own limits and began to mutate. Fortunately, no cultists have come to sneak attacks these days, otherwise, the situation here may collapse. Golden Light Spell, 12560/50,000, Level 1, for Crown. The gain these days is that he can perform the Liver Golden Light Curse for more than 18 hours a day, which has greatly improved his proficiency in this skill. In the early morning, the heavy rain stopped, the sun rose, and a rainbow stretched across the sky. Nick, Crown, and Gerald's master and apprentice were divided into 3 groups and patrolled the shanty towns. Some people's mutations have accumulated to the point where they cannot be treated, and they need to carefully identify those who are on the critical edge. If possible, we should try our best to treat the patient.
If the patient is terminally ill, we can only kill him humanely.
Dell ran along the narrow road with some men who were sure that there was no mutation, conveying orders. Everyone, all walked out of the house and stood at the door to be inspected. Amid shouts and cries, the residents walked out of their wooden houses to welcome the sun that had not shown its face for a long time. In front of a wooden house, the church's holy emblem is crookedly carved on the birchwood board.
Crown was checking on the cabin's residents.
He looked into the eyes of the boy at the front of the line and said gently, "Open your mouth." The boy opened his mouth in obedience, and he twisted the boy's head to let the sunlight shine into his mouth. According to their experience, as long as a person's eyes do not have fine bloodshot eyes, the mouth and tongue coating are not green, and the mood is stable, they can be judged to be healthy. Now that the heavy rain has stopped,
the townspeople have finally overcome this crisis. The boy was in good condition and showed no signs of contamination. He continued to check the group of residents. Okay, you are all doing well, now go back. Ah, a sharp female voice sounded not far away, like a sharp sword piercing people's hearts. Go back to the wooden house, lock the door and don't move, Crown said, jumping up suddenly, grabbing the eaves of the wooden house and throwing himself onto the roof, then immediately jumped up to the ridge and started running. Ah, several more screams came from the same direction. When Crown arrived near the place where the incident occurred, he saw a petite woman standing in the middle of the path, stretching her neck and roaring in a low voice at a few people who were lying on the ground. Heh. Maybe she heard the movement on the roof. She suddenly turned around, and Crown saw clearly the woman's face at this moment. The woman's skin was withered and yellow, with several blue vine patterns on her face. Her eyes had no pupils and were filled with twisting bloodshot eyes. A few black and green fangs were exposed in her mouth, and red blood was still flowing out. Only then did Crown notice that she was holding an 8 or 9-year-old girl in her arms. The girl's neck was a bloody mess. The wind blows the woman's long hair, making the whole scene look enchanting. The woman suddenly threw the girl out of her hand. The girl's head hit the pillar at the door of the wooden house, and her brain immediately burst and printed an abstract painting on it. The monster jumped on all fours towards the wall of the wooden house. Its hands and feet had been obviously deformed, and its fingers and toes grew sharp nails, which easily grabbed the wooden board. After leveraging its strength, it easily jumped high and pounced on the person approaching from the roof. A cold light flashed in Crown's eyes, and he jumped up, the sword in his hand flashing an orangered halo. He swung his sword and turned sideways, then took 2 empty steps in the air and landed firmly on the ground. On the other hand, the mutated woman suddenly fell from the air to the ground. When she fell into 2 pieces. A smell of meat and a light fishy smell began to permeate the air around her. When Dell ran over with his crossbow, he happened to see the monster fall and break in half. Several paralyzed people struggled to get up and hid behind each other. They looked at Crown with gratitude, awe, and fear in their eyes. Crown turned around to check the situation and found that the woman's mutated abdominal cavity was covered with cyan velvet. These filaments were still squirming, trying to stick together the disconnected organs. This situation should be caused by the body being contaminated with water and parasites entering the body through the mouth, nose, eyes, or other organs. He held his breath and used his breathing method to inject the source of life into the sharp blade and pierced the monster's body. Those green fluffs were extremely afraid of fire and burned out quickly, making the stench in the air even stronger. Find some dry firewood and burn her on the spot, he told Dell and walked back to the next place to be inspected. The inspection work lasted all day and was not completed until night. Nick and others were doing summary planning in the room. Gerald stood up and said rather casually, "You can call me to fight and kill, but you can do whatever you worry about." He didn't stay any longer and left straight away. After he opened the door and went out, he poked his head in again and said, "Remember to pay the employment fees for the past few days tomorrow." Crown stopped him, "You still have to wait a few days. The materials for the talisman seals have not been gathered yet. If you want to get them as soon as possible, please do me a small favor and make some talisman papers." The Witcher frowned. "Is it troublesome?" "It's not troublesome at all. I have the materials. Take off the white parts of the eggshells and straw, wash them, dry them and grind them into powder. Remember to make sure they are completely dry. The weight of eggshells and straws is 1:1. For the mixing ratio, add the egg white and stir into a paste. I have a mold. Just use a brush to apply it to the thickness of your fingernail. There should be no gaps when brushing. Finally, press it with heavy objects for 3 days and dry it in the sun and moonlight respectively. I can do it for you, but I'll give you a pure heart talisman as a reward. I'll find an ordinary person to help. It only takes 10 silver coins at most to get it done. Okay, I'll take the job of a gold shield. Based on the principle that mosquito legs are also meat, Gerald said he accepted the commission. The materials are in your house? I'll get them now. It's in the bag under the bed. After the Witcher left, Crown asked, "If it rains for so long, will the situation in a big city like Rhine City be very bad?" "Not at all. With the Holy Fire Cathedral as the center, the nearby blocks are shrouded in purification circles, and with other small churches as nodes, the entire main city will not be much troubled by pollution. The tough ones are still us. Small place. More than 200 people died in the town on this rainy day. The total death toll in the huge Rhine city would not be much higher." Crown was silent. The Red Moon had been coming for more than 100 years. It was more than enough for a powerful church to build several cities with key defenses.
Nick continued, in this season, it will soon snow heavily.
We still need to reserve enough wood, and we need to mine another batch of ore. We must make more crossbows and arrows to arm ordinary people.
Since the number of residents has decreased a lot, food is basically enough, but it is best to search for more outside. Before the heavy snowfall, we must organize our manpower to go out and prepare as many supplies as possible.
Geralt and I will go to the mines tomorrow and cut some wood there by the way.
The cultists never showed up, which is a great potential threat to us. If they want to attack, I think they will do it before it snows. Crown had a stronger desire to become an animal trainer part-time. If he wanted nothing more, he would raise some falcons and nocturnal birds and act as an all-weather scout.
The situation would be much more proactive.
He can provide golden light talisman water, and the nightbird can also resist the invasion of gray fog.
It's good. The possibility of being attacked during the day is not high.
If you are attacked, the most important thing is to save yourself.
Protect ordinary people within your capabilities.
Don't worry, I will try my best to protect ordinary people, but I won't show off. Crown promised that without ordinary people constantly providing the power of faith to create holy water, the lives of extraordinary people would be very difficult. He felt that the future world situation would be such that extraordinary people would protect towns and protect ordinary people, while ordinary people would contribute their own strength to support the strong, and the two groups would form a healthy cooperative relationship. There has always been a saying in the church that pastors are God's shepherds, and there is some truth to it.
Nick nodded and said, when you go out tomorrow, take 2 pigeons with you and let me know if anything happens.
The next day, when the sun shone on the earth and the gray fog dissipated, everyone who had been prepared walked out of the town with their weapons. Each of the men was carrying a basket, Geralt and his apprentice were riding at the front, and Crown was at the back. The few remaining horses in the church were pulling the cart, and there were 2 people on the cart. A big pot, a few buckets of water, and dry food for everyone.
Old Hans, you don't have to go out to work, how can you follow everyone?
It's going to snow soon, and we can finally pick a batch of herbs. The old man smiled broadly, and the wrinkles on his face were like a blooming chrysanthemum. There may be a lot of dirty things after heavy rain.
If you don't come with us, I'm afraid you won't be able to guarantee your own safety. Go back, Crown advised.
Hey, I bought 2 bottles of holy water, Hans said showily.
Okay, stay safe.
After arriving at the mine, everyone divided into 2 groups. The demon hunter led half of the people into the mine, and Crown led the remaining people to cut wood nearby.
After the rain, the mountains are full of greenery, and many grasses and trees stubbornly sprout green buds.
New growth and withering coexist among the dead branches and leaves on the ground. At this time, it seems more like early spring than early winter. The woodcutter's legs were wrapped in oilcloth to avoid getting wet with dew and causing unnecessary trouble. Crown walked to a high open space, cleared away the stones and other debris on the ground, and began to practice the cross sword. In order to maintain his strength, he did not exercise along with pranayama. After a moment, he stopped and looked around alertly. He felt like he was being looked at with malicious eyes. As the golden light spell becomes more and more sophisticated, his perception sensitivity is very high. According to mysticism, eyes are powerful, and he doesn't think this is his illusion. He looked around carefully and found nothing unusual in his sight due to the obstruction of trees or bushes, but the vague feeling of being spied on still existed. He must have been targeted by something, whether it was a mutated beast or something else. Crown shouted, "Tighten the team, each group should be careful, and no one should leave everyone's sight." He turned to a group of woodcutter not far away and said, "Del, your group will take the crossbows and patrol with them.
We'll see if we can find any edible wild vegetables and bring them over."
Understood. Del was a smart man. He understood that the knight should have discovered something, and immediately called the team members to start patrolling. After a while, Crown felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared and no longer appeared. He relaxed a little and continued to practice swordsmanship. Every half an hour, he would stop and look around carefully, and patrol within 50 meters of the mine. The morning was spent practicing swordsmanship, and it was already noon when Crown ended the practice again. He picked up half a basket of wild vegetables that Del and others had placed nearby and looked through them carefully. From the perspective of a professional herbalist, he did not find anything unusual about these wild vegetables. Then he tasted every wild vegetable, and he even felt that the leaves had a fragrant taste. Normally, wild vegetables were a bit bitter. After confirming that there was no problem, he acted as a chef, put 2 large pots on the rack, poured water, salt and pepper into them, and also added a spout of holy water. The food for lunch was dry bread and bacon and wild vegetable soup. The ingredients were all ready-made, which did not reflect his superb cooking skills. Seeing the patrol walking nearby, Crown shouted, "Del, tell everyone to eat and rest for an hour." "Okay, Valerie, you go to the mine, Karam, you go to the west." After assigning the task, Del happily ran over and reached out to take the wooden spoon in the knight's hand. "Sir, just leave the rough work of cooking to me." Crom released the spoon and said with a smile, "Del, I think you are much stronger than before." The man's body now has obvious muscle contours, and his face no longer looks so thin.
"I've been eating well lately and working a lot.
I've tested it and found that my strength has increased.
Now I'll test it with you and I should be able to push you back." "Really, let's try now.
If the town restores contact with the outside world, we will train you to be a warrior of the church," Crown said with a smile.
"The power of the church is still too weak. It is very effective to cultivate some extraordinary people."
"Necessary, and now that people's physiques are slowly getting better, more people will meet the standards for promotion to extraordinary." After saying that, he took a few steps back and stretched out his right hand, standing with his legs slightly bent at the waist. Del put the spoon into the pot, made a few fist-bumping movements happily, then took a few steps and punched out. Crown felt the airflow from his fist, and felt that the opponent's power was even stronger than before he was promoted to a warrior. He held the opponent's fist with his hand and bent his arms slightly to transmit the force of the blow back to the ground through his legs, but his upper body remained straight and motionless.
Del's face turned red.
Del retracted his fist and said in frustration, "I still haven't let you move even half a step." "Yes, your strength has improved significantly. At this level, you have met the requirements for promotion to a warrior.
If your physical fitness passes the test, you will get an extraordinary place.
The reason why you didn't let me retreat is because I have also made progress these days."
"Karam, don't you want to go back for dinner? What are you doing there alone? Are you too lonely to vent your anger on the big tree?"
A man with a brown beard asked lewdly. I said it was abnormal when I saw a tree hole when I was logging just now."
"Fuck you, sir, I can't go pee," Kalam spat. "You're kind enough to ask you to eat, but you're just entertaining me. Do you need us to wait for you? How long does it usually take for you to finish? Is 10 seconds enough? Leave far away."
"Look,
I got him right," he got angry. The bearded man smiled. "It's so easy to patrol. It's not like us. The water we drank turned into sweat and there was no urine. Let's go, let's walk ahead, he will catch up. Hurry up, I'm starving to death." Several men chatted and laughed and left quickly.
Kalam walked behind a big tree as thick as an adult's arms, took out a small and powerful tool and started to pour water. There was a reason why he was embarrassed to do it in front of others. "Shoo," he shuddered and was about to pull up his pants when a drop of green mucus dripped from the top of his head onto his left shoulder. Shit, he glanced up and suddenly looked up, and saw a girl hanging upside down, her fingers tightly grasping the bark of the tree. The girl had a delicate face, her emerald green hair was flying in the wind, and a green liquid at the corner of her mouth pulled out a crystalline thread in the air. Her eyes were full of desire. The desire to see delicious food.
Kalam opened his mouth wide and wanted to shout, but no sound came out of his throat for the first time.
Immediately afterwards, he saw the girl let go of her hands and fell from the tree. Her mouth widened and became bigger, big enough to hold him.
Hans's legs and feet were wrapped in a layer of oilcloth and tied tightly with hemp rope.
His life has actually been relatively good recently. Several of his colleagues in the town were either killed in the last attack or were injured and unable to move. At this moment, he was full of joy, because he had harvested more than 10 herbs in his hands, and even 3 of them were purchased by herbalists at high prices.
Making money always makes people feel happy. The breeze blew, and Hans's nostrils twitched violently.
He smelled the faint fragrance, and his mind suddenly became clearer. Black sage, yes, that's the herb that I've made a lot of money from the guru, and that's the herb that's done the most. Hans's eyes were hidden in his smile, and his cloudy eyes shone with shrewd light.
"Little darlings, here I come."
The old man looked in the direction of the wind, and the special fragrance became stronger and stronger.
It's developed.
Hans saw 20 or 30 black sage trees growing lushly beside the blue boulder not far from the small puddle in front of him. He avoided the puddles and rushed towards the grass bushes, moving as quickly as a sprinter. He took out the shovel and knelt on the ground to dig carefully, with gentle movements. Hans focused all his attention on the herbs, and did not notice the water ripples in the puddle behind him, and a ball of green slime crawled out. The slime crawled forward, enveloping the old man's feet and buttocks. Hans felt something strange and felt a different kind of softness in his hands. What the hell?
He was a little panicked and wanted to stand up and run away, but found that this thing was surprisingly sticky and he couldn't get up at all. Moreover, this disgusting layer of ooze spread upwards along his torso. Fuck, the old man felt fierce in his heart, raised the medicine shovel in his hand and cut it hard. The medicine shovel sank into the soft mud, and then it couldn't be pulled out. Help, help, Hans was completely panicked. He began to shout, with endless panic and fear in his voice, and his tone was completely distorted. His shouting did not last for a few seconds. The ooze had already spread to his head. The ooze began to change from green to transparent, and poured into the old man's mouth like a liquid. Soon, all the ooze entered his body. Holy water, I still have holy water. Hans regained control of his body. He tremblingly took out 2 bottles of holy water and poured it down. At the end, he shook the potion bottle to make sure not to waste a drop. Just after he finished all this, his body suddenly stiffened, the pupils in his eyes immediately expanded, then slowly shrank back to normal, and thick gray smoke came out of his mouth. Hans pressed his fingers to his mouth and spat out the holy water he had just drank. His fingers quickly turned red as if they had been burned by boiling water, and wisps of gray smoke came out. He closed his mouth, and a film of water wrapped around his fingers. After a moment, the skin quickly returned to normal. Hans closed his eyes and stood still for a while, then bent down to pick up the medicine shovel and continued digging for herbs. Thank you for your continued reading, monthly votes and recommendations. I will go to Sanjiang next week. Thank you all for your support. The strong men who cut the wood lined up with rice bowls, and Dell served them soup with wooden spoons in turn. The scene was full of noisy gags. On a simple wooden stand next to the steaming rice pot, there were 2 large wooden basins filled with rye bran bread without sawdust. This was a filling meal. When the last person left with the iron basin, Dell filled another large bowl and handed it to the people next to him. Sir, you should be the first to enjoy your soup. You don't have to wait for them all to eat. Crown took the bowl, put it on the wooden stand beside him, and said softly, not counting the person who went to the mine, we still have 2 people missing here. Find out who it is. Dell was startled and quickly glanced around. He picked up the wooden spoon and knocked the big iron pot hard twice. Dang, dang, a dull voice sounded, and he shouted loudly, everyone, 2 of us are missing. Each group should recognize each other and see who is missing in this group. Come on, a gong's voice came from the woods, and a short, fat man wearing a worn-out peaked cap and holding a homemade cigarette as big as his thumb ran out and said with a naive smile, I just felt sick to my stomach. Balu, you are emptying your stomach specifically to eat more, someone shouted. Don't mention it yet, Balu has done it. Shut up, you guys. What you say is disgusting. Dell frowned. He shouted in embarrassment to stop the hooting, and shouted, hurry up and identify the people. The small group will report the situation. It's Kalam, the man with brown beard stood up and shouted, he ran away after informing us, and we haven't seen him come back. Dell put his hands together into a trumpet shape and shouted with all his strength, Kalam. There were echoes from the forest, and everyone's voices suddenly stopped. They even swallowed as gently as possible, and the scene was quiet. Bending down and picking up the hand crossbow at his feet, Dell took a long breath. Sir, I will take people to find him. Cocker, where is the last place you saw him? Take me there. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Crown pressed the man's arm that was holding the crossbow, and said in a low voice, wait a moment, I will take people there, and wait for Geralt and the others to come over. But I'm afraid Kalam can't wait, so why don't we all go there together? The teams are not far apart. Kalam was in danger but no call for help came. It should have happened in an instant. He was so fast that he had no time to react. This means that the attacker was very fast or was confused by something. Heart orifices. Crown imitated the manner of a witcher and tied the scabbard behind his back, and continued, if we all go together, we will have to spread out to search. It is even more difficult for me to take care of you in the mountains and forests. You first organize everyone to be alert. Dell tightened the crossbow in his hand and shouted loudly, guys, please be careful. The men put down their rice bowls one after another, some began to string their crossbows, and some picked up the axes thrown on the ground, and gathered close to each other. The air was somewhat solid, and the heavy breathing of many people could be heard at the scene. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and Geralt led the mining team from a distance. After seeing this, Crown shouted, Cocker, lead the way, and here are 2 more people with crossbows. The others followed Geralt's command and be alert. Dell ordered, Baru, Hog, you 2 follow. The hand of the bearded man held the axe handle so tightly that his fingers turned white. He walked in front with a hunched waist, and the other 2 followed behind him. Crown held the line at the back, and the four of them walked towards the forest. Sir Knight, Kalam ran over there for convenience. Cocker pointed at the crooked-neck tree not far ahead and shouted. Crown took a few steps forward and found that the man's fingers were trembling slightly. The other two people pursed their lips and held the crossbows hard. The combat literacy of these ordinary people is still not expected. During the night vigil, they were still shooting decently while hiding behind the wall, but they lost their courage when fighting at close range. At this moment, Crown once again felt the malicious sense of being spied on. He patted Cocker on the shoulder. Take a deep breath, everyone, relax a little. If you are too nervous, you will not be able to exert your due fighting power. You guard the back, I will go and take a look. His hand quickly turned into an afterimage. He silently recited a spell in his mind, and quickly applied two buffs to himself, the purifying heart curse and the golden light body protection. You have to do your best when fighting a lion or a rabbit, let alone when facing an enemy who doesn't know the depth of the enemy. Apart from taking drugs, he had made most of the preparations. Is the enemy fishing? When they first came here, there were too many ordinary people, so they were wary of them, and they didn't look like they were any powerful things. Now, they fished out a great white shark. A cold light shone in Crown's eyes. He pulled out the sharp sword from his back, chose a position some distance away from the big tree, and strode over. The expected attack did not happen. He saw a girl with a pretty face and cool clothes. Her skin was like white jade, and her green hair was messy and scattered behind her ears. Her eyes are also green, like a pool of autumn water, which makes people feel pity for them. Uncle, I'm hungry. The girl's voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, with a hint of charm. She stuck out her tongue and licked her red lips. His eyes quickly turned 360 degrees to scan the scene. Crown glanced at a man high up who was missing from the waist down. There were bloody branches growing out of the man's neck. The cold light in his eyes disappeared. He stretched his arm downwards to tilt the sword, and walked forward with a grin. I'm here to give you some delicious food. Woo-goo! Two shrill laughter like night owls came from high behind him, sounding eerie and terrifying. Sir, behind you. The moment he heard the sharp laughter, or to be precise before the strange laughter, when he heard the sound of an object falling, he released bullet time, and his body shot towards the enemy in front of him like a crossbow arrow. At the same time, the girl's eyes turned scarlet, her skin turned gray and hard, and her red lips turned black. A pair of fleshy wings like bats grew out from behind her, and there were blood-colored claws on the bones protruding from the fleshy wings. Girl, no, the monster flew at low altitude, its head deformed and elongated, leaving only a flat mouth as big as a millstone, as if it wanted to swallow the enemy in one bite. The sharp sword in Crown's hand reflected a fiery red glow, making his weapon look like it had just been taken out of the furnace. The moment the two were about to collide, when they were still 4 or 5 meters apart, the monster's body rushed straight up unnaturally. Perhaps, it also knows that its opponent is difficult to deal with and wants to avoid incoming attacks. Perhaps, this is all calculated and set up by the monsters, and it is just a fishing bait. With the bullet time superimposed, Crown's thinking speed was very fast. The moment he noticed the monster taking off, he also soared into the sky. The firelight reflected his resolute face and his sharp and solemn eyes. Stay! Crown thought flashed in his mind and swung his sword. The monster overestimated its speed and was split in half from its chest. As it rushed at high speed, it cracked in the air and colorful objects fell down. Crown didn't look up to check his results because he felt the air coming from his back. He leaned forward according to the inertia, and at the same time, he took a step to the side and twisted his waist. Using the movement of twisting his waist, he swung his sword behind him. If the monster rushed over directly, it might end up with its body and head missing. When he covered his head with one hand and turned around, he caught a glimpse of what was happening behind him. 2 monsters that were the same as the one that was hacked attacked up and down. One opened its mouth and bit his lower body, while the other waved its claws to scratch his head. The monster's fingertips were black and shiny, and the tips curved into a cruel arc. 2 meters away behind the 2 monsters, 2 crossbow arrows happened to fly past. It was obvious that the 2 crossbowmen fired too late. Crown's upper body leaned back to avoid the claw attack of the monster above. The flaming red blade waved out a fan-shaped arc of light, and the monster below flashed with fear in its eyes. It tried its best to dodge to the side, but its mouth was still cut in half. Woo-goo! Amidst the horrifying cry, one monster fell from the sky, while the other 2 roared and flapped their fleshy wings and flew over the treetops. After Crown landed on the ground, he immediately took 2 steps back and then stood firmly. He saw that the head of the monster flying in the air had returned to a human appearance. Half of the chopped monster's cheek was split open, and its ears were also split. It was split into two halves, with steam still coming out of the wound. "Does it hurt a little?" he mocked. The monster was uttering human words just now. He felt that these banshees should maintain some human consciousness. Woohoo! The two monsters jumped like thunder, hovering in the air, trying to pounce down, but in the end they didn't have the guts. The fisherman's air force is the norm. Most of the time, the fish eat the bait and swim away gracefully. This time 3 monsters caught a big fish. One was killed and the other was injured instantly. The living monsters also lost the courage to attack. Cocker and others ran over and surrounded Crown. Balu raised his eyes and saw half of the corpse hanging above, and then squinted at the monster on the ground that was still alive and crawling outwards, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. The monster dragged behind it its long, bright red intestines and small intestines, as well as other things. Poof! Balu spit out the cigarette that was almost burning to the corner of his mouth, raised his hand and fired. 2 of the 3 crossbow arrows hit the target, piercing into the disheveled green hair. The monster roared sharply and continued to crawl forward while grabbing the ground with trembling hands. Wooga! The other 2 fluttered flesh wings and jumped down from the air, but hurriedly pulled them up when they were still 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Crown narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Balu, you 2 will come a few more times." "Okay, sir." The short, fat man's words were full of hatred. He stretched out his hand to press down on the brim of his hat and reloaded the crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh! The 2 men fired around, and a few more crossbow arrows appeared on the monster's head. It trembled several times, hit the ground with its raised head, and never moved again. Frightened shouts came from the direction of the camp, and Crown realized that there was also a problem there. Unable to deal with the flying monsters, he prepared to leave and return to the camp. He took out the revolver from his waist, raised his hand suddenly and fired. Seeing the speed of the monsters and the penetration of the crossbow arrows into their heads, he did not aim at weak parts such as the eyes, but chose to aim at the abdominal cavity, targeting the injured monster. Sure enough, even though it was injured, the monster still avoided the position he aimed at, but it was shot through the flesh wing, leaving a hole as big as a thumb. The 2 monsters were hovering at a higher place, howling with unknown meaning from their mouths. "Go back to the camp, you go in front," Crown gave the order. The 3 rough guys got the order and immediately turned around and rushed back. The 2 monsters flew in the air for a while, and after seeing a few people walking away, they let out a long roar, "Whoa!" Then, they both fell into the forest. When Crown came out of the forest, he saw 3 monsters flying in the air with several crossbow arrows stuck in their bodies. One of them was clearly holding a person. "There are too many targets to protect, and I can't take care of them." Gerald walked over, his face so gloomy that he could squeeze out water. "I am a good hunter of monsters, but it is really beyond my ability to protect so many ordinary people." "I understand," Crown nodded. "What kind of monster is this? Can you recognize it? It looks a bit like a vampire bird." The demon hunter scratched his snow-colored hair. "Actually, have you ever encountered this kind of monster before?" Crown asked. He is now a 2nd-level demon scholar and can recognize many kinds of demons and evil spirits. Vampire demon birds will not appear in the sun. Most of the time, such monsters stay in dark tombs and only come out to look for food at night. Human blood and liver are their favorites. However, the monsters that attacked them did not have any characteristics of the vampire birds. They were just similar in appearance, with female faces, fleshy wings and black claws, but that was all. "Okay, I don't recognize it." Gerald spread his hands helplessly. Every few years, the Warlock Association will rewrite a monster illustration. There will always be new monsters emerging. We don't know them. It's normal. Crown stopped continuing the topic. He glanced at the situation in the camp and asked, "How many attacked you in total? Have you caught one? Those monsters are too cunning. They know how to avoid me and the teacher and only attack ordinary people." Alan said angrily, unable to use his strength, which made the boy's face look very ugly. Dell came over in shame at this moment. "Sir, we have been scratched more than 10 times now, and one person was even taken away." Crown stared at the 2 iron pots on the ground and the black bread that had been trampled into powder, and smiled bitterly. "You guys pack it up. I killed a monster, and Kalam's body is still there. A few people will come and remove them. Move back and we leave. Without food, don't expect the workers to have the energy to continue working in the afternoon. There are new types of monsters appearing, which requires more vigilance. I simply went home and came back tomorrow prepared." Taking out a few bottles of holy water and giving them to Dell, Crown said, "Give it to the injured person for oral and external use. Maybe there are other toxins on the monster's nails."
Later, he led a few people back to the place where the monster was killed, only to find that half of Kalam's body and the monster's body had disappeared.
They must have been taken away by those things.
The group of people hurriedly loaded the wood and or onto the carriage and rushed to the town. When they were far away, several black shadows flew out of the forest and flew high, circling in the distance. When the outgoing team returned to the outside of the church, Gerald came from the front to the back.
He pointed to the black shadow high in the sky in the distance and said with a gloomy smile, "It looks like we are being targeted." Crown didn't look back.
He had already noticed this situation. This kind of monster is very fast, but not very powerful. It is only a small hidden danger for us, but it will be difficult for ordinary people.
Do you want to set up an ambush and trap a few of them?
The demon hunter raised his eyebrows and made a downward motion with his right hand.
Trapping, who will be the bait?
Based on what we know so far, the monster is interested in fresh meat, but the current situation in the town means that apart from people, there are only a few horses available. Monsters can tell the strength of people, and people who are capable of protecting themselves cannot induce them to attack. Ordinary people are likely to give away food when used as bait, unless they are prepared to sacrifice themselves. Crown's eyes gradually turned evil when he looked at the Witcher. It wasn't that he was morally noble, but that he couldn't bear to be treated as a victim, even though the victim was not himself.
TSK, look at the look in your eyes.
Gerald's mouth cracked and he said teasingly, "You must have misunderstood. I have a formula that can create a very strong smell of blood. I once used it to trap and kill a vampire."
Bird. Then we can give it a try. Do you have any plans? Crown's face softened and he smiled again.
The Witcher leaned close to him and whispered a few words, and then said, "As long as you understand how they distinguish the difficulty of their prey, my method will be easy to succeed." The inspectors on the tower saw the convoy coming back from a distance and opened the gate.
Nick stood at the door to greet everyone.
The man waiting by the side without going out clearly divided the work and carried the wood and ore to the corresponding places. The priest glanced at the injured man and whispered, "It doesn't look like it's going well.
We ran into some trouble." A group of unrecognizable mutated banshees appeared in the woods near the mine.
I don't know if they happened to pass by or if they have long-term plans to take root.
No one seems to have died. Is it not a big problem?
If the human corpses were not brought back, they would have become the monster's midnight snack. Crown sighed helplessly. 2 people died and were captured by the monster.
Let's go inside and talk.
Let's chat. We have to go back, and we have to be considered for perfect attendance today. Gerald said hello and pulled his students away.
The two entered the wooden house, and Crown told the whole story and asked, "Father, can you enchant the arrows with a scorching weapon?"
In today's battle, he suffered the disadvantage of not having a long-range attack method. Otherwise, he was confident that he would have left a few more monsters behind. He currently only has 4 bullets left in his hand, and it is imperative to learn archery. Nick nodded and then shook his head. Yes, but this enchantment has a duration, and ordinary metal arrows are easily softened by the enchanted elemental power, thus losing their sharpness.
Can I learn this kind of enchantment? It is better to know how to fish than to eat other people's fish.
Crown's real purpose is to learn another craft. I'm afraid you can't learn it, Nick explained. This method requires one's own spiritual power, or elemental power.
Just like a warlock, one must have this talent to use it.
Then we attach spiritual power to the weapon through mental mimicry, which is not the same system as you're infusing the source of life into the weapon to form a fire element attack.
That's it. Crown was a little disappointed.
I also told Avina that she had a chance to be trained as a priest. It turns out there is no hope at all.
What you said is not wrong. She is not hopeless.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is constantly increasing. If she really has talent in her bloodline, she will awaken sooner or later, and so will you.
Is there a high chance of awakening? Nick smiled and said, "It's good to keep a normal mind." Crown bared his teeth.
Hearing this tone, most people still had no chance.
After being lost for 2 or 3 seconds, his emotions recovered.
God had treated him well. He had traveled through time and space, and he had encountered everything that book lovers dreamed of. What else could he be dissatisfied with?
Will warriors have that kind of spiritual armor?
Because he progressed too quickly, he didn't know much about the methods of the warrior system.
Extraordinary basic knowledge is worthy of its name as basic, and only introduces first-level professionals.
Of course there will be.
The attack and defense of high-level warriors are also quite powerful.
In our church, the top warriors can be as good as priests of the same level. Nick fell into memories, and after a while, he continued, "When I was training as a priest in Rhine City, I was fortunate to meet the Third Order Flame Fighter Cavendish Sith and Cardinal Flanders MacLean discussion.
Lord Cavendish was not wearing armor, just cloth.
His life source armor was bombarded many times by Lord Flanders but remained as stable as ever.
The scene is still fresh in people's memory.
The priest's voice began to become excited. Before that, it was everyone's consensus that priests in the Holy Fire Cathedral could completely defeat soldiers of the same level, but Lord Cavendish single-handedly changed everyone's views. I still remember what he said at that time: there are no rubbish extraordinary professions, only rubbish extraordinary people. Crown's eyes widened and he thought to himself, there are no rubbish professions, only rubbish players.
This was also well known in his previous life.
As the sun set, Hans carried the basket of herbs on his back, his body covered with a layer of orangered light, and his long shadow followed his steps back to the church.
Hey, old Hans, I thought you would never come back, someone on the tower said hello with a smile.
I go out to collect some herbs and make a living.
This is the only way I can make a living. I'm old and can't do heavy work anymore. TCH, stop crying about being poor.
I heard that the Lord Knight bought your herbs at a high price.
When will you treat us to a drink?
Sure, when old Jason's hotel reopens, I'll treat everyone to a drink. Ha, the stingy old Hans has become more generous.
Just wait, I will go down and open the door for you right away.
Crack-click, with the sound of gears turning, the heavy wooden door opened. Hans joked a little with the acquaintances guarding the door, and said goodbye. I will also give the herbs to the Lord Knight, and we will talk in the evening.
Go ahead, go ahead. Don't forget to treat everyone to a drink when you get rich. Hans walked briskly towards the church door.
When he passed the bell tower and saw the copper bell hanging under the eaves, he stopped. He stared at the copper bell intently, seemingly attracted by the flame cloud patterns on it. After a while, a flash of sarcasm appeared
on his face.
Then, he returned to his usual cheerful expression and stepped forward towards the backyard of the church. In the room, Hans took out his harvest one by one from the medicine basket and placed them one by one on the square table.
Crown smiled and said, the harvest is good. A lot of my golden shields will go into your pockets again.
The old man bowed his waist and agreed with a low eyebrow. It all depends on the master to take a bite of food. His head was buried a little low, and his tongue came out like lightning to lick the saliva flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He felt a tingling electric shock in his body, because he sensed that the person in front of him contained a power that made him afraid, and there was also a special fragrance, which must be very delicious. When he raised his head, his face returned to normal. Most of Crown's attention was on the herbs on the table, and he counted the quantities carefully and quickly.
Black sage, 3, 6.
32 in total, 6 bleeding star fern leaves, and even blue tulips and requiem. The variety and quantity of herbal medicines exceeded his expectations. Many types of herbs would wither at this time of year. Perhaps, as the priest said, the spiritual concentration of the world is constantly increasing, and the arrival of gray fog has provided more fertile soil for plants.
After the inventory was completed, Crown was quite happy.
With the inventory in his hand, he now collected another 70 or 80 ingredients for the potion. In particular, he obtained a lot of requiem grass, which is the main ingredient of the energy potion.
Making this kind of potion can increase your proficiency a lot.
Once the raw materials are cooked, there is great hope that his herbalism skills will improve.
The black sage costs 15 silver coins each, and the bloody starfern leaves cost 8 silver coins each.
According to the price we agreed on, there are a total of 15 gold shields and 26 silver coins.
Crown took out 16 gold shields and placed them on the table. Any extra it's considered a reward.
If these herbs were purchased from passing merchants, the price would be doubled or tripled, and Crown felt that he had taken a big advantage. However, if the other party sells the herbs to a merchant, it is estimated that the merchant's purchase price will be lower than him.
Thank you, sir.
I couldn't make so much money in a year before. I don't know why there are more herbs in the wild recently. Hans picked up a gold shield and put it in his mouth, bit it, then happily took all the coins in his hand and put them close to his body. After sending Hans away, Crown began to process the herbs, and he was busy until midnight. In a few days, after some of the herbs that need to be dried are processed, he can start refining the potion on a large scale. Afterwards, he visualized the golden light spells of the two great celestial beings and continued the work that old Hans had planned to do before he arrived. He pinched the edge of the small bowl with his fingers, and drops of sunfire liquid flowed from his fingertips, tracing pale golden traces in the bowl. He picked up the brush, took out the bullet from the drawer, and began to draw the golden talisman on the bullet. When he returned from the wild, he was thinking about how to attack aerial targets like monster birds from a distance. When he learned that he couldn't learn the searing weapon enchantment, he wanted to see if his method would work.
Sunfire liquid and moon dew will evaporate automatically in the natural environment. Only when drawn into talismans and seals can the aura in the materials be locked in.
Crown's hand holding the pen was very steady, and he slowly but smoothly drew the golden talisman on the bullet. A scene that he expected appeared. The moment he used it as a talisman, the sunfire liquid quickly penetrated downwards and submerged into the warhead. There was a special pattern on the bullet that looked like gold paint. When Crown rubbed the bullet case with his fingers, he didn't feel any protrusion at all. The cold metal body actually felt warm and moist. He put the bullet between his eyebrows, took his hand away after a few seconds, and then shook his head slightly. The bullet still did not fall, and it could also absorb to the skin. Between the eyebrows, there is a warm feeling from the sun, but it is much weaker than the feeling of the golden light talisman.
However, it is considered a normal phenomenon.
The amount of sunfire liquid used to draw the golden light talisman on the talisman paper is much more than this abbreviated version.
Shit, is it that easy?
Crown bared his teeth and shook his head vigorously. The bullet flew out and he raised his hand to catch it easily.
Well, the absorption force is not as strong as the golden light talisman.
The talisman sticks to the body and will not fall off if you move casually. After testing the new characteristics of the bullet, Crown had an idea.
The effect of the golden light talisman is to exorcise evil spirits, and the damage to spiritual monsters such as evil spirits is guaranteed. Whether it would be effective against werewolves, vampires and other physical dark creatures would need to be verified in actual combat.
He felt that those flying monster birds would be a good choice. Twisting the bullet with his fingers and looking at the empty space on the bullet, Crown suddenly thought, if I draw two golden light symbols, I wonder if the effects can be superimposed. As soon as he thought of it, Crown immediately picked up the brush, dipped it in the sunfire liquid, and drew a golden talisman again. The talisman seal was formed smoothly, and the pale golden lines were submerged into the metal.
Very good. Crown picked up the bullet and prepared to take a closer look.
His hand made a habitual turning motion. Boom! The bullet was fired and shot straight into his face. The incident happened suddenly. When a flying warhead appeared in Crown's eyes, he reacted and clamped the warhead firmly with 2 fingers of his left hand. Without the restraint of the gun barrel, the kinetic energy generated by the bullet explosion was relatively small, and the warhead's flight speed was relatively slow. He clearly judged the situation and did not use the time hourglass. If you think too much, just draw a golden talisman honestly. Crown curled his lips, painted all the remaining bullets with golden talismans, and placed them under the bed. After what happened just now, he wanted to see how stable this golden light bullet was. If it was activated in the barrel of the gun, the joke would be big. There were not many bullets left in the hands of those in the patrol team, so he was ready to learn archery. Crown took out 2 arrows and continued to draw golden light symbols on the metal heads. After drawing 1 arrow, he drew 2 golden light symbols on the second arrow.
The bullet might activate it accidentally, but the metal head of the arrow would not activate automatically, right?
In the early hours of the morning, Hans, who was lying quietly in bed, suddenly opened his eyes amidst the snoring of his roommate. He opened his mouth wide, and a long transparent snake-like monster crawled out silently. The monster climbed out of bed and climbed into the bed of the big man who snored the loudest. It slowly turned into a cover as thin as a cicada's wings, wrapping the big man's head. A faint white fluorescence flashed on the cover, and the big man's snoring gradually subsided. After a while, the monster let go of the big man, and then it followed the same pattern and did it to everyone in the room. Letting go of the last person, the monster crawled back into Hans' mouth. After it was fully inserted, the old man, who kept his open mouth and glaring expression, showed an evil, aftertasteful smile, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be lessened. He stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the first thing Crown did when he opened his eyes was to pull out bullets and arrows from under the bed to check the stability of the golden light talisman on them. Except for the arrow with 2 talismans drawn on it, everything else was fine. He touched the arrow with blurred golden runes with his fingers and found that there was still a warm feeling on the metal. It should be a problem that the spirit of the talisman escapes too quickly, but it also shows that if you draw 2 talismans on the arrow, it can be used in a short time. After checking the condition of the bullet, he quickly washed up and opened the window. After the morning sun rose, the sunlight would shine directly in.
Crown sat cross-legged on the bed.
A beautiful day started by visualizing the golden light spell. Karuk and others yawned, carrying crossbows, and came to the wall to change shifts with the night watchman.
What's wrong with you guys? You all have dark circles under your eyes. Did something indescribable happen last night?
Karuk and others glanced at each other. Although they couldn't see their own faces, they found that the others really had dark circles under their eyes.
Damn, you guys are really in trouble.
The man who just spoke had a gossipy look on his face. Hurry up and tell me, let everyone hear how you play. Go, think about women so much that you go crazy.
A group of rough guys joked and took turns.
Why do I feel like I haven't slept all night and my hands and feet are still weak? Karuk hit his lower back with his fist and said distressfully, I fell asleep as soon as it got dark yesterday. I also feel that my hands and feet are weak, but last night I snored so loudly when I fell asleep that it took me a long time to fall asleep. Old man Hans looks refreshed when he wakes up in the morning.
Old people just need less sleep. Woodland near the mine.
The sun shines through the woods, casting golden dapples and imprinting the shadows of the trees on the ground. In the morning, the air in the mountains and forests is fresh and pleasant with a hint of coolness. Del and Balu were cutting branches and wormwood poles that had just been cut down and were as thick as a little finger. Crown glanced at the several humanoid shadows hovering high above, with a bit of a sneer on his face. The lair of those unknown banshee monsters is probably nearby, and Gerald's proposal should be carefully considered. Today, they changed their strategy and gathered everyone together for mining.
They planned to wait until enough ore was mined before concentrating on logging.
In this way, the two second-level transcendental beings and everyone had enough crossbows to more effectively guarantee the team's safety. Seeing that the monster bird and monster only dared to fly high in the sky, he jumped to the tree and cut off a straight branch as thick as an arm. He also found some dead grass nearby, tied it with a rope, and made a grass target. Then he crouched down, drew his weapon, and cut the twigs together. These branches and mugwort stems are relatively straight, making it easy to make arrow shafts. You only need to cut off the small branches on the pole, then cut the thin end into a round head, and make a gap in the thick end to use as the arrow tail, to create the simplest arrow. Of course, real arrows would not be so crude. If they were made by hand, the process would be too complicated. After hearing Del's introduction to the arrow manufacturing process, Crown decisively gave up practicing archery with standard actual arrows.
It was too artificial. Nickel. This simple wooden arrow is enough for practice.
He will only consider using it for practice after his archery skills have improved to a certain stage and the territory has produced enough standard arrows. Balu took a long puff of cigarette, blew out the cigarette that was about to burn his lips, and said complimentarily with his yellow teeth, Sir, only a strong man like you would consider using a bow.
Ordinary people like me can just play around with a crossbow. I also use a bow now. Why didn't I hear you say that I am a strong person?
Del interrupted his flattery.
You? It's true that you are stronger than me, far worse than my lord. You didn't see what happened yesterday.
3 flying banshees attacked my lord, killing one and injuring the other in an instant. The dead one disappeared in the end, otherwise you would have seen its miserable state. It was split into 2 halves with 1 sword strike, and the cuts were neat. The butchers would have to cut back the knife several times to chop the pig's ribs. The 3 of them talked and laughed, and soon made more than 100 usable wooden arrows. Del carried the target, Balu bundled the wooden arrows firmly and put them on his back, and the 3 of them returned to the mine together. There was a tinkling sound from the depths of the mine. Crown took the straw target from Del's hand and asked him to walk in front with a special oil lamp, while he walked at the back. The light dissipated the gray fog entrenched in the darkness. When the light moved forward, the gray fog was refilled behind it. In the gray fog, shadowy figures could see red light spots, which were the eyes of mutated mice. Sir Knight, when will this gray fog dissipate? Balu asked cautiously. I asked the priest, and he never answered directly. Perhaps because he is worried that you will be desperate. Crown also did not give an accurate answer. We will need to adapt to a life with gray fog for a long time, and try not to be directly exposed to gray fog as much as possible, especially you. The 3 of them quickened their pace and soon joined the large army.
This is a straight mine tunnel.
Everyone first put down an oil lamp at the fork in the road, then took the lamp and continued walking in. They used the light to disperse the gray fog and illuminate an area for activities.
At both ends, Gerald's division the disciples guarded separately.
The demon hunter saw Crown walking back and said, You stay here and I'll go for a walk outside to look for some useful things. Our reserves of potions and sword oil are running low. Be careful, those banshees are still out there. I know, there's no need to protect others, I can still handle a few monsters that fly very fast. The demon hunter came over and whispered, there are a lot of mutated rats here, much more than yesterday.
We'd better end the excavation as soon as possible, or wipe out a group, otherwise, these ferocious rats will get hungry and become violent, and they will definitely attack us. Crown nodded. I understand, I really don't worry about anything. He handed the lamp out, and the Witcher took it and walked away. He placed the straw target diagonally on the wall of the mine and walked 20 meters away.
He took the longbow that Dell handed over, pulled it in the air, and easily pulled the longbow into a full moon.
He slowly let go, allowing the longbow to recover its deformation.
It is said that releasing it in an empty position would cause great damage to the bow.
Dell's eyes shrank.
This longbow was the heaviest bow he had made recently. He could barely draw it to full capacity. He was preparing to use it after becoming an extraordinary person with stronger arms.
Tell me the basics of archery, Crown said.
I learned from Orion's training methods and my own experiments to figure out a set of basic movements.
Sir, please listen.
The feet should be shoulder width apart, and the knees should be slightly bent.
The back and head should be straight. The arm holding the bow should be straight.
The elbow pulling the bow should not be flush with the arrow body, nor should it be too high or too high.
Collapse. When drawing the bow, push with the front hand and pull with the back hand. Crown listened to Dell's words and adjusted his movements. When he felt that he had mastered the key, he knocked an arrow and bent his bow like the full moon. Call out ding, the wooden arrow flew out, penetrated the grass target, and hit the stone. Dell ran over, pulled out the wooden arrow and came back holding it up. Crown saw that the wooden arrowhead had split into 3 pieces and was no longer usable.
He opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. In order to have a better training effect, he asked Dell to get the strongest bow. Now it seems that this is not a good idea. Either change to a weak bow, or retreat further.
Did you get your other bows? Dell shook his head. I only brought 1 bow today. For me, the crossbow is more useful now.
Crown tried shooting with only half-drawn bow a few more times, but he felt uncomfortable practicing at all, so he stopped worrying and decided to continue practicing with full-drawn bow. Go and do your work, Delaware. I'll call you if you need help.
Okay, my lord.
Based on experience, Crown understands that if a new offensive skill is to be displayed on the Golden Wall, it needs to be practiced effectively for many times before it can be successful. He relied on Dell's dictation and combined with his own archery insights to constantly adjust his state.
The sound of wooden arrows piercing the air is endless. The second-level Transcendence physical fitness is extremely good.
He takes the arrow, draws the bow, aims, and shoots the arrow.
His movements are very smooth and smooth.
After shooting about 40 arrows, he felt a faint sense of joy rising in his heart. After pulling the bow again to shoot, a stream of insights emerged, letting him understand which actions were not done well. A happy look flashed across Crown's face, but he did not check the skill bar of the Golden Wall immediately. Instead, he continued to shoot arrows quickly adjusted his posture, and calculated the trajectory of the arrow. When all the wooden arrows in his hand were used up, he felt that he had become a standard automatic archery machine, able to accurately hit the position set in his mind. The pale golden wall occupied his field of vision. After finding the corresponding skill, Crown was stunned for a moment, and then felt a burst of ecstasy. Archery, 996/1000, Level 1, he didn't expect that his proficiency in archery would increase so quickly.
After thinking for a moment, he vaguely understood what was going on.
His shooting skills have reached the 3rd level.
Although the 2 skills are somewhat different, many aiming skills are common.
Shooting also requires a clear eye and quick hands.
There should be mutual promotion between the 2.
Thinking of this, Crown made a note of his proficiency in shooting skills.
Shooting, 520/5000, Level 3, 520 proficiency level, simple and easy to remember.
He walked to the grass target and looked for any suitable wooden arrows, but he only found 7 that could be used again.
Geralt is not here now.
He is worried that Alan cannot cope with emergencies by himself, so he does not go out to cut branches to make wooden arrows. The areas without light in the mine were pitch black and there was thick gray fog, so there might be something big hiding there.
If an extraordinary monster appears, Alan is just a demon hunter apprentice and has no ability to deal with it. Even if he can protect himself, these miners will suffer.
After pulling the bow for more than 100 times, Crown felt his arm was a little sore and numb. He took off his leather armor and coat, took out the prepared blood-activating plaster and applied it on his right arm, and then began to sit up and meditate on the golden light spell. He was multitasking, meditating on the golden light mantra while remaining vigilant to the outside world.
Some mice arrogantly walked into the light range, and he could detect them. The whole morning was spent visualizing the golden light mantra and practicing the cross sword. The miners ate rye bran bread with water mixed with holy water, and a piece of bacon 2 fingers wide and half a palm long was their snack. After noon, Gerald came back with a tired look. Those demonic bird monsters may have thought I was easy to bully, so they attacked me, and I cut off one of their claws before they fled away. He threw a gray arm on the ground. Crown saw that the broken part of the arm had some traces of corrosion, and green tendrils of 2 centimeters long sprouted from the edges. The claws occasionally moved reflexively. Make a grabbing movement. I found that mithril can cause extra damage to them. These things are indeed monsters similar to vampires. I will shoot as an experiment, don't be scared, Crown shouted, pulled out his revolver and fired at the paw. He looked up and asked, how long has this claw been cut off? For half an hour, the monster's body was very active, the demon hunter said, taking off the oilcloth bag behind him and starting to pack his things. Crown took a glance and found that most of the things the other party collected were poisonous herbs and some colorful mushrooms. Demon hunters' bodies are highly resistant to poisons. They stimulate their various abilities by taking specific poisons, but what should they do after excessive accumulation of poisons? He pondered the doubts in his heart and continued to observe the location of the gunshot wound on the claw. The golden spots melted away part of the flesh, and green mucus flowed from the wounds. After a while, the golden light dissipated and the wound was corroded into a slightly larger hole. It's effective, but the effect is not strong enough. It takes multiple shots to accumulate fatal damage. Crown came to the conclusion that there were not many bullets left, so he could only improve his archery skills quickly, otherwise, he would have to be blinded when encountering monsters that could fly and run. Monster materials can be exchanged for money. The priest said that wizards in big cities like to dissect and study new species. He was very distressed about the corpse that was thrown away yesterday. According to his principles, you must do the first-hand dissection yourself, firstly to understand the monster's weaknesses, and secondly, to increase the proficiency of knowledge-based skills, getting the best of both worlds. Have you seen enough? Give me the things. Gerald had already sorted his harvest into categories. If you meet a suitable buyer, you can sell this claw for a good price. How about finding time to make a round and kill 2 of them? It's best to catch them alive. I have a way, and I guarantee that I can sell them at a good price. There will definitely be a chance, but for now we should get through this cold winter first. Crown stood up and kicked his claws to the demon hunter's side. You will keep an eye here while I go out and get some wooden arrows. Gerald smeared black ointment on his paws and persuaded, archery is easy to learn but difficult to master. If you don't have talent, you can only kill a beast. It's serious to practice your sword skills and breathing skills. Don't think about so many things every day. It's nothing. Little tricks that go a long way. Maybe I can improve my archery skills. Crown picked up the oil lamp and walked outside. Del, Balu, come with me to go out to work. Okay. The 3 of them walked out of the mine together. The moment they walked out of the mine, a huge black shadow jumped down from above and pounced on the 3 of them. Croon sensed something was wrong, immediately started bullet time, and used skill to throw the oil lamp backward while pushing his companion behind him back into the mine. The oil lamp landed steadily, but the 2 teammates fell to the ground. Wugu, when Crown saw an overly strong demonic bird pounce down with its fangs and claws spread, it howled sharply. Its face was that of a sweet girl, and a few long bloody fangs ruined that beauty. Its body is extremely strong and muscular, giving people a strong contrast. Behind this demon bird, more than 10 demon birds flew out. Judging from his posture, he wanted to cut him into pieces and kill him quickly. He felt as if someone had hit him on the head with a hammer, and his head was buzzing. Oops, there is a spiritual attack in the cry. Crown bit the tip of his tongue fiercely and turned his head to dodge. At the same time, he released time stop, swung the weapon with his right hand and released cross slash. After a moment of delay, the claws of the strongest monster bird still hit his shoulder, pierced his leather armor, scratched out several bloody wounds, and swept him against the stone wall of the mine. Crown's attack left a deep wound in the monster bird's belly and blocked the attacks of other monster birds. He slapped his hand against the stone wall and bounced back into the mine with the force of the shock. Woogu you 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 you. The demonic birds were howling crazily outside, but they did not pursue the victory. There was a hint of coldness in Crown's eyes, and he was unexpectedly ambushed by the monsters, and even blocked the door. There is not much space in the mine tunnels. If they rush in all at once, he will only face 1 or 2 enemies at the same time and he can defeat them individually. Except for the strongest one, there is nothing else to worry about. Now that the exit is blocked,
it becomes even more difficult. If you want to rush out, you will have to endure a round of intense fire. He took a look at the amount of sands of time and the hourglass of time and found that only about 1/3 was left, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Let's go back. Crown turned around, only to see Dell and Dell lying motionless on the ground. Ordinary people can't bear the powerful mental shock and faint? He rushed over to check. After some inspection, he was relieved. The two of them were indeed in a protective coma. Apart from a slight shortness of breath, there was no other problem. At this time, he felt a tingling sensation in the wound on his shoulder and realized that the monster's claws were poisonous. Crown immediately took out a bottle of No. 2 holy water and poured it on the wound. The holy water had no detoxification function, but it could be used as a powerful disinfectant. He poured out half of the holy water and drank the rest. While he was treating himself, a demonic bird wanted to rush into the mine, but was frightened away by him as he waved the sword that was filled with the source of life. After treating his injuries, he poured a bottle of Qingxin talisman water into the two people lying on the ground. Dell covered his head and woke up first. After a while, Balu also woke up leisurely. Let's go, stand up and go back and think of a solution first. Crown picked up the oil lamp and handed it to Delaware. We almost died. Balu shook his head and stood up immediately. What's wrong with you? Geralt was wiping his weapon with a silk cloth. When he saw the three of them staggering back, he immediately came over. Crown recounted what happened at the entrance of the cave and pointed to his wound. Help me see if there is anything wrong. The wound is poisonous. The demon hunter came up and took a closer look. The wound is red and swollen, but it has started to stop bleeding. Either the poison is not strong, or your physique is good enough to resist, so it is not a big problem. Don't worry, the physique of the second-level knight is enough to deal with most ordinary toxins. Geralt laughed. Interesting, just now I was thinking about how to set up an ambush to kill a few demon birds, but they just came to my door and brought the meat to my mouth. There is no reason not to swallow it. There are a few in total. Just, how is your strength? There are 14 in total, or more. The strongest one should be at level 2, and the others are similar to those we encountered yesterday. Crown thought for a while. If the demon bird has been blocking the entrance of the cave, the first person to rush out will definitely receive the strongest attack. Who will bear the damage first? The two of us rushing out together. The three of them rushed out together. Geralt smiled mysteriously. Do you still remember my proposal? I have collected all the herbs that create the smell of blood, and they are just for use. I seem to understand your plan. Crown moved the grass target used for archery and retied it into a scarecrow. Finally, he commandeered Balu's peaked cap and put it on the strawman's head. Geralt cut off a piece of oilcloth, took out a dozen poisonous weeds of various kinds, and used 2 stones to grind out the juice. After a while, the strong smell of blood came. He mixed some water and sprinkled the juice on the strawman. You understand me. How about I lend you your leather armor? This outfit will look familiar to the monster birds and will easily attract their attention. Without saying a word, Crown took off his leather armor and put it on the strawman. The leather armor's defense was limited, so he would definitely use the golden light to protect his body. Taking it out would not hinder anything. How useful do you think this dummy can be? Monsters are very intelligent and cannot be deceived. The demon hunter raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, this formula is amazingly attractive to monsters who like blood, and it can also quickly consume their physical strength. The strongest leader can use mental attacks. Ordinary people may not be able to help. Crown gave the demon hunter a pure heart talisman. Maybe it can have some effect. Don't be stingy. Use it directly during battle. In a battle with a clear goal, I never hesitate to use things that can increase my chance of success. Gerald showed his white teeth. I can't wait for when we can go out. Don't worry, let the monsters wait slowly, so that the miners can mine for a while. How about we set off in 2 hours? It's just what I want, waiting for work. I like your fighting style. It's not like some church warriors who just rush forward to show off their muscles. Crown drank a bottle of holy water and began to meditate on the golden light spell. Now imagine that you can not only improve your proficiency, but also obtain the materials for making talismans and seals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 2 hours later, the miners selected the better quality ore and put it into their backpacks. After the workers had packed up, Crown carried the scarecrow and walked to the front with Geralt, followed by the others. Ahead was the fork that turned into the main mine tunnel, and the Witcher motioned for the others to stop. This place is far away from the entrance of the cave, but in order to catch them by surprise, they restrained the team and began to make final preparations. Geralt coated his weapon with a light golden sword oil, and then drank a dose of decoction, heart-clearing water and strength potion. Crown drank the strength potion and the energy potion, and then released the heart-cleaning curse and the golden light body protection.
When a light golden stream of light flashed on his body, the demon hunter exclaimed, "Fuck, what kind of magic skill is it?"
It seems to be similar to the armor of spiritual power. The Knight Extraordinary has to wait until he reaches the 3rd level before he can use it.
Life source armor? Secret.